welcome to the second day of the Silverstone Festival. Yesterday we had wall-to-wall qualifying, over 800 drivers on track, but today is when all the important stuff starts. We've got 10 races and it's going to be action-packed. Don't go anywhere. But Ben, there's so much more than the racing here. It's enormous.
It's an enormous festival site, so if you can tear yourself away from circuit side, inside of Copse runway, you've got a huge array of shops and displays, including some of our partners down there, but also if you want to buy yourself a t-shirt, a cuddly toy, a race car, or indeed rum, you can go down there and enjoy everything on the inside of the Copse runway. There's a massive food stall over there, and of course that's where our main stage is for Craig David later on in the day. But then you can go to auto testing all the way down on the inside of Stowe Corner. There's an auto test track there, and on the outside of the circuit, now this was my favourite place yesterday, the shift and drift zone that had drift cars, Terry Grant Drift Show. There was some rally cars there, and for the first time ever here at the Silverstone Festival, the jet-powered drag funny car. That thing is insane.
Now, this year is particularly important here. We're celebrating 75 years of the Formula One Drivers' Championship. And what better place? This is where it all started in 1950. And what I love, we've got the 500cc grid later, and some of those cars were racing that weekend. But Silverstone have done so much for the 75th anniversary, and there's a particularly special collection, isn't there?
Yeah, down on the F1 paddock, or the international paddock, inside the paddock itself, we have 35 Formula One cars from 1950 all the way up to present day, all representing the key milestones of Formula One, but also the key Formula One champions. So the very first championship winning car back in 1950 for Juan Manuel Fangio. We've got a championship winning car for Lewis Hamilton, Michael Schumacher, and of course more recently Sebastian Vettel and our reigning world champion Max Verstappen from Red Bull. It's an insane collection, something which I've never seen before.
I mean, so much to look at, and so much to look at today. Ben, tell us what's going on today. We've got Formula Juniors surrounding us here. I'm going to go and try and find some drivers. They're all getting ready to go out, but what have we got to look forward to?
Let's have a look at the timetable then. As Ed said, we have 10 races in total, starting with the historic Juniors, Formula Junior kicking off in just a few moments' time, and then we will go into the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Sterling Moss Trophy with the Formula 2, Formula 5000 cars coming up after that, and then the GT3 Legend machines before a small break from racing action, but there will be track action with various driver parades into the afternoon action, which is based down in the international pits for the likes of the Masters Endurance Legends, the historic pre-66 Formula One cars, and we will finish the day with a Group C race, those legendary Le Mans Masters machines. Well, Ed is going to go and try and grab a word with somebody down in this first paddock of the historic Juniors.
Ben, thanks so much. So I'm up at the sharp end, so this is where all the quick drivers are, and there's been a bit of chat this morning because we're in the national paddock, and they'll leave here and they go round to the international start-finish straight, and then they go. So they haven't got very long to warm up their tyres and brakes and everything like that. So everyone's sort of a bit worried about getting enough heat in, but they don't want to do too much weaving because they get penalised for that. So look, let's go and have a chat to some drivers. We've got Chris Goodwin here, who many will remember at McLaren. I'm going to dive in. Chris, good to see you. What can you do from here? I mean, you're in the right spot.
Well, the only way to go is forwards, right?
It's a quick bunch of drivers, this, aren't they?
They are. They're Formula Junior regulars. They know their cars inside out. I haven't been in this for a while, so it's good to blow off the rust while you're surrounded by these people. So it should be quite a fast race at the front, but then very busy after a couple of laps when we start catching everybody up.
And I guess small mistakes cost you big.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, so no mistakes allowed.
All right, Chris, look, best of luck. Let's go up to the front. We've got Alexander Ames on the front row, then on pole position, Horatio Fitzsimon, very, very quick. I'm sure some of you will have come across him on Instagram posting amazing onboards. Horatio, I'm sorry, I'm just going to dive in. Qualifying seemed to go absolutely brilliantly. Happy with the car?
Yeah, absolutely. The car's superb to drive yesterday. It's a bit difficult to do a lap with all the traffic, so we'll see what we can get up to today.
Well, look, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
So that's the whistle going. Let's learn a little bit more about this Formula Junior race.
Historic Formula Junior celebrates the open wheel category that became the launch pad for future Formula One stars like Jim Clark, who would go on to win 2 Formula 1 World Championships after cutting his teeth in the juniors. Keep your eye out for the rear-engined Lotus 22s, a car in which Peter Arundel raced to the 1962 Formula Junior Championship. Also on show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future Formula 1 champion Denny Hulme back in 1963. It's time now to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
Well, good morning, everybody. Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas in the commentary booth, waiting for the action to begin for the first race of the Silverstone Festival 2025. And as every morning, traditionally, we start the day with an absolute cracker to get the blood boiling with the historic Formula Juniors. And our fastest man in qualifying, you've heard from him there with Ed Horatio Fitzsimon. Alex Ames, you spoke to him a couple of minutes ago. Alistair, is he worried about the 1 second or so between the two of them in qualifying?
Not a bit of it. He said, I got held up at Beckett's in qualifying. I think I can make up that difference.
Well, you know, waffle. Drivers always complain about traffic in qualifying, don't they? But in fairness, there are 53 cars in the field. In fact, down to 52, because we've had a withdrawal. Mark Shaw, who qualified in 10th in his Brabham BT6, won't take the start. And although Spencer Shinner qualified in 5th place in his Lotus 22, he has a clashing race in the British Formula Ford Championship that he's also trying to win. So he won't be here today, but should be back for tomorrow morning's
He will be.
opener. Yeah. So a couple of cars missing from the grid, and again haven't quite caught up with Mark Shaw. Not sure whether the Brabham has got an issue that they couldn't solve overnight or can't solve at all, so it might be that he returns tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. So there are 2 races for the juniors, each of them an individual standalone event, but for the aggregate best scorer of the 2 events, there's a brand new trophy. Ex-Grand Prix driver and former car constructor Howden Ganley, the Aussie driver who started in Formula Junior a few years ago, his driving career. He is the president, patron, there's the P word I was looking for, of the Formula Junior Association, and a new award to the top driver across both races will be presented by Howden, carrying his name. So something else to go for, as well as the garlands for the races. So 20 minutes, and this will be basically just like modern Formula 1, fall in line, follow your leader. Alice is looking at me. No, you idiot, it won't be. Already we have a drama. So this is car number 60 pulled off at the side of the circuit. That's John Milicevic in his Brabham, or no longer in his Brabham. Safety car is ready. And this is the RML P39, their take on a 992 Porsche that has been extremed. And are we going to go green? There is a car at the side of the circuit. We are due to go green right now, but we will have to wait and see what the clerk of the course decides. The safety car is on standby as we head around. It's cars leaving the national pit lane, so coming around now to the Formula 1 start. Ready to get the first race of the Silverstone Festival underway. The green flag waves for Formula Junior, but are we going to race? Away we go from the line already. A little bit of swerving in the midfield. There seems to be a little bit of miscommunication about what's going on. The front row starters didn't get away too quickly. White Lotus from 3 or 4 rows back, and is that George Diffie in his dad's old car, who has made an ambitious start. The yellow car from pole position, Horatio Fitzsimon, alongside him Alex Ames. And as they come down into the tight complex early on in this Grand Prix loop, you can see the dark green shoebox car, the first of the front engine cars of Ray Mallock in a Mallock U2 Mark II. The time has now started. They officially don't start overtaking until they get onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, and now they should be in full race formation. As you can see, 4 or 5 wide down the straight, Alistair. Everybody's still weaving, lots of hands in the air.
I think that there's a great deal of confusion here as to whether they're racing. They're not racing, I don't think. It's my understanding, because we saw green flags. You quite correctly called that, but you wouldn't have a green flag at the start of a race. It would be red lights on and then red lights off for the start. And I'm not surprised. We saw John Milicevic there at the side of the track and they can't really start a race with a car parked at the side of the track. So.
Lots and lots of hands in the air. Of course, if you watched Grand Prix racing in the 70s and the 80s, that was the classic sign of a driver who's got an issue. Go by me. But Ray Malik is out in front. He's not sure what's happening. Nobody is quite sure what's happening. Most of the cars aren't racing. Some of the cars are. And when you're out of step with the parade like that, you kind of go, I'm passing everybody, and then you sow the seeds of doubt. But did we start or did we not? And again, we haven't had any word on the timing screens from the officials as to what's happening, whether this is another green flag lap, another formation lap. And if it is, they are in nothing like a grid order. The clock has started on the 20 minutes, so officially, Ray Malik in the front-engined U2 Mark II is our race leader, and there he is. Alex Ames in second place, just checking his mirrors, not quite sure what's going on behind him. The yellow Brabham of our pole-sitter Horatio Fitzsimon in fourth place.
And we should find out now, because they're coming back round to the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, where we're doing all of our starts, despite these cars being garaged in the national pits at Woodcote Corner. The start line is always going to be on the international straight, and we should now see whether there are lights over the gantry. Unfortunately, we don't see those lights, but they're carrying on, so it would appear that was a very, very confusing situation for everybody.
Absolutely. Well, Ray Malik with the opening lap, fastest lap, he had the lead, but he is now being passed by Alex Ames and Horatio Fitzsimon. So Alex Ames in that very distinctive, sort of hard to spot burgundy and dark blue colour, and Horatio Fitzsimon right behind. Tucking in behind is the white car, the white noseband of Richard Wilson's Lotus.
And we've had confirmation over the radio from race control that the race has started, so very confusing, but it is running.
Horatio Fitzsimon on the inside of Alex Ames, slips up and past the Brabham, so two Brabham BT6s out front, and very, very different looking cars, clearly to Ray Malik, the early leaders, U2. I mean, that looks different for everybody else. Looks like it was styled by using a shoebox and a can of green rattle paint, but a very effective car nonetheless. And he was the pole sitter in the front engine category, because again, for those who aren't familiar with Formula Junior, they look like mini 1960s Grand Prix cars. They literally are. These cars will be 1.1 litre climax engine cars, most of them. The Grand Prix era of this vintage was a 1.5 litre category. So this Brabham chassis, for instance, of Alex Ames, you put in a bigger climax engine, it's the Grand Prix car. It's literally that straightforward.
So cars starting to settle down now into racing order after that confusion at the start, and as expected, we've got a battle for the lead between Horatio Fitzsimon and Alex Ames. We did expect Chris Goodwin perhaps to be involved, Sam Wilson certainly. Now there's 53 Sam Wilson. He's one of the quickest drivers in Formula Junior and a number of other series as well, so he may well be able to close the gap, but it's going to be very hard work.
Well, that trio behind, so Sam Wilson, the green car with the white stripes, he's got that green and purple helmet, and behind him the blue car, the Écurie France car, and up into fourth place now, Chris Goodwin in his white Lotus 72. Goodwin with that orange helmet, drifts out a little wide in Stowe, loses the place back into the Vale. Now these three drivers need to stop fighting with each other and just work together in a little slipstreaming queue, otherwise they have no chance of catching the lead duo. And already Sam Wilson has broken away in third place, and his car green with those white stripes, if it looks vaguely familiar, yes, that's exactly what you saw on Mini Coopers, because those are the Cooper Works colours. He's in a Cooper, a Type 59 or T59 Cooper in third place. There he is. Regular winner, regular front runner in this category, and he has now got his head down and charging, and he will have to hope that Horatio Fitzsimon and Alex Ames actually start to battle each other. In fact, Horatio is starting to pull away from Alex Ames. It's almost equal distance now between the leader and second place and second to third. So Horatio Fitzsimon is translating some of his qualifying pace into that race advantage already over Alex Ames.
And this yellow Brabham of Horatio Fitzsimon, owned by a group of Americans who asked Horatio to race it for him, and you wouldn't say no, would you? But Horatio is, I think he lives in both the UK and America, but he spends a lot of time in America. He was born in America, in California, and last week only he was racing in Laguna Seca at the big historic festival there, if you like, in a Lotus Elan, and this week he's over here in a Formula Junior in the Silverstone Festival. A lot of experience.
Well, Ray Mallock down to 8th place now, still leading a front engine class as Horatio Fitzsimon in that yellow Brabham sweeps through the Beckett's S's.
And Sam Wilson is closing in on Alex Ames. I think visually you can see here, we'll get the official times coming up on our screen, but it looks to me as though 3rd place is closing in on 2nd. But Horatio Fitzsimon at the moment has got the jump on both of them.
Yep, he's the fastest man on track on the last lap. This current lap, Sam Wilson, purple sector 1, purple sector 2, there he is, car number 53. See the way that car dips under braking into Stowe, almost grinding the bodywork on the ground. And of course, these cars, this category, we always say is a reflection of exactly what was happening up the ladder in Formula One, because here we've got the rear-engine revolution, the Lotus, the Coopers, the Brabhams, versus the older cars, the front-engine cars that are further back in the field. They're not as quick, they're not as nimble. That's exactly what had happened a year or two only beforehand in Formula One, and it was the small constructors like Cooper, like Brabham, like Lotus that had heralded the end of the big front-engine Grand Prix cars that Ferrari and Maserati had ruled the roost with up until then.
Well, the front-engine manufacturers, as Sam Wilson dives for the lead in the Cooper, so goes past the Brabham of Alex Ames into 2nd place, and we should now see whether it's possible for Sam Wilson to close in on the leader, Horatio Fitzsimon.
Where he just lapped 1.1 seconds quicker than Horatio on the last lap. So new fastest lap of the race to the man who's up to 2nd, Sam Wilson, 2:18.569. He qualified in a 2:20.22. So that's 2 seconds quicker than his qualifying best.
Sam's had the spanners out, hasn't he, overnight?
I tell you what, he's had the double espressos this morning. But, you know, qualifying, you're trying to find a lap with lots and lots of different speed cars around you. Here, you're at the front of the field in clear air, unhindered by anybody else. Now, of course, he's got Alex Ames right behind, and Alex, you talked to him about this before. If Horatio gets the jump, are you going to work with somebody to try and tow up behind? Are you going to have that, you know, self-control? He said absolutely,
absolutely,
didn't he?
He did, yes. He said if it's Sam and me trying to catch Horatio, we will work together, we won't battle each other. And it's strange to think that it can be quicker to work as a pair than a single driver, because there is an aerodynamic tow available, not a huge amount in these cars, not like an upright car, but nevertheless Sam Wilson is towing Alex Ames along down the hangar straight there into Stowe Corner. And if you think you recognise the colours on Sam Wilson's helmet, you're probably right. It was the colours of a 1970 Porsche 917 which raced for the one of the factory teams, and Sam Wilson loved the colour scheme so much. The psychedelic Porsche, it was called.
Well, just why he didn't love the pink pig, otherwise he'd have a pink helmet with lots of black writing on it. So yeah, these three still relatively in touch. They're only 1.5 seconds behind Horatio Fitzsimon. And again, on the last lap, Sam Wilson was over a second quicker. He is closing the gap to Horatio. I think he's a fraction quicker than he was when Alex Ames was between them. But Alex is going to have to work hard to stay with Sam Wilson. Otherwise, Sam is just going to pull away from him. Chris Goodwin on his own in 4th place in his White Lotus 22. Goodwin up from 4th on, well, not up from 4th on the grid, from 4th on the grid. But I think the leader is pulling away again on this lap.
Yes, it does look like Horatio looked in his mirrors and saw Sam going through into 2nd place and thought, right, I need to get on with this now. Tyre wear, not so much wear, but heat will come into it. If they're sliding the cars around too much, they will find the tyres drop off a little bit. Not like slick tyres that we see on modern racing cars. These are grooved tyres as they ran in period, but they still get very, very warm indeed. And just chatting with Alex about the setup of the cars to try and keep the tyres cooler.
Right, so we got the first traffic appearing on the horizon, and this is where the chasers may have an advantage. Horatio Fitzsimon, his car is very clearly evident. Bright yellow car is going to be easy to spot in the mirrors, but there is a battle going on at the tail of the field between two of the front engine cars. He catches them in the Beckett's S's, and if you catch them in the wrong place, they will definitely hold you up. So go by the first of them, 48 Nick Powell in his Stangalini. And again, look at the very different look of the front engine cars. The engine in front, offset single-seater. Car number 18 there, Peter Fenchel. And the drive shaft running from the front engine beside the driver. But nevertheless, the driver sitting up much higher in the car than in these mid-engine cars. And again, that was all part of what made the Coopers, the Lotuses, the Brabhams so much more efficient in junior categories, but in Formula One as well.
And it was the Cooper car company that really pioneered the rear-engine racing cars, and it was Jack Brabham who drove for Cooper, who won his first championship in 1959 in a Cooper, but of course subsequently then set up his own manufacturing company, the Brabham team.
And look at what that traffic has done to the leaders' gap. It's gone down from 1.6 to 0.4 seconds, and that was one car in the wrong place in the Beckett's S's. Basically meant Horatio Fitzsimon just had to stay off the throttle. And again, more traffic. Here's the opportunity now for Sam Wilson in 53 to try and get by the yellow car of the leader. They go by another of our front-engine Formula Junior cars, and chasing through onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. There's another slower car in front. That's one of the rear engine machines, but they go by, and they have completely dropped now down in third place. Alex Ames, he did not get a run. It's a Wellington straight, beg your pardon. He did not get a run on through traffic either, so he's gone a long way back. And Chris Goodwin nowhere close to him, so Alex Ames on his own in third place, but the battle is definitely on. Now we're going to see if Horatio Fitzsimon in the yellow car in the lead can start to creep away from Sam Wilson. It's Brabham versus Cooper.
Well, after that little bit of traffic they've gone through, it seems like a reasonably clear track ahead of them now. So will Horatio start to pull away again? Certainly, as you described, going through that bit of traffic, it was Sam Wilson that made up the ground, made up many yards on, or meters these days, on Horatio Fitzsimon. Here comes the next batch of traffic. Hopefully they'll all be aware, with the marshals waving the blue flags, which warns the slower driver that there are faster cars coming up behind them. Hopefully they will be able to see that and then keep over to one side of the track or the other. This the blue rear engine car number 6 coming down the hangar straight. That's Sharon Edelman, and will she pull to the left? Yes, she does. She stays out to the left.
The problem is, for the faster cars, if the driver in front moves offline, where are they going next? Around the outside. Horatio Fitzsimon makes contact with the back marker. He was trying to go around the outside at Stowe. You saw the cars make wheel-to-wheel contact. He bumps up in the air. Chris Goodwin goes through, so Horatio Fitzsimon down to 4th place. He'll rejoin ahead of Richard Wilson, but the new leader is Sam Wilson. 53, drama there, and Alex Ames is right with him in 2nd place. So again, traffic is a deciding factor in qualifying and in the race here. And there's the issue, and in fact there's the car over which Horatio stumbled, and it looks like he's actually got an issue as a result.
So the lead battle now between the Cooper of Sam Wilson and the Brabham of Alex Ames, and there's absolutely no doubt that neither of these drivers would have wanted Horatio to lose the lead in that manner. There's a great deal of respect between all these drivers. That's a real shame, and you're right, it's the number 88 that Andrew Gemmell, the Lotus 20 updated to 22, that's got that puncture now from that contact with Horatio Fitzsimon at Stowe Corner.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Horatio's lap time is like on the next complete lap, whether there seems to be any damage to the Brabham or not. Let's take a look again. He's going around the outside when the Lotus is on the inside line but is drifting out wide. I don't know whether he was trying to leave room for the leaders. The problem is, if the car in front moves offline, off the racing line, where's he going next? You have no idea. If he stays on the racing line, then it becomes predictable. You may get held up, but you probably aren't going to have the sort of contact that happened there. And so, although the blue flags are out, that is not pull over, get out of the way. That is be aware there is a faster car coming. There's Chris Goodwin. He's just gone through the white car with a Dayglow helmet, and Horatio Fitzsimon, I was going to say head down and charging, but he's not. He's leant back and relaxed in the car, but really trying to build up the speed again. He's 12 seconds behind this lead duo. So can he catch Chris Goodwin for third in 4 minutes? He's definitely not going to get back into the lead battle. He will now be trying to chase for third place, but he's a long way behind Chris Goodwin and very little time left in which to get in front.
He lost 12 seconds, Horatio Fitzsimon, with that contact and getting the engine started again. So his last lap, 12 seconds slower, dropped him to fourth place. Chris Goodwin is going very well indeed, but I think both of the cars ahead of him are probably on about the same pace. So Sam Wilson now is looking in his mirrors and saying, Alex Ames is still there, I can't relax yet. And we've still got just over 3 minutes remaining in this race.
15th place is car number 32. That is the Mallock U2 Mark II of our early race leader and our front-engined race leader, Ray Mallock. Big Ray. His father, Major Arthur Mallock, designed the U2. There it is. That's a car that anyone could build themselves and then modify and race. And Big Ray with one of the original cars.
Ray in his 70s now, but his experience goes right back to Le Mans racing.
Yep.
And all forms of motorsport.
And again, contact. Another leader makes contact, and he's got a puncture. And that is the end of the race for Ray Mallock. Very unfortunate, and again, he is now stranded in the middle of the track. So yellow flags will be waved vigorously. 2 minutes 45 seconds remain. And that means we now have a new leader in the front-engine class.
And it's the number 23 car of Adrian Russell in the Condor, I think, that will be leading the front engines now. He was 3 or 4 seconds behind Ray coming into that incident. Very similar incident, isn't it?
And again, back marker with a slightly vague line. And so Mallock not battling somebody for position there, but actually putting a lap on that Lotus. And unfortunate contact. Again, just a little wheel-to-wheel contact, bounced up in the air. A worrying moment. And that's racing. So 2 minutes to go. And Mallock, as a veteran, pulls his car out of the way. And as you rightly say, in 17th place now is our race leader. Side of the track, another has fallen by the wayside, George Christodoulou in his BMC Mark II.
That's the one that made contact with Ray Mallock.
Yeah.
BMC, by the way, not BMC as in the UK. That's an American racing team, which is not British Motor Corporation.
Yeah, not the BMC that made Minis and Morris Minors and all the other stuff, and MGs and what have you, yeah. So not a Lotus, but very Lotus-y looking car. And so there is your front engine car. And again, like so many small manufacturers that grew up in Formula Junior and Formula 500 before that, these cars, some of the names we still know, Brabham, Lotus, even though they've gone, and Cooper, but some were real little flashes in the pan. Change for the lead, Alex Ames has gone by Sam Wilson. So Alex Ames finding a moment in traffic. Sam Wilson still with the fastest race lap. They're not doing 2:18s anymore as they are in traffic, but Wilson comes back at him, retakes the lead into the last minute. So this is the last lap of the race. And this is what we come to expect from Formula Junior. It is like having a double espresso first thing in the morning. It is action all the way.
Sam Wilson through into the lead again as they turn into Luffield. So about half a lap to go.
Yeah, another front engine car right in front of them. He stays out of the way. 72, that is Tim de Grasse in his Stangolini. One of the few Italian cars that has found its way to these shores. And again, you can see the offset single-seater position, but how his hips probably are about the height of the head of anybody in a rear engine car. Chris Goodwin coming through in third place. The white car, Goodwin, that Dayglow Powerboat Racers helmet. But it's Sam Wilson with the psychedelic colours on his helmet, and Alex Ames giving chase. Wilson with the Cooper car colours on his number 53, Cooper T59. Alex Ames in the Brabham right behind, started second, running second. Wilson checks the mirrors. Won't be the first Formula Junior race he's won here at the Silverstone Festival.
Onto the hanger straight, into Stowe corner. The last opportunity really for Alex to dive up the inside, but I think Sam Wilson has this under control now as they come down into the Vale.
Yeah, Alex with a way too much oversteer there, trying to find some speed on the exit of Stowe. The checkered flag awaits the first race of the Silverstone Festival 2025, historic Formula Junior Race 1, Saturday morning, and victory for Sam Wilson. A dramatic race from start to finish. Alex Ames takes second. Chris Goodwin in the Lotus will complete the podium. And not too far behind him, the yellow car of Horatio Fitzsimon, who looked set for victory until he tangled with a back marker. And the front engine victory as well will go to the man who was second for much of the race. Comes across the line to take victory, or will come out of the Beckett Cesses, heading down. Car number 23, and that is Adrian Russell in his Condor.
Built in Worplesdon in Surrey, the Condor.
And again, amongst these rear engine cars, you can see how antiquated it looks. They're separated only by 2 or 3 racing seasons, and yet the front-engined to rear-engined revolution transformed not just Formula 1 racing, but all motor racing. Putting the horse behind the cart suddenly became an awful lot more efficient. But it is victory in the front-engine category. Across the line comes the Condor, and Adrian Russell takes the checkered flag. Now, he may not be aware that he was leading the race. He may not have seen Ray Mallock to one side, but I think he does know. So if he spotted Ray Mallock's car on the side, Ray Mallock jumped away at the start, and in the confusing start where half of the front runners didn't think the race had started and a few behind thought it had. In the end, Sam Wilson getting the better of Alex Ames in their last couple of laps of dicing and taking victory. Alex Ames in the collecting area. Alex Ames, SEMA Racing, that's Ames backwards. Chris Goodwin comes in 3rd place. And behind him comes our race winner, Sam Wilson. Well, there is so much respect among these drivers. They love their cars, they love this racing. It's intense, it's fast on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and it's very close, and you have to have that respect with your rivals. Now, somebody else can move the car. We need to talk to the drivers. Alex Ames shakes his head. I thought I had you. And there is your race winner. So Sam Wilson, not an unfamiliar face on the podium, not an unfamiliar name on the top of the timesheets. Now then, you've already seen him this morning, along with Ed at the start of the show. Patrolling the pit lane and catching up with our winners will be Ben Constant-Juris. So hopefully he'll get a quick word with Sam Wilson, with Alex Ames, and with Chris Goodwin.
Well, congratulations, Sam. A really, really interesting and exciting 20 minutes there for you.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion at the start. They gave us around, another lap sort of signal on the gantry, so it was sort of everything sped up, but nobody knew whether to go or not. And then some of the cars that were quite a bit further back went through, and we thought, Christ, we better get on with it. So. Yeah, I had a bit of a job to do, but the car is just absolutely magic.
I love the little signal you gave to Alex as you went past. Let's go and get Horatio.
Yeah, I could see. I thought that I could drag Alex along and we could have a bit of a dice together. But yeah, I didn't want to get tangled up. I just wanted to track him down.
Right, let's go and find Alex, who's just over here talking to Chris Goodwin, who is in 3rd position. Alex, oh, not even a bead of sweat on your face, but you've worked hard for it.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened at the start then, really. I was a little confused with everything. We were meant to go, and then they waved the green flag, so it was like, are we doing another green flag lap? Same as Horatio, looked across at me and was like, and I'm like, I don't know. So Ray, and I thought, well, if it's aborted start, we'll have a yellow flags all the way around. So I was just like, let's just go and get on with it. So we did that, had a little bit of a gap. Sam managed to do some demon moves of trying to catch us back up. So fair play to him, really. I struggled with coming out of the corners a little bit, and he kept gapping me a little bit on that. So, but yeah, great fun. Pleased to be here as always, and yeah, it's lovely to be here. So yeah.
And you get to do it all again tomorrow.
All again tomorrow morning. So yeah, that should be interesting. Hopefully we can do a little bit of changes and make the car a little bit quicker overnight, and we can take it to Sam tomorrow.
Right, let's go over to Chris, who's in the back of shot here. Chris Goodwin gifted a podium from Horatio's unfortunate accident.
Yeah, well, you've got to stay on the track. That's what you learn how to do when you're as old as me and not as old as him. So, no, it was good. I mean, it was a good, entertaining race. Not all that impressed with the start, to be honest. That was quite dangerous to start a race like that. You know, half of us started, half of us didn't start. But it was other than that, it was great fun to be out there and good to watch these guys at it.
Good stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
So there you go, there are your top three. Sam Wilson, Alex Ames, Chris Goodwin, the unfortunate Horatio Fitzsimon. And actually, I think Chris Goodwin probably hit the nail on the head. I think they were very lucky to get away with no dramas at all after that confusing start. Horatio Fitzsimon in fourth place, ahead of Richard Wilson and Stuart Roach, and looking a little further down outside the top 10. Our front engine class winner was Adrian Russell in the Condor. First ever win for a Condor, I wonder? Might well be. And further down, a whole clutch of Elvas together. They qualified together, Charlie Peasy, Nick Taylor and their rivals, and they finished in the same order, having had an all-Elva battle. So many names that came and went in a little brief flash. That was the history of Formula Junior, and some that made their names and continue to this day. Well, a great way to start the Silverstone Historic Festival. A sunny morning, clouds, light in the sky, the sun beaming down, and historic Formula Juniors, always electrifying. Lots and lots of close racing. Sam Wilson, Alex Ames battling for the lead after Horatio Fitzsimon got caught out in traffic. The early race leader didn't make the podium, having dropped down 12 seconds behind the leaders. There was a confusing start. Horatio got away early on from Sam Wilson, and then contact in traffic at Stowe. Fortunately, with not too much damage to the car, but that put Wilson out front, being chased down by Alex Ames. Ray Mallock, the front engine race leader, also a couple of laps from home, being caught out by meandering traffic. And then into the penultimate lap. Ames and Wilson battling for position. That's how they finished. Wilson ahead of Ames and Goodwin in third.
Did you know that this man, Bibendum, is over 125 years old and was established just 5 years into the existence of the Michelin tyre brand? So what is it about Michelin and the Silverstone Festival that makes it so special?
I mean, Michelin and Silverstone, that we're entwined in motorsport history. We both go back decades and decades within the worlds of motorsport, so it only makes sense that we appear at the Michelin, at the Silverstone Festival.
I'll let you into a secret. He scares me a little bit and has done since I was really, really young. Let's chat to Martin, who's the brand manager here for Michelin. It is a great festival to be part of.
It's an absolutely amazing festival to be a part of. It's our second year here. It's a great family day out. There's some amazing racing, and we've tried to keep in theme with that this year. We brought the Michelin Motorsport truck down. We've got two amazing vehicles, the Tut Hill GT1 and the RB17. So, yeah, it's just a superb event for us to be involved with.
History is such an important factor in Michelin as a brand as well.
It is indeed. The motorsport, the history. We've been in motorsport since motorsport was invented. I think the first events were in the 1800s when in France in the motorsport races there. We've had well over 1,000 victories in all forms of motorsport. So.
Yeah, and the second largest tyre manufacturer in the world as well. This is an incredibly special vehicle, a tyre built whilst the car was in development.
That's correct. So the car and the tyre have been designed together to work in sort of perfect harmony. So yeah, they developed the tyre specifically to work with the RB17.
To a point where the compounds across the tyre are separate.
That's correct. There's several different compounds to ensure that the performance is optimum to suit the vehicle.
It really is incredible, and great to have such an incredible brand as Michelin as a partner of the Silverstone Festival. Do make sure you come down. We're on the inside of Kops, I think, if you are here at the festival. Come down, have a look at the Tuttle Porsche and the over €5 million RB17. It's time to celebrate our first podium of the weekend down here in the National Paddock for the historic Formula Junior category. So please welcome onto the podium in third position, in car 175, Chris Goodwin. In second on the podium, in car 21, it's Alex Ames. And your winner of race 1 of historic Formula Junior, Sam Wilson in car 53. It'll be Sarah Mitrick who will present our trophies, the grid organizer for Formula Junior. In third position, Chris Goodwin, and he gets a kiss. Alex Ames in second spot. And the winner for race 1. And a big trophy, a hug and a kiss for Sam Wilson. If you'd like to get nice and close for some photos. And once again, your podium for race 1 of historic Formula Junior.
Well, there you go. There is the podium from race 1 of historic Formula Junior. So Sam Wilson leading the chase for the Howden Ganley Trophy. And may well feature on the podium tomorrow. Be surprised if he doesn't. Now, around and about, have you had your breakfast? I expect some of you, that was quite a long while ago if you travelled to Silverstone. You can go and head down to the Foodie Fest. Don't forget there are lots and lots of vendors around the track as well. Among what's going on in our Foodie Fest, we've got tasting masterclasses. We've also got the Silverstone Kitchen Light. So today, Karen Wright will be kicking this off. And Bira Patan will be out on stage as well at 12:30. Hawkston, apparently, very tasty beer Jeremy Clarkson is brewing. Karen and Bryn will be back on stage later on and this afternoon. Claire Andrews will be in the kitchen live as well after tasting masterclass from the Diddley Squat Farm Shop. Queues may be shorter than if you head to Chipping Camden. But before we get to that, cars ready to head out for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, and our man Ed Foster is down in the assembly area.
Well, I mean, Johnny, exactly where you need to be, but there are, I guess at the start, you're going to be looking out for these bigger engine cars behind you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tricky off the line, but there's a nice sequence of corners after that, so hopefully under the brakes I'll be able to get back in front and stretch out a bit of a lead. But I don't know, Johnny's lap yesterday was absolutely incredible, so I think Johnny's driving in this car really is fantastic, so hopefully I won't spoil it for him.
No, you're both driving beautifully, but how much time do you spend looking at who the second driver is in these cars? Because actually with these two driver races, how quick you are, Johnny, is kind of immaterial. You need Bonamy to be as quick.
Absolutely. I mean, Bond's been flying in this thing as well, as he demonstrated, as you know, down at Goodwood. And I think it's very much a team effort, as you've rightly just touched upon. Obviously, there are penalties involved as well for different drivers. So we've got a 30-second penalty on top of the standard 60 seconds, so that's 90. So 30 seconds is quite a lot to make up in what will be probably 25 minutes. So what's that? 12 laps, 11 laps. So I'd need to maybe be 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker. So it probably means if I'm behind, I'm going to have to do like qualifying laps to the end. I hope not, because I'd really like to take care of the old girl because she's done us proud so far. But I don't really read too much into that, Ed, because I've learned from doing historic racing, if you start trying to plan, oh, he'll be there, it never works out that way. So I'm just going to get in and drive it as well as I can, as quickly as I can, until I see the checkered flag.
Sounds like a good plan to me. And Bon, what's the plan? Are you kind of pitting halfway through, or is this a closely guarded secret?
I think we'll probably come in at the front end of the pit stop window to give Johnny the most chance to make up that deficit we got in the penalties. But if I'm enjoying myself out there, I might ignore the in flag a couple of times.
Quite right, they're very hard to see. Have fun.
Yeah.
Thank you
All right,
very
thanks
much.
a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
A great opportunity to see these cars at first hand. Everything this morning here at Silverstone will be run from the national pit lane. That's the Formula 1 pit lane for those of you who are over the age of 20. Everything this afternoon will be run from the pit lane at the wing. So during the lunch break, you can move from the old pit lane to the new pit lane, but you can get so close to all these cars throughout the course of the day, and to the drivers, as Ed Foster is.
It's an amazing grid of cars, this, but I mean, you're in the right position. Can you do anything about the lighter cars?
No, I don't think so today. I mean, I just drive. I'm very lucky to drive this with the owner, Richard Hudson, and he's going to start it. We're very much a gentleman team, and we'll just see what we can do.
What are these things like to drive? Are they quite confidence-inspiring? They don't look it.
They don't look it, and I was talking to Max Lynn yesterday, who has almost the same car, and he said his is an absolute pig to drive. And this is absolutely beautiful. But Gary Pearson looks after this now, which has made a massive change. But the Chevy engine in this is quite agricultural. So mid-corner, if you're trying to put a little bit of throttle on, it can put way too much on. So you've got to be a little bit careful of that.
Yeah, I mean, great for the crowds, not so great from the driver's seat.
Yeah, it depends what, I mean, I like big engine cars, so this is quite nice.
Well, let's enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Well, for those of us who weren't alive to watch motor racing in the 1950s, this is a chance to see some of the very cream of the crop of 1950s sports racers in 2 races, the Stirling Moss Trophy and the Woodcote Trophy. Let's find out a little bit more.
The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy celebrates post-war sports cars, the likes of which Sir Stirling would have driven at the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in the 1950s. Keep your eye out for the Lotus 15 that would have been piloted by drivers such as Graham Hill at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and also the Jaguar D-Type that saw a trio of British victories at Le Mans between 1955 and 1957. Prepare to be entertained by some seriously sleek sports cars.
Thank you, Ben. Seriously sleek, and lots of them as well. 41 cars on the grid for the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophy races. So 2 categories of car put together into one enormous field of cars. We heard from Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan. They start in the lightweight Lotus 15, ex-Graham Hill car, but there's big horsepower behind. The Hudson and Morley, Lister Nobley with its Chevrolet engine, and the different-bodied Lister Costin of Lynn and Wolf, also with a Chevy engine. Spears and Greensall starting 4th, their Lister with a Jag engine. In the Woodcote Trophy, it's the Pearson's short-nosed D-Type that starts on pole position from 11th on the grid, ahead of Lotus 11 of Andrew Cocotti. Second in class is the Wilmots Jaguar XK140 GOM Special. So 2 different races, but everybody squabbling for position. Names that we still see around and about: Jaguar and Aston Martin, names that have long since departed. Lister, Austin Healey, and things like the Jowett Jupiters of the Crosleys and Bates and Nerja, which are rare in the extreme. So lots of different machineries, and as we see still every day in modern endurance racing, lots of different sights and sounds and shapes and flavours of cars. From big machines like the Aston Martin DB2 you can see there, to purpose-built racing machines like the Jaguar C-Types and D-Types, the Listers and everything else. And Alistair Douglas, a real flavour, not just a flavour, this is a smorgasbord of 1950s sports racers for all different pockets, from the factory to the enthusiast gentleman driver.
Yes, very much so, and lots of different shapes, but when you look at some of the faster cars, they are very, very similar. Sleek bodywork with the wheels covered by lovely bulbous wheel arches, and the Lotus there, the Jaguars we've already seen go through shot, and then the more standard road-looking GT cars such as the Aston Martins and the Austin Healey's, which you can see not so much a purpose-built racer as a road car converted into a racing car. And this was very common at the time. Racing at the top level was very much road car based. Even the C-type Jaguar, which won Le Mans a number of times, that's it there going through shot now, number 20. That's a C-type Jaguar. That really was a Jaguar XK120 with different bodywork on. Yeah. So it was a car you could buy, drive around on the road quite happily, but modified for racing.
And of course the C-Type, you can see the family resemblance going through into the D-Type, and that then went into the Mark II Jags, the Mark I Jags, and then through into the XJ series. That, you know, that XK six-cylinder engine that started in the XK120 barely after World War II was still being used into the 80s. So it's not just potent, but a long-lived engine. So our safety car pulls off as we complete our half formation lap. Cars will be lining up side by side as they come into get ready for the start of the race. Minutes for the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy races. Red lights are on, a long hold and away we go. The lightweight Lotus on pole position. Bond Grimes starting in the dark green, number 291 rather. Lotus 15, car formerly driven in period by Graham Hill in 1959, right alongside the Hudson Morley Lister Chevrolet, the big Lister Nobly, but the pale green car, that's the Lister Costin bodied car. Same mechanics as the bigger looking Noblies, but a much more aerodynamic body. That with a Chevrolet engine. That's the Max Lynn and Andy Wolf car up to second place from third on the grid, and an enormous logjam of Jaguar engines, Jaguars, Listers and everything else ahead of the rest of the field. And another first of our spinners. That is the Ollie Crossweight Nick Finborough car. That's a late addition. Their Lister Nobly, and that's run by Crossweight and Gardner.
That was Ollie Crossweight started that car because he's sharing another car, and starting in the light green Lister Costin is Max Lynn. So he'll hand over to Andy Wolf, but it's Bond Grimes, the owner of this car. The Graham Hill car, as you say, is lovely. You could, if you put the right helmet colours in there, you could be right back in 1959, couldn't you? Yep. As they go down the old pit straight, so very, very familiar to these cars. They would have started here in period into Copse Corner, and the big V8 engine of the Max Lynn number 8 Lister with the Costin body, sourced from America. It's not a car I've seen over here before earlier this season. Wasn't over here last season, so great to see yet another Lister Costin on track.
Well, Bond Grimes doing a great job at the moment with the little Lotus. He wins in the twisty stuff, and that will help him ease away in the Beckett Sesses. But once that Chevrolet V8 in the Lister Costin car number 8, the pale green car, comes on song down the Hanger Straight, this is where he's going to devour the Lotus. The Lotus with 1500cc, 5.5 litre Chev. That horsepower really pays, but he'll have to get onto the brakes while the Lotus is still accelerating up towards Copse Corner. So this is going to be a real battle. The problem with the Lotus, if you're behind, is you carry much more corner speed, but then you've got a slow car in the middle of the corner, and so it's very hard to get by. He's going to have to figure out how to get by Max Lynn in the tight and twisty stuff, where Lynn just pulls away down the straights. Again, as they come onto the main straight here, Max Lynn will open that margin, but get onto the brakes much earlier than the Lotus. It's a very different way of making a very similar lap time, but the lighter car needs to be in front to take advantage of its advantages, unless as he comes down into the complex, he can outbrake the Lister, and he does. Change of lead, Bond Grimes back in front in the little dark green Lotus.
This is a perfect example of how Colin Chapman built his cars. Lightweight, brilliant chassis, really good handling, and in period he was up against these sort of cars, of course, so his ideas for a fast racing car were to use those special qualities that he had in chassis design to get the cars to handle really well as they turn in to the long left-hander at Brooklands. Now it goes right into Luffield. Will Bond Grimes nip up the inside? Yes, he does. Perfect, up the inside of the big Lister.
And of course Max in the lighter green car knows exactly what the advantage of the Lotus is going to be, and so he leaves the door open. He knows that Bond Grimes is going to want to come through on the inside. He's going to avoid contact because he knows as soon as he gets onto the straight here, whoomph, past he'll go again under power.
And in third place we've got the first sight on screen this year in the Silverstone Historic Festival in races of Nigel Greensall. You will see an awful lot of that blue helmet with the gold stars around it. Nigel Greensall car and another one with the owner John Spears. John Spears started in the other car, of course, and a mistake there for Bond Grimes. A little bit too quick into the first element of Beckett's, got the car very sideways indeed, and he's at a disadvantage now on the Hanger Straight, but then he'll start to pick up advantage again when they get down to the Vale and the Club Corner section of the track.
Yeah, so Bond Grimes, but noticed him being quite oversteery in the Beckett Sess's last lap as well, which is not what you expect from the little lightweight Lotus. Up to second place, the Lister Knobley, car number 152, the dark car with the blue helmet. That's, as you said, Nigel Greensall, and he and John Spears are doing double duty in a lot of races. There are races where they're only in one car together, which is quite unusual, but there we go. And so there's the difference between the Lister Knobley in second place and the Lister Costin, the race leader. The Costin, a much lower, longer profile, and it looks like it's more aerodynamically efficient, and so it is. But the underpinnings, the chassis, the drivetrain, okay, the Greensall's car's got a Jaguar engine, there's a Chevrolet engine in the front of the Costin, but it could easily be an XK engine. The rest of the car remains the same as designed by Brian Lister, and the Lotus is right amongst them as Greensall tries to go around the outside of Lynn for the lead. The pale green car hangs on, and the dark green Lotus, a much tighter line around that tight corner, but as a result losing too much speed mid-corner, and he drops back.
So onto the Wellington Straight they go. The advantage here will move to the Listers, the Chevrolet engine and the Jaguar engine, much more powerful than the Lotus, but Bond Grimes doesn't lose that much ground, and then of course he breaks yards later, meters perhaps I should say these days, later.
No, I think yards, it's the 1950s, meters haven't been invented.
That's true. And Bond Grimes trying to go around the outside of Nigel Greensall now at Luffield, doesn't make it there, but now we'll go to the inside to try and get up the inside at Woodcote. Nigel giving him plenty of room, and they're on to the Heritage Pit Straight. This is where these cars would have started their races in period in the 50s and early 60s. Down into Copse Corner they go, and now this wonderful shot as they go up the rise towards the left-hander at Maggots. Nigel Greensall really harrying Max Lynn in those two Listers, with Bond Grimes nipping at their heels, you could say, in the Lotus.
For those of you watching trackside, by the way, in 10th place, car number 17, the Jaguar D-Type of the Pearsons. That is leading the Woodcote Trophy from 144, the Hanson and Pochol car in 11th place. So those are the leaders of the Woodcote Trophy. These are the cars that are leading the race overall and the Stirling Moss Trophy. And right now, Max Lynn in the pale green number 8 Lister Costin is just starting to creep away a little bit from the Lister Knobley of Nigel Greensall. Having said that, Greensall setting the fastest lap last time round, 0.9 of a second quicker than Max Lynn, bringing the gap down to 0.4. I think that has grown a little on this last time round. Nigel Greensall in second place. Now, the best of the drivers in the races, as you heard Johnny Molan and Bon Grimes saying to Ed Foster a little earlier, have a longer pit stop, if you like, a success penalty, and Nigel Greensall will have a longer pit stop. In fact, he'll have a longer pit stop in both cars because he's driving them, and Patrick Watts, also a pro driver, the ex-touring car race, who's in one of the cars. He's in 18th place, car number 52. He will have a slightly longer pit stop. Darren Turner and Alex Brundle will have a longer pit stop. Johnny Molan will have a longer pit stop as well in the car that he shares with Bon Grimes. So they've got a lot of work to do in the second part of the race. Still 40 plus minutes to go. See Nigel Greensall working at the wheel of the car, just trying to balance the car on the throttle as you drive it through the corner. And here is the lead battle in the Woodcote Trophy. So it's a short-nosed D-type and a long-nosed D-type. And you can clearly see the evolution of the D in Le Mans form. The earlier car, which was very similar to the C-type at the front, with the little hoop behind the driver, and the longer-nosed later car, more aerodynamic, and that's always distinguishable by that long rear dorsal fin behind the driver. So that is your lead duo in the Woodcote Trophy. In fact, that is the top. Because right behind them, car number 9, Ben Eastick. He is in 3rd place in his Jaguar D-Type as well.
The leading D-Type number 17, driven by the brothers, John and Gary Pearson. It started by John Pearson, and the 144 car started by James Hansen, who will hand over to the owner, Paul Potchgirl. And then the 3rd place car, Ben Eastick, out of shot now, but that's also a D-Type, but he's driving solo.
Now, harrying these two Jaguars, and again a little bit of changing times there. So mid-50s, early 50s, Jaguar dominated in Le Mans, and behind Andrew Kirkcaldy. Now they're leaving him for dead at the moment because the D-types are really using that XK engine to pull away those 3.8 litre, 4.2 litre cars, pulling away from the 1500cc Lotus. But Kirkcaldy, the Lotus was a multiple winner in the Index of Thermal Efficiency at Le Mans, so not outright winners, but before they had a class structure, basically it was a power to weight ratio deal and how much fuel you consumed. And the Lotus of Colin Chapman, quite frequently to the disgust of Didier Bonnet and various others, Panhard at Le Mans would win the thermal efficiency, Index of Thermal Efficiency. But back to our lead battle, Max Lynn and Nigel Greensall, nose to tail in very different engined and bodied listers, but both coming out of the same workshops run by Brian Lister. And the Lotus again, Bon Grimes closing in 3rd place, harrying them in the tight and twisty stuff. But it does look like the pit stops are going to have a big effect on this race. Max Lynn and Andy Wolff, who take over the pale green number 8 car later on in the race, have a standard pit stop. They've got no extra time to serve. So if they come in front, they are going to finish a long way ahead of the 2 cars behind them.
And the pit stop is a minimum 60 seconds stationary, so it's not a case of rushing in and rushing back out as soon as you can. So everybody has to do a minimum 60, and then, as Martin said, some drivers have got an extra stop time to add because they're elite drivers or professional drivers. And the 2 leading cars, the light green car, no penalties on them for their drivers, but for the 2nd and 3rd cars there are penalties, so that will affect the finishing order or the running order at the time of the pit stops. And you heard Bon Grimes say the plan, the strategy for their team is to come in as early as possible and get his pro driver Johnny Molan out there. But on the other hand, he said, if I'm enjoying myself, I might just ignore the flag for a couple of laps and carry on. Well, he is paying the bills, so that's his prerogative, isn't it?
And I think so. And once you've got your teeth into a battle, that can't be 20 minutes. We've only done 2 laps or 3 laps, but of course it doesn't. You lose track of time greatly unless you've got a stopwatch on the dash. So Max Lynn starting to pull away in the pale green Lister Costin because Nigel Greensall's got his hands full of Bon Grimes. Greensall and Spears in this car 152 will have to spend an additional 20 seconds longer stationary in the pit lane than the leader. And Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan with the little Lotus 291 will have to spend 30 seconds longer than the leader, so 10 seconds longer than Greensall. So I think both driver duo. Oh, spinner there out of the final corner, and that's one of the Jowett Jupiters. Looped around and got right up to, but it seems avoided the pit wall. Not quite sure how he's done that. Normally if you spin there, the pit wall comes to meet you. That's Edward and Julian Crosley's Jowett Jupiter.
And they're in amongst the slower cars now, and of course with two separate races going on, some of the cars are considerably slower, as going for the lead is Nigel Greensall. He's not being forceful about it. Look at that, he moves to the left again. He could have just cut across. It's three abreast, and Bonamy Grimes decided, I'll go on the grass here. There's a bit of room for the Lotus on the inside. Wonderful racing, but great respect from these drivers for these wonderful old cars.
One of the advantages of an open cockpit there, Alistair. That side, gentlemen, I see you coming. You know, staying on the racing line there, the driver of that Jowett, but absolutely making it clear, I see you coming, go that way. No problem at all. Great respect between each other. I mean, they know the value of the cars, but they also are there to enjoy at least as much as us and the audience. So yeah, it's all about respect in historic racing. Yes, race fast, but yes, race clean as well.
And a vicious little slide there, caught by Nigel Greensall as he was trying to power away from Luffield and keep ahead of the nimble little Lotus, but he caught it and carries on okay, following Max Lynn in the lead. And Martin mentioned earlier the two leading cars, both Listers. They've got different engines, but essentially the same chassis, but very different bodywork. The lead car, the Costin Lister as it's known, that was designed by aerodynamicist Frank Costin, brother of Mike Costin, who was the Cos of Cosworth, along with Keith Duckworth. But the slippery shape of the Frank Costin designed Lister, the one behind, always been known from the outset of the build of the car as the knobbly Lister, because the wife of one of the works drivers at the time walked into the workshop and went, oh, that's knobbly, isn't it? Because of those wheel arch covers that sort of stick up alongside the bodywork. So forevermore it's been known as the knobbly Lister.
Bon Grimes with a new fastest race lap, 2 minutes 24.9. Fastest for the leader, Max Lynn, 2:25.4. Nigel Greensall, 2:25.5. Bearing in mind that Bon Grimes is very much not the pro driver in that car. That is exceptional work from him. Not just fighting wheel to wheel to wheel with these guys, but actually lapping quicker than them as well. And again, that's the problem for the Lotus. That's why they were on pole. It is a quick car, but its advantages are negated almost because the bigger, slower cars in the corners are faster on the straight, where the Lotus has its disadvantage. So its Achilles heel of the straights, its advantage in the corners, but if the fast cars get in front on the straight, then they hold you up in the corner and you can't use that advantage of mid-corner speed.
Down the Wellington Straight once again, and into Brooklands for Max Lynn, holding the green Lister ahead. And just to remind you, that one will be taken over by Andy Wolf. Neither of them have a pit stop penalty.
First of our pit callers, car number 88, that's a Lister Costin. That's driven by Nigel Greensall and John Spears. John Spears in the other one of his cars, and that means Greensall has to come in as well now, otherwise both cars are very badly handicapped. So the team have to really juggle those well. There is the 88 car, so that's the Lister Costin, pale blue with the white stripes, and John Spears has bailed out of that car, so they have to spend a minute stationary. In fact, both cars have to spend a minute and a half stationary. There's Nigel's partner with a stopwatch.
A minute and 20 it is actually.
A minute and 20, yes,
20
you're right.
seconds for Nigel as penalty.
So the car has to be stationary. He doesn't have to stay in it. Is he staying in it? Has John Spears got an issue with 88? Normally he further towards the front. He came in from somewhere just in the 20s. And Nigel, there you go, I mean, attention to detail. Stop the start watch as soon as you get in. Thank you, Murray Walker, for that inimitable phrase. And then you can see the inside of the car. I mean, how fundamental the car is. It's got a rev counter, a manual gear lever, and a steering wheel with no buttons. That's your lot. It wouldn't even have an emergency cut-off or race logic or any of that stuff. Maybe an oil pressure gauging period or just a warning light. Yeah.
And it seems that Nigel is staying in the 152 car, which we were told obviously that they would be sharing that, but it's okay to do that if you choose to change your strategy. But mean perhaps that 88 is in a problem.
Change of lead, and I think we're going to be looking for it in the EVS machine, because Max Lynn has spun away the lead. Take a look again. Now, is he starting to run out of brakes or tyres, or did he just get a whisker ambitious? See how much of an unexpected moment that was, because Bon Grimes had a lock-up as well. And then Max gathering it all up and giving chase again. Undoubtedly a few choice words to himself in his helmet. We've all been there, we've all done that, and we all curse ourselves when we have, because that's a mistake you do not need to make. 5.8 seconds back from the new race leader, Bon Grimes, in the Lotus. Now, back out from his stop is... where has he come back out? A long way back. We're going to have to wait a moment or two to find out how far back Nigel Greensill has come. Bon Grimes is in, brings the car in the lead, gives it to Johnny Molan. Well, Johnny, I led when I gave you the car. What went wrong? Of course, they've got a long pit stop to deal with as well.
So in comes the car that was in the lead, and out gets the owner, Bonamy Grimes, and in will get Johnny Molan.
Now, we briefly saw a stop for the Cooper Bristol of Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watts. Now, that's another of the cars that's got a very long pit stop. Pat Watts, of course, former British touring car driver and a very experienced historic racer now. Does a lot more historic rallying, or has done a lot more historic rallying than racing. And here we go. Max Lynn brings the car in. Quick chat with Andy Wolff. I'm afraid I've ruined the tyres for you, mate, and the brakes might be a bit fried as well.
And we've just had a report that the number 88 car, which we were watching early on, that was expected to be handed over to Nigel Greensill, retired with damage.
Ah, OK. Now, clearly, we saw that John Spears wasn't in it, and Nigel was making no effort to get out. So I think they must have said to him, no. The other car's ruined. Now then, team having a quick check of the tyres. Now, there may be a tyre pressure change going on. It may just have overheated a bit. Johnny Molan in the Lotus 15. They've started their stopwatch on the phone. Away goes Andy Wolff. Alex Brundle, car number 78 now, up to 5th position. He's driving on his own. Alex in a number of cars throughout the course of the weekend, and he is driving another long-nosed Jaguar D-Type. That's the pale grey car with the fin, the dorsal fin, that says Jaguar Heritage on the side. So it is a new build by Jaguar Heritage, based at Wrighton-on-Dunsmore in Warwickshire. And of course, the story with the D-Types that older fans will know is that when they were in build, a very short production run of D-Type Jaguars, there was a big fire in the factory at Browns Lane in Coventry, the Jaguar Works, and the cars that had not completed were destroyed in the fire and were never built. But those chassis numbers were allocated, and a few years ago, somebody at Jaguar Heritage decided that actually it would be a good idea to build D-Types with those chassis numbers in the original production run. So some 50-60 years after they should have been completed, they were built, and Alex Brundle is driving one of those. So he is now still to do his pit stop. Andrew Kirkcaldy, we saw him in the Lotus harassing the leaders of the Woodcote Trophy, and he is now up past them to 6th position in the little number 5 Lotus. Here is Nigel Greensill back out and up to speed.
And taking the lead during this pit stop phase, the solo car of Andrew Smith, number 22, which is a rear-engined car. So Cooper, their influence in racing car design, moved into sports car racing as well, GT racing with their rear-engined car.
And we talked about this in the 500cc Formula 3 race. Cooper started with those, with the motorcycle engine at the rear. Did Cooper ever make a front-engined car? Here's our Woodcote Trophy leader. Okay. In a moment, Woodcote Trophy leader into the pit lane, and this is the long-nosed D-Type, the Hanson Pochkiol car number 144. The Pearson's Jack, the short-nosed D-Type, is in 2nd, and Rudiger Friedrichs now up to 3rd place. In a number of cars this And Friedrichs is in a Jaguar C-Type, so he is in the C-Type here this weekend. And the door's not opening. Old car problems, we've all had it. Actually, normally with old cars, it's the door that won't close that's the problem, isn't it? So great look at the long nose D-Type again with the big high screen. By this stage they had really realised how important the aerodynamics were on the Mulsanne straight. You can see the C-Type just behind, pulling in, very much road car shaped body, but the D-Type could be nothing other than a purebred racer.
That's a boy's own racing car of the 50s, isn't it? The D-Type with that lovely fin on the back, which was added for stability on the long 4-mile Mulsanne straight, which has been broken up with a couple of chicanes now, but it was a straight all the way down to Mulsanne corner. And the D-Type of this era, over 170 miles an hour on the Mulsanne straight, which is quite incredible for a car of the mid-50s.
So here is our current race leader, yet to stop Andrew Smith in the Cooper Monaco. Cooper Monaco, Cooper Bobtail, these short rear engine cars, very much smaller than the Lister Nobly and the Jaguar D-Types that it would have raced against at the beginning of its career. Really pretty little thing though, isn't it? And they always look, apart from they're quite handsome cars, they're looks so purposeful, built for just one thing. Again, like the D-Type, there's no question that was ever going to be anything other than a racing car. Well, here's the C-Type, a little bit of trouble for Rudy Friedrichs.
It's a good sight of the Jaguar straight 6 engine there with the cam covers running along the top, the silver. And a lovely, beautiful car from Rudy Friedrichs. He does a lot of historic racing, loves his racing.
Twin plug heads on the works cars, where it was a single plug for your normal XK engine. So he's got a little bit of throttle linkage problem, it seems. Not quite sure what's going on the other side. What are they spannering now? Oh, they're tightening up the exhaust manifold.
Bonnet down on that, and that's number 20, Rudy Friedrichs, who is in the Woodcote Trophy part of this race, and maybe losing some time. I mean, it might look as though he's losing time, but actually he's got a minute in the pits anyway. But I think this is more than a minute now, so Rudy time.
I have to say, the chap with the spanner on the exhaust manifolds, that can't be exactly cool either. A little further down the order, and those of you trackside may well have seen it, into 7th place currently, Nigel Greensall in that Lister Nobly 152, ahead of Andy Wolff in the pale green Lister Costin. Here is the Pearson's Jaguar D-Type. Again, that's the short nose car, so a much blunter front end, much more like the C-Type, and the rear has got just that small bubble behind the driver. It grew the dorsal fin later on. In fact, little fun fact about the dorsal fin is that it does not run straight front to rear. It actually curves a little towards the centre of the car to give a bit of better aerodynamic balance. Now, they've also got an issue. Something down in this. Are they trying to add a bit of seat or take a bit of seat? There's a bit of blue roll which would suggest that something is leaking there. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam's car, Johnny at the wheel in 11th place, 291, the Lotus, the pale green Lotus 15, that was our pole sitter. But how far behind? Actually only about 7 seconds behind Nigel Greensall, who's 2 seconds ahead of Andy Wolff, so that could yet be a bit more of a battle than we gave them credit for. Things have happened while we've been watching various different pit stops.
And Johnny Molam has set the fastest lap of the race and is quicker than anybody else on track. So yes, he's a few seconds.
That was Bon Grimes, the 2:24.9. That was the lap set by Bon Grimes before he handed the car over. So Johnny's not yet as quick as Bon Grimes. His last lap was a 2:32. Last lap for the cars, he was chasing our 2:38s and 2:40s, but of course those are their out laps, so we're waiting to see what happens there. There is the D-Type that came in from the lead. Now returning to the track in 2nd place. So short nose D, there's Alex Brundle in the grey long nose D-Type.
And behind them,
Jaguar
another
Heritage
D-type.
car behind them, isn't it? Here's the other long-nosed D.
It's like the Mulsanne straight in 1957.
Properly is, isn't it? 22, here is our leader. Andy Smith is in, or came in from the lead. In from second place as well is car number 4, that's Tim Crichton in another Lister Nobly, and in from third place is car number 6, that's Dan Gannon, the Nobly. He was due to drive, by the way, with Nick Fimbra. Nick Fimbra not driving that car, so that is a change to your programme. Change to your programme as well in your race card is Andrew Kokotti, car number 5, Lotus 11. And a few driver changes as well. Andy Wolf jumping in alongside Max Lynn in car number 8, the Lister Costin. Here then is Nigel Greensall. So he is the top of our stoppers, and with everybody now having peeled into the pits in front of him, he is top of our leaderboard, or will be at the end of this lap. Behind him, you can see the bright pale green car of Andy Wolf. So Nigel Greensall staying in. And despite having to spend 20 seconds longer in the pit, and Wolf car number 8, he is in front. So did something else happen to the number 8 car? We saw they had one spin that dropped them back, but that didn't look like a loss of 25 seconds. So there might have been something else going on. And there is third place, Johnny Molam. So we are set, 21 minutes to go, and Johnny not trying to make up a 30-second deficit, a 20-second deficit, or a 10-second deficit. He has visual. That is your top 3. What's that? A 4, maybe 5-second gap between them? It's game on.
Certainly is down into Stowe Corner, and Johnny Molam really starting to get to grips. But as you say, he hasn't yet set a flying lap time, so this time round we'll see whether he can beat Bon Grimes' time of 2:24, but that itself was the quickest lap of the race, and we'd expect Johnny to be a little bit quicker.
Well, if he doesn't, I will be WhatsApping him the moment the checkered flag falls. Don't you worry about that.
Cooper on screen. You asked me a long time ago, did Cooper make a front engine car? Well, yes, we've got one in this race. The Cooper T38 was front engine. That's the number 11 car of Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, but also, of course, in open wheel racing, the Cooper Bristol, which...
Of course,
yes,
which we
Mike
saw yesterday, and we'll say
made his
against
name.
of course. It must have pained them to have to make front-engine cars when they knew rear-engine was better. This is number 6 machine in the pits, and a bit of drama there, I'm afraid, for Dan Gannon in his Lister Nobly, a white car with the blue stripes. And since the bonnet is up at the front, we can assume that it's not a gearbox or drivetrain issue. Something
the
in the other
window is just closed.
Well, that is smoking rather too much, I think, perhaps to rejoin the race. That's a shame. So let's reset. Nigel Greensall leads in 1:52, the Lister Nobly. The pale green car of Andy Wolf now, having taken over from Max Lynn in second place, and he was 4.2 seconds back, and Johnny Molam was half a second behind him at the line. So the lead group is 4.7 seconds apart. 1, 2, 3. Still showing Andy Smith as the leader. He went into the pits 2 laps ago, so timing and scoring might want to try and catch up. There he is.
He is still in the lead.
Is he still in the lead?
Yes, he's at Beckett's.
Oh, because he didn't have 20 or 30 seconds. All right, okay.
He's just going through Beckett's, but the snarling pack behind him that are chasing, I think we'll see them in shot on the long shot down the Hanger Straight. Nigel Greensall should appear first.
Well, there he was. There's Nigel
he's still
Greensall.
in Beckett's, so he's a little bit further back than I thought, so he's not quite on the straight.
17.1 seconds back at the end of the last lap, so bear that in mind. 17.1 from first to second. There's a Jowett Jupiter and the Lotus Mark 6 in front. So, and there is, Johnny Molam has gone by. So the number 8 car, remember the team were looking at the back of it, remember Max Lynn had a spin. I think not all is well with the pale green Lister Costin Chevrolet. I think that Andy Wolf will try and finish the race, but it does not look as though it's got the pace that it had before. What was their last lap? 2:24. Their best was 2:25.4, last was 2:36.9. Now nobody is in the 25s or the 24s. Johnny Molam's not far away, but 2:32, so he's not going to beat Bon Grimes' time, is he?
So they've gone over the timing line to reset now after all the pit stops, and we can see that Andrew Smith is still in the lead by 17.5 seconds from Nigel Greensall, running solo in 1:52, and he's only 4.3 seconds ahead of Johnny Molem in the number 29, 291. He's got the extra one on the end there. 291 of the Bond Grimes Lotus. So this is our overall leader, number 22, the Cooper Monaco rear-engined car.
And he's actually slightly opened up the margin. It was 17.1. It's now 17.4 ahead of Nigel Greensall. The Lotus Mark 6, by the way, which is the aluminium-bodied car that looks like a Lotus 7, but sort of doesn't quite. Driven by a familiar name, not as a Lotus driver. Not sure I've seen him race a Lotus before. John Cleland. Yeah, the very same John Cleland. Is there a Steve Soper in this race? Because we ought to look out down at Luffield if there is. So John Clennon and Steve Soper both racing here this weekend. There's Andy Wolff, there is John Clennon, there you go. That's the Lotus 6, the precursor to the Lotus 7. It was a racing car, it rallied, it auto-tested, it did everything. You could get a Lotus 6 to do pretty much everything. 7 was a little bit more of a purebred sort of race and track car. There is the Lotus 15. A Lotus 15.
That's the one of the others, the front runners, the Lotus 15 of Will Nuttall.
Now
driving
that's
that
the car that Graham Hill drove through the 1959 season, among which he set a lap record in Alton Park, but won the International Trophy race here at Silverstone in July 1959. So several years ago now. I can't do subtraction on air. What are we talking about? 66 years and a couple of weeks ago, Graham Hill was winning here at Silverstone in that exact car, and it is still racing now into its 7th decade. So Lotus 15, Jarrett Jupiter, Lotus 6. There's a trio to conjure with, isn't it?
And the leader of the Woodcote Trophy, which is the brothers, John and Gary Pearson. Gary Pearson at the wheel now. John started that car. Gary runs Pearson's Engineering, which I have no idea how many cars they're running at this meeting. It'll be more than 10. And John Pearson supplies race tyres for historic racing. So they're both absolutely steeped in historic racing, and as their father was, John Senior.
And funnily enough, Jaguar experts, Pearson Engineering.
Oh, absolutely, yes. In fact, they're more Jaguars from the 80s. What is to be known about Jaguars is known these two Garage into Stoke.
They'll forget more on a daily basis about I will ever know in my life.
Their father, if I recall, bought that car for their mother as a shopping car, if I recall Gary telling me this many years ago.
I'm in that, just admitted you have another toy. We all know how that works, no matter how good we think it's going to go in our heads. The class is, this is a Jaguar X40. No, Martin, it's not. Jaguar X40s like that. No, but under unique GOM special body, a Jaguar XK140.
That's second in the Woodcote Trophy, leads its class, as you quite rightly say, but second to the Pearson Trophy. But that GOM special, that was fitted to an Aston Martin originally. Then whoever it was, I'd rather have it on a Jaguar chassis, so they took the body off onto this. This
is history, but if you look at the front of it, it's saying DB. So that makes an awful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Somebody else has.
And actually, Aston Martin as well. Now I look at it from the back, that sort of.
Ooh, a change for second place. Johnny Molem ahead of Nigel. Momentum of the Lotus to dive inside Greensall as the big lister nobody gets up. Now, what's the gap to the leader? We're going to see as they get to the line. It was 17.4 seconds a couple of laps ago. 13 minutes, and they are going to have to make up 15.6 seconds. So in 2 laps, they've closed 2 seconds. By my arithmetic, that's not enough. So Andy Smith may be the man in the Cooper Monaco who is going to end up on the top step of the podium here. All he needs to do is avoid what happened in the Formula Junior race in engine and rear end categories and not trip over traffic. So 232.1 Andy Smith last time round, 227 for Johnny Molam. So now down to only 3 seconds slower than his teammate Bon Grimes. There is the Cooper Monaco. Now Smith, he's getting in the old-fashioned way, signs from the pit board, because these will not have onboard radio. There may be as much information as P1 plus several seconds, and if he's seeing that and seeing that shrinking, well, Johnny's made up 4 seconds on the last lap, but now clear air. If he can stay ahead of Nigel Greensell and get away from the fear of attack from behind, then he should be able to lap a little bit quicker again. Whether it's enough to catch the Cooper, that is going to be a tricky one.
Well, I wonder whether Andy Smith, he's obviously slowed his pace, because he's done a 2:26 earlier in the race, but he's now on a 2:32. But Andrew Smith has had reliability problems over the years with this car, and I've seen him in the lead like this and then retiring very close to the end of the race. So maybe Andrew Smith says, I'm just going to back it right off, and wait until this little green 291 is very big in my mirrors.
He's turning into Copse as Johnny Molam exits the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight. So it is the length of the Hangar Straight between them.
Stowe corner.
Beg your pardon, Stowe. And that is not a mile or half a mile.
No, we'll get a reset now of our times when they cross the timing line on the exit of Club Corner. But looking at the sector times, there is going to be a big gain for the Lotus. It was, what, 14.5, was it?
He took 4 seconds out of him before he got onto the brakes into Stowe, and another second, so that 5 seconds more out of the lead. It's down to 11.6 seconds. 2:31 that time for Andy Smith, 2:27 for Johnny Molam.
And Andrew Smith very wide at Village there. He seemed to wash out as he came through the tight right-hander. So I wonder whether Andrew Smith does have a few little technical issues. It could be brakes, could be tyres, maybe engine, but seems to me to be running very well indeed. So will we see the little Lotus? There it is, comes out of Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. So Andrew Smith looks to me as though he's not using all of the track. He's being very gentle with the car through the corners as he turns into Luffield.
Johnny Molam, I was going to say, had traffic in front of him, but now there is clear track between him and the race leader, whereas Andy Smith is closing up on Ben Eastick's Jaguar D-Type that's in 16th place. So that is not going to be an easy pass either. And of course, as you're lapping cars, the further you get up the field, the closer in pace they are going to be to the leader, and the harder they are going to be to pass. So it's no longer the length of the Hangar Straight, it's now the length of the pit straight here between them.
And he's picked up, he's got the gap down to 8 seconds as they come past our commentary box. So that's 3 seconds gained just in half a lap.
Yeah, Molam 3 seconds quicker in sector 1. Purple sector 1, the fastest first sector of the lap. It will be a clear lap, so Johnny Molam will be on qualifying-ish pace. His fastest lap in qualifying, 2:21.38. The fastest lap that the car has done is 2:24.9, and the fastest lap that Johnny's done is a 2:27.0. This is going to blow that out of the water. 1:15.9 sector 2 for Smith, our leader, 1:12.5 for Molam. So another 3 seconds in sector 2, which is basically half the lap. Sector 3 is very short from the entry to Stowe to the start-finish line. Gaps down to 5.3 seconds, and Johnny can almost hear the Cooper Monaco in front of him. Just the D-Type. That's Carnum 9, Ben Eastick's car between them. But Johnny Molam has brought the gap down now to 4.2 seconds. 8 minutes to go. This is definitely going to happen. He will close. He will catch the Cooper. Will he have enough time to pass him? And don't forget that the Cooper, light mid-engine car, has the same sort of advantages as the Lotus. It's got good mid-corner speed, but has it got the health to stay in front? Ben Eastick just drifts out a little wide in the Lotus. Johnny knew where he was going to go, scythes through on the inside. It's down to 100 yards or so between the leaders, and there is the Walter Hayes Trophy leading D-Type. Is he still leading it?
Woodcote Trophy.
Beg your pardon, Woodcote Trophy.
No, that's the 144
that's
car.
144, that's second or third in the class.
That's second in the Woodcote Trophy, but third in the Woodcote Trophy. Second and third are very close in the Woodcote Trophy. We'll pick up on that, but we're following the overall Stirling Moss leaders at the moment.
A little thank you there from Andy Smith, but he had to go the long way around the outside of the D-Type. He chose the wrong way to go, and Johnny Molam is now just within a second and a bit. And that was the nail in the coffin, I think, for Andy Smith. Johnny Molam had a clean run through traffic. Andy Smith got held up. He's not got the speed through that he needed to carry down the straight and down into Maggots and Beckett's. And now it is nose to tail and a big slide from the Cooper. And Johnny Molam will know from the body language of the car in front, it's his for the taking. He's just got to make sure that he does a nice, clean pass. And once he comes calling, I think Andy Smith has got other issues than where Johnny Molam is. He checks over to see him. There he is. He knows what's coming. He has obviously got an issue with the car. And Johnny Molam in the Lotus takes the lead of the race. Something I think he probably expected was not going to happen.
So Andrew Smith now will look to his mirrors again, and but Nigel Greensall is some 12 seconds or so behind, and not travelling as quickly as Johnny Molam is, so he may be able to hold on to second place. Change there for the overall lead, but...
Oh, and Molam has a problem, and suddenly Andrew Smith is back in front, and Johnny Molam came to an almost dead halt there as they exited Luffield, and is going very slowly. Has the Lotus blown its transmission? Is there a misfire? There's a misfire. That's him crackling and banging his way out of Cops Corner. Whoa, motor racing. I mean, sport has this way of giving and taking, and that's it. The Johnny Molam body language is, that is the end of the race. I'll be lucky to get back to the pit lane. Unbelievable. You can't write this stuff, and if you did, they'd send it back to you for a rewrite. Andrew Smith has the lead of the race again in what seems to be a slightly ailing Cooper Monaco, because the Cooper behind him, the front engine Cooper behind him, is actually staying with him and shouldn't be, and he's barely making any ground on the Aston Martin DB2 in front of him. He should be whistling past these cars. What's his lap time like? 2:32. Well, Nigel Greensall's doing 2:32s, but it's 16 seconds back, so he's not going to catch him. But Johnny Molam heading into the pit lane 4.5 minutes before the end of the race. That is a tough break.
We have seen this before in this race, haven't we, where we've been talking about drivers leading a race or in the top three and then retiring very close to the end. It happened to Nigel Greensall and John Spears last year. But team come out, they know that there's a problem, there's nothing they can do.
No. And even if it's a plug loose that's come lead, or a plug lead that's come loose even, or something, it doesn't matter. There's only 4 minutes to go. You're going to go out and finish 2 laps down in 122nd place, so I mean, for the sake of their engineering integrity, they want to find out what's gone wrong with the car, but it is a moot point. Andrew Smith is back in the lead of the race in the Cooper.
But I don't believe that this car is altogether happy and healthy, and Andrew Smith is definitely driving it with throttle less than fully open past us here. There's Nigel Greensall. Now, you'd expect Nigel Greensall being Nigel Greensall and being in a car like that, to be absolutely gobbling up the distance between him and Andrew Smith. But Nigel seems slightly subdued at this point. He is using all of the road, whereas Andrew Smith is not. So Nigel is trying, and that lap as he comes over the line, a 2:32. So yes, it's quicker than the leader by a second, but not enough to close down 15.7 seconds. And you said earlier about pit boards. No doubt that the Spears team will have a pit board out to Nigel, telling him exactly what the distance is to the leader. So he'll know he's catching a little, but he probably knows he's just not got enough in the tank to close that gap.
Well, there's our leader in the Woodcote Trophy. It is the short nose Pearson's Jaguar. But as Nigel went past Ben Eastick, Ben had just moved up to second in the Woodcote Trophy in his class, yeah. But ahead of the Hanson and Potshell D-type. So that D-type battle, Ben has moved up to second in his class, third overall in the Woodcote Trophy, or fourth overall in the Woodcote Trophy, yeah.
The second in the Woodcote Trophy is the Wilmots, who started second actually on the grid, didn't they?
Yeah.
The father and son team, number 84 in the XK140 GOM special that we talked about earlier, that special bodied car. Rick and Joe Wilmot.
Minute and 45 seconds on the clock for Andrew Smith. Is the Cooper Monaco going to hang on for another lap? Is he going to get to the checkered flag before we run out of time? Is he going to get to line before we run out of time? Just about to put another lap on John Cleland in the Lotus 6 as they sweep through the Beckett's S's.
He should get back to the start line because 1 minute 20 odd to go, and he's coming onto the hangar straight now.
Now, if he's got a stopwatch in the car that is counting down the time, he has a 15-second advantage. Of course, he doesn't know what his advantage might be over Nigel Greensall. He could slow down and not do the extra lap and probably still win the race, but now I'm not sure he's going to be able to slow down enough. He will be heading onto the final lap as he crosses the line. Has he got a misfire as well? There goes 291. Johnny Molam heading back out in the Lotus 15. Again, slightly a moot point.
Well, Andrew Smith just coming out of club, so he is going to do another lap. So he, yeah, as you say, it would have been 40 seconds he'd have had to wait. So too much to try and reduce the race by a lap. So he's now on his last lap, going up through Abbey and Farm. Up towards...
Sounds sort of clean. The sort of offbeat sound of the Jarrett Jupiter in front is rather off-putting, because it does sound a bit like he's fluffy. Might be a slightly fluffy engine in the Cooper Monaco. Here is Nigel Greensall, 152. The Lister Nobly still in second place. The gap 15.5 seconds, so he's got nothing that he can do in terms of pace in one lap unless something happens to Andrew Smith, which would just be another scriptwriter's dream, going by the silver 85 Lister Bristol of Stephen Bond.
A much earlier Lister to the one that's overtaking him. Much earlier body style as the leader comes down into Brooklands. So going to be coming across the original start line with about half a lap to go to the current timing line.
A lot of busy hands on the steering of the Cooper Monaco. I think actually that's probably why he's had to reduce his pace a bit, because it's looking very oversteery. I know that's how mid-engine cars were driven in period, but on modern tyres it shouldn't be quite that loose. I mean, look at this front-engine car with a lot more horsepower. It looks a lot more under control. Again, maybe Nigel is also feeling that there's not as much tyre under the car as there was at the beginning.
And the leader, Andrew Smith, just come under our commentary box. Sounds lovely, the engine, really sweet. So it's if there is a problem with the car, it's more likely to be gearbox stroke brakes, or maybe tyres, or maybe Andrew is just aware of how far ahead he is and he's just easing his pace. But we saw him get passed by Johnny Molem, and there's nothing he could do about that.
Passes 62, that's the Guy Harmon-Ollie Crosthwaite Cooper Jaguar. So there you are, front-engine Cooper, Jag XK engine in the front of that Cooper sports car, whereas the rear-engine Cooper Monaco comfortably disposes of that. It's 2 laps ahead of its slightly older brother. And Andrew Smith heading towards the checkered flag. And and towards a decisive victory here. The Cooper Monaco will win the Stirling Moss Trophy and the outright victor in the Royal Automobile Club Stirling Moss and Woodcote Trophy races. So he comes across the line. Nigel Grinsell driving solo after John Spears retired the car that he was due to swap into. Nigel staying in this car, and he, having been in the lead pack early on, finishes in second place. And that will leave in third position a car we've seen very little of in the race, actually. Richard Wilson and Will Nuttall's Lotus 15, the 1959 race-winning car here at Silverstone of Graham Hill. So Lotus 15 takes third place, victorious in the International Trophy at Silverstone in 1959 in the hands of Graham Hill. And here is our Woodcote Trophy leading car. The Pearsons, John and Gary Pearson, in the short-nosed Jaguar D-Type. Whistling through the Beckett's S's. Saw a lot of these cars racing on the club circuit over the years at various different smaller meetings where they are really hamstrung, but here on the full Grand Prix circuit, really finding some speed. And Johnny Molan, by the way, having left the pit lane with all four cylinders firing, has just hit the fastest lap of the race, 2:24.624. And I think that's about a tenth of a second faster than Bon Grimes set in the first part of the race. So, having just taken the lead from Andrew Smith, the car developed a misfire. He's pitted, they've sorted it out, and shows that they could have, should have perhaps been our race winners, but fate was not to give it to them. 10th place overall and winning the Woodcote Trophy, the Pearsons in the Jaguar D-Type. So here is second place in the Woodcote Trophy, the XK140 GOM Special. Father and son Wilmot's car number 84, drifting out of the final corner to the checkered flag, little flamboyant slide, and why not? Hello, young man. I hope there's some good photographs on that at the end of the weekend. Nice to see the ear defenders on as well. And nice to see so many families here. Lots to do. I know an awful lot of people will have come here to watch the racing, but there is so much going on as well. Hundreds and hundreds of cars in the car club displays, and an awful lot else going on as well. The Drift and Stunt Arena. The stage is live all day long. Music from Craig David this evening to round out proceedings. And cars in the finishing area. There you are, Andrew Smith, our race winner in the pretty little Cooper Monaco. You see how even the car inside collecting pickup from the tyres, getting flung all over the place. Behind, Nigel Grinsell, still in the helmet. Having a quick chat with John Spears, car's owner. 88, the list that he was due to swap into failed, so he stayed in that car. Ben Constantiouris is down there to have a word with our top three.
Let's grab a word then with Andrew Smith. Congratulations, Andrew, victory in that race. And sorry, the marshals are just asking us to move the car. They can do that. Andrew, first half of the race, very strong pace indeed, but it just dropped off a little in the second half, and obviously Johnny was easy to get past you.
I hit some oil. There's a lot of oil down, and that slowed me down. I went off a couple of times, and I thought, you know, much more of this, I'll spin it. I've very nearly spun it a couple of times, but no, we got it back together. Took some different lines, some rather odd lines, but that worked. And then, yeah, there we are. We finished. First time at this meeting for me on the podium, so I'm really, really pleased.
And it's a very strong podium result.
Oh, thank you. It's absolutely brilliant. Really, really good.
Congratulations. Sipping a fine Nigel Grinsell over here. Hopefully his background is a little bit nicer. There's more cars coming, obviously, because we've got 2 podiums, so it's getting a little bit confusing. Nigel, congratulations. Were you expecting to drive 2 cars in this race?
I did, yeah. I've not caught up with John yet to find out what happened with the Lister Costin, but when I came into the pits to hand over to him, there was obviously a mechanical issue with it. So then I had to stay in this one, and we managed to get to the finish. We've been struggling with overheating through the race, so having to like hold the revs back and not really sort of chase the other guys, but we got it to the finish. We got P2, so we're thrilled with that.
Overheating is quite a nice thing to have at Silverstone in August.
Well, I don't mind getting hot, but it's when the water temperature's kind of creeping up and higher and higher and higher. So I've been holding the rev span to like 5,000, supposed to go to 6.5, and sort of like, you're just watching that more than you're watching the rev counter.
Well done, congratulations. We need to go back on ourselves because Will Nuttall is over here. Sorry about that. All rather spread out, as I said. Let's have a quick word with Will. He's having a quick word with the organisers. I'm blocking you, Will, so I can say congratulations. Podium.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, all good. It's thanks to Richard for letting me have a go in his car. It was not nice out there. There was oil absolutely everywhere. Don't know who was putting it down, but it was horrible. I think Andy was not liking it whatsoever in the big green machine, so it wasn't too difficult to get past him in the end.
Congratulations, and enjoy the podium in just a few moments' time. I think this is our winning Pearsons, where we've got John and Gary here. Congratulations, a win in the Woodcote Trophy and a commanding result.
It was good, yeah. No, John did a good job, and I just sort of drove it to the end. Really, I saw that we got a decent lead after the pit stops. So it's really just sort of just driving around and trying not to slide off on the oil because it was unbelievably slippery, even on the straights, particularly the Hamilton straight. The oil was so bad, and on the Hanger straight as well. You're just getting wheel spin in every gear, and the thing was sliding all over. So you just had to try and come out of the corner offline and stay off the oil. But yeah, it was good fun. Same for everybody.
That explains the creative lines we saw out there. John, the start of the race always a bit more frenetic.
Yeah, typically so when you mix the Stirling Moss with the Woodcote Trophy, but yeah, I was just happy to hang on to the back of Alex and watch a long-nosed D-type sort of dancing away for a few laps, and then he was away and gone. But as Brother Gary says, the circuit got really tricky, and it was really about preserving our place with the Woodcote Trophy. That's what we're here to do. So yeah, no, it was scary but really good fun. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Back to our commentators.
Well, we've nearly broken the back of this. 2 races in, only 18 left to go this weekend. Andrew Smith, well, everybody had issues there. The oil going down clearly from something in the Formula Junior race that started today, and that is going to be a factor for our next race, well, for the rest of the day probably. The Lister Nobby in second, Lotus 15 in third place, and after issues as well with the pale green carburetor, Lynn and Wolf finishing just off the podium with the Lister Costin Chevy. And it was lots of families, first and second families in the Woodcote Trophy, with Jaguars taking the top 2 steps there. So plenty of different machinery racing, and unfortunately for Spears and Greensall, their Lister Costin retiring in the pit lane at the pit stops, so didn't get to swap. So there we go, the Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. A busy field of 50-plus 1950s sports racers of all sorts of different persuasions, and with oil down from earlier races, adding to the drama in both classes, in fact in all classes, both races. Early on, the battle between the number 8 and the number 152 and the 291, Lister and Lotus. Big spin from Max Lynn, he found some oil there. We heard from Andrew Smith, the eventual race winner, he found plenty of oil as well. The Pearsons too. Andrew Smith coming out to the pit stops in front. A 3-way C-type, D-type, D-type battle in the Woodcote Trophy. And Andrew Smith, post-pit stops with a big lead in the Cooper Monaco. Managed to hold on until caught by Johnny Molam, whose car then immediately lost a cylinder or lost sparks and peeled into the pit lane, came back out to set the fastest lap, but victory went to the Cooper Monaco from the Lister Nobby.
I'm at the refuel stand and I'm joined by Charlie and Sar. Guys, talk me through what you are all about.
Well, we're all about going for a drive with your friends, your mates, your family. We're all about sitting shoulder to shoulder in a car, celebrating that drive and turning it into a force for good.
I love that. So where did the idea come from?
So I've been in cars all my life, and I think it's time to change the conversation. Cars are essential for everyone that's been here. They're a passion point, and they're really good for us. The heart and soul of getting in a car and enjoying that time together. So that's what we're here to celebrate, and we're trying to get that younger audience into it too. So it's free to join, and it will always be free. And we want to make people realize that getting in a car, having a conversation, shoulder to shoulder with your friends, is absolutely fundamental and should be rewarded, and that's what we're here to do.
And how do you do that?
So if you go to www.therefuel.com, you sign up your drive, pick your co-pilot, pick your DJ, you've got that friend that's always great with the tunes or knows how to navigate, and set that drive and choose to fundraise for us. You don't have to fundraise for us each time. Every time you do fundraise at the moment, we've got this amazing prize. But I think it's all about celebrating that drive together. So once you're part of the community and you've got your garage, you can keep coming back and keep being rewarded and recognised for the time you've spent on the road.
I love that. And how do you support charities?
So people can raise money for us, and what we will do is, with the service department, which is our registered charity, we'll make sure that that fundraising is targeted towards things that are killing us all too soon, whether that be supporting mental health, whether that be supporting fundamental research in heart and post-stroke care. So that's what we're here to do. And at the moment, if you sign up, you can win an MX-5.
And where do people sign up?
So they sign up at therefuel.com, or they follow us on socials as at @therefuel, and that's all good.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers.
Hello everyone, we are down here in the podium area for our two podiums from the last race for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Sterling Moss Trophy. And we're actually going to kick off with the Woodcote Trophy first. So please welcome onto the podium in third position, Tim Child. In second position, Richard and Joseph Wilmot. And your winners, John and Gary Pearson. Now to please welcome onto the podium Jeremy Vaughan from the Royal Automobile Club to present the third place trophy to Tim Child. The second position trophy to Richard and Joseph Wilmot. And the winners' trophies to John and Gary Pearson. So there is your first podium, the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy, 1, 2, 3. Just a couple of photos being taken, and then we'll be able to clear that podium and get the next one underway.
Prizes presented there by my old friend Jeremy Vaughan, now of the Royal Automobile Club, late of Autosport, well, very many years ago. Derry Bell Trophy for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars coming up next, so into big single-seaters. If you enjoyed watching the Woodcote Trophy, Sterling Moss Trophy, by the way, don't forget that modern sports car racing returns to Silverstone in just 3 weeks. European Le Mans Series, so you'll see LMP2, LMP3 and GT3 cars with European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup in 3 weeks, second weekend of September. Come here and support it. Michael Lyons, Dan Eagling on the front row in their Formula 5000 cars, Mark Charteris, Alex Capadia, Christian Pittard and Tom Smith behind. This is a combination of big banger Formula 5000 cars, 5-litre Chevrolet engined, and smaller 2-litre Formula 2 cars. So Michael Lyons on pole in a 5-litre. Lola alongside him, Dan Eagling in a 2-litre March. So a very different way of going racing. Formula 5000, essentially Formula 1 chassis, but with a stock block based 5-litre Chevrolet racing engine, whereas the Formula 2 cars, and there are a couple of 2-litre Formula 4 2000 cars as well from Van Diemen here, but this is a battle between slightly older Formula 5000 cars and the relatively newer, more modern, lightweight Formula 2 cars. So this will be a rolling start rather than a grid start, so the green flag on the formation lap following the safety car, which is RML's P39, their take on an extreme version of Porsche's 992 era Carrera.
And interestingly, if you remember the last race we watched, it was power versus chassis engineering, Lotus versus the big V8s and the Jaguar engines. This one, a very similar thing, because we've got in pole position, we've got Michael Lyons in one of the Formula 5000 cars. Well, Michael's quick in anything. And then Dan Eagling in a Formula 2 car, 2-litre engine as opposed to 5 litres, but lighter and more nimble.
There's that old expression, isn't there? There ain't no substitute for cubes, as in cubic inches, and then all the Formula 2 guys are going, but. In the words of Colin Chapman, simplify and add lightness, and that's what you've got. And in fact, the advantage there is that the Formula 5000 car, big fat tyres, modest aerodynamics, but lots of grunt, so it's going to be like the Lister Nobly, quick in a straight line. The Formula 2 cars, better aerodynamics, better chassis balance, they're lighter, they're nimbler, they're not so powerful, so like the Lotus and like the Cooper against the Lister that we saw in the last race. So it's absolutely a parallel in single-seaters. So is it grunt or is it lightweight that is going to win out?
And interestingly, in the Formula 2 ranks, which are on the front row and the second row, we've got 3 different years of Formula 2 cars: the 742 from 1974, 782 and the 762, all very, very effective machines, but it's the 742 that's actually got onto the front row.
So in the inset, our top 3 in the Stirling Moss Trophy receiving their awards. There are separate awards for the Stirling Moss Trophy and for the Woodcote Trophy. And Jeremy Vaughan of the Royal Automobile Club presenting those. Now, part of what's happening, of course, on the formation lap is not just checking out what the weather's like. Word may have spread that in the Stirling Moss Trophy, Woodcote Trophy, lots of drivers found lots of oil down. Thanks very much, somebody in Formula Junior. The other thing, of course, is getting heat into those big fat slicks, particularly for the Formula 5000 cars, which are not as advanced aerodynamically. They're a little older, a little less aerodynamically advanced, and so particularly for our pole sitter with the high airbox Michael Lyons, that car it's a Lola chassis, the most successful Lola 5000 chassis, the T400 in the colours of Vels Parnelli Racing. Parnelli Jones, the ex-sprint car driver, set up his own team. Very successful in Formula A and Formula 5000, in Can-Am as well in the US. We gather up into 2x2 formation, getting ready to go. Derek Bell Trophy is getting underway at Silverstone. Michael Lyons on the left-hand side of the front row, controlling the pace from Dan Eagling, Mark Chartres and Alex Capadia in the Formula 2 cars. They spread out 3 wide, but it is the grunt of the big 5-litre Chevrolet in the Lola of Michael Lyons with a high airbox that carries him into the lead. 20 minutes of racing for this field of Formula 5000 and Formula 2 cars for the Derek Bell Trophy, and already a spinner. Somebody has found the oil.
That looks like Graham Ridgway, I think, in the Stiebel yellow car from the 3rd, 4th, 5th row, something like that.
Well, our drivers in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, the previous race, saying there was quite a lot of oil down on the track. A number of them nearly spun or did spin, and I was sort of expecting we might find some of these big slick-tired cars finding that oil as well. It may have been that. It may just have been a bit ambitious on tyres that weren't quite warm enough, and you're absolutely right. But there looks to be a little bit more wrong with that car than just having had a spin. Maybe he's got a transmission issue. So it's Michael Lyons that leads. And then car number 11, Mark Charteris in third place, the colours of Ted Tolman's team, which moved up from Formula 2 to Formula 1, of course. Tolman began Benetton and began that long run. So Mark Charteris in third in his March 782. Who's in second place? Was it Danny Eagling?
Dan Eagling in second, yes, in the 742 March. Slightly older than Mark Charteris' car, which was driven by Brian Henton in period. He actually raced in South Africa in that livery. Ted Tolman said, yeah, let's have that colours on the car, and Mark Charteris, when he was rebuilding it, decided to go for that colour scheme, the Tolman Group.
So Alex Capadia, who finished fourth, shows his nose down the inside. That's the white car with the bronze and blue nose and the yellow side pods. He moves up to fifth position. He got shuffled back to sixth at the start and squeezes his way back up. So it's Tom Smith, I think, in the white and green car in third place. Timing screen will take a time to update. It is in fourth place, rather. So Michael Lyons, Dan Eagling, Mark Charteris, that's the top three. Then the white car with the green highlights, that's Tom Smith from sixth on the grid. His March 74B is a Formula B car rather than a Formula A or Formula Atlantic car. That's a category that raced in American National Racing in the US.
And two drivers straight into the pit lane, one of whom is the driver that spun, Graham Ridgway, up at Village, and also in Mark Dwyer with a sick engine. So two cars out.
Little battle there between the white car 771 of Mark Williams and behind him Mark Mercer. That's a battle for 6th and 7th place. Williams just squeezing in front. And here car number 2, Lee Dwyer. So okay, Alex Capadia now up onto the back of the fourth place car. And that is Tom Smith, the white car with the green highlights, comes towards the cameras. He checks the mirrors. He knows that Capadia is coming. And Alex sweeps through now. Alex races all sorts of different machines, but this is actually the only car he is racing here this weekend. He is coaching 8 drivers in other races, though. So he actually says that getting into the car for time on track is a little bit of clear brain space for him. He has to think about one thing and one thing only. So he's now up to fourth place. And fastest lap of the race so far, Michael Lyons last time round 1:57.3, 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 4 for the Formula 2 cars. A little move up the inside. That's car number 2, Lee Dwyer, picks up a spot, so he goes ahead of number 13, Chris Porritt, moves up from 10th to 9th position.
And that car, the Trojan T101, number 2, Lee Dwyer, was driven in period by Jody Scheckter, 1973, before he joined the Formula 1 ranks and, of course, later on became world champion in a Ferrari.
Well, this race was run last year by a Trojan Formula 5000 car that started at the back of the grid after the driver's intended car broke in the first lap of qualifying. The team went back to the workshops and had a Formula 5000 car, which they brought the Trojan, the ex-Bob Evans car.
And very fittingly, that driver is in the number 48 car. That's the car that broke last year. Yep. Henry Chart's Modus broke. And he was slotted into a Trojan, as you quite rightly say, and drove from the back to the front.
A car he had never even sat in before, and a big change from a sort of early 70s Formula 2 car to the slightly, inverted commas, raw 5000 Trojan. And there is the Modus, pretty little thing in Vittorio Brambilla colours.
That's a March.
A March, beg your pardon.
With, as you say, the Beta Utensili with the Italian tool manufacturer Jake Shortland, who works for Hall & Hall, who prepare a lot of these cars, and he's racing the ex-Vittorio Brambilla March 732. And that's the Modus number 48 of the Henry Chart, Modus M1 from 1975.
Different orange cars. That we chopped from one orange car we were talking about to another orange car.
Well, the Modus running in the Formula Atlantic class with a 1600cc engine as opposed to the 2 litres.
And presumably with a little less aerodynamic grip as well. Here comes Lee Dwyer again in the white car number 2. He moves up the order, so he jumps ahead. And that moves him up to, where is he now? Up to 8th place.
Yep, gets past Jake Shortland in the March, which is a 2-litre car.
Now giving away a lot of power and capacity, the March. You see the V8 behind Lee Dwyer. Not quite as dramatic looking a car as Michael Lyons, the race leader. Lyons has just set a new fastest race lap, 156.9, qualified in a 153.8. So he's got relatively fresh tyres, but a lot more fuel on board than he would have had in qualifying for this 20-minute race.
And interesting here, we've got 5 litres at the front, 2 litres in the middle, and 1600cc at the back in this little battle. At least they put the 2 orange cars together on track for you, Martin.
Oh yeah, thanks, that's very helpful. 2 orange cars in the race and then nose to tail. Yeah, that ex-Vittorio Brambilla car not just carrying the livery, but it's also got actually Brambilla Motori stickers inside behind the driver on the headrest, so carrying all its history with it. And again, you can see the lighter, nimbler cars like the Modus here, only 1.6 litres compared to the 5-litre Chev in front, but so nimble in the corners, much lighter weight, much less to stop, much less to accelerate again. And these Formula 2 races have traditionally been the happy hunting ground of March chassis. March were very influential in the mid to late 70s in Formula 2. March from 73 through to 78, pretty much the chassis to have. Just saw Chris Porrett in his blue machine ahead of Ben Stiles here. And jumping back to Neil Glover, car number 7. Neil Glover in a Chevron.
That's one of the 3 cars we got in this race that I've noted, driven by Peter Gethin in period. Peter Gethin, one of the star drivers in Formula 5000 in the UK, won the championship twice, 69 and 70.
Looking at the dark blue car of Greg Audi. It's not an Audi, it's a Rolt. Ron Toranak's first design under his own banner. Ron Toranak, Rolt RT1, one of a couple in the race. Mark Mercer driving car number 14. That's another Rolt RT1, that's a red car. And of course, Rolt very successful in Formula 2, then in Formula 3, when Ron ran his own team. They were a dominant force in Formula 2. Ron chassis very, very influential in Formula 3. But he started out designing cars for Jack Brabham's team. And initially, although Brabham were based in the UK, he was back home down under. And so designs were sent in, not by fax or telex or email or PDFs or WhatsApp, but by mail. Can you imagine designing a car in Australia and mailing across the blueprints to Surrey? Quite a bizarre concept. I think probably it didn't take long before both he and Jack Brabham realised that that was not the way forward and he was going to have to come to the UK.
Nice battle here between older and newer cars and different sized engines as well. That's the 46, the very high airbox of the Lola T400, a later Lola to the one we saw earlier, Gary Lapidus in that one. I think we've agreed when we were walking around the paddock that it wasn't the prettiest of Lolas that when they built these Formula 5000 cars. They built some very pretty cars.
They built some very pretty cars, but both that car, Gary Lapidus, and the car Michael Lyons here, our race leader, the T400, quite a handsome looking thing. The one that's got looks only a mother could like is the T300. Now that's the bright yellow thing with side pods that are higher almost than, in fact I think they literally are higher than the driver's helmet. The cameras found it for us yesterday, but it's a design avenue that's perhaps less of an avenue and more of a dark alley. The Lola T300, car number 72, Michael Coker is driving it, bright yellow car. Where is he? He's down in 28th place. Not a handsome or indeed successful avenue for Eric Broadley's concern. Now, of course, not all Formula 2 cars were low-slung, highly aerodynamic devices. Formula 2 cars started out looking like Formula Junior that we saw earlier, or Formula 1 cars, as cigar tube cars before aerodynamics, quote, were invented or found their way into Formula 1 and Formula 2 and every other racing category. So the very earliest F2 cars in the field, and there are a couple that are very much kind of throwbacks from the 1960s. Looking here at 96, Dan Eagling, the March 742. Eagling in second place. His fastest lap of the race, a 1:58.5. He's lapping 1:58.9 now. Michael Lyons, 1:58.8. But Michael Lyons has made that break. The gap is coming down. It's gone down from 5.5 to 4.2. And there's Mark Charteris in third place in the Brian Henton Tolman Group liveried March 782. And Alex Kapadia, 2 minutes dead, his fastest lap. He did a 2 minutes 0.9 on the last lap, so quicker than Charteris in third, not as quick as the top two.
Yeah, a poor start for Alex Kapadia. We didn't really see what happened to drop him back, but he's been working his way through, and now he's up into fourth place and trying to close the gap on Mark Charteris, but he's 5 seconds down, so he's got a lot of work to do as we watch the two leaders come through the loop and into Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. Dan Eagling just kissing the curbs there as it exits Aintree.
Dan Eagling was coming up, I think, behind the Lotus 69 of Mark Sidow, which is a 1971 car. So again, just sort of at the beginning of aerodynamics really finding their way into the cars. Battle for 8th place here. 771 Mark Williams in his Lola T460. So a slightly less extreme Lola.
And that's running the 1600cc engine. The 2-litre engine of the Beta orange car behind him, and then 1600s again for the Modus of Henry Chart, third in this group, the Orange Twins.
If you wanted to be successful in mid to late 70s Formula 2, a March chassis and a 2-litre BMW Heidegger tuned engine was often the way to go. Nowadays, the 420R, the 4-cylinder 2-litre Brian Hart designed engine, is very popular as well. But again, increasingly hard to get parts and spares and fresh engines for. You can have what you've got rebuilt, but if the engine throws a rod out of bed, then you are starting to look to be in serious trouble. And that might actually be a sort of constraint on historic Formula 2 in the future, unless somebody starts accepting slightly more modern rebuilt engines. There you see a much less dramatic version of a Formula 5000 car. It's still got the 8 injectors sitting up in the Airstream behind the driver, but no high air box.
And that car, as I mentioned earlier, driven by Jody Scheckter in '73. He won the American Formula 5000 series in that year, the South African driver, and from that was picked up by McLaren to race in Formula 1, and of course in 1979 ended up winning the World Championship for Ferrari, and then now runs a farm in the south of England.
Yeah, Laverstoke Park, the home for the moment to Carfest. This weekend, is it? So Lee Dwyer in that white number 2 5-litre car. Right behind him is the white car of Mark Williams, his Lola, with a 1600cc engine. And back to our race leader, Michael Lyons. 1:59.0 to 1:59.3 of Dan Eagling, so keeping the second place car at bay. There's the Lola T300 on the right-hand side of your picture. The T400 goes by at a much more handsome device, I think you'd agree. I'd not seen the Lola T300 before we tripped over it, luckily in broad daylight, because it's not the sort of thing you want to meet in a dark alley. It looks like it should have been in the sci-fi show Space 1999. It's quite a bizarre shaped thing. And again, not a necessarily successful avenue. Well, wherever you are watching trackside or around the world, thank you for joining us. Whether you're watching the live stream or here enjoying a really beautiful August bank holiday weekend here at Silverstone. Don't forget, lots to see and do around the track as well as the cars on track. I know it is non-stop from now till the end of the day, but plenty of action. Alex Capadia in third place now, in the middle of this little group as he goes by Frank Lyons in the Gurney Eagle Formula 5000 car.
Frank was being lapped there, so he's some way back.
Yeah.
But Frank is Michael's father.
Now, the reason is Alex Capadia has got by car number 41, the white and green car, and Mark Charteris has spun somewhere. That's what the drama is. So Capadia had already got by car number 41, which is Tom Smith's March. But the car that was in third, Mark Charteris, the Tolman liveried car, has dropped down to 6th position. Now, he is still going, but he has had an issue somewhere. There he is. He is going very slowly. He's got his hand out to the cockpit. The universal side of my car is not doing what it did ought to. Of course, you can't do that anymore. You can't get your arm out of the cockpit. That would be the traditional way that Gilles Villeneuve would signal that I've wiped several wheels off the car, but I'm still going at full race pace. How he did that with one hand on the wheel and a manual gear shift, Lord only knows. Clear indication there again from one of the cars in traffic that he's seen. That's Robin Lackford in his GRD, waving the field through, or the quicker cars through. And Dan Eagling goes through in second place. So Eagling, the white and light blue machine, his March, siding through traffic. And up to third place now, Alex Capadia. So whatever it was that ailed Mark Charteris' car, I don't think is going to get any better. So he's either maybe lost a gear or two, or got a misfire on the engine of some kind. So fourth place, white and green, car number 41, Tom Smith in his 1600cc March 74B. But it is the Formula 5000 car of Michael Lyons, who started from pole, jumped away from the field at the start, and after that last run through traffic has really opened up the margin. He's gone from 4 to 5 to 8.7 seconds ahead of Dan Eagling, twirling at the wheel as he feeds in the power from the 5-litre engine out of Luffield and down past the pits below our window. Sweeping into Copse Corner, again negotiating traffic. And he's a lot of clear road in front of him now, Mike Lyons. And that's only going to help him open up that advantage. It's down to fate where you catch the traffic and how you deal with it, and how aware of staying on the racing line the drivers ahead of you are. When you're in the quicker cars, we've seen that already in our Formula Junior race and also in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race. But so far, no trouble in traffic for Michael Lyons, Dan Eagling, Alex Capadia and the rest of the quick boys.
If you're spectating on the Hanger Straight, Michael Lyons is passing you at 162 miles an hour. And I think he was going for a quick lap there. He didn't quite beat his time. He was 2 thousandths of a second slower than his fastest lap time. So he may actually take the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. It's the sort of thing Michael might do just to keep that in the record books.
20 minutes has elapsed. They are on the last lap of the race. Michael Lyons the leader, Dan Eagling in second place, the pale blue and white car with yellow Norev logo on the front, and Galice Jeans alongside him, car number 96. He comes out onto the Wellington Straight, working his way through traffic as well. And Alex Capadia behind him by a further 22 seconds back in third place. So Dan Eagling not under pressure, but keeping up the speed. So the answer to the question, will it be the grunt of the Formula 5000 Lola or the nimble 2-litre 1600cc Formula 2 cars behind, has been definitively answered here by Mike Lyons. He's going to catch traffic in the Beckett's Essie, so any hope of a new lap record, or new fastest lap rather, I think is probably gone. He's just backed off the throttle there, allowed the Formula 2 car to have its head. Little bit of traffic in front, he might just be catching them coming through the Vale as well. Not faster in sector 1 of the lap, not faster in sector 2 of the lap either. So the fastest race lap will remain a 1:56.958. But Michael Lyons from pole position led the field away at the start and has not been headed. Checkered flag awaits. Victory in the Derek Bell Trophy to Michael Lyons in the Formula 5000 Lola, and a convincing margin of victory. Dan Eagling in second place, coming out of Stowe, chopping down through the Vale and across the line in second place, 12.8 seconds back, and Alex Capadia in third place. Spends half his time driving modern prototypes, the other half historic racing cars. And this weekend, the only race that he is involved in as a driver only is the Derek Bell Trophy. He will stand on the podium, third place in his march. And the rest of the weekend, he will spend coaching 7-8 other drivers in their races. So lots of close racing further down through the order, some very, very small gaps indeed. And there is the Lola T300. So this is another of our close battles. This is just a couple of hundreds in it as they come across the line. Just outside the top 10, but there is a car that was driven in period by Pete Lyons and either Al Senior or Bobby Unser, or conceivably actually both, I'm not entirely sure which. Viceroy liveried car run in Formula 5000 in the USA by Vels Parnelli Racing. A team that had plenty of history and plenty of success over the years in the States. So Michael Lyons, our race winner with the fastest race lap, and the only man in the 1:56 is next fastest race lap, 1:58.5 from Dan Eagling. Nobody else broke the 2-minute barrier. Alex Capadia's fastest race lap, 2 minutes, 0.379, 2 minutes, 0.346 behind him for our fourth place finisher, Tom Smith. So the Formula 5000 car looking very strong indeed. Frank Lyons finishing 27th in his similar Formula 5000 car, but it is the Lola of Michael Lyons that is the winner. Shows a clean pair of heels to the Formula 2 cars and the Atlantic and Formula B cars behind. Mark Mercer's Royal RT1 finishing in a very strong 5th place ahead of the Trojan of Lee Dwyer. And our race winner's dad, Frank Lyons, finishing outside the top 20 in 27th place in the pretty blue Gurney Eagle Formula 5000 car. So there you go, the Derek Bell Trophy answers for the moment the question, which is faster, Formula 2 or Formula 5000? Had it rained, I think boot, foot on the other, very much. The power of the 5000 car may not have helped in wet conditions or greasy conditions, but as it was, our poleman Michael Lyons showed that he did have the pace in qualifying when it got to the race and drove away from the field. Lots of battles behind in the various different classes. Dan Eagling holding on to second, Alex Capadia moving up to third after Mark Charteris, who was in third place, had a problem with his car and was forced to drop down the order. In fact, I think he retired before the end of the race. Frank Lyons in the Gurney Eagle. Mike Charchis hand out to the cockpit the universal sign of I've got problems. And it wasn't just looks that were an issue for the Lola T300.
Now, of all the things that are going on at Silverstone Festival over the weekend, one of the highlights for me certainly is the auction house, and I'm here with Rob Hubbard from Iconic Auctions. Rob, busy here.
It certainly is, Ant. Yeah, we've got our largest auction we've ever done here at Silverstone. Some 345 cars here on site, 20 motorbikes as well, 90 lots of automobilia, and then an online sale of automobilia tomorrow night as well. So keeping us busy.
Yeah, well, you've been doing this auction at Silverstone Festival. Why now? Why is it this year? Why is it so busy?
Well, the weather market has tightened up over the last few years. We've just looked at trying to get more cars into the auctions, keep your overhead costs down with separate events. And the Silverstone Festival, everybody loves it. It's the backbone of the enthusiast movement here. And we've got all the cars, our normal iconic cars on Saturday, and then on the Sunday, an auction for the Everyman Classic type of cars, popular cars, classics, which are all here outside. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Right, and it's obviously the home of British motorsport, a great place, great venue for an auction. What's it feel like selling cars here at Silverstone?
It's great. It's like no other place. You know, you've got the live action outside, competitors are here, you've got the enthusiasts here as well. We've got the competition cars this afternoon, auction starting, so some of these cars are here, turnkey, ready to go race, rally, trialling, hill climbing, everything else. So yeah, it's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, that's interesting. You've got this captive audience, haven't you? You've got people racing on the track whilst you're selling cars that are capable of going out on the track. Has that ever happened? Has somebody bought a car here and then taken it out on the track?
I don't think it's ever happened as in racing it here, but certainly we pre-sold a car last year that did exactly that. Sold it on, I think, the Monday or Tuesday of the setup days. Late entry with Motor Racing Legends, and it was out that weekend having fun in a Lotus Cortina.
Well, that's the ultimate, isn't it, for a car auction house? But thank you very much for your time. Are you enjoying any of the racing yourself?
I wish. I'm locked into the rostrum for the next 3 days.
Right, well, check out the auction at Iconic Auctions here in the wing.
Great stuff from Ant, Iconic Auctions, with cars for every man and for the slightly bigger wallet as well. And the family that runs that, Nick and Harry Whale, will be racing together later during the course of the weekend. Now, coming up next, we will have our GT3 legends. GT3 cars historic? Well, they kind of are, actually. Postmodern, let's say. And then anniversary parades at lunchtime from our club cars before we get into the afternoon's action, which will be based at the wing where the Iconic auction is. So you're going to go and have a look at where you might spend the money if you were happy to get divorced later on during the course of the afternoon. So our afternoon races will all be run from the wing. We should be finished here by about 6:45, by which stage the music will be happening on the main stage. Main stage is in action all weekend, so it's a fun fair. So are all the concession stands. Of course, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars. And if you're going down to the drift and stunt arena at lunchtime, take some earplugs because the Jet Drag car will be running, and I gather that you can hear that from Surrey. Let's get down to our podiums. I think Ed is going to be presenting some trophies, or at least talking through it.
Welcome everyone to the trophy and the presentation of our third race of the day. It's the Derek Bell Trophy for the F2 and F5000 cars. We've got a podium for our overall category drivers, and so I think we will have all three here. Do we have Alex Capidia here? I told him to come. Yes, there we go, good. Right, Alex, get on the podium. Third position, Alex Capidia. Second position for Dan Igling. And your convincing victor, Michael Lyons. Andy D. Crown from the HSCC, the CEO, will be presenting the trophies, although he is not actually here. Who's going to present the trophies then? Wonderful. Let's get the trophy then to third position to Alex Capadia. In second position, Dan Igling. And in that Lola T400, Michael Lyons is your victor.
Hey!
And the CEO of HSCC coming over to congratulate the top three. If you'd like to get together on the top step of the podium for the photo, a big smile. And that is your podium for the Derek Bell Trophy for F2 and F5000 cars.
Well done, Ben. Well done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Congratulations to our podium finishers. And coming up on track next, we have our Motor Racing Legends, GT3 Legends, a field of 35 cars. So let's catch up with our drivers.
Rob, there's good news and bad news, I guess, for you. You're on pole, which is wonderful, but you have to sit in the pits for a short period of time because you've done a bit of racing.
Yeah, I think I'll probably get out, go to Toast to do my weekly shopping, come back again. Yeah, so I'm the only pro that's doing the whole race, and that's mainly because Richard Mines, who I normally drive with, has had a bit of a problem, broken his collarbone, so he can't drive. Normally he would do the race on his own. I normally don't drive these cars, so he's very kindly asked me to step in. But unfortunately that comes with a rather hefty penalty. So every pro, we have our own rankings within MRL, and effectively every, let's say, pro driver will get a certain type of penalty. Normally it would be 30 seconds if I was doing half the race, but because I'm doing the whole race, I get 60 seconds.
Right, okay, but with these cars, if you're a pro, can you turn down the driver aids and just drive a kind of a more manual car?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, ultimately, you know, the whole point of these cars originally was to get AMs, you know, right up there with the pros as well, to make the disparity not too big. And, you know, GT3s have proven that all over the world. It's fantastic racing to watch, especially the more historic cars now. But yeah, we've got all the drive aids and so on and so forth. Mainly in qualifying, you turn them right down as a pro, just to free the car up on that fresh rubber, get every last drop of goodness and speed out of those tyres. But yeah, they're a laugh a minute, these cars.
Well, look, Rob, if you get bored in your pit stop, come and have a chat, and best of luck.
Thanks very much, cheers.
It's the field away for the MRL GT3 Legends race, and this will be a 50-minute race. The starting drivers have just arrived. Rob Huff will be starting, so will Graham Davison, Danny Winstanley, Ollie Bryant. Max Lynn will start car number 5. Craig Wilkins will start car number 8 on row 3 of the grid. And we have 35 GT3 cars. Now, as Rob said, they were designed to be a Pro-Am category car, so they have things like traction control and ABS braking, and they are absolutely perfect for this scenario where we have a number of gentleman drivers owning and racing the cars. However, for Rob Huff, he needs to start in front, and the 2012 World Touring Car Champion needs to build up at least a minute advantage before the pit stop midway through the race so that he can come back in front. Of course, that's not going to be simple, because the premise of GT3 is that all these cars work with balance of performance to make sure that nobody has a car that is massively quicker than anybody else's. So that's going to be tough. It's going to be fun for Huffy. We're going to have to chart his progress at the front, trying to get away from Graham Davidson's Aston Martin Vantage and the rest. And also then coming back after twiddling his thumbs, and as he says, doing the weekly shopping toaster during his pit stop. So it is one of the Michael Bartels Vitaphone cars. Rob Huff in the BMW Z4. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Graham Davidson in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. There it is, white and blue. A car raced in period by the Oman racing team Ahmed Al Hati, who's currently racing for Oman Racing, again run by TF Sport in the World Endurance Championship. Danny Winstanley starts third in another car, the BMW R8, and there's another Z4 driven by Ollie Bryant that will be in 4th place on the grid.
Audi R8.
What did I say?
BMW.
BMW R8? Okay. Reading ahead. So Audi R8 in third, that's the sort of greyish white car, and the blue BMW in fourth place. Row 3 of the grid, Max Lynn starts in their Nissan GTR that he shares with Alex Brundle, and alongside them, Craig Wilkins, arch Lamborghini peddler, in a Gallardo GT3 that he shares with fellow ex-British GT ace Aaron Scott. And the Z4 in fourth place you will recognise as being the ex-Marco Attard British Championship car. There's Craig Wilkins, car number 8, his silver KT&TG liveried Lamborghini. Noticed right towards the tail of the field, actually, one of the later Fords that were also Reiter Engineering engineered cars. I don't remember seeing that in practice. The modern Ford GT.
Martin, we're watching the cars go past us here on their warm-up lap, and there is no number 5, the red and white Nissan GTR, unless he's running at the back of the field.
Okay.
So that's not something we've been pre-warned about.
Being pre-warned by series organisers, no, that doesn't happen very much, does it? It's sort of like they don't actually understand that there is commentary going on. Never mind. We'll hear from them if we get something wrong. Rob Hall, by the way, there in another BMW Z4. That's the white car with the red flashes, and the Lamborghini of Nick Maton behind with the Blancpain livery. The Camaro coming down the pit lane as well. That's not good news. I mean, the Camaro is good news, but coming down the pit lane is not good news. Car number 241, car number 241. Craig Dolby due to share that car. Didn't get a chance to catch up with Craig, actually. Now, in terms of watch sponsorship, Glashütte, you might wonder where on earth is that. That is in Saxony, in fact, a very famous pre-war and post-war watchmaking area in Saxony, just south of Dresden. And they make some extremely expensive watches these days. Beautiful, but yeah, mortgage territory. So big field of cars then, 35, 34, possibly 33 rolling. We're not quite sure whether the Camaro will join in from the pit lane or indeed wither car number 5, the Skyline of Max Lynn and Alex Brundle. However, that gap remains on the grid. Alex Brundle says was a gearbox issue. Thank you, Alex. Bad news for them, but thank you very much for giving us that. So we are ready to go racing. The GT3 Legends race gets underway here at Silverstone, turning the clock back, fully a decade to when these cars were racing in period, and it is the pole-sitting car of Rob Huff, the Vitaphone liveried BMW Z4, that has the lead from the blue and white Aston Martin of Graham Davison. Behind them in third place is the Audi of Danny Winstanley, the silver car, and the blue BMW up the inside. Ollie Bryant trying to hang on to fourth place from Craig Wilkins, now takes third away from Winstanley as the Audi drifts out wide. Maybe didn't quite work the heat into the tyres in this big field of 30 plus cars sweeping down the Wellington Straight. Huff under real pressure from the V12 Aston Martin, trying to hold on because he's going to spend another minute stationary in the pits in the mid-race stop.
Graham Davison in the Aston Martin behind took one of these cars to the British GT Championship in 2019, sharing with Johnny Adam. Now he ran up the back of Rob Huff there on the approach, and I can see now the approach to Luffield, and I can see now that Rob Huff has some damage at the back and it's catching on the tyre. We saw some shards of carbon fibre flying off there. Just Graham Davison just missing timing his braking point, yeah. So will that be a problem for Rob Huff?
It's going to be a problem. He's going to have to try and last 50 minutes with tyre rub, and that's just going to cut into the tyre. Battle for third place right behind Ollie Bryant in that blue and black BMW, and Danny Winstanley in the Audi, just holding off Ollie Bryant. I saw they were side by side going into Copse. Not far behind is Craig Wilkins in the silver Lamborghini, but the lead duo racing away, and perhaps that's not not a surprise because they were qualifying in the 157s. Ollie Bryant in the BMW qualified in the 159s. Now, there are a lot of cars on track and they were all jumbled up in qualifying, so getting a clean lap was not easy. We saw that in all of our qualifying sessions yesterday. So your actual qualifying time may not reflect the race pace, but Rob Huff is keeping himself in front. Still, just that little drift of tyre smoke, particularly as he goes into right hand, as the car leans over on those left tyres. Even in the slow stuff, you can see it's still smoking. And Graham Davison right behind will have known that. I mean, Huff obviously will have felt the contact, but he may not know that there is tyre up. He may be feeling a strange vibration in the car, or strange noise from right behind, because he's basically sitting on the diff in that BMW, so far back in the car. He's not getting away from Graham Davison at all.
And the BMW Z4 ground up a racing car. We were discussing this with Mike Jordan on yesterday. Was it only yesterday?
No, it was Thursday, actually.
Oh, it was Thursday, actually. That's why it felt like 2 days ago. With Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan's father, who prepares a number of these GT3 cars as well as a lot of other stuff. And he was saying that the BMW Z4 is a racing car which was developed for racing, and then they produced a road version of it, whereas most of the other GT3 cars are road cars which have been highly developed for racing, and it's a very, very different way of doing things. And this GT3 Z4 BMW, a wonderful, wonderful car which won in British GT with people like Ollie Bryant driving, Ollie Bryant in the 79 car.
Well, here is that little slow motion of Rob Huff. You can see the bodywork has just been pushed forward a fraction. It's rubbing on the tyre. In fact, it's not the body, it's actually part of the under tray, the floor of the car. It's not that wheel arch, it's just inside. So in fact, that's further into the meat of the tyre, and that really is going to be an issue. If it's right on the shoulder, you sort of might get away with it. If it's cutting a big groove through the tyre, then that is not going to bode well for the longevity of it, and Huffy might well need a bit of attention on the car in a pit stop. It is a 50-minute race, and Rob Huff will have a penalty to serve in the pit stop. He's a modern pro driver, and so that will definitely keep him stationary. As he said, that normally if he was sharing a car for 30 seconds, but because he's sharing a car with himself, he gets 30 seconds for being him in part one and 30 seconds for being him in part two as well. So a full minute in addition to the pit stop time of everybody else that he will also have to serve.
The pit window opens at 25 minutes into the race. So actually, it's quite a long time to run. He could come in right at the beginning of the pit stop window, and in the 2 minutes that he's got to be stopped, in fact, 2.5 minutes, because it's a 90-second minimum pit stop in this one. They could easily change that tyre, no problem at all, and modify the bodywork so it's not rubbing. But he's got to get through this first 25 minutes.
I was just thinking, actually, it looks like there's less smoke coming off the back. So either A, the tyre has rubbed away a bit of the bodywork that was rubbing on it, or B, the bodywork has cut away so much tyre that it's no longer rubbing on the tyre. A is the preferential of the two, I would have thought, because if you now put a new tyre on it and the bodywork is still in the way, it's going, okay, it's still smoking, isn't it?
It's as it really loads up, isn't it, on the right-handers. Before, it was smoking all the time on the right-handers, so yes, it is easing off a little bit, but unfortunately, Silverstone being a clockwise circuit, most of the corners are right-handers.
Definitely, more of them have to be, otherwise you never get round to where you started from, and then that's a hill climb. And Silverstone, of course, renowned for its hills. Rob Huff then easing away. Fastest lap of the race, 1:59.203, 1:59.273 for Graham Davison in second place. Here's the battle for third. Danny Winstanley still in third ahead of Ollie Bryant, and that gap is now out just over a second. So Ollie Bryant just out of DRS range, if they had such a thing, which they don't. Look at the monstrous wing on the back of the BMW and the Audis. Now, there is an Aston Martin further back in the field that you will look at as it comes towards you and think, oh, the wing's dropped off that. It hasn't. It's a GT4 car, so it's got sort of a little baby wing that's just about visible above the boot lid, but is certainly not visible from straight ahead. The rest of the GT3 cars, they're more developed. They've got better brakes, better speed, and much better aerodynamics. Looking here at another of the Audis, this is Marcus von Oenhausen in his Audi R8 GT3. He and his son are both racing here and sharing cars in some of the other races with Dirk Adolf, another ex-British GT car that they're racing, a 888 BMW Z4. Quite a range of rather attractive cars. Another one of our cars here, Massimo Vignali sharing with Jonathan Mitchell in the black number 7 car, and that car driven in period by a host of Asian drivers. There's the 888 car, so that's the other car of the von Oenhausen family. So Christoph, in fact, Christoph is the dad, sharing that with Dirk Adolf. And I am assuming that it is Christian van Oendorf who has Oenhausen who has started the car rather than Dirk Adolf. If it's Dirk who spun it, oh boy, he's going to get some fun texts in a minute or two.
Christoph did start,
okay.
And I think, Martin, Christoph is the son, isn't he?
No, Max is the son, isn't he? Christoph is the father. I think that's the way around it is. We got this correct yesterday, and I wrote it down somewhere, but I'm not sure where, and that was a lurid spin. Yeah. So luckily spun backwards through the pack with whom he was racing, and everybody had a code brown moment but no contact, and that's the way you want it. So 25 here, Jack Tetley in his BMW Z4, the blue and black car, right behind number 2 car of Max van Oenhausen. And that is the battle with 77, the white car in front, which is Andrew Jameson's Lamborghini Gallardo, the lighter coloured car in front. And that is 9th, 10th, 11th. Vignali in 12th in the black and red Asian Series car. Whoa, big moment for Jack Tetley. And he'll drop away a little bit from Van Oenhausen. Van Oenhausen's red and black Audi, actually, with the windscreen strip of the Baku City Challenge, the first ever motor race in Baku, long before there was a Formula 1 track, and in fact even before the SRO series went there for a number of years. And again, here's 888R. Okay, so that explains what happened to Paul Phillips and Nigel Greensill's Porsche 997. The same Nigel Greensill as we saw in the Stirling Moss Trophy and Woodcote Trophy.
Just to clear up the von Oenhausen question, it is Christoph in the BMW is the son.
Okay.
And he's sharing with Dirk,
right,
who is coaching him in his early stages. He hasn't done many races at all. Marcus, the dad, in the Audi number 2.
Correct. And Christoph, in fact, has not raced before this year. This is the only car he has raced.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to pick a race car to start in, a BMW Z4 would be high on my list.
Well, if it's you know, one of the cars his dad has got, and his dad said, well, do you fancy coming and having that? And we were chatting to him, and he said, it's a lot of fun. Well, yes. It's a little bit like being Olivier Hart. You know, Dad David has got lots of, and you'll see them in lots of cars, got lots of fun cars to drive. And Olivier, why wouldn't you want to drive them? So Rob Huff, our race leader now, 2.4 seconds ahead of Graham Davison.
And that smoke has gone now. That's a section of the track we saw him smoking through Luffield, where it loads up the left-hand side of the car, and no smoke at all. So hopefully that is the end of the problem. I suspect it's the bodywork that's worn away a little bit, Mark. Oh no, there it is again. Through comps.
I was waiting for comps of the Beckett's S's before I really gave him all of that. Julian Thomas wearing the familiar colours on his Audi R8, leading his class as well. And he's in 6th place overall, Julian. So leading class C2, and the class categories. What do they all mean? Well, We have a plethora, obviously, of classes because it's GT3 and nothing is simple. Class GT3A, 2006 to 2009, Class B, 2010 to 2012, Class C, 2013 to 2015, and an invitational class. You've got a car, come on then, come and have a go. So there's Julian Thomas behind him, car number 24 with the Blancpain watch livery, and that is Nick Maton, another Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Of course, Blancpain for many years sponsoring the SRO GT Challenge. It's a great looking car, great sounding car as well. And one of the joys of all endurance racing, whether it's the 50s cars we've just seen or the 2010s cars that we are currently watching, is that they look different, they sound different. Of course, they make their lap speed in different ways as well. You've got front engine cars, mid-engine cars, rear engine cars with the Porsches, got all sorts of different body shapes and the balance of performance. Oh, I hate balance of performance. It's not pure racing. No, but it is good racing, and that's what makes the difference. And so many different manufacturers have built cars over the years for the GT3 category. We talked about it the other day. As we're looking in pit lane, car number 91, that's Rob Hall's BMW Z4.
They think there's something wrong at the front there, don't they? Either the brakes or possibly steering. Rob's reported. Rob is Hall and Hall, who...
Is he one of the Halls in Hall and Hall?
He's the son, yeah. Rick is the dad, Rob is the son, and they will be preparing this car in the workshops along with a lot of others, and also BRMs are their speciality, and they built the V16 BRM recreation recently.
Now you can see above the door, this is a car driven in period by Augusto Farfus. I don't recognise the sponsorship, so I'm assuming, well, it looks sort of like it was an ADAC GT car rather than a Brazilian championship. Of course, Augusto Farfus for many years, and still a BMW factory driver, multiple winner of things like the Daytona 24 Hours, Nürburgring 24 Hours. He was a touring car driver in World Touring Cars for BMW, and remains a BMW factory driver in the World Endurance Championship to this day. So Huff and Davidson now the gap out over 2 seconds. Danny Winstanley in third place in the silver grey Audi, up behind 241, and that of course is the Camaro. In your programs as car, it wasn't car 24, what did it become? It was Nigel Mustall's car, was down as 39, yeah, so Nigel Mustall, Craig Dolby sharing that car. I'm not quite sure why it started from the pit lane, but we did lose the car that qualified in 5th place, the Max Lynn, Alex Brundle Nissan GTR. We'll see Nissan GTRs later, but their car having to pull out with a gearbox issue, which the team have fixed, but not in time to take this start. Or did they? They did. So in fact, they are up to 22nd place. So they must have started, not been on the formation lap, must have started from the pit lane without us seeing them. So car 79, Ollie Bryant. Car driven in period by Marco Attard and Sir Chris Hoy. And Chris Hoy here this weekend as well, racing a number of cars. If you fancy Marco out in some historic racing, I know he's busy with the Calais Wine Warehouse, but on the other hand...
He's out in his Falcon, isn't he, in the, in the Pre-66 race?
Yes, he is indeed.
Sharing with Chris Hoy, of course. In that.
See, cars that you've raced in period to you aren't historic cars, but a Falcon definitely is to Marco. So, yeah, spent a lot of time racing in the British GT Championship. I'm being harangued by Jake Yorath, reminding me that Nissan GTR GT3 is not a Skyline. All Nissan GTRs are Skylines. Another class leader, Robert Aldershaw, in his DBRS 9 Aston Martin. One of the older GT3 cars. Black Falcon Mercedes behind him as well. Black Falcon, a team that is regularly among the front runners in the VLN series on the Nordschleife of the Nürburgring, regular podium botherers in the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well. Good battle going on here. Jameson, Van Oenhausen and Vignali. Van Oenhausen on the inside, doesn't quite get the run that he needed on the Lamborghini, and that's going to leave him sustained attack from behind from Vignali and Tetley in the BMW. Jack Tetley behind Massimo Vignali in the black car number 7 and giving chase to Marcus Van Oenhausen. In the pit lane, the 05 Nissan. So this is the Max Lynn and Alex Brundle car.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused. They seem to be timing it on a pit stop, but the pit window isn't open yet. Slightly confused as to what's going on there.
Is that a penalty box? It's quite a long way from where I would expect the penalty box to be. That would normally be under the window of race control. So they started late, they're pitting early. I think there's some copybook blotting going on here. Now, this is a car that raced in period in the USA, and it was driven by the winner of the PlayStation Academy in the USA in the same year that Jan Mardenborough won it here at Silverstone, actually in Europe. Another of Darren Cox's winners, gamer turned racer. This battle now in traffic. They've just gone by the Ford GT. There it is, the Maytech built car. And so creeping away is the 77 Lamborghini of Andrew Jameson. He's eased away from the Audis. And they're going by, in fact, another Audi R8 LM GT3, and that is car number 22. Of course it is, because almost every United Autosport car is either 22 or 23. That's being driven by Frédéric Laurent. As our race leader Rob Huff cannot shake off the chasing Aston Martin of Graham Davison. Gap was out to 2 seconds, back down to 1.5, back down to 1.4. So Huff has not had the rub of the green in traffic. That tyre rub is a little bit less intrusive with every lap. And he's almost gone. So again, he's either rubbed away that interfering bit of floor, or the interfering bit of floor has rubbed away all the tyre that it can reach. Even laden up through the Beckett's S's. Whoa! Little bit of the head staggers from the BMW. Huffy all over that. And the true pro that he is, using every inch of the track. Davison giving away nothing there. And in fact, the Audi in third place, Danny Winstanley, the silver 70, car number 78, is still there as well. Waiting for driver changes. So a lot of two-driver cars in the race. And there are a number that are being driven singly or solo. As Rob explained, this car should not have Rob Huff in it at all. But Richard Mines, who he does an awful lot of historic racing with, Richard with a broken collarbone. Get well soon, Richard. Similar fate, but in a different part of the body, has befallen Matt Neal, the ex-touring car driver, who is due to be driving in Lotus Cortina with his son Henry. Matt cracked a vertebra a few days ago, and as you might understand, with a slightly broken back, will not be driving. He is here. Henry will be racing the car on his own. Will be coming up later during the course of the weekend. So wish Matt a speedy recovery as well. At least it wasn't a mountain bike in a tree this time. The man who started his motorsport career as a motocrosser has more dramas away from four wheels than he ever did. Pit window is now open. So does that mean that the 05 Nissan will come back in to do a legal pit stop? Or are they just going to take the penalty? Pit window is open. So, again, if they are looking at changing a tyre on that car for Rob Huff, then the earlier they come in might be the better.
Yeah, Rob Huff will have to stop for an extra 60 seconds over the minimum 90-second pit stop And those that are battling with him, which are Graham Davison, he has to stop for an extra 20 seconds, and Danny Winstanley also 20 seconds. So the net effect on Rob Huff is 40 seconds of time loss, and he hasn't been able to pull away from Graham Davison or Danny Winstanley in any great degree. So those two, and they're pure amateur drivers. So, and Rob Huff, obviously ex-World Touring Car champion and regular competitor. So a really good job done by Graham Davison and Danny Winstanley to stay in touch.
In the pits, the Lamborghini of Nick Maton, the Blancpain livery car, indebted to my colleague Ben Constangiras, who's clearly got nothing to do other than go on to Google and give me the information that I didn't have in my head. Buddy Club, that white and red and black BMW, Japanese sponsor, introduced to motor racing in 2014, won the Asian Le Mans Series and fought hard in the American Le Mans Series as well, the ALMS Series or Asian Le Mans Series, to earn entry into the 24 Hours at Le Mans. Still don't remember them as a sponsor, I'm afraid, even if they did go to Le Mans.
Into the pits, the first of our leading cars we've already said about Nick Maton coming in. Also in is the Wilkins and Scott, number 8. Craig Wilkins, very, very quick in qualifying yesterday, but got involved in a bit of traffic, didn't he? Aaron Scott taking over the Lamborghini Gallardo.
Yeah, we're watching Craig Wilkins several laps in a row in traffic, caught a slower car in the Beckett Sesses or coming through club or absolutely in the wrong place. So 2 or 3 laps where he was on purple sectors and should have been on pole, or could have been on pole perhaps. He ended up with traffic in the wrong place. And again, with 30 plus cars on track, Formula 1 drivers complain about traffic when there's only 20 or 15 or 8. With 30 plus cars on track, traffic is very much an issue in qualifying.
And a lot of cars chosen to come in right at the beginning of the pit window. It's only a 10-minute window, and the lap time's around 2 minutes, so it's not many laps that you've got the opportunity to come in. And if you did get a safety car, that could cause a few issues as well. But Rob Huff and Graham Davison, and also third-placed Danny Winstanley, all driving solo.
And Ollie Bryant, he's still out there. Julian Thomas driving solo in 192. His Audi, he's come into the pits on this lap. There are about 10 or 12 cars in the pits at the moment.
These cars are coming around Village and the Loop. That's the leading 3 cars, still very much in touch, all in one shot, which is great to see after nearly half an hour's racing.
18 in your race card is the Porsche 997 of Kane Tilley, and it was Kyle Tilley who was due to drive it. We were then told that Steve Kent was going to drive it. On our timing screen it says Hill. Now the only Hill I'm aware of who is racing here is Jake Hill. Yeah. We weren't told of that change. Hello MRL. Doubtless will be criticised for not knowing that later. Did you bring the crystal ball? I forgot mine, drat. Lead down to under a second. Rob Huff and Graham Davison right behind him. And again, Davison in the Aston Martin. Maybe it is a little lighter on its tyres. Certainly the later V8 Vantages were very gentle on their tyres in GTE form. The Red Bull Ferrari, that car's raced here a couple of times over the years. 144, Chris Compton Goddard in that 430 GT3 car. Now, scratching my brains to try and remember who drove that in period, and I can't. That wasn't the man who doesn't like balance of performance, was it? The man who's in charge of Mercedes Formula One? Is that? I'm probably very, very wrong, but somewhere in the back of my brain, I'm thinking that it might have been Toto Wolff that drove that at some stage. It can't be. He did race in GT3 very briefly. Maybe that's why he doesn't like it. Rob Huff and Graham Davison then 1-2 as they whistle through traffic. What are we seeing here? This is Aaron Scott, the yellow helmet, Aaron Scott, former British GT champion. Oh, and he's Yeah, at 6s and 7s, wasn't quite sure. You could see the hesitation there. Wasn't quite sure whether the door was going to be open or not. And that's why the Ferrari was going slowly. So what has happened to the Lamborghini? Is it still motoring? Well, here's our lead battle. Down from 2 seconds to 1 second to 7/8 tenths of a second. That is not 8 tenths of a second. That's barely 4 tenths of a second. That's more like 2 tenths of a second. A couple of car lengths between Rob Huff and Graham Davison.
And they've gone on for another lap, so they're not choosing to come in anywhere in the middle of the window. They've got how many? Up to 35 minutes into the race, so they've got another. They could only do one more lap.
Yeah.
I think if they tried to get 2, they'd miss the pit window, so they will come in next time. Interesting that they've both chosen the same strategy. You'd have thought maybe Graham Davison would have peeled into the pit lane on that occasion.
Sort of doesn't matter really, does it? He's out on track going as fast as he can. He's dialed into the car. Rob Huff is not his battle. Danny Winstanley, Ollie Bryant, Jack Mitchell, not Jack Mitchell, Jack Tetley, who's driving 007, Jonathan Mitchell, the car that didn't go out in qualifying, but we said hopefully we'd see. Those cars behind him, they're his battle. Rob Huff is going to be sitting twiddling his thumbs for an extra minute compared to all of those. So, yeah, following Rob Huff allows him to keep his speed up and really focus on pace. And actually, I think that's not a bad idea at all. If you can stick with Rob Huff, you know you're going about as quick as it's possible to go. So he's a great yardstick, a great indicator. And actually, by the way, for Graham Davison, if you can stick with Rob Huff full stop, you know you are going as fast as you can go.
And it's worth watching the 007 Aston Martin and Jonathan Mitchell. It's creeping up on the rails, as they say, because that car was absolutely dominant in the 2 rounds of this series in Donington Park earlier this season. Won both races effectively at a canter, really. Jonathan Mitchell, a very, very quick driver. He had to start at the back, as you quite rightly say. He didn't get out in qualifying, so he's come from 35th on the grid. Now, admittedly, at the moment, the order is all shuffled around with pit stops, but Jonathan Mitchell's lap time, best a 1:59.5 against a 1:58.7 for the leader, but very, very close to that.
Huff and Davidson pit together, and they will not, they should not leave together. If they leave together, that's a massive issue for Graham Davison. Now, hopefully the team have seen some monitors, and as well as adjusting the tyre pressure, they will have a look at the left rear Goodyear. I saw the man in the Goodyear jacket with them. There he is, checking that tyre. And here's, oh, Davison going for, is that a tyre change or a brake change? The air jacks are not holding the car up. It is sagging down onto the ground. Left front tyre going on, and it's not the only one. And the car is not being held up in the air. This is going to be an absolute disaster for Graham Davison. If they're trying to change tyres, but the air jacks are not holding the car up in the air, that's going to be an absolute nightmare. So we saw the BMW, the ex-Marco Attard BMW, leaving the pit lane. Now you lose about a lap in a 90-second stop because it's a 118-second lap. Are they still trying to fight the car up in the air? They're doing a 4-tyre change for Graham Davison.
Hopefully Rob Huff's team have checked that rear left tyre.
Yeah, there was a Goodyear engineer there having a good look at the tyre. In comes the Ford GT, so this car, never really the most successful car in period, unfortunately, in GT3 form. Fred Shepherd driving that car. As you can see, raced in the German GT Championship, DECRA ADAC. The ADAC is the equivalent to the RAC in Germany, so it's ADAC GT Championship. Did race at Le Mans a couple of times, the all-female crew. Richard Mize driving a car that was formerly driven by Dirk Muller, Augusto Farfus, and Marco Wittmann. So in period.
Rob Huff just waiting for the 2.5-minute pit stop to wind down.
No wonder they're trying to cool the brakes, otherwise the whole thing's going to immolate, isn't it?
I think he had a bacon sandwich ready for the beginning of this pit stop. That they're cleaning the screen now, so it's still sitting there. We know that the car that was battling with him, Graham Davison, has already left the pit lane. There's only 40 seconds difference in their pit stop times, so Rob should be leaving very, very shortly.
Well, and with that 40-second difference, Graham Davison's crew decided they were going to go for a full 4-tyre change. Now, that would have been better had the car actually come off the ground and stayed off the ground. It came off the ground, and immediately then the air jacks let it sag right back down. So that's going straight onto the job list when the car gets back to the workshop. Davison is back out on track. Unsafe release for the Ford, almost into the path of Rob Huff. Now, I know they are probably going to get a penalty for that, but honestly, guys, wakey. Oh, hello. The Nissan coming back on track, the Max Lynn and Alex Brundle car. Now, neither Max Lynn nor Alex Brundle you expect to throw the car off there, so it had a gearbox issue that prevented it going onto the green flag lap that the team then fixed, Alex said. I would suggest that that's not entirely fixed. That has the look of a good driver coming down into the braking area and finding a box full of neutrals, and that really unsettles the car. If you lose drive, the car inevitably spins or goes off. Now, we've got a problem here as well, surely. Collapsing suspension on the Porsche, or is it just bouncing around a lot? It looks very low at the back. Maybe not, maybe that is the way it was designed. There is 007. Now, where has he sort of come out?
In 5th place.
I think we might have to wait until we've done another complete lap for all of the stops to sort of feed their way back in. He is shown as 5th position. That's very interesting. I wonder if that, in which case, from 30-umpteenth, just as well he didn't start on the front row of the grid, or nobody would have seen him again.
No, and his lap times, he's just done his best time of the race, a 58.5, which is quicker than, in fact, is that the fastest? No, we've got...
Danny Watson and Alan Buncombe have done a 56.6, but it is the...
They're way back.
Second... It is the second fastest lap of the race.
There's some gaps to close down, but Jonathan Mitchell, the 007 blue Aston Martin with the white pinstripes on it, that's the car to watch, closing in on trying to close down the leaders in the last 11.5 minutes of the race. But leading at the moment is Graham Davidson, so he got in and out of the pits. I'm slightly concerned on the gap between him and Danny Winstanley, because they both should have done the same pit stop time, but there's almost exactly 20 seconds between them. Now, does that mean that Graham Davidson left the pits a little early? Danny Winstanley maybe a little late. I don't know. I didn't watch both pit stops.
There's Danny Winstanley. How did he look like it was going? It's a very misleading place to pick up the car there as they're going through the complex, because they are going very slow. I think he is probably going at full speed. No, that's not a criticism of the camera shot. It's just that they look like they're going very slowly there when the camera goes to them. Again, Danny Winstanley in 2nd place. Here is Ollie Bryant in 3rd place in the ex-Marco Attard British GT Championship BMW Z4. So, discussions going on alongside me, but probably also in the steward's room, about the pit lane to make sure that everybody did what they did ought to. I'm not sure how the 05 Nissan fared by coming in before the pit window opened. That might have been the least of their problems. And the Lamborghini, we saw contact for Aaron Scott with that Red Bull Ferrari. The Lamborghini has pulled off somewhere. Now, I don't know if it came into the pit lane or if it pulled off at the side of the track. It's shown as being on an outlap, so it may be back out on track. If you're out on track, send us a WhatsApp. Julian Thomas, 4th place in his Audi 192. So how far is he off 3rd? Ollie Bryant, 4.4 seconds back, but Bryant lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker. So that was the roof of Ollie Bryant's car. I think you just saw getting to Stowe as Julian came out onto the Hanger Straight. Graham Davison still leading from Danny Winstanley. Now then, a little look here at the fastest car in the race, the Watson Buncombe car. So this is Al Buncombe in the 48 car, sharing with Did I say Danny Watts? Simon Watts. Sorry, Simon.
I'm sorry to say, Jonathan Mitchell has come into the pit lane, just come under our commentary box. The 007 Aston Martin, which I've just been building up for a fantastic finish to the race. He's got a problem.
He did look like he wasn't going quite as quick. It's another V12 Vantage, the same as Graham Davison's, leading the race. And what was his fastest lap in 007? A 1:58.5, which was 0.3 quicker than the leader has managed to go throughout the entire race. And he was hoovering up behind Rob Huff, whose fastest lap is actually 1:58.7. Rob Huff, by the way, now up to 6th position as he moves up the order after that extra minute of pit stop. There is Huffy. By the way, Rob Huff snapped up, I was going to say snapped up a bargain, snapped up a car in the iconic competition car auction yesterday. He bought a car in which he won the World Touring Car Championship. He bought his RML Run Chevrolet that he won the World Touring Car Championship in. So he now owns the Chevy Cruze that he drove to victory in Macau. One of his many, many, many wins in Macau. But in that particular season, 2012, I think, off the top of my head, he won the World Touring Car Championship as well. So Huffy has now bought his own car. So there you go. It wasn't his car in the first place. It was an RML car run for Chevrolet, but the car in which he won the championship. You know, because he's a sentimental old thing, and also because he could. Danny Winstanley, 2nd place. Watch the gap, 1st to 2nd, 22 seconds. But interestingly, also lapping quicker than Ollie Bryant in 3rd place. So Danny Winstanley really keeping up the pace in this Audi R8. Again, another car that ran in the American Championship, and that might well be the end of the race, because I don't think we're going to get away without a red flag. Big accident for, I'm not sure which Lamborghini, but that is a bit of a debris field, and the rescue crews will want to get to the drivers. Yellow flags will be waved ferociously. It's just down at the exit of Luffield. I think he's had a little bit of a tank slapper, got onto the dirt, and the wall has embraced him very firmly. So the leaders have gone through, 6.5 minutes on the clock. And who is shown as stationary there? Well, missing is car number 8. Well, the good news is that the driver is out and in one piece. The bad news, and he's absolutely heartbroken, it is number 8. No, it's not. Or is it? Is that the Craig Wilkins, Aaron Scott car? No, it's not. It's number 42. So that is Chris Lillington-Price and Freddie Lillington-Price's car. Their Gallardo looking very second-hand there. So in fact, it looks like it got away from him coming out of Brooklands and into Luffield. And there's not much room for error. And that, I'm afraid, also is motorsport. It is a red flag. It is the end of the race. The race will not be restarted, so we are on lap 19, and it will be counted back to the result at the end of lap 18. That won't change the top 3. It will still be Graham Davison, Danny Winstanley and Ollie Bryant, who will find their way onto the podium. So Ben, I hope he's not off somewhere having a cup of tea and a bun, because he will be needed to catch our drivers as they come in a few minutes before the anticipated time. And I'm afraid for Chris and Freddie Lillington-Price, and abrupt and sudden end to the race. I think it was Freddie.
Freddie, yeah, sadly, and he looked absolutely distraught, didn't he?
You would. I mean, shocked as well, because that was a big stop. Very good news is that he's out. In the end, a car is only a bit of tin. And the checkered flag being shown. So there's Graham Davison. The winner has gone straight by. In fact, everybody's gone straight by Ben. Ben, run like the wind, because you're going to have to get to them. They're not coming to you. I'm not sure the Masters were quite ready there either, were they? The camera is there, we've seen that. Our pits cam. So I'm sure Ben is now chatting to Chris, our producer, going, where am I going to go? Yeah, we're going to, you and I are going to have to pad for a little bit, aren't we, to allow the drivers to get back to the other end of the pit lane. They're actually going out the pit exit at the bottom to go round into the paddock area, or down to scrutineering, in fact, where they're all going to wait. So the drivers are as far away from Ben as it's possible to be in the Heritage pit lane. Do you know, I'm not sure I've actually seen Ben Constanduros run. I think this is something we need to witness. We just saw a shot of him there, head in hand, going, oh, everybody, where have they gone? Ben, they've gone down to scrutineering at the far end, I'm afraid. So, while Ben and the TV crew try to figure out how we're going to join these dots, which is as far apart as possible, here is the result then. After 18 laps, confirmed Graham Davison, Danny Winstanley and Ollie Bryant are the top three. Julian Thomas, Nick Matten and Rob Huff. He was probably never going to recover from to the podium, but finishes in 6th position. Ahead of Andrew Jameson, Massimo Vignali in his Audi, Fred Shepherd in the Ford GT. That's a really good run for that Ford. And Marcus Einhausen in the Audi R8, rounding out the top 10 ahead of Jack Tetley and Matt Wrigley. The Thorpe and Quaid BMW ahead of the Watts and Buncombe Nissan. Grimes and Molam, yeah, them again, 15th place in a more familiar device, their Brit Car Championship. Ferrari. And there you can see various different runners and riders down the order. So in the end, we lost Rob Hall's BMW in the pit stops to Wilkins and Scott Gallardo because of contact. Lynn and Brundle, I think, again, a recurrence of the gearbox issue. And the Compton Goddard Ferrari and the Lillington Price Lamborghini at the end of the race. The crash that finished off our race. So 50 minutes for the GT3 legends, a sprint race by GT3 standards these days and in period. And great to see such a variety of different machinery out and about. Van Einhausen driven 888 BMW, ex-British Championship racing car, having a moment early on. Ollie Bryant in the BMW that also raced in the British GT Championship, chasing up the order. Rob Huff led the first half of the race in Richard Mines BMW Z4. Craig Wilkins, the former British GT champion, unfortunately being caught out in 2 minds as to where to go around the Red Bull Ferrari, and chose the worst of all eventualities, making contact and then retiring from the race. Post pit stops, it was Graham Davison who led, and then a huge accident in the end for Freddie Lillington Price in the family Lamborghini brought out the red flag. Graham Davison, our race winner.
The trade area here at the Silverstone Festival can be mainly found on the inside of Copse Corner on the Copse runway. You can find books, you can find toys, you can find clothes, and you can also find a brand new brand to the world of auto care. Griot's Garage, not a new brand in total, Jason, but a new brand to the UK.
It is. Thank you so much for having us. So we've been a family-owned business for 35 years. We manufacture a line of car care products, everything from waxes, polishes, cleaning for interior and exterior. And our products are going to be available at griotsgarage.co.uk starting January 1st.
And why have you decided to partner with the Silverstone Festival?
Great question. So Nick and Richard Griot, the founders, avid vintage racers. That's Richard Griot racing Bruce McLaren's Can-Am car. They've always dreamt of coming here. We've known of Silverstone Festival for a long time, but we wanted to wait till we were ready to be here.
And you were telling me that to enter the UK market has taken a while to become compliant?
We've spent the last 2 years working through regulatory to make sure our products are compliant. So we didn't want to rush them to market. We wanted to make sure that when the time was right, we were ready. We're ready, and that's why we're here at Silverstone.
And these are products that you're creating at home in America?
They are. We have 4 full-time in-house chemists. We mix, bottle, label everything ourselves. So it's fantastic products.
And of course, car care, auto clubs, and classic cars to play with.
They are.
Look.
Let's send you away with a parting gift. That's one of our ultra plush microfibers. Great on paint, works on lenses, glasses, anything, but give that a shot and see what you think.
And I'm taking it to bed tonight because it is so very soft. Looks like we've got a bit of a spot on the lens. Hang on.
Right, we're midway through the action here this morning. In fact, we've almost completed our morning's racing. One more race before the lunchtime break. So if you are down in the infield area, don't forget that as well as entertainment in the drift and stunt area and on the main stage, our Foodie Fest is in full effect. And what's the time now? 10 minutes from now, Bryn Piratappen will be on stage in the kitchen live. Karen Wright and Bryn will be going through the morning, and then Claire Andrews moves in during the course of the afternoon, tasting masterclasses in the tent throughout the course of the day. And don't forget, on the stage later on this afternoon, there will be plenty of music, and the headline act this evening will be the great Craig David. What a Saturday night special for you here at Silverstone. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful evening as well. So got plenty going on during the course of the day on the main stage. Sapphire, the opening act at 6:45. That should be just as we are ushering the final cars off the track. And from 8 o'clock, Craig David will be DJing and performing. So with TS5, good stuff to round out day 2 of the Silverstone Festival, the first day of racing. If you're planning on only being here for the day, absolutely. If you're here for the full weekend, if you're camping, staying nearby, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. There'll be plenty more racing. One more race to come up this morning, and that will be the Masters Legends Formula 1 cars, which will be running out from the Heritage Pit Lane, or the pit lane as they used to call it before they built the wing. This afternoon, all the action comes out from the wing. Cars will be back on track from 2 p.m. and everything will be coming out of the modern Formula 1 pit lane. So during the course of the day, you can head down there. And don't forget, when you're down at the wing, there is the Formula 1 Champions Car Collection, celebrating the 75 years of Formula 1, the first ever World Championship Grand Prix, of course, here at Silverstone in 1950. So let's find out a little bit more about the Formula 1 cars on display here.
Well, what an amazing sight this is. As I stand here at the World Champions Collection here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival, looking along the line of 34 World Championship winning cars and vehicles. I'm going to take you through some of them, but I thought I'd start right here, where it all began. Back in 1950, Formula 1 was born, and it was this car. It was the Alfa Romeo 158 that kicked everything off. The very first World Championship winning car in Formula 1 history. And I want to make a quick point here of showing the size of this car. And remember it, I'm going to pace it out. When we get to the other end, I'm going to compare it to a modern day car. So check this out. Look, 1, 2, 3, just over 3 large paces from rear to the front of a Formula 1 car back in 1950. Let's start a walk down the line, and I'll show you some of the amazing machinery, and we'll get to what a modern day Formula 1 car looks like in comparison. So let's start. We go through the 50s then with these cars that, yeah, they look like 1950s cars. They look like evolutions of road-going sports cars to some extent. Clearly no wings on the cars at this point. These are just engines in the back or in the front in some of them of these big, powerful, noisy cars. No slick tyres, very thin tyres actually, very, very low grip. Way more power than they had grip back in these days. Coming through the late 50s, we get into the 60s, where the 60s, a very, very successful period for British Formula One drivers. I mean, even back in 1958 was Mike Hawthorne, the first British Formula One driver in history that won in that Ferrari. But then we go through the 60s with more and more British winners. We've got Graham Hill here in 1962. We've got Jim Clark in 1963. John Surtees in 64. What a wonderful time for British Formula One drivers. Surtees wheels, 2 wheels and 4 wheels, of course, the only guy to win world championships in both of those 2 vehicles. Jack Brabham in 66, Denny Hulme in 67. You can start to see now the car's just starting to evolve into what we might say looks more like a bespoke racing car with very narrow sort of monocoques that the drivers sit in, with suspension and wheels extruded to the outside, no enclosed bodywork like we've seen in previous eras. But these are very, very loud, fast, aggressive, angry cars. Massive engines all now starting to appear in the rear of the car, of course. This one here, Fittipaldi's John Player Special liveried Lotus. One of the most iconic liveries, I would say, from Formula One history, that one. Coming into this one, look, Jackie Stewart, another British winner, of course. This is his 1973 Tyrrell 006. This was a car that really started to change the way that Formula One cars looked. You can tell by the size of the front and rear wings starting to emerge, and as we go through the 70s, those wings just get bigger and bigger and bigger, don't they? The tyres are getting wider and wider. Slick tyres now starting to appear, massively transforming the amount of grip on these cars. Another John Player Special liveried car, the McLaren of Jody Scheckter back in 79. That was an amazing success for McLaren back then. And then we get into some really powerful turbocharged cars of the 1980s. I think a great era for Formula One. Alain Prost's McLaren MP4B. We get into the Williams here, Nelson Piquet. Ayrton Senna, one of the greatest drivers in Formula One history. Here's his McLaren MP44. This car changed the game for Formula One. The first fully carbon fibre monocoque car. This is an unbelievable car that once it was introduced all the way back in 1988, and by the way, won 15 out of the 16 Grand Prix this car entered, it changed everything because every single Formula One car today now has a carbon fibre monocoque. It started back there with McLaren. Now I want to get you through this era, not because they're not interesting. The 90s cars were all amazing. You can see how intricate some of these aerodynamics are starting to appear. But I want to get you to this one right here. Because for me, on a personal note, when I began working at McLaren all the way back, this is the 1999 car of Mika Hakkinen. This was the first car McLaren let me loose on as a young mechanic back in my 20s. It was a special car for me. It was also a special one for Mika Hakkinen because he won the 99 World Championship in it. An amazing bit of kit. Brings back so many powerful memories for me, that one. Let's bring you on to the modern era, because things are getting really interesting here. We've got a nice collection, by the way, of unbelievable statues by the legendary Paul Oz, some paintings as well, just to commemorate some of these world champions. It really is quite a sight to behold. And then we get to what is probably, in fact, definitely my favourite car of the entire collection, because this is the one that I'm proud to say I was part of Lewis Hamilton's championship winning team back in 2008 with this very car, the MP423, the first of Lewis's 7 World Championship winning cars, and this was it. I've got so many special connections with this car. It kick-started a legacy for Lewis Hamilton. It kick-started a successful career in my world, in the engineering sense of Formula One too. That one is really, really special. Let's bring you down to the far end, because I want to give you that size comparison of the modern Formula One car as we look back along the line. Remember, all the way back there in 1950, that's where it all began. I told you it was 3 paces, didn't I, from rear to front. Let's compare that to a modern Formula One car. This is Max Verstappen's Red Bull of the modern era, and if I pace this one out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces. Just look at the difference. These cars are massive now compared to where it all began all those years ago, back in 1950, with a little Alfa Romeo.
Well, if you want to go down to the wing, to the current Formula One pit lane, it's a great opportunity to see all those cars up close. Over 75 years, there have been 34 different world champions and a car representing each of those. And in fact, there is a two-wheel device as well, because John Surtees was a world champion on two wheels before he was a world champion on four wheels. So one of his championship-winning Augusta motorcycles is down there as well. The final race to come out of the pit lane below us here, the Heritage pit lane, will be the 66 to 85, the Cosworth era Formula One cars run by Masters Racing Legends. That will be at 1:20 after the lunch break, and then at 2 o'clock from the wing, Masters Endurance Legends, the Supercar Driver Parade later on, and then we get into the 60s. Pre-66 touring cars in the Transatlantic Trophy, historic Grand Prix cars with the pre-66 Grand Prix, and the International Trophy for classic GT cars, also pre-1966. And then heading into, well, possibly not the sunset actually, because it is August Bank Holiday weekend, but certainly into the evening will be race 10, the final race today, Masters Group C cars, and that will be kicking off at 6:20. So lots and lots of entertainment through the course of the day on track, but as it goes a little bit quieter for the moment, turn your eyes to the infield. Plenty of food and drink at the concession stands. Don't forget, if you do have a designated driver, stay away from some of the beer tents, if not all of them. So a chance to get fed and watered and see some of the other entertainment. And if you want to talk to the teams and drivers, then you will be very warmly received. Now then, there has been a change in the MRL Legends GT3 race because of a short penalty. The man who was ahead at the flag, Ben, is no longer the winner. So in the top three, Danny Winstanley is our race winner. Graham Davison is now in second place, and third place remains Ollie Bryant. Over to you.
Let's get our podium underway then for the MRL GT3 Legends race. It ended under red flag just a few moments ago. And as Martin said, we had a change in our result. Not for third position. Ollie Bryant in third position in his Z4. Please take to the podium. But due to a short pit stop, Graham Davidson in second position, unfortunately. But fortunately, Danny Winstanley inherits the victory. Please welcome to the podium Pierre-Antoine Lecouteur, CEO of the Racing Legends organisation, the Masters Racing Legends. And he presents the trophies to our top two and to our winner once again, Danny Winstanley. We'll just get a couple of photos, celebrations, and then I think we'll have a chat with Danny, because those vehicles are pretty cool to see out on circuit. Danny, come and stand on my red X, because apparently that's the place to stand. Inherited the victory, but still, great fun to be out there in cars that make me feel old.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever raced GT3 before, and I've only driven the car 4 times since we've had it, so I'm made up with a win. I got punted off and lost a few seconds in the race as well, so if he did do the pit stop, it would have been very tight at the line, I think, so no, I'm made up.
And very, very different levels, so as we got to the later part of the race, traffic was becoming a real issue as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just hard. I think obviously they're racing their own race, so you've got to respect that. But no, I did get forced off a couple of times, and I think they probably had the similar issues. So no, I'm pleased that I finished.
Well, and you finished with the big trophy. Congratulations to Danny Winstanley. So that is the end of our action down here in the national pits. Everything moves to the international pits for this afternoon's race action. So if you do want to be part of the podiums or indeed the collecting areas, it's heading down to the wing. And for the moment, commentary takes a break and we head over back to Silverstone Radio.
Very much. You are listening to Silverstone 87.7, and hello to you. It's the lunch break. I'm here joined with Rob, Rob, you are an expert. You know everything that's going on. How's your day been so far?
Now that's pressure straight away, isn't it? I don't know. I'm listening to the guys on the commentary, and I think they know a heck of a lot, Martin and the team. And thank you to them. But it's been a great morning. The weather has been superb out and about, and getting out to talk to the owners of some of the vehicles that we're going to see out on track in a minute has been an absolute pleasure. They are so enthusiastic, and we're going to hear from some of them in a moment. But to walk around amongst some of these cars that are just so well prepared, so well looked after, it's just an absolute pleasure. And what we're going to see on track are a collection of cars from all different sorts. But the first one I'm going to bring up is the Mazda MX-5, a car that you know, I'm sure, is one of the most popular sports cars on the British roads. And I think they were aiming for just under 188 cars, MX-5s on track. And the MX-5's been around for quite a few years now, over 30 years. And some of them, the early ones with the pop-up lights were there. You've also got some of the more modern ones. There are 180 of them. We can see them out on track now. There's quite a lot. And I got to speaking to someone from the MX-5 club who was incredibly enthusiastic and very pleased to speak to me. So I'm here with one of the largest car clubs, the MX-5 Owners Club, and I've got Ian. Ian, you've got loads of MX-5s. How many are you expecting across the weekend?
Well, there's a lot coming this weekend. We've got about 190, I think, coming, which is quite a lot. I don't know how we're going to park them all because there's quite a lot to fit in.
Excellent. So when we see them out on parade, I believe the Mark III is the anniversary, the kind of special one this year.
Yes, it's been 20 years since the Mark III. Everybody can't believe that it's been 20 years since Mark III. It's also been 10 years from the Mark IV. But the anniversary parade is also recognising, because we weren't able to do it last year because of the weather, but it's also recognising 30 years of the MX-5 Owners Club and 35 years of the MX-5 altogether. So there's a lot sort of built into this weekend here, so a lot to celebrate.
So the MX-5s are incredibly popular. There's lots of them, you've already said, nearly 200 going to be turning up this weekend. What makes them so popular? What do you love about them?
It's the driving experience. The car does sort of so much for so many people, but at the core of it, it's just the pure engineering of this car and how it drives. I think any petrol head, any driver, if you get into an MX-5, you just understand it, and it just is such a joy. It does everything you wanted to do, and it just handles so well, and that way, that's what its major appeal is. And after that, it's a sports car. You can be convertible. It does everything that a sports car needs to do, and I think that's its general appeal. It's just such a good thing for everybody. Yeah.
So it's really the sort of thing that if you're interested in getting into classic and sports cars, it's almost a good starter way to get into it, because it's quite forgiving and quite useful. So tell me a little bit about your specific car. I haven't asked you that yet, but which one is your specific car?
Well, I'm the van, because I have to manage the whole show. But my car, I've got a very, very early Mark I. It's one of the first 1,000 cars. It's a Japanese import because all the first ones were in Japan, and it's 1989, very early in 89, and she's great. And it's the purest form of the whole ingredients of the MX-5 in that. So she's needing a bit of restoration these days. She's look after her. But the good thing is parts are still available. Mazda have committed to making sure parts are still available for the car. There's a good aftermarket scene in the thing. Obviously, the club, we've got lots of parts suppliers and contacts and discounts and things like that for people for keeping them on the road, and insurance as well. We've got a specific insurance policy just to keep everybody going as well. They're totally designed to keep the classic cars on the road as well. So as a package for the whole thing, really accessible, really easy to get into, and not expensive as well, although the Mark I's are creeping up in value now as well.
So if you're interested in getting this, get down to the MX-5 Owners Club stand. It's really very impressive in comparison to some of the other club stands. Loads of cars here, and you can find out all the information from Ian and the team. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
So, Rob, I mean, these cars going around right now, they look very tranquil. It looks nice, a nice slow kind of lap of the track. But what's it like when it comes to racing them?
Yeah, these, as well as Ian's just said, them being one of the most popular cars on the road as a sports car, there is a massive racing scene of these cars. Because they are so accessible, they're not that expensive to buy. Now, there is no such thing as cheap motorsport. And I know off air we've been talking about the cost of racing cars and things like that. These cars are a little bit more affordable. You can do a season on about £10,000 to £12,000 buying one of these cars and racing them. So they're incredibly popular. You get big grids. Some of the grids have reserved. So with clubs like MSVR, BRSCC, 750 Motor Club, you see the MX-5s out a lot. Also, if any of you are a fan of some of those kind of films where they modify some of these cars and those kind of things, you see a lot of these MX-5s. There's a big modification scene in them. People putting big wheel arches on them, Larry paint and that kind of thing. And there is a big scene around these cars. They are one of the most popular classic cars on the road today.
Yeah, it's beautiful to look at, and I'm sure, you know, being able to go round on the track is like some people's bucket list moment. What is it like when you get to go round the track?
Oh, going around the track is awesome. I'm lucky enough to have done many laps around Silverstone, often in boring things like minibuses doing tours. But what you can see what I love is watching this and looking at people leaning out over the top of their convertible car with their mobile phone, and we can see some of them on the screen now, and they're leaning over the top and getting their photos. And you know, they are treading on the tyre marks of the great drivers. Yes. You know, we've talked about 75 years of Formula One, and it all started here at Silverstone. And they are driving around the track that has seen the likes of Fangio, Sterling Moss, Niki Lauda, James Hunt, Nigel Mansell, Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, etc, etc, etc. They've all been successful here. And so to take your own road car out, they're then going to drive out of here, go to Tesco's and go home in that car, but to actually take it on the track. Well, you know, you can't go to Man United and go and kick a ball around the pitch there, or your own football with your kids there, but you're actually getting a chance to do it here at Silverstone at the festival. So for these owners, and as we can see there's a lot of them, this is a really special opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been out actually today trying to speak to some of the other people and some of the other things going off, and I spoke to a car club with a difference. Well, if it's on four wheels, you are sure to see it on track at the Silverstone Festival, and I genuinely mean that. Anything on four wheels. I'm stood in front of one of the vehicles you'll spot over the weekend, but these ones haven't really got a fast top speed. It's a tractor. Neil, tell me, what is this?
This is our little stand. This is Northbuck's Vintage Tractors. We've come here. All of the tractors here today are related to cars in some means. Fiat to Fords and everything else, really. There's kids areas. We're all manned. We're ready to tell you everything all about it. So come and see us.
Describe what it looks like for people that might not have spotted this stand yet.
But you can't miss it. We're on the top of the bank, and we're covered in tractors. Very large ones as well, brand spanking new ones, and some that are 100 years old. So come and see us, learn about them.
What is it that you love about tractors?
Well, I'm a country lad, and I grew up with some of these and working on them and all that. Hence why I own a few, and I'd still go out and do a proper day's work.
And what is the link then between cars and tractors?
For some of the mates, you know, you've got Leyland, they make cars as well. Lorries, we've got David Brown, so they've got the Aston Martin part of that. There's Fiat here, there's Renault.
Which one of these is the fastest tractor? How fast do they go?
The modern ones now, the one down there, the 2 millionth one, which is all done in psychedelic colours, she'll do 55, nearly 60.
Wow.
With 18 tonne behind it. The next one down, you've got the Unimults, which are Mercedes. They'll do 55. They've got air brakes, same class. Everything modern these days will do nearly 60 mile an hour.
The tractor is not to be underestimated, is it?
No, it certainly isn't.
Which one is your favourite?
Probably the Fordson Major, because that's what I own, and followed by close at the Grey Fergie, which is also down there, which is mine. We've buried in the ground so the kids can come and have a picture on it. Put a pound in the pot for us because we're collecting for Willing Hospice as well. So.
And just finally, what else have you enjoyed if you've had time whilst you've been at the festival?
I've been round and had a walk around the stands. They're all fantastic. Everyone seems to be really happy, and again, just come and have a walk round and enjoy it. I've not seen many of the classic cars because I haven't had a chance to get over there. But from where I'm standing, there seems to be an awful lot of them, so go and enjoy yourselves.
And Amelia did enjoy herself over there as well. She's now she's had to leave the studio because she's had to rush out to go and do another interview outside. So it's all a bit mix and match here at the moment. And can I just say as well that the Fordson that he was talking about, I restored a Ford, or had a Fordson restored that was my father-in-law's, and it was in a bit of a state. So it's now been repainted in blue and so on and so on, and it goes to shows down in Cornwall and Devon. So there you go.
There's quite a following following, isn't there, for the old vintage and
There is a
classic
bit.
tractors?
There is a bit. Yeah. So cars on track then, and one of the cars that's on track are the Panteras. And guess who went to talk to the Panteras? Let me guess. Was that? Was it you?
Yes, it was. The guy was brilliant. I mean, one of the best. He had a Larry shirt. Got to always be a winner. But it goes with those cars because they are proper Larry. But we also broke a bit of interesting news in the interview. I'll let you hear what it is. I know there's a bit of breaking news, which will be.
I feel like a drum roll coming on. Thank you very much.
So I'm down here with a very colourful character, Jeff, with an even more colourful collection of cars. Tell us about these rather special vehicles you've got.
Well, first of all, I'm Jeff from Jeffrey's Talks, so check that out. But these are amazing Wildcats, particularly that one there. That is the one that was on the Grand Tour, and it did not break down, as Clarkson said. Oh, and true to De Tomaso, it broke down. They put a smoke bomb in the back to fake it. So it did not break down, and it was flogged all over the Alps, so you could check it out on YouTube. It's a badass Pantera, that one.
Right, so that's the red one that we've got. So while that's going around on the probe, we've got to notice that red one. It didn't break down. It was a fake incident. That's some breaking news here. So tell us about the other cars and a little bit of history of these vehicles.
Right, this one was my car, and that is just been very tastefully modernised. You could see it's got slightly larger wheels, which means you can run modern tyres. So it just drives beautifully. It really is a lovely, and that's got the original classic narrow-body design, designed by Tom Charger. Amazing chap. This one also was one of my cars, which another chap has now got. This what's called a Group 4. So it's got the wider arches. It doesn't have the wing. It's got a humongous engine in it, that one. So that's a badass one as well. This one I don't know too much about. That's a GT5S. So the S means it's got steel wings, whereas these ones had steel wings but with glass fibre arches on them. So the evolution was we started with the narrow-bodied car there. We ended up with the Group 4 next with the wider arches. Then the GT5s with the glass fibre arches, the wing and all the other paraphernalia. And then it ended up with the GT5S, which has got the steel arches.
So we've got a real collection here, and I know you talk about them sounding particularly good. Tell me a little bit about the engines that are in them, because they look absolute beasts, these Panteras, but what engines have you got in them?
So basically the deal was originally that it would be a Ford engine, so they are Ford-based engines. That's a 351, hence you see 351 on the reg plate. That's cubic capacity in cubic inches. And plus, obviously, it's a cat. It's a Pantera is a Black Panther. So anyway, it's a Ford V8 with an iron block, and that's got aluminium heads on it. This is also an iron block. That one's been stroked. This one's got an aluminium block in it and 427. So that's the big boy. That's the real badass one there. That's the next badass, and that's just gorgeous.
So when you're out on track today, we know you're going to be going at relatively slow speeds, but you're going to give the crowd a bit of noise as you're going around.
Of course. I mean, who doesn't love some noise? I mean, listen to all these lovely cars here. Noise is most important, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. So last question for you. How long, because it sounds like you're a bit of an expert in these, how long have you owned one of these cars for?
Well, that one I've owned for 28 years. So that one I owned for quite a few years, and that one longer. But obviously they've now passed on. The way I view it, when you're owning a classic car, you're steward it for a while in its life, because, you know, I'm old, I'm going to be dead soon. Somebody else is going to be having that car.
That's a lovely statement. Not about you passing away at all, but the passing on cars and letting people be the custodian of them. You know, it's not the first time we've heard that this weekend, but it's a lovely sentiment.
Thank you. An old building, you know, people nurture old buildings and you pass it on because, you know, that's part of history. And the same with these.
Thank you so much for your time today. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and it's going to be great seeing these cars out on track.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that was great. Rob talking to them. Of course, it was Alejandro De Tomaso, who was an Argentinian racing driver that actually started De Tomaso Automobili back in 1959, and they were actually a race car builder that then entered kind of single-seater and so on. They built cars that competed in Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, etc. Frank Williams was a team owner of De Tomaso at some point. Piers Courage was one of the drivers of them. Brian Redmond, Tim Schenken. So a real sort of checkered history in motorsports, and I think a lot of people just think of them, particularly younger people, would just think of them as the cars on track.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a Le Mans history as well with them racing at various points, but because they weren't to fulfill the regulations for racing, they produced a certain amount of them, and when that happens, sometimes the build quality on that certain amount aren't always quite as good as they should be, and that's where that reputation comes in. But they're absolute beasts. You know, the engines.
There's the red one. Just
there
going
is
through
the red
shot.
one's just gone through from going
about,
around Luffield at the moment. That red one, and that is the one that that the owners were mentioning. That Clarkson, in an episode of the Grand Tour, was driving, and they made out that it had expired in an oily, smoky mess. But apparently, it was a fake incident. But there we go.
Yeah, what a con.
Yeah.
The powers of television. Right, Mustangs in shot, and you spoke to the Mustangs as well.
Doesn't everyone love a Mustang? And you know, there's the newer versions, the older 1960s ones, the Bullet cars, and I did speak to them, and a great lady who's running that club.
So I'm here with Danielle and a lovely group of Mustangs, a car that is going to be incredibly popular with the visitors here at the festival. Why are you guys here this weekend?
So we're here to celebrate the Mustang's 60th anniversary, which was actually last year, but we came last year and the rain stopped us doing the parade lap. So we're back again this year to do it and show everybody the amazing group of Mustangs that we've got here to celebrate the 60th anniversary.
And I can see you've got some modern ones and some that are quite a bit older. Tell me about some of those older ones, if you've got the info on them.
Yeah, so we've got Simon Hardingham, who's in our group. He's actually not displaying his car today because he's probably racing it. So he's got a 1967 red Mustang. So I'm hoping that he's here racing on the track today, because he was at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago and had a little incident. So hopefully he got that repaired and he'll be back on track today.
Yeah, these cars do have great racing pedigree, also movie pedigree. Do people talk to you about that famous Steve McQueen film?
Oh yes, indeed, definitely. We've actually got a Mustang Bullet here with us today as well. Obviously, the Bullet was a celebratory Mustang in honour of Steve McQueen.
It certainly was. And tell me about the car that you're going to be out in today.
So mine is a 2008 S197 Mustang. It's a California Special Limited Edition. So it was imported from California in 2013, and it was actually owned and bought by a US fighter jet pilot that was he moved over to England to be stationed at RAF Lakenheath and brought the car with him. So it's been in the UK since 2013.
Wow, so some proper American pedigree with your car. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, and enjoy the parade today.
The Mustangs on track at the moment that we can see, so it's not just about track stuff, of course, here at the festival. It's also about all kinds of other things, and Amelia has been out chatting around to various things. Of course, we've got a foodie tent here. We've got some decent chefs as well doing demonstrations. There's a proper kitchen here, plenty of things to do for the kids and so on. But Amelia, I think we can find, not surprisingly, ladies and gentlemen, though if you look at her figure you wouldn't think it, but God dear oh dear, she's a right scoffer, she is, when it comes to food.
Are you hungry? 'Cause I'm hungry, I'm always hungry. And what better way than buying into something local? I'm in the foodie tent where you've got a whole range of things to try. This though is sauce, Northamptonshire sauce, and I'm with Philippa Jays. Hello Philippa.
Morning.
Tell me about your stall.
So yes, I'm here from Jays' Northamptonshire sauce. We've got all our products here. We've got our sauce, our barbecue sauce, mustard, ketchup, chutney, and they've all got Jays' Northamptonshire sauce in them.
What does that mean? How is it local?
So that means it has a bit of a Northamptonshire kick, we call it. A bit of spice, nothing too much, it just gives it that kick.
You know what you need to know about me, Philippa, is that I have ketchup on everything. Like, are you about to change my life? I love sauce.
Honestly, so many people have converted from the H word to the J's word with the ketchup. Particularly popular with men, actually, the ketchup.
Can I give it a try?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what should I do? What's the best thing to do?
I would get one of these nachos.
Okay.
And then dip it in.
How much is too much?
Yeah, I'd just go good. That's it, perfect.
Wow, okay. Yeah. Here we go. Whoa. That's good. Tell me about the flavour.
So it's quite tangy, I think. Can you feel it tangy? A little bit sweet. And then at the end, you'll get that kick. that little bite at the end just comes through. So bacon sandwich, or a lot of people, you can have it as a condiment, or in a recipe like spag bowl, put it in. It's so versatile, it will do everything.
I'm obsessed. And there's loads of other things here. Do you want to talk me through what else you do as well as the ketchup?
Yeah, of course. So we started originally with our Jay's Northamptonshire sauce, which is an old family recipe from 1852. And following on from that, it was so successful, we then developed the ketchup, the barbecue sauce, got an apple and ginger chutney, and then our most recent product is the Jay's Northamptonshire mustard, which in fact we created to commemorate the Great Fire of Northampton. It's in its 350th year this year. So, and in fact, the mustard has proved so popular, it's now outselling our Jay's original sauce.
So, whilst you've been here at Silverstone, have you managed to try any other of the local goods or anything like that?
Yes, so I've been over to Hampton, I've tried a bit of their cheese. Ice cream's good, chocolate's good. I'm next door to us, Brooklyn Brownies. All my profits, I think, I know where they're going to go today.
Well, that's the thing. If you want to try something different, if you want to try something local, the foodie tent is where it's at, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Come over. We all know each other in here. It's a great vibe in here, as my kids would say. And just come and try all the samples, yeah.
Well, there we go. Amelia's in the tent, in the food tent. I don't know what time she'll be back. It'll be some time as it's a food tent, but there you go. Now, I went down to the food tent yesterday and I didn't know this. I was looking for an ice cream and I couldn't find anywhere that was an ice cream. Then I found one and I wasn't paying that price. But I then looked and went and found another stand, and they use goat's milk ice cream, Rob. It's goat's milk in the ice cream. Although our producer says that goat's milk tastes like wee-wee, apparently. I don't think it does.
That was what I walked into the studio in that conversation this morning. Yeah. Which was quite a surprise at the time in the morning. It was.
What I'm worried about is that he knows that it tastes like wee-wee.
That was going to be my comment.
That's the biggest issue.
That was going to be one of my comments. Or the fact that, have you not had your lunch again? Because yet again we've got to talking about food. I
haven't had lunch. I haven't had lunch. I don't know if the producer and Amelia are having lunch. I assume that they probably are they? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm all right, Jack. So, very lovely lady that has some goats that she slightly weirdly calls her girls.
From ice cream that's come from, I'm assuming that lady's ice cream came from cows. This lady's ice cream comes from goats. I don't think I've had goat ice cream before in my life.
So there's actually only about 4 of us, up to about 10 of us in the UK at different times. It kind of fluctuates a little bit. It's quite hard to get the right consistency and for people to make the change over to goat's milk ice cream. But mine is incredibly mild. You don't get any of that goaty tang that you might be expecting. It's all down to how we feed our girls at the farm. So we get less yield, but a much tastier milk.
I love the way you call them my girls. That's really... You're next.
Absolutely.
You're now going to tell me there's Emma and Patricia and Hillary and so on.
I could give you all 50 names of my goats. Absolutely. Yeah, so all of my milking girls, they do have names. A lot of my younger stock have names. I think there's actually only 9 goats on the farm that currently don't have names. And that's because they haven't joined in. There's the walking goats that we have on the farm, or because they're so young that we haven't yet learnt their personalities that we're kind of working into them. But yes, they do all have names.
Oh, that's amazing. And how do you know what they're called? Do they have like labels on them or something?
No, they're all quite different. So over the years, I now have what you could call the Heinz 57 breed of goats. Okay. So they're all intermingled, intermixed. So there's lots of different colours, lots of different horn shapes, lots of different udder shapes at least. And I have been known to be able to tell my girls from their udders, just pictures of their udders. Yes.
Wow. So so that means that you've got that one, but that you know this one's a different one because that's an utterly different one.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you milk them by machine, or do you sort of get down onto a stool and a bucket underneath?
So for the first 2 weeks, the girls are very picky and they like a hand milking basically, and they feel much more comfortable being milked by hand. And then we move on to the machines with them. But all their milk for the first month to the first 2 months all goes back to their goat kids anyway. And then I start making the ice cream, and then at the end of the season I start making the soap as well. So
you make goat soap?
I do love.
Where's the goat soap?
It's on the end, just there.
Soap.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So we do 15 human varieties of soap, 4 varieties of goat soap, and then we just keep going from there. So
I'm coming back to buy goat soap. That's amazing. That's wow. And ice cream flavours. I mean, I noticed you've got gooseberry and elderflower. Is that from the farm?
That is very much from the farm. So the gooseberries, we've got 2 heritage plants that we pick once a year. We do a big crop from them and they grow so well. And then the elderflowers, we make our own cordial. Those are our own hedgerows. Eggs are our own as well. The milk is most definitely our own. We use British beet sugar from the East Midlands. So, you know, it's food miles, not food. Well, food meters rather than food miles.
Oh, never. Do you know, I never knew there was such a thing as goat's ice cream. It looks amazing, and just so thank you very much. If you want to find them, they are in the Northampton food tent thing.
Absolutely, the Foodie Festival tent. We're down here. You have the displays from the Silverstone kitchen going on as well, and Simon, who does the comparing, he is the most amazing chap. So.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Well,
indeed.
there we
Thank
are.
you.
So, goat ice cream. Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought it? Well, it would have been a lovely thing to have had some samples of while we were doing this.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
we can
I had some.
You had exactly. That's my point. You've been over there, had the ice cream.
Well, you could go over there and you could say, my colleague, blah blah blah, and she'll give you some.
I'll go and try that later on.
There you are.
And I'll see if George's thoughts on the matter
And
are.
it's sweet that her goats are hand milked. I like
that's yeah, and they've all got names as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So that's
well,
very nice.
Lovely,
as well.
lovely.
4 of them haven't, apparently.
4 of them haven't got names. That could be
There's a WhatsApp competition.
I was going to say, I was about to go
making.
on.
What names can you come up with her 4 goats?
We could give out the WhatsApp number for people.
Gertrude the goat. Graham, although that's a boy's name, obviously.
Yeah. Gerhard. Because we're Gerhard Burger.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
that's good.
Do they do goat burgers? Do they, you know?
Wow, I like that. That's cool. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, now I think we might be able to see some highlights from this morning. And so I'll tell you what, let's take a look, because we, as always, get so much action here at Silverstone. And this morning, let me tell you, was no different at all. Well, I'll tell you what, let's, whilst we're just waiting for our chaps, because I think we were expecting, obviously, music to go with the highlights. Apparently, the orchestra are at lunch.
Oh, everyone's at lunch with goat ice cream.
Yeah,
yeah.
There you go. You're not going to let that.
I'm not letting it go now.
You're not going to let it go, are you?
In amongst a wonderful collection of Porsches brought together by the Porsche Club of Great Britain, and I'm with Tom. Tom, tell us a little bit about the cars we're going to see out on track today.
Yeah, so we've got GT3s, so 911 GT3s. And 911 turbos out on track today. It's an anniversary, or was an anniversary last year for those models, but sadly the parade lap was cancelled last year. So we've moved it to this year, and we're going to get them out on track so, you know, they can have their parade lap.
So the 911 is obviously an incredibly famous Porsche. Lots of history of racing, Le Mans and everything like that. Are there any particularly special cars that are out today? Because when you hear that phrase GT3, it always kind of gives you goosebumps.
Yeah, well, exactly, and certainly with, you know, you've got the turbos as well, which, I mean, they're all special. It's hard to pick one. I mean, we're going to have quite a wide range, and it's good of members to come along and take their car out for us so we get a lovely display. I think you'll be seeing a brand new one. That it looked like there was one that came in earlier, so we'll see the 992.2 that's just come out, which will be exciting. And then also some of the kind of early turbos, so maybe a 930 will be out there, which was the beginning of the 911 turbo, and then all the way through to the brand new 911 turbo, which, you know, we all know is a supercar territory, really.
It certainly is, and you know, people are here at the festival, and they might be interested in owning a Porsche or already own one, and might want to come and speak to you. What else can the club offer?
Well, we offer a wide range of things to owners and non-owners, because you do not have to own a car to be in the club. Of course, if you're an enthusiast, we welcome you. We have a range of member benefits, you know, ranging from 50+ discounts. Some of our partners, from insurance to tyres to fuel, getting you discounts on all sorts, but also enhancing that experience of ownership as well, or just enjoying the brands, coming to stuff like this, parking internally in the circuit, and a massive range of events, both regional and national.
It sounds absolutely awesome, and I must say I'm going to now spend the next 5 minutes or so wandering around this amazing collection of Porsches and having a look and see which one I might like to take home.
Yeah, you wish. Now, let me just mention something to you, because we were talking about goat ice cream. You've missed out on that, but I've missed out on the experience of going to Escapade for lunch, and you have been.
I have been a couple of times, actually, and I must say it's awesome. I've not been in the new apartments, which I believe are lovely, but the restaurant is stunning. Not only is the food really good, it's curated, so you've got loads of like sculptures and motorsport things. They've even got sculptures, things like dinosaurs. So when you pull up in the car park, there's a big dinosaur in the car park, which is dead cool. But the view from in that restaurant, and they've got a champagne bar above it, you're overlooking one of the best bits of Silverstone Circuit, the Maggots Beckett's complex. But you can also in the distance see the cars come up from Village and round as well.
So I didn't know, right, I didn't believe that you'd be able to book today or tomorrow for lunch or dinner. We tried it. We're going tonight at 7 o'clock, so they have got vacancies. So
you will
get
enjoy
in touch with
Yeah, and it's not just if you're in the area, you can come and use it for lunch and dinner as well. It's not just not just this weekend. You'll have a lovely evening.
Okay, fine. I will tell you all about it tomorrow at breakfast. Right, as always, as I said earlier, we get such great action on track here at Silverstone for the festival, of course. And yesterday, we had some great moments. This morning, we've had some great racing, and we've had some great highlights from this morning. Sorry, did I... Well, that's just a flavour of what happened this morning. There's plenty of that to come this afternoon, of course. Amelia will be here to drive you home on Silverstone 87.7 after action, but there is plenty of action still to come. My thanks to Rob Jenner for joining us here in the studio, talking through it and all those track parades. He's back, of course, tomorrow and on Breakfast Live as well. But Ed Foster is poised as usual in the paddock, ready to take you through and start the afternoon's proceedings. Ed.
Well, thanks, Gary. I'm not sure about poised, but I am ready. I've relocated from the national pits down here to the international pits. And in the year that we celebrate 75 years of the Formula One Drivers' World Championship, I'm surrounded by Formula One cars. This is the 66 to 1985 era, the Cosworth DFB. They sound great. We've just had the Williams start up next to me. We've got a McLaren on pole. We've got another Williams on the second row. We've got a Fittipaldi here. We've got cars from Leck, from Tyrrell. It's going to be a fantastic race. I'm going to go and have a look, see if I can catch a couple of drivers before they go out. But let's go to the comms team and look at what we've got to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, while you can still hear yourself, thank you, Ed. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, hello tomorrow, wherever you are watching us, whether you're here on site at Silverstone, at the home of the British Grand Prix, or whether you are watching our live stream online. Saturday afternoon gets underway as we start with the with the Cosworth era Formula One cars, 1966 to 1985. Under the banner of Masters Racing Legends, and then the Masters Endurance Legends as we start our afternoon's action from the wing, the modern Formula One pit lane. And then later on in the afternoon, we go back to the 60s with the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy, the pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and the International Trophy for Classic GTs. And we finish our afternoon with Group C from Masters as we head towards then the stage and the evening's musical entertainment. So let's catch up with the cars that are just about to go out with Ed Foster.
Tom, most of us spend decades flogging around circuits trying to get up to speed in a car, but you've jumped on this and you put it on pole.
Yeah, no, I'm still fairly shocked myself. I was saying I've got the small task of trying to convert it now, so I've got to do 11 of those laps in a few minutes' time, but it's a relatively forgiving car to drive. I found myself reasonably at home fairly quickly. So yeah, it's just a dream come true, trying to enjoy every minute of it.
And have you got experience in other cars that are similar to this?
No, it's the first F1 car I've driven. So I've been driving GTs for the past 2 years. I've driven things with as much downforce and I've driven things with as much power, but never the two together. Everything about it is just unreal. The noise, the power, the grip at high speed, they're a dream. So still, what an opportunity, and as I say, just trying to make the most of every single second I've got in the car.
I hate to tell you, but one of these F1 cars around Silverstone, especially one as quick as this, it's all downhill after this.
I know, I'm very aware. I'm going to jump back in my Cayman, I think, at the next race, and it's going to feel broken.
Well, best of luck, enjoy it.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Question, can you transplant a Cosworth into a Cayman? Question 2, will the scrutineers notice? The answer to one is no, the answer to the other one would be yes. There you see some of the variety of very well-known and slightly lesser-known models as well that are heading out into this race. Let's catch up with Ed, see who else he's got to chat to.
Stuart, for such a varied grid of Formula One machines, it's close at the top. So I guess you were planning to hang on to the coattails of the McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, well, going to give it a go, but I think it's difficult here in the March, quite a disparity back in the day, wasn't there, between the Carbon Sub McLaren and the March, but yeah, we're going to give it a go and see what happens. I think I'll probably have to try and get them early or they're going to disappear, and was hoping for a bit of rain like last year, but it hasn't materialised.
Are there parts of the track where you're quicker or other parts of the track where they are, or is it just they just eke out a lap time throughout the whole lap?
Yeah, I think somewhere like Silverstone, they're just quicker over a lap. We're competitive at Monaco, but here we find it a bit harder, but still, I've got a Williams behind. Well, I think I've got about 5 Williamses behind me, so that's good. And yeah. I'm going to give it a right go, that's for sure.
Well, look, Stuart, best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
How can young Stewie Hall, A, be a dad and B, have grey hair? I don't know. What's happening to the world? So, Stuart Hall, yeah, in the Rothmans March. Again, not the most competitive car in period. There are a lot more cars that are more starry, but here, the tables are a little bit more equal. So, it is the Masters Racing Legends for Formula One cars from 1966 to 85. What's that all about?
Masters Racing Legends showcases the Cosworth DFV Formula One era when heroes like two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi were in their prime. On track today, you'll see the Brabham BT49, a car that powered Nelson Piquet to his first F1 title, as well as the McLaren MP41, which was the first to have raced with a carbon fibre chassis. Lessons in classics from Formula One's 3-litre era.
Indeed. So the most successful engine in motor racing history, I think that is beyond any argument. The Cosworth DFE, the double 4-valve engine designed by Keith Duckworth, Mike Costin, and the names that gave the name to Cosworth, introduced in 1967 at Zandvoort in the Dutch Grand Prix, and still racing into the 90s, and still very much a part of historic motor racing. Well, quick word with another of our drivers with Ed before we send the cars out on track.
Sam, we're looking around here, there's Williams, McLaren, all the kind of big names, but then I love these cars, the Fittipaldis, the Lex. It's obviously pretty sorted, it's quick.
It's relatively quick. I mean, 2.7 seconds off pole position doesn't feel very quick to me, but I think, you know, the McLaren MP41 is a fantastic car, and you can't expect to undo history sometimes. There's a reason that McLarens and Williams and Ferraris and so on were at the front of the grid in period, and others weren't. However, we've seen in historic F1 racing for so long that actually if you just spend a time getting the cars sorted and you learn to drive them well, you can upset that order and kind of pull a midfielder or a tail-ender car from the period up to the front of a historic grid. And that's the project with this. We're just very early in the process. You know, we did one race earlier in the year in Spa. That was wet, so we didn't really get to feel the kind of dry settings that it needs. But, you know, I'm loving the journey.
I mean, you've driven so many cars professionally as a in your sort of new job now. There's no replacement for a Formula One car, though, is there?
There is nothing quite as pure as driving a Formula One car, and I have to say, every time I get into one, which is not particularly frequent, I do feel rusty as hell. And this weekend, I must say, in terms of what an F1 car needs from the driver, I definitely felt a bit rusty in the opening couple of sort of testing sessions the other day. But it's coming back to me now. It's just recalibration. You know, when you've been driving other historic cars, I think your muscle memory gets used to a certain response time from the car. You get used to certain apex speeds and so on, and you properly need to rewire what's going on upstairs to get the most out of one of these. But it's coming back pretty quickly.
Well, look, enjoy. It turns out with these things, there aren't many straights here, are there?
No, that's very true. That's very, very true, which is a problem for us because we're trying to figure out whether Silverstone in one of these is a high downforce circuit or a low downforce circuit. And we've been arguing all weekend about how much wing we should be running. So it's a roll of the dice for us at the moment.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Such a valid point, I think, from Sam Hancock. Cars like the Fittipaldi, cars like the March, didn't have the weight of development that McLarens and Williamses and Tyrrells even to a degree had. And so now the more they're raced, actually the better they're getting. They're getting closer to what would have been front-running cars in period. It's Tom Bradshaw's McLaren MP41, the first ever carbon fibre car that starts on pole from Matthew Wrigley in his Tyrrell, then Stuart Hall in the March, and the FWOC Williams of Torada on the outside, the front row of the grid. There are a lot of Williamses and Tyrrells of various different vintages. And again, Sam Hancock on that Fittipaldi, qualifying 6th on the grid, probably a long way up from where it might be otherwise. John Spears, the pole sitter in the Fittipaldi era group cars, car number 10 in 14th place, and James Hagan in his Tyrrell 011 is the pole sitter in the Lauda category. And we have 14 rows of cars, 28 cars with Cosworth DFEs heading out around the circuit. One final head to the grid. So we've got the big hitters. We've got McLaren Williams, the World Championship winning teams. We've got cars like Tyrrell's that are well known. And then some of the other smaller fry, let's say. So March, that was right at the end of their Formula One brief flirtation. Fittipaldi, the homebrew team run by Emerson and his brother Wilson Fittipaldi. And we've got slight anomalies as well. A little further back, you see Max Verner in the Hesketh 308C. Of course, Lord Hesketh's eponymous team, famous for launching James Hunt into fame and possible some fortune. A couple of shadows on the grid as well. Don Nichols' operation, and 2 of the 3 Leks ever built. Lek, if you don't know it, was a washing machine and refrigerator manufacturer based in the UK, and in the same factory they very briefly built a small Formula One team. A couple of Arrows as well, and uniquely here a Penske on the final row of the grid as well, because Roger Penske's team, again after so much success in sports car racing and single-seater racing in the States, had a brief flirtation with Formula One in the 1970s. But there is the ex-Michele Alboreto Tyrrell 011 on the outside of the front row of the grid. Matthew Wrigley is the man in the Candy Tyrrell. So Tyrrell's in all sorts of different liveries here, and predominantly the familiar Marlborough style Dayglow red and white on the McLarens makes them easy to spot, and the white and green Saudi Leyland Williams liveries. This March run in period for Raul Baisel, the Brazilian driver. Again, 1982 chassis. It would have been middle to tail of the grid in period, but more time, more effort, more development work from the Rofco team, and World Championship sports car driver Stuart Hall at the wheel means that it is a very much more competitive machine now than it would in period. And Alistair Douglas, there's 2 things going on here. There's a race, and these drivers will want to win it and place well. And secondly, there's a wave of audio and visual spectacle that, irrelevant to their positions, is just a pure joy to witness.
Yeah, and the sound of a Cosworth DFV engine, which appeared in more than just Formula One. It was in sports car racing as well, and all sorts of other things, but there's nothing like it. And when I grew up in the era perhaps when these were right at the top of their game, and if I hear one of those engines, it's like any music, it just takes me right back to those days, and increasingly, it's lovely to say, into the current days as well, because more and more we're seeing these cars racing in these wonderful Legend Series races.
And this is sort of the last era of Formula One cars that we're really likely to see raced regularly. There aren't races for 90s Formula One cars, for 2000s Formula One cars, and anything that's been run now, it's almost irreplaceable, because the vast amount of carbon technology in the suspension and the bodywork and the chassis of the car is just not replaceable, whereas these cars, which are more organic, more manual, and actually, you know, fabricated from metal, are slightly easier to rebuild.
and they are. Walking around the pit garages in the paddock on Thursday, you've now reminded me it was Thursday we did that. Just fantastic to see these cars, and quite remarkable that the most successful engine in Formula One history, 186 wins, am I right in that? It was first put in the back of a Lotus 49, a very basic cigar tube shaped car, all those very, very modern ideas on it, but basically one of the old style Formula One cars. And then we're looking at these cars in the garages with all their little aerodynamic fins and bits and bobs, and it's still the same engine in the back of that car. Quite remarkable that it went right through that period. There were other engines, of course. There were lots of other engines came and went in Formula One, but nothing like the DFV.
Without the DFV, what would you have had? You've had Ferrari, Alfa Romeo, and then the Renault turbo engines, and yeah, well, that's largely it.
The driver to have the DFV engine designed was the fact that Climax, who are the dominant engine in Formula One, didn't want to make an engine of 3 litres, and of course we went back to 3 litres from 1500cc in 1966. And Climax didn't want to build an engine, so somebody had to design one. And It was Colin Chapman and others who convinced Ford to fund the Cosworth development, Keith Duckworth and Mike Costin, as you said, to design and build this for the quoted figure of £100,000, although I'm told they also designed a 2-litre engine out of that 100,000 as well.
Chucked it in as a sweetener.
Yes,
the FVA, yeah. Well, glad to see so many fans here at Silverstone. It's a fabulous place to come and watch any motor racing, and I know, 300,000 odd come here to the British Grand Prix. Glad to see so many people out enjoying the sunshine. Actually, we're sitting in our little commentary box, and I went out at lunchtime, really quite cold with hunched shoulders and a tight neck from sitting under the air conditioning. Went outside to find out how gloriously warm and sunny it is. So I hope everybody is having a wonderful day. I hope you're going to enjoy the cars on track. I hope you're also going to take a little bit of time to see some of the fabulous car collections from the car clubs, and of course the celebration of 75 years of Formula One, the Champions car collection down in the wing. And there you can move from the Alfa 158 of 1950 right up to the RB19, the world's most successful ever Formula One car, and see just how the sport transformed itself. But for now, buckle up, settle down, and pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the Formula One Cosworth era is coming towards you. If you have your race card out, just a quick run through page number 16. There is no car number 30, so a withdrawal, I'm afraid, for Simon Fisher's Arrow A4. And Steve Hartley is not driving car number 77, the McLaren that he normally drives. That's the car started on pole position by Tom Bradshaw. So Tom Bradshaw racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the UK, and also enjoying his run through qualifying to pole position. So he's only got to stay in front for 20 minutes, but alongside him he's got the hugely experienced Matthew Wrigley. See there, car number 2, one of the green Tyrrell 011s, that's James Hagan, and he is in the Lauda class. Now, through the Cosworth era, as you so eloquently said, we started with basically 1960s cars, and we went through into very late 80s, early 1990s cars, through which we saw a lot of aerodynamic development, not least the change from over-the-body airflow to underbody airflow as Colin Chapman introduced the ground effect era, and then that was then banned and we went to flat floors and so on. So there's been lots of different variations of cars over the years, and that is reflected in the fact that there are 3, indeed 4 different groups of cars in the field. We will deal with that a little bit later, but for the moment, let's just enjoy the sights and sounds. If you came to the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, or indeed at Brands Hatch in the 1980s, these cars will be very familiar with you. If you've only watched it on YouTube or in historic racing, then here's a chance to just wallow. And if you're so young that the 1980s is when your grandparents were born, then welcome to the world of Cosworth-engined Formula One. Cars being led round by our safety car this weekend. It is provided by RML. It is their latest bespoke hand-built model, the RML P39. It is their version of the Porsche 992 taken to the extremes. So from McLaren on the front row of the grid to the last car on the grid, the Penske PC3, we are in formation and getting ready for the rolling start. 20 minutes, and that will probably get them about 11 laps, maybe 12, depending on where the flag falls. So there should be plenty of entertainment for the drivers and for everybody trackside. Right, Jarman before the start, Tom Bradshaw heading into the pit lane rather than to pole position, so it'll be Matthew Wrigley on his own. No, he's come back in, so a little mistake there from Bradshaw, but he is back where he should be. We go green at Silverstone for the Masters Racing Legends. The Cosworth era Formula One cars are underway. Tom Bradshaw from pole, Matthew Wrigley in the blue Tyrrell in second, under pressure. Stuart Hall lunges down the inside in the march. He moves up into second place, and the first of the Williams is right behind is the FWOC of Yatuka Toriba. He had a little bit of a torrid time in qualifying, and behind him is the FWO6 of Werner Dansenburg, looking for the yellow Fittipaldi behind him of Sam Hancock. He is in 6th position where he started, so nice clean start for just about everybody. They're not supposed to overtake until they get onto the Wellington Straight, so that's what helps keep it nice and clean, and battles already developing all the way down the field.
And into the sequence of Brooklands, and coming out now of Luffield through the old Woodcote corner, which is pretty much the same as it was when these cars raced on the Silverstone circuit, with a great start from Tom Bradshaw in the number 77 McLaren MP41, the car that really started the carbon revolution. And in second place with the number 18 March 821 is Stuart Hall, but a great battle here between the two Saudia Williams.
Yeah, in front is car number 11, Yatuka Toriba, and right behind him is Werner Dansenburg. So an FWO7 and Werner Dansenburg FWO8. So the slightly later version of the Saudi Al-Ailian Williams. And right behind is Sam Hancock in the yellow Fittipaldi, Dansenburg on the inside, looking for 4th place under braking into Stowe. A slightly different, slightly tighter Stowe than they had in period. Down into the Vale. This didn't exist in the 1980s. You'd gone straight on past, down towards Club and Abbey. And now he sweeps out. Dansenburg did not get that move completed, so he still stays in 5th position.
And it's noticeable that Sam Hancock is right behind them in the Fittipaldi, and Sam had a great race here a few years ago in this car. He doesn't race very often, and you heard in an interview him say that he has to dial his brain into this, but he's making that Fittipaldi fly, closing up on the two Williams, who are still having that battle. It's still Toriba who leads in the FWO7 from the FWO8 of Dansenburg as they come through the left-hander onto the Wellington Straight once again, almost as fast down here as the Hanger Straight.
Well, Werner Dansenburg not accustomed to that FWO8, because normally he drives the Brabham BT49, the kind of car with which Nelson Piquet won his first World Championship, but that's not available this weekend, so he's in the Williams, so a little bit less at home with that. But in the battle for second place, Stuart Hall ahead of Matthew Wrigley in car number 72, the Candy livery Tyrrell. Candy, of course, like Lec, an electronic or an electrical manufacturer. They built washing machines as well. And Dansenburg on the inside into Copse corner. That was a very decisive move on Toriba, and Toriba looks like he's got a problem, because Sam Hancock has gone through at the yellow Fittipaldi, and Jamie Constable in his Tyrrell goes straight by as well. So to Toriba miss a gear, or has he got something more fundamental? Has he lapsed from 8 to 7 cylinders? The drivers in period, the Cosworth DFE's got a unique sound, but it's got a unique feel as well. There's a very distinct constant vibration, and they always used to say, when the vibration stops, turn it off, because that's when the engine is starting to go wrong.
And the 011 Tyrrell of Matthew Wrigley, sponsored by the Candy Company, as you say, another of the white goods manufacturers, is really starting to harry Stuart Hall now in the March 821 with the Rothmans livery on it, the red, blue and gold stripes down the side of that car. Then in 4th place now, new 4th place is Werner Dansenburg because of the problem for Toriba, and then behind Dansenburg is the yellow car of Sam Hancock, the Fittipaldi, as they turn into Village.
Been trying to think in the long shots what Hancock's helmet in a Fittipaldi reminds me of, and I'm now thinking Manfred Winkelhock in the yellow ATS. Winkelhock had a very similar sort of bright orangey red colour in the centre of his helmet. He looks like Manfred Winkelhock in an ATS, a little bit taller, a bit less German. Sam Hancock there hanging on to 5th place. Jamie Constable all over him. Jamie Constable's been very successful in these Cosworth races at Silverstone in that Tyrrell. Knows the car well, knows the track well. And I always thought that march, you can see ahead of the Tyrrell, Stuart Hall's march in 2nd place, car number 18, it's a really handsome Formula One shape. Just look at it. It is very pretty. The March team didn't have a lot of money, run by John McDonald in period. They didn't have a lot of money, didn't have a lot of testing time, probably didn't have the greatest engineering backup. And so, like the Fittipaldi, better now developed probably than it ever was in period.
It was actually designed by Adrian Reynard for Ram Racing.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, technically it's not a march, but it kind of is.
It's a Ram march, yeah, exactly. So, Ram Racing, that was John McDonald's company, and as you say, Adrian Reynard, who then went on to found his own single-seater company, of course. Around the outside, little look from Matt Wrigley. That's not happening. Stuart Hall on the inside line, making sure that he kept his line and length nice and clean, because he will have seen several Tyrrells in his mirrors. So much Matt Wrigley is moving around behind him. Stuart Hall, very successful sports car racer before he and Roel Goethe turned their attention more to the historics. He's had lots and lots of success in all sorts of cars that Roel owns. Roel, of course, is the man behind Rofco. Essentially what started out as a small collection of Gulf liveried cars and basically encompassed an awful lot more. A little bit of understeer there in the slower corners. And another thing, you know, although we talk about these cars are aerodynamically dependent cars, look how fundamental, how basic the wing is. It's a single plane front wing, a dual plane rear wing, nothing like aerodynamic wings developed into the 90s and through into the 21st century. And you'll see that as well in our Champions collection down at the wing.
And that means that Matt Wrigley can run closer to Stuart Hall than perhaps you'd see these days, and it doesn't affect his grip quite so much. I'm sure that it does affect it a little bit, but Matt Wrigley is dancing around behind the second place car of Stuart Hall, and here they come now over the rise up towards Beckett's. And in fact, Stuart Hall probably has more of a lead now over Matt Wrigley than he's had for a couple of laps, but is Matt building up for a challenge down the Hanger Straight, just trying to get a good run through Beckett's?
Well, he might need to get on with it, because look in the background, the third car in shot there, Werner Dansenborg, is closing with every lap. Now, the last time round, Dansenborg was actually 1.3 seconds quicker than Matt Wrigley and Stuart Hall, so he is definitely closing. They are definitely holding each other up, but the fastest man on track and with the fastest lap of the race, the previous lap, is Tom Bradshaw, the race leader in the red and white McLaren MP41.
Yes, really, Tom Bradshaw has, we haven't seen much of him on our screens because he's just been driving away, but this is building up into a three-car battle, isn't it? March versus Tyrrell versus Williams in fourth place, coming up towards the right-hander at Village.
And historically, if you saw this in a Grand Prix in 1982, the Tyrrell will be about to put a lap on the March, and the Williams will be about to put at least another lap on the Tyrrell. So they're definitely out of position in terms of their historical performance, but now the field is much closer and the drivers are much more level in terms of performance as well. So Stuart Hall just hanging on in front of Matt Wrigley, and behind the yellow car of Sam Hancock with Jamie Constable's Tyrrell again all over the back of them. They were both very wide there as they came onto the Wellington Straight. Absolutely nothing between the two of them. So Sam Hancock said, is it a high downforce circuit? Is it a low downforce circuit? Well, like Spa, unfortunately, the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone is both. In certain areas you want very low downforce or very low drag. In certain areas you want a lot of downforce, which means a lot of drag. Beckett's S's, for instance. So have they gone for high or low downforce? I'm suggesting they might possibly have slightly more downforce on than is ideal, because Jamie Constable, he can't shake him off. Back to the battle for second, 11 minutes on the clock, so we're nearly at the midway point of the race, and the leader is 5.9 seconds away and is still lapping quicker than anybody. Tom Bradshaw out and away in the McLaren as Stuart Hall and Matt Wrigley battle for second place. Sam Hancock and Jamie Constable battle for fifth position.
And if you're racking your brains thinking, who drove that Candy Tyrrell in period? Well, it was this particular car driven by Michele Alboreto, and his teammate for the season for that season was Danny Sullivan, the American. So it was Michele Alboreto who you would have seen his helmet in this car. In the leading car, which is the 77 McLaren, driven by Tom Bradshaw, that was driven in period by our very own John Watson, and he won at Detroit from 18th on the grid in 1982, and second in Brazil, third in Canada as well.
Now, on our timing screen, we're being alerted to 2 drive-through penalties for what I'm not sure. Here's Max Werner, though, in the Hesketh 308C, so the low air box and slightly forward nose. The original Hesketh had a much more rear wing as well. So the 308C, a different development to that car, but he is leading one of our classes. And where is he? He is a leading Fittipaldi class car in 13th place.
And those drive-through penalties are for Roald Goethe and Nick Pink, numbers 4 and 49. They overtook before they were allowed to at the start. As you mentioned at the start, they asked them not to overtake in the early stages because obviously that's when they're all bunched together and they don't want any incidents at the very start of the race.
Werner Dansenborg in the Williams flies out a little bit wide there in the Beckett's S's. I think just trying to catch a little bit too much speed coming out of the Chapel Curve and onto the Hanger Straight. Here comes Matt Wrigley around the outside. He's going to go high, wide and handsome. And that doesn't work, I'm afraid. It's a lot longer on the way round there at Stowe. He tries to go for the undercut, but that leaves him on the outside as well. Long look from Stuart Hall just to make sure that he knew where the overlap was with Wrigley as they go past the Penske PC3. Now Werner Dansenborg's got a very good run. He was not held up. Matt Wrigley was. And Werner Dansenborg looking for third place, deep in on the brakes into the first corner. And he just couldn't quite persuade the car to stop late enough. So Matt Wrigley hangs on, breathing space for a moment for Stuart Hall. But this is not Stuart Hall leaving Matt Wrigley and Werner Dansenborg behind. This is going to be a 3-car battle for second and third.
An invisible piece of elastic holding these 3 cars together, and it stretches and then tightens up again. Different parts of the circuit, maybe too far back for Matt Wrigley to make an effort into Brooklands. Stuart Hall keeping his car nice and tight. Now the circuit goes to the right, so he wants to hold the line round to the inside there. So Matt Wrigley got no chance of putting his nose up the inside, and now they're out through Woodcote onto the old pit straight where these cars would have started the Grand Prix. Copse Corner would have been the very first corner on the circuit, this one here, and they turn into the right-hander and start to climb the rise towards Maggots and Beckett's, but no opportunity for Matt Wrigley through that section of the circuit. But will he now build up from Beckett's down the Hanger Straight for another attempt at Stowe Corner, where there's a little bit more space, but the track turns and turns to the right and then to the left, and as you saw last time around, very hard to keep the car ahead as you're turning through those 2 corners.
Top of the shot you just saw flashing through the picture, the battle for fifth, the yellow car of Sam Hancock and Jamie Constable. Now they caught that Penske halfway down the Wellington Straight, so didn't hinder either of them, and that will close the gap a fraction to this battle. But I think Hancock and Constable are all about racing each other. So Jamie Constable in the green Tyrrell, little loss of front-end traction there, and you see that's Matt Wrigley desperate to try and put the pace on as they come onto the straight, and that leaves him very vulnerable to attack into Copse Corner from Werner Dansenborg. Copse is one of those odd corners. I beg pardon, we're not in Copse Corner at all, down to Abbey, leaving him open to attack from Werner Dansenborg. He just pushing a little harder than he had grip for in the low-speed corners. Of course, these corners now in this part of the track slower than anything since they got rid of the Woodcote chicane in the early 80s. Silverstone then was the fastest Grand Prix circuit, quicker average lap speed even than Monza.
162 miles an hour average lap speed, yes.
Many years. Keke Rosberg's qualifying record here stayed for a long time. A lap record that he set at the final end of qualifying. Stubbed out his cigarette, got into the Williams, set off. Very light misty drizzle was starting to fall. Turns out afterwards they had a slow puncture as well, and the 160 mile an hour lap was quite a thing to behold. 3 wheels on the grass on parts of the lap, and he still set pole position that left everybody else absolutely breathless.
Looks like Matt Wrigley is so busy now making sure that Werner Dansenborg in the Williams behind can't get through, that actually the gap ahead to Stuart Hall is growing. Stuart Hall seems to have a more comfortable gap now than he's had all race long. The gap between them across the line last time was 0.6 of a second. It'll be interesting to see in a few moments whether that has translated into, it looks to me like over a second there is the gap, and that's because I think Matt Wrigley has really got his hands full with Werner Dansenborg as they come through Club Corner to complete another lap.
And they're going to catch traffic as well. Nick Pink, car number 49, there it is, the orange and white white Ragno Ceramica arrows. Ceramica Imola, Ragno B2 Tinsley arrows, the car of Nick Pick. He served his drive-through penalty, and so he's a long way away from the rest of the cars that he qualified with in that very familiar, in fact, several years, 3 or 4, 5 years maybe even, Arrows had that white and orange livery. And a spinner, Jamie Constable. Has he had a lunge at Sam Hancock's Fittipaldi and it's all gone wrong for him? Well, he's managed to avoid the gravel. He's not hit anything, at least that it was just a spin. Now, we heard from some of our drivers early on that there was oil on the track from the Formula Juniors. Jamie Constable surfing over the gravel trap, and then the car loops around again. Did he lose the engine? I fear he might have. How long have we got on the clock? 3 minutes 55 remaining. If he is stuck there, then I think the race director might be left with no option. There are waved yellow flags, but the car is in a very vulnerable position, not just for Jamie Constable, for anybody else that went off there. Stuart Hall goes by Roel Goethe. And taking to the runoff is Matt Wrigley in the Tyrrell. He will have filth all over the tyres, so he will be slow now through the rest of the Beckett's S's.
And that's why he's weaving side to side. It's not to put off Werner Dansenberg behind him, it's to try and clean his tyres off a little as he comes down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner, turns in and hopes that the grip is still there to take him round, which it is. So that even further opens the gap to the Stuart Hall car ahead. It was 1 second pretty much when they came round last time, so Stuart Hall had pulled away a little, and Bradshaw already over the line, of course, but now the gap second to third is now 1.3 seconds.
They're going to catch the safety car, which has been scrambled. And that's the moment that Matt Wrigley realised that Roel Goethe was not going to be passable, and he had to take avoiding action. Roel Goethe in a Tyrrell 007, again in Gulf livery, Roel's favourite choice of colours. And just in front of them is car number 17. And that is Mark Richardson in the Shadow DN9A. Is that the car that Ewan Surgison has raced before? Or is that a different?
I think it's the Ewan Surgison one was a red and white Villager.
Yeah, Villager Shadow.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
So Don Nichols, the boss of the Shadow team. Their sports car racing, the UOP Shadow team, was always black, and that is the Villager Keel livery of the Shadow in Formula One. And there you go.
Good
so
work,
did he just get bump started? Well done, boys. You see, no onboard starter then and now in Formula One, which means if you lose the engine, that's it. But of course, he'd then be penalised in modern F or in period for receiving outside assistance. Unless you're in a place of danger. And that was the loophole that got Ayrton Senna out of jail, wasn't it, at Suzuka many years ago when the car was push-started. So the safety car, the P39, RML's latest creation. Last year they brought their 250 short wheelbase as the safety car. This year it is P39. 39 of these extreme developments of a Porsche 992 will be made.
Safety car will be in this lap.
Highly reworked flat six, producing up to 900 horsepower. I think the answer is, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. But if you can afford it, boy, what a thing. We'll see RML built and run cars later on during the course of the day. In fact, the final race will have one of RML's more successful Group C cars as well. Or post-Group C cars, LMP2 cars in the hands of Mike Newton. Lights go off in the safety car at the end of timing sector 2, so that's just after the bridge on the Hanger Straight. And we will get ready to restart, or will we? How long is it going to take Tom Bradshaw? See, now they can't pass before the line, so Tom Bradshaw can weave and meet the checkered flag without having to do another lap and risk being overtaken. And he's going to get there a second or two too soon, and he's going to have to do another lap. He will have to do another lap with 3 seconds on the clock. He starts the final lap of the race. Stuart Hall in second place, Matt Wrigley in third. From Werner Dansenborg, Matt Hancock and Mike Cantillon has moved up to 6th position after that spin for the Tyrrell.
But if you were given the choice of, if you get to the timing line 3 seconds early, you'll have to do another lap in this MP41. Tom, what would you like to do? I think I'll take another lap, please.
Well, do you know what? And he's taken a shot at it because he's led everything else and driven away from them, so fair enough. Stuart Hall is still in second, and he probably sort of thinks, yeah, he's going to be a handy buffer. Never rely on Stuart Hall to roll over and have his tummy tickled in a racing car. He's a very competent driver. He will definitely have wanted to make as good a restart as he could. But again, as ever, the driver in the lead has the advantage there, is that he decides when he's going to drop the hammer and go, and everybody else has to react. And that reaction time is often the difference between being able to put in a move and not. Stuart Hall in second, Matt Wrigley there in third. That's your podium at the moment. Werner Dansenborg, though, is right with them. Not sure he's quite close enough to challenge for the podium. And the final time through the sweepers at Beckett's for Tom Bradshaw.
And pressure going to come now on Stuart Hall from Matt Wrigley on this very last time down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner. Matt's had 2 goes down at Stowe to get by into second place. Will he pull to the outside? Yes, Stuart Hall defends the inside into Stowe, and I think defended it strongly enough.
Yeah, Stuart Hall leaving just enough room for a superbike to go through, but definitely not an F1 car, certainly not on these big fat slicks. So Stuart Hall defending on the hanger straight down to Stowe. It'll be Tom Bradshaw that takes victory. The McLaren MP41 victorious. The Rothmans March in second place, and the Candy Tyrrell finishing in third. Werner Dansenborg in the FWO 8 in 4th place, ahead of the Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock. And in 6th position is car number 78, Warren Brooks, in another McLaren, the McLaren M29, the last, in fact the penultimate McLaren before Ron Dennis took over, and the change to McLaren Project 4 and the MP4s that turned the fortunes around of Bruce McLaren's ailing company. Bruce, of course, long since gone by that stage, but spin in the final corner. And that's very unfortunate, I'm afraid. So Mark Hazel spinning the FW08C. So victory for Tom Bradshaw. He'll have to definitely recalibrate to go out in the Porsche Sprint Challenge next weekend. It'll feel a very different... He said, I think I'll feel that the engine's broken. Yeah, you very probably will. So that car raced in period by John Watson. And Tom Bradshaw in the car that Steve Hartley so frequently drives. Stuart Hall, the Rothmans March team was Derek Daly and I forget that. Stuart Dent is already mentally shouting at the loudspeakers. Raoul Boesel, that car was Raoul Boesel. Okay, that year, Jochen Mass and Rupert Keegan, but that particular chassis driven by Raoul Boesel, the Brazilian driver, in period. So that finished in second place. Matt Wrigley in the ex-Michele Alboreto, Tyrrell in 3rd spot. And again, opportunity, if they can hear us, which might be difficult with the field going by, to say thank you to all the marshals teams here this weekend at Silverstone throughout the week. Test day on Thursday, and then qualifying Friday, racing Saturday and Sunday. And thank you to everybody who volunteers to give up their time and pays their own cost to come and marshal here and at every other track around the UK and indeed around the world. Without those volunteers, the drivers would not be safe and racing would not happen. So Tom Bradshaw, and his first win in Formula 1, in a Formula 1 car. Stuart Hall, more familiar with this historic machinery, he pulls in his car in second place. Tom Bradshaw, the winner though, from Stuart Hall, Matt Wrigley, then Werner Danzenborg, Sam Hancock and Warren Briggs. Mike Cantillon's Williams ahead of Christoph Danzenborg's. Steve Brooks in the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 91 and Dan Gore's Tyrrell 010 round out the top 10 ahead of the MP41B of Mark Hickson. John Spears March 761 and then Ian Sims, Jem Hagan and Martin Bullock rounding out the top 15. The better of the two Lex, that was Craig Davis in 16th and Mark Hazel after that spin in the Williams down in 18th place. Jamie Constable after his spin in the Tyrrell in that battle for the top 3, finishing outside the top 20. And Yutaka Tariba dropping down the order in his Williams after starting strongly. So a great opportunity to relive the memories of the 80s, the 70s, or see these cars for the very first time, depending on your vintage, with the Masters Racing Legends Formula One competition, covering the years from 1966 to 1982, and predominantly the Cosworth era of Formula One, without which engine Formula One will probably have ceased to exist bar a handful of cars. The unfortunate 6-car race in Indianapolis, without the DFE, that's probably what F1 would have been for a number of years. But a great race from these cars, reminding us of the very different looking chassis and liveries, particularly through the period of the 1980s that saw so many changes in Formula One. Some great close racing and victory for Tom Bradshaw. And Ben Constantiouris is down with our drivers.
Tom Bradshaw is your victor in race 1, just being congratulated by the top 3. Tom, what an incredible way to spend your weekend.
Thank you. Still pinching myself now, yeah. You roll down the pit lane with the DFE roaring behind you. It's the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, and that's enough for me. And then to come away with a win is, stuff dreams are made of, really. Massive out of the blue shock to be invited to do this, and I'll be forever grateful to Steve Hartley for giving me the opportunity. It's a childhood dream, isn't it?
And you gave yourself a little bit of a challenge there, because after the safety car, if you backed off, that would be checker flag. You came over the line with just a couple of seconds to spare.
Yeah, no, I was half thinking that. Obviously, I had Anthony over the radio telling me how long was left of the race, but I was also fairly conscious that if I backed off a little bit too much, I didn't want to give myself a penalty, so I wasn't entirely sure how close we were going to be, but yeah, I didn't want to take the mick too much, and every lap in anger in this is a gift, really. So I'm certainly not displeased that I got an extra one at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go over to Stewie Hall, who is over here. We'll try and get him in front of his car, Stewie, because it's a beautiful one. Lovely race overalls as well. Sort of in period. Nice to see you, buddy. Hey, held on to second position in the end, with a safety car included.
When that safety car came out, I thought, well, it's either going to work or I'm going to have a lap of hell. And it was, in fairness, we're not really racing that. So it was all about trying to keep Matt, and there was a car behind Matt as well. So I was like, if Matt has a pop, there's likely someone else is going to slide up the inside as well. So I was having to just focus on my exits. It's nice that a March that I think was less I don't think they qualified for many races back in the day. So the fact that we're fighting with a McLaren Carbon Tab, a Tyrrell Williams FW07, FW8, is testimony to all my boys at Rothko Racing, because they've done a super job to get the old girl where she is. But I earned my money there.
Congratulations, and you got another chance tomorrow as well.
Yeah, reverse grid, so that will all be fun, but we'll give it a crack.
Well done, Stewie. Podium's down that way when you're ready. Let's go and have a quick word with Matthew Wrigley before he wanders off. Congratulations, you gave Stewie a run for his money there, but just not quite the space on that last lap.
No, there wasn't, and at least we got all the cars back in one piece, which is the main thing. Enjoyed the race. I think I could, if I got past him, I think I could have had a bit more pace, but then I think he could have had a bit more pace while he wasn't defending. So it's always great to race against him. Very fair, and he never really made a mistake to capitalise on it. And Tom was up the road. We didn't think we really had an answer for that one today, but we'll see in the reverse grid tomorrow.
And a great pleasure to drive a Formula One car around Silverstone.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite events, really. So I love driving it around here. It's one of my favourite circuits, and the ground effects Formula One car around here doesn't get much better than that, I don't think.
Brilliant. Congratulations. Enjoy the podium. The RML Group is another of our partners at the Silverstone Festival, and this, an early Malloc, has a relationship to RML, but this is where it all began, and there's very much a future with RML, and that's the reason why you're here, Paul.
Yes, indeed. So we're very happy to be here back at the Silverstone Festival this year as a partner. We love this event. We have many of our cars from our back catalogue are racing here, including our founder, Ray, is racing as U2 in the Formula Junior series. What we've also got on display here in the international paddock is some of our back catalogue. This beautiful yellow short wheelbase was the beginning of our bespoke program in RML to demonstrate our skills and sell direct to consumers.
And it's amazing that she's mentioned so many RML cars are out there, and maybe some people don't necessarily even know about it.
Exactly. So you'll see we've got cars on the grids in the touring car races, we've got cars in the LMP series, and that takes us to some cars you never even knew that we made, such as this, the Neo EP9. This is a car that we built for Neo back in 2016, and this was set as being the fastest electric car around the Nürburgring.
And of course, it seems to have the Neo brand on it, but a lot of the companies like yourselves do this work white label.
Yeah, exactly, white label, which is always challenging. We can't talk about what we do until it's in the past.
Yeah.
And another example is the Nissan here, the Ziad. This was for Le Mans in 2014, and it is a hybrid, and it currently holds that record still as the fastest electric car around the Le Mans track.
So why am I RML here at Silverstone then?
We're here to show people the great cars we do. Another car out on track today is actually the safety car.
Yes.
Our latest product, the P39 hypercar, is at the front of every grid, demonstrating the future of RML.
RML building a brand, thanking your employees and connecting with customers.
Exactly. All the employees are invited this weekend to enjoy the festival and to see our products right front and centre.
Welcome to the international podium area for our next podium ceremony for the last race that we just saw, which was the Masters Racing Legends for Formula One cars from 1966 to 1985. It's very loud here because we've got the next race going out onto circuit, but hopefully our top three drivers can hear us, and therefore we can welcome onto the podium in third position, Matthew Wrigley. In second position, Stuart Hall. And the winner, Tom Bradshaw. So please welcome onto the podium Celine from Masters Historic Racing to present the trophy to Matthew Wrigley for third spot. To Stuart Hall in second position. And the winner, Tom Bradshaw! If I could encourage the drivers to be on the top step for a photo, a family photo with a big smile on your face. Lift that trophy above your head so it's not blocking you. There you go, Tom. And that is your podium for the Masters Racing Legends Formula One cars, 66 to 85.
Well done, everybody, and that is the first of two of those Formula One races. The second one will be just after lunch on Sunday afternoon, so if you're watching online, tune in then. If you're at the circuit, you'll hear them, don't you worry. Next up, Masters Endurance Legends. Now, this is heading back into Le Mans racing territory from the late 90s and early noughties with LMP1, LMP2 and GT cars with LMP3 cars from the more recent past thrown in as well. So we have got a combination of plucky, impecunious privateers. Coroiza in his LM600 Marcos would be a classic example of that, and full-fat factory cars. And Steve Brooks, the fastest man at qualifying in his Peugeot 90X diesel, would be absolutely an example of that. Now, whether they came from the very front or a little lower down on the grid. Again, like the Formula One race we've just seen, what they did in period is not necessarily reflective of what they're capable of now. Someone with a decade and more of development experience. Now, after qualifying, a 3-place grid penalty handed to Steve Brooks sees him not on pole but 4th in the blue, black and white Peugeot, and that leaves Max Chilton in the Zytek 04, the white and blue car number 51 on pole. Alongside him is the Lola B1280 Mazda, so a car that raced in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, and that is the sort of red and black car. Third on the grid should be the Norma of Bradley Smith. Going past everybody, though, is Keith Freezer in the ex-Mansell family Zytek 09S. So our current grid from Masters shows that it should be car number 51 on pole, 70 alongside, 21 and 16. That's not the order in which they are running at the moment, and therefore there appears to be something else going on. So now the Lola Mazda is back up into second in the queue. Bradley Smith's red and black Norma is in 3rd place. Let's see when they come to the grid whether things have changed that nobody's bothered to let us know about, or whether the drivers were just sort of mucking about a bit. Here's the car in question, actually, Keith Freezer. That car driven in period in the Le Mans series, before European Le Mans series started, by Nigel Mansell, Leo Mansell and Greg Mansell, his 2 sons. Hence Red 5, sponsored by Andrew Howard's Beach Dean Ice Cream Company. And that Zytek British built chassis. Zytek, of course, famous for their engines, but also a chassis manufacturer. So on the left hand in the front row of the grid, car number 51 Max Chilton, the open Zytek 04S. Max's older brother Tom Chilton also racing here this weekend. And the Lola B12 Mazda on the outside. Now, the Lola B12, I'm not going to read that because I can't read it, Alistair. Alistair's got an awful lot. Thank you very much, by the way. Deeply indebted to Mike Newton for the stuff we're going to bring out about Mike Newton's MG Lola, which is just out the back of shot, and to our colleague Marcus Pye for chapter verse and indeed several instalments of a new book about that Lola Mazda.
Yes, this is chapter 1 and chapter 2. Well, I won't read the whole thing. It's come from Craig Fleming, who has provided Marcus with information on this car, because you were speculating yesterday, how can a Lola, which Lola closed its doors 2 years earlier, be a 2015 car? Well, the reason is that it initially it was a Lola B1280, part of the factory Mazda IMSA sports car program, which I think you'd picked all that up, Martin. Yeah. It ran initially with a Mazda diesel Sky Active engine in 14-15, when manufacturers led by Audi, of course, were moving to diesel in the USA, and then after Lola ceased trading, the remaining chassis were bought up by Multimatic. Multimatic, a well-known name in motorsport, that's built the GT, Ford GT, the Mustang and so on.
And the Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Yep. And so this has a chassis number as a Multimatic car, but it's the they switched the engine to the 2-litre 4-cylinder petrol engine from AER, and so it goes on, the story. But basically, that's why a car which is known as a Lola actually was dated 2 years after Lola closed its doors.
Lola closed its doors, as we were trying to remember off the top of our heads yesterday, in 2012, and reports of its demise were slightly foregoing, because it revived in 2022 when Till Bertelsheimer bought the company. So Lola is now back as a going concern. Of course, they're involved in the Formula E category as well, so Lola involved in that. Here is the Peugeot factory car, the Diesel 90X of Steve Brooks. The car with which Peugeot finally managed to triumph over Audi at Le Mans in the 24 hours. And again, Steve Brooks, as so often is the case, the quickest car in qualifying, but with a penalty for, do we know what? Just generally, with a penalty, a 3-place group penalty. He'll be starting on row 2. They may well take him till halfway around lap 1 before he's in front of the field. Steve Brooks with a tough time. He's just got out of his ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus F1 car, and he's now jumped straight into a factory Peugeot. Now that actually must be quite a big gear change in your head, because instead of having a light, very responsive Cosworth engine Formula One car, you've got a much bigger, slightly less responsive and hugely torquey diesel engine Le Mans car. And not sort of later in the day, but literally 5 minutes out of the collecting area, straight out of one into the other. That's quite weird. That must do things to your head. So let's see how that goes. Row 2, Bradley Smith in the Norma. Now, Norma and a couple of Legers here, they're LMP3 cars, much more recent than things like the Lola Mazda, things like the Zytek on pole, or the Mansell's Zytek on row 4 of the grid. So there's a combination here. You can see a couple of GT cars. There's a Bentley Continental and BMW and an Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, that's the A word I was looking for, in the field as well. So it is a mini endurance grid. And by the way, again, we'll talk about this later, these some of these cars raced here at Silverstone in the Le Mans series, like Red 5, the car that starts 7th on the grid, that Mansell family Zytek, the blue, red and white car. And if you're a sports car racing fan, International Sports Car Racing returns to Silverstone in 3 weeks. The European Le Mans Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup, so LMP2, LMP3, GT3 cars will be here in 3 weeks' time. The second weekend of September, come to Silverstone and watch the European Le Mans Series in action. It's not quite the World Endurance Championship, but it is 75% of that and an awful lot of action, and a lot of WEC factory drivers also race on their off weekends in the European Le Mans Series. So if you enjoy endurance racing, and let's face it, who doesn't, it is going to be a huge weekend. Second weekend of September, European Le Mans Series returns to Silverstone after a few years away and brings with it the supporting category, the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So there'll be over 40 cars on each of the grids and 2 big days of action.
And I think I spot at the back there, just weaving side to side, the number 17 car of Werner Donsenberg. We saw him out in the previous race as well, and Christoph Donsenberg as well. But the 17 car, Pescarolo LMP1 car, which is a potential winner here, has won here before in previous years. But Werner pulled off at the very, very beginning of qualifying with what we think from what happened afterwards when he was chatting with the marshals, possibly some sort of a fuel or a fluid leak that landed on his overalls, and he could smell it, and he pulled the car straight over that, which is a very sensible thing to do. So he didn't even do half a lap of qualifying, so he starts at the back, no time for him. But watch for the there it is, the number 17 on your screen now, the Gulf colours of the Pescarolo LMP1. Potentially could come through the field to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, he's been a podium finisher before. I think he's been a race winner before here as well in that car, so it is absolutely a potential front runner. He's just going through shots ahead of them, by the way, the Rainbow Marcos. So just a little bit about that car, driven in period since 1999, every single season without cease, that Rainbow Marcos, by its original driver, Cor Oyser. Now, Cor actually ended up buying the rights to the Marcos race cars as well. He has raced that car since 1999, won the British GT Championship with Callum Lockie in 2000, and the Spanish Championship the same season, and has raced it every year since, and has been here at the festival in that car every year it's been available for a race. So here we go. We are ready for a half-hour endurance racing thriller. Max Chilton on pole position, leads the field to the line. Alongside him is the Lola Mazda, and right behind Norma and Peugeot, LMP3 and LMP1 diesel. Great start from the Zytek, the white and blue car. Max Chilton takes the lead into the first corner. Tucking in behind is the Lola Mazda. now with a 2-litre AER engine, and in third place the Norma of Bradley Smith. Steve Brooks keeping the Peugeot on a tight rein until they get onto the Wellington straight, and then overtaking will be allowed. But out of that tight hairpin, pretty much as tight as the Ford chicane at the end of the lap at Le Mans, he will need to build up speed. There he goes, already up to third place. He's gone by the LMP3 car. I mean, that was taking candy off a baby, but Steve Brooks will have to thread his way carefully to get by the Lola, and the Zytek, and a big lock-up from the Lola, runs out wide, and that's not great news. Giving away time, and that will leave Vasily Vladikin in the Lola, who's the starting driver, really susceptible to attack, and a spin as well, and that is John Kenny Murray in his Ligier LMP3 car. So a spin even before he got onto the Wellington straight.
And into the Beckett sweepers, which once they get up to full speed with tyres and brakes working properly, probably next time around, it must be a tremendous feeling to drive one of these high downforce cars through the Beckett sweepers. The leader is still number 51, Max Chilton in the Zytek. Second place is the Lola Mazda, which, reading through those notes, it actually won here in 2022, driven by Michael Lyons. And the number 17 car, which I mentioned earlier, will be coming through the field. Werner Donsenberg in the Pescarolo already has passed Kurt Euser in the Marcos.
And you see on the timing screen, Euser started 15th. He's now closing in the battle for 13th position. Werner Donsenberg with the Sota Hill car and Drain in front. And Steve Brooks biding his time. He will wait, I think, till we're through the Beckett S's, or maybe even onto the Wellington straight before he tries to make a move. He needs just a nice long run. And in the tight stuff is not the place to do it. So Werner Donsenberg up behind 1-2-6. That's the Sota Hill Ferrari. That is Jake Hill sharing that car with Colin Sota. Through he goes. And again, in front of them is 888, and that is Marcus Graf van Ooyenhausen and Dirk Adolf sharing that ex-British GT Championship BMW Z4. You'll see that car a lot if you're trackside here today at Silverstone, and tomorrow. I think it's in everything apart from the Formula Giulia and the 500cc race. It seems to have sneaked into almost everything. Ahead comes the black Bentley Continental GT3, and again, the Pescarolo LMP1 car. Before, you had to have a closed cockpit. Lots of LMP1 open cockpit cars. This car was very successful in the Le Mans series and in the 24 Hours at Le Mans as well. And here's the battle for second place. It is still the Lola that's hanging on. And that 2-litre AER Mazda, or 2-litre AER engine, is also in Mike Newton's MG Lola, run in period by RML. Steve Brooks uses the speed of the Peugeot on the straight. He's not making any big lunges, he's not making any dramatic moves, just picking them off as he moves up to second place. And Max Chilton in the Zytek. It's a nimble chassis, it's got speed, it's got plenty of grip, but he's going to have to work really hard to try and hang on in front of that Peugeot. Got 3.8-litre Zytek engine in the back, but he is giving away speed and performance to the Peugeot of Steve Brooks. Werner Donsenberg, Christoph Donsenberg, by the way, who is also racing with Werner in the Formula 1 race we've just seen, in this race as well. He's up to fourth place, or currently in fourth place, in another Gulf liveried car in the Lola Aston Martin, with the V12 normally aspirated Aston Martin engine in the chassis built by Lola. There was a little bit of a falling out between Lola and ProDrive in the second year of that programme, when ProDrive claimed it was an Aston Martin chassis built by them, rather than the Lola chassis built by Lola that it plainly was. They suggested they'd made enough variations to the chassis that it was no longer a Lola and it was an Aston Martin chassis. Of course, history going full circle. Aston Martin back racing at the top flight in the World Endurance Championship and in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series across the pond, with a normally aspirated V12 engine prototype in the form of the Aston Martin Valkyrie. And again, that firm Multimatic that were involved with the Lola Mazda that's in third have built the chassis and engineering the car, with George Howard Chappell, ex of ProDrive, who ran the Lola Aston programme, running that. Steve Brooks coming by Max Chilton to take the lead. And again, that is Goliath winning over David there, I'm afraid, in this case. It's like racing Usain Bolt. You might be good, but he's still Usain Bolt.
Yes, it's a different class, isn't it, down the straights there. The more nimble cars hanging on through the corners, as we've seen in many races before today. But ultimately, the Peugeot is quicker around here, so it's taken the lead. Second place, then Max Chilton. Third place is the number 70 car, started by Vladikin, and they are coming through the tight section. So an opportunity here for Max Chilton just to take a cheeky look up the inside, but at the end of the day, they're going through Aintree now, and then it's power down the Wellington Straight, so the Peugeot will pull away. Christophe Dansenberg in that Lola Aston Martin you were talking about, the 007 car, is in 4th place.
And there he is on the big screens. You will hear him before you see him, very much like the Valkyrie in the World Endurance Championship. It is a fabulous looking machine, there's absolutely no question about it. It was slightly derisory about the Lola T300, a Formula 5000 car in an earlier race, but there's no doubt this is one of the finer shapes from Eric Broadley's pen of designers. 69 in the gravel, and that is an LMP3 Ligier.
And it's Jason McNulty started that car.
I beg your pardon, it's a Norma. So the Norma now shown as a Duquesne, Jules Duquesne, the French racer, having bought Norma and taken the cars over and now renamed them himself. So yellow flags wave there, and that might possibly bring out the safety car, and that will be interesting because that will close the field right up. Werner Dansenborg from last up to 9th place, and how close is he to the battle for 8th? 4 seconds back. That's a big looping spin into the gravel. That down at Stowe?
That looks like Stowe, yes.
Looks like Stowe. Mind you, a gravel trap looks like a gravel trap. It is a safety car. So again, not sure who's driving the P39, the Armel P39, but he's going to be back in action again.
Jason McAnulty, door open, waiting for assistance from the marshals. But that's not going anywhere. That's stuck in that gravel trap, which I think he spun on braking for Stowe Corner coming at the bottom of the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, looks like it.
Although the car is shown as it could be Club Corner, but we'll perhaps get a wider shot of that.
Now then, pit windows.
Yes, the race today is 30 minutes. And the pit window opens at 10 minutes, which is in just over a minute's, nearly 2 minutes time, a minute and 45, and it's open for 10 minutes, and then it closes, and then they have a further 10 minutes of the race to go.
And that means that as they get to the line behind the safety car, the pit window will be open.
It's going to be fairly busy in the pits.
I would think so.
We've also got the Elite and Elite Plus driver penalties as well. I won't read them all out, but there are cars that will have to stop for longer. I suppose that the most important one to tell you about is Max Chilton, who is not only an elite driver, he's an elite driver plus, and he's driving solo. So rather like Rob Huff in an earlier race, he's got a double penalty. He's got 60 seconds extra. So a 2-minute stop for Max Chilton.
Well, who has this helped most of all? Hello there, coming car number 17.
Yes.
Werner Dansenborg has, I mean, he was close to car number 11, Perry Klukas in there. Ben Klukas actually raced, does he still race LMP3? I think he might do, but certainly has raced LMP3 in period in that LMP3 car. There you can see the car stuck in the gravel. It is going to, is it going to need a lift rather than just a tow? I rather think it might. I think that's exactly what they're looking at the back. Where is there a tow loop at the back, rather than trying to drag it forward all the way through that gravel? But the speed that he went off and going off backwards tends to dig cars in a little bit. So Steve Brooks leads from Max Chilton. And then there in 4th place is the Gulf liveried Lola Aston. That is Christophe Dansenborg, and Werner Dansenborg in 9th place in car number 17, the Gulf liveried Pescarolo. So the driver has stayed strapped in. He's trying to get the door shut, which is never an easy thing on these cars. You think, well, how hard can it be? Well, the answer is look at the door. It's got the rigidity of a damp envelope, and it's got a little metal latch. which they're now going to try and get closed. But there is always a little bit of a knack to these things. And we've seen it even in the World Endurance Championship, drivers after a pit stop with the door not closing and then pinioned in the car by their hand system of their belts, trying to get the darn thing closed. Pit window is open.
We actually saw the door fly off the Valkyrie in the first World Endurance Championship round, didn't we?
Yeah, it didn't shut, and then the air, because it's got gull wing doors, sort of butterfly doors, the air ram just sort of pulled it up, and no matter how much Marco Sorensen tried to shut it, he avoided the obvious way of getting it closed, which was slowing down and going into the pits, and then tore, or was it Marco? I can't remember. Whoever it was tore round, and then basically the wind tore the door off, as we all knew it was going to. A little bit of data download here, and you just saw Mike Newton pulling in behind. Mike Newton in his RML EX264, which is an LMP2 chassis. Here it is. He actually started in a different Lola chassis in LMP675, which was the immediate predecessor to LMP2, LMP900 and LMP675. Based on the weight of the car, minimum weight of the car, became LMP1 and LMP2. He's raced that car through 2005 and is racing it again. Well, Max Chilton in the Zytek race to victory in the Le Mans Classic just a couple of weeks ago. And who has not pitted? The Lola Mazda has not pitted. That, I think, will come to be seen as an error. So there's one other car that is not pitted, which has just gone by, and that is the Rick Gamsky and Ross Wiley Bentley Continental. I think not pitting now may be an error.
It may be.
Out goes Korreuser in the Marcos. He's a little Dutch enclave down there as well with the Hearts.
It may be the leading two cars actually passed the pit entry before the window opened. I wasn't actually watching at the time, but it was quite close to when they got to the pit entry. I also noticed that the number 70 car has gone into the lead.
That's because he hasn't stopped yet.
But
so he hasn't stopped.
Right,
40 hasn't stopped.
Yeah, Brooks has been in. Yeah.
54 hasn't stopped either, Steve Osborne, nor has Carl Michaela in the grey Aston Martin V12 Vantage. So there are two cars that have not stopped. So the Lola Mazda comes in now, the Bentley comes in now as well. Whether they have team radio or not, I'm not sure, but if they did, I'm sure somebody would be going, "Where are you going? Come in under the safety car." I think if anybody does not now come in under the safety car, then they get everything that they deserve. Steve Brooks back out on track.
The number 70 car, Sasha Kakad, will get in, and that has an additional 15 seconds to serve at the pit stops. So that is advantage to Steve Brooks, because he has no time penalty at all.
Now then, you're going to ask, and I know you are, 888, why does that say pit 2? Why has it made 2 pit stops? Remember the spin it had? I'm assuming that he came into the pits after that just to get the car checked out. Max Graf van Oyenhausen. And now he's handing over to Dirk Adolf, former BMW factory driver and coach of their junior driver team for many years. There is the 70 car having its driver change.
Did you give the reason for 888 coming through twice?
Yeah, I think after the spin he came into the pit. Hello! After the spin I think he came into the pit lane, and now he's made a pit stop.
He did his drive-through under the safety car.
I thought it was 4 and 49 had a drive-through. Well, that wasn't in that race. I didn't know he had a drive-through. Did
Yes,
he have a drive-through? What was that for?
Yeah, can you give us that? Yeah, we've got all the information.
Did we mention that?
Not driving through the start corridors.
Okay.
Drive-through penalty, yellow start procedure. So same as in the previous race.
Right.
They overtook before they were allowed to at the start.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
again, his first season of racing, isn't it? So all sorts of different things. Yeah, we're going. Let's race. No, not here, not here. Don't do that. Okay, so a penalty and then their official pit stop. Okay, and a spin as well thrown in. So once everybody has made their pit stops, he will drop a little further down the order.
The one car that doesn't seem to have done too well from the pit stops, and they had no additional penalty, was Werner Dalsenberg in the number 17 Pescarolo, which we'd said that will really benefit because the whole field is now closed up. Well, he's now down in 12th place, so presumably...
our TV screen is arguing with our timing screen, because our TV screen says he's in 7th place, and our timing screen here says he's in 12th. So one of them hasn't caught up with the other. And I'm not quite sure which. However, what we are seeing here is car number 70, the Lola Mazda, and right behind it is 88, and that is one of our LMP3 cars, and that is the John Turner and Ray Grimes, not Bon Grimes, LMP3 Ligier. And again, you will see Ligier and Norma LMP3 cars in action here at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time. They are current LMP3 chassis. Those are slightly older, but the LMP3 rules have not changed. There's a different engine this year to the cars that you're seeing here, but the LMP3 cars look the same, and they will be racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
The answer to the lost places for the Danseberg Pescarolo is its pit stop time was 20 seconds longer than it needed to be. Having said all of that, the cars are all in a tight bunch now, so that car being quicker than many ahead, it will start to pick its way through quite quickly.
Now, what is interesting is in the queue we have got Steve Brooks in the Peugeot, Christoph Dansenborg in 007, the Lola Aston, Mike Newton in 3rd in the LMP2 MG Lola, in 4th place Red 5, which is the ex-Nigel Mansell car, which Keith Freezer is driving. In 5th place is the Perry and Klukas LMP2 car, although that's not shown on our timing screen, but that's the order that they are in on the track. Now finally the TSL timing screen, as they cross the line, catches up with what's happened in the last lap. So there's the LMP3 car in that sort of Rothmans-ish colour. That's car number 11, and then in 6th position Cor Oyser in the Marcos ahead of Werner Dansenborg. So he has moved up a couple more places, and more importantly is only half a dozen seconds rather than 25 seconds or 17 seconds or whatever it is behind the leaders. So Werner Dansenborg in car number 17 could still benefit really well from this one.
Safety car will be in at the end of this lap, so they'll be racing again with around 11.5 minutes to go, and a number of penalties being handed out for various indiscretions, including, I don't want to go through them all because there's lots of them, but number 5, Keith Freezer, has a 5-second penalty, which I'm assuming will be added to his race time rather than
make him come in again.
Yes, that's right. So we may see a slight change at the end there. But
well, you see, now that's where the safety car is a real nightmare for him in Red 5, because 5 seconds behind him in normal racing might be one position. 5 seconds behind him now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 cars. Let's talk about car 08, the sort of black and grey with the 2 orange-tipped rollover hoops, because that's a bit of an unusual car here. It's a chassis built by Orica for a category called Formula Le Mans. Well, when lots of manufacturers left endurance racing, they created this new category. It's effectively an LMP2 Orica open chassis with a Corvette V8 motor behind, so it makes the most fabulous noise. They're a little bit, how can I say this politely, a bit like the Lola late F3000 car. It's kind of an animal, and you do need to wrestle it a bit. It does have a bit of reputation for being unwieldy and fighting back, but in the right hands, not only does it sound great because it's got a rear-mounted V8, but it's a quick car, and it's pretty well balanced as well because it is a Lola. So you can see the Pescarolo in front of it and the Lola Formula Le Mans car in the centre, and then what's the red car behind that? That's car number 24, Mike Furness in his Courage. Again, Yves Courage. Building cars under his own name at Le Mans, in his workshops at Le Mans, same as Jean Rondeau did. The safety car has gone in, the green flag waves. We go back to green flag racing at Silverstone with just 10 minutes on the clock in the Masters Endurance Legends. Steve Brooks in the Peugeot will try and beat away from Christoph Dansenborg in the 007 Lola Aston Martin. And here's the battle for third. Keith Frieser, who's got a 5-second penalty coming towards him, dives to the inside of Mike Newton, and the Perrion Klukas car goes through as well, car number 11. So that's Ben Klukas and Mike Newton. A rare error by the driver who has spent 20 plus years racing in LMP 675 and LMP2 cars, and has owned this car since he raced it in period. He is leading the championship this year after some very good results in the number 25 MG Lola, and he spins it around. Well, that's a disaster for Mike Newton, dropping down the order. Returned to Masters Endurance Legends in 2018, and is leading the category in the Peter Auto rounds so far with a clean sweep of wins in that chassis. There is Ben Klukas in the LMP3 car. Now, are we going to have an LMP3 car on the podium? Keith Frieser in front of him is going to give away 5 seconds to cars that are chasing. I think the real problem for Ben Klukas is the Pescarolo Werner Dansenborg, and there is another of our LMP3 cars. That's 88, isn't it? The Turner and Grimes car, and that has rolled to a dead stick halt, or has it spun to a dead stick halt? Is that at Copse? I think it might have been. There's Werner Dansenborg flashing the headlights on the LMP1 Lola. Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, LMP1, LMP2, LMP3, you get the gist. This is the kind of lowest rung on the ladder in Le Mans Series rules of prototype racing, whereas LMP1 was the top. And it has the speed that in a car that was designed to win Le Mans rather than to win its class. Not that LMP3 have raced at Le Mans, apart from in the Road to Le Mans support races. So the Werner Dansenborg up to 4th place, which is effectively 3rd, unless he finishes more than 5 seconds behind Keith Frieser in red 5. The blue, red and white Zytek in front of him. That gap certainly looks to be much less than 5 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, Werner Dansenberg's lap times are very good indeed. Not quite as quick as Brooks in the lead, and not quite as quick as Christoph Dansenberg in the Lola Aston, but quicker than Keith Frieser. So even without that 5-second penalty, it's quite possible in the last 7 and a bit minutes that he'll catch and pass anyway.
Worth pointing out what that extra 60 seconds stationary, because he's a toppermost and toppity-top driver, has done to I've lost him now as he moves up the order. Max Chilton, yeah, he was down to 11th, now up to 9th place, so he's picked up a couple of spots, but yeah, dropped him 10 places down the order, even with the safety car being out. And that's why he had to pit immediately, because then he joined a much shorter safety car chain than if he pitted on the second lap, when lots more drivers would have stopped.
Exactly, our timing screens are showing Max Chilton has got a time penalty as well. So we'll refer to our hard-working support team.
Maybe his 60 seconds extra in the pit lane wasn't quite the full 60. Here's the battle for 3rd on the road. Werner Dansenborg in the Gulf livery Pescarolo, car number 17, all over the Beech Dean Zytek of Keith Frieser.
Okay.
Two very similar cars from a very similar period. Zytek built in Great Britain, and the Pescarolo built at Le Mans. Henri Pescarolo's eponymous team. 33 Le Mans starts as a driver, Henri Pescarolo. 33 starts in 34 years. 1 year he couldn't start because he'd been too badly burnt in a Formula 1 crash, and then he went on to become a team owner and started a dozen plus more races running his own team. Here's the battle for the lead though, and again it's a Gulf livery car with a Dansenborg aboard. This time it's Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston. Now this is very impressive stuff, because by rights Steve Brooks in the Peugeot should comfortably have the legs on the Lola Aston, but two LMP1 cars raced at Le Mans in period And this is going to be very entertaining. Christoph Dansenborg really has got the bit between his teeth. It was 2.4 seconds at the end of the last lap. That's not 2.4 seconds any longer.
And we could have two Dansenbergs on the podium, because I think when we get the long shot we might see that no, he's not quite got through yet. Thank you to our producer. There we are. We can see that the battle is still raging for third and fourth places, although we know that the number 5 car is going to drop back because of the 5-second penalty, but nevertheless great to see them battling on track. And Steve Brooks hasn't been able to shake off Christoph Dansenberg in the section of the track that you'd expect him to be a little quicker down the hanger straight.
I would think that, as at the beginning of the race, he is playing in don't forget, the tyres will have lost temperature, they will have lost pressure a little bit during that safety car period, so will the brakes have lost temperature. They're probably back up to temperature now, but I'm sure he's just been cautious in the first couple of laps on those tyres so that he doesn't have a major indiscretion, because he needs the temperature in those slicks. And yes, Keith Frieser effectively not in front of Werner Dansenberg, but getting on for 5 seconds behind him because of that penalty that's been applied for a pit stop infringement. But it is a battle for third on the road, and the problem actually for Werner is that if Keith Frieser is defending against him, if he doesn't know he's got a penalty, for instance, and he may well not do, then he thinks he's defending for third, but that is holding off Werner being able to rush off up the road and try and chase down Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston. Now, he might not win that chase, certainly not in 3 minutes, but on the other hand, he's not got much chance of getting by Keith Frieser, because I don't think Frieser's aware that effectively this isn't a battle.
And the penalty for Max Chilton is similar to the other penalties that are showing on our screen, and that is for a start, effectively a start infringement, not keeping to the left and right of the track as they came up to the start line. So unfortunately, there's a penalty for Chilton as well.
So currently 7th, may finish 7th, won't end up 7th. So Steve Brooks, yeah, there you go. He really has rocketed away from Christoph Dansenborg this time. He was actually 2 seconds faster on sector 1 of the lap, and 2 seconds slower in sector 2 actually in the twiddly stuff. So just being cautious on the tyres, but really giving the Peugeot its head down the straights. Of course, it was designed for a much longer lap and much longer straights, even at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So it's really on the hanger straight and the front straight, maybe the Willington straight, that he gets it in up to speed. Werner Dansenborg heading on to what's probably going to be the penultimate lap of the race, and still can't get by Keith Frieser. I'm sure Frieser has no idea that he's got a penalty, and this is a battle for the podium. They are closing on somebody. Is that Christoph Dansenborg? Is Dansenborg suddenly going quite a lot slower in the Lola Aston? They're much, much closer. Werner Dansenborg turns tight onto the Wellington straight, but that means that he loses momentum, can't pick up the throttle because he hasn't got the traction, but they are much, much closer. I don't think Brooks has rocketed away from Dansenborg. I think Dansenborg has sagged backwards in second place in the Lola Aston.
Yeah, you're spot on. Dansenberg's last lap time nearly a 154, which is 5 seconds slower than he should be doing. So yeah, some problems for the Lola Aston Martin, unless of course it's tactical between the Dansenbergs and he's going to back up Keith Frieser into Werner Dansenberg. Very doubtful, I think.
Well, Frieser has now broken clear. That you could organise with team radio. I'm not sure that they've got team radio. So Christoph Dansenborg, it was certainly wailing nicely as it came past us. You just saw a little commentary box there with the windows all blacked out, but there is Christoph Dansenborg, Werner Dansenborg rather, all over the back again of Keith Frieser. Frieser opened up a little bit of margin, but they are closing in on the Lola Aston. A minute to go. They will head on to the last lap, following Steve Brooks in the Peugeot. See how similar the two cars look. If you painted them both the same, you'd say, oh yeah, it's the same car. And yet they're not. They're different cars from different manufacturers, but so many similar styling cues. The dive planes, the twin roll hoops and everything else.
And Werner Dansenberg looked to have got a better run through Club Corner there. I thought he might go for a dive up the inside. I think he's going to try here at Village. Slightly more space and a lower speed corner, but just no room for him to get through. So a squirt now up to the left-hander at the loop. An opportunity to get through on the inside if Keith Frieser makes a mistake, but he doesn't.
No, I don't think there's any way through for a car that big. I think he's got to V off that, and then I think his opportunity has to be coming down into Brooklands here. But he didn't make enough of the run onto the Wellington straight. You know, the move at Stowe is always started by your exit off the Beckett's S's. You can't pick up that extra speed on the straight. You have to come onto the straight with the extra speed. And again, he's not doing it here at Luffield, but this is the three-way battle for second place. Unless Steve Brooks breaks down, then this should be it. Time has run out. The checkered flag will greet them at the line. And it is Christoph Dansenburg, Keith Frieser and Werner Dansenburg. Two Gulf liveried cars and the Beechstein Zytek in the middle and Werner Dansenburg. You can't have a look down into maggots. That's not going to work. These cars carry far too much speed. You cover the ground far too quickly. He needs to drop back a fraction here and then drive it off the final element through the Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight. Steve Brooks is down into Stowe. And here is the battle. It is not going to work for Werner Dansenburg. And I think he realises that immediately. Steve Brooks into the final corner. He turns left, he turns right, right and right again through the three-part final corner here at Silverstone. And out of club, the checkered flag. Victory for Steve Brooks in the Peugeot. Second place on the road will go to the Lola Aston Martin of Christoph Dansenburg, and third place at the line is Keith Frieser. Werner Dansenburg, though, flashing the headlights. I don't know whether the team had told him that Frieser has a penalty. Here comes our top LMP3 car, and fifth place overall for Perry and Klukas. That's a big result for an LMP3 car in this field. Max Chilton finished ahead of them in the blue and white Zytek that started on pole, but his pit stop penalty drops him back to sixth position. And so here is the car that started on the outside of the front row of the grid. Sasha Kakad finishing off after Vasily Vladikin started it in the Lola B1280. But Steve Brooks played himself in gently in the Peugeot 90X. And I'm not surprised. If he hadn't driven anything for 2 hours before getting into this car, I would still imagine he'd have to play himself in gently because it's such a big beast. But going straight from a Formula One Lotus into this must absolutely have messed with his head. I mean, he's done it before. Maybe not necessarily in back-to-back races, but he knows the car well, knows the Lotus well. It's not a bad day at Silverstone, is it? Saturday of the bank holiday weekend. What did you do? Oh, I went to IKEA. What did you do, Steve? Yeah, I raced an ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus and a factory Peugeot. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think you win. So there we go. Two cars not making it to the finish. Turner & Grimes LMP3 car still stranded at the side of the track, and the McNulty Fabi car as well, car number 69 that spun off into the gravel. There Norma was rescued but did not continue. So 19 finishers and two Dansenburgs on the podium. Steve Brooks, though, in this very distinctive livery Peugeot, and very distinctive sounding Peugeot as well. Like the diesel Audis, whispering speed, they come past you and it just sounds like a low-flying jet. Steve Brooks wins in the Peugeot. Christoph Dansenburg second in the Lola Aston. Werner Dansenburg third in the Pescarolo, ahead of Keith Frieser. Perry and Klukas, the top LMP3 car. Max Chilton, the pole sitter, ending up in sixth position after he, like Keith Frieser, had a pit stop, a start line infringement penalty. Bradley Smith, second of the LMP3 cars, ahead of the car that started on the outside of the front row. Top GT, the Gamsky and Wiley Bentley Continental. Mike Newton, after a spin, probably quite a disappointed 10th place, but nevertheless yet another race in the car that he has owned since he raced it in periods. And this is the first of two races for our Masters Endurance Legends. The second will be tomorrow afternoon, just around the time that we're all searching for a cup of tea, about 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Well, sights and sounds of Le Mans races in the not so distant future in the Masters Endurance Legends at Silverstone. Max Chilton, the pole sitter, passed fairly early on by the Peugeot of Steve Brooks. Safety car period just before the pit lane opened after a spin for Jack McNulty and Jack Fabian and Jason McNulty's Norma. And a spin just after we went green from the safety car for Mike Newton in a car that he knows as well as his own backyard. Werner Dansenburg, who didn't qualify, didn't set a lap in qualifying, started last on the grid and drove himself up into the battle for third place, not unassisted by the podium. He finished third, ahead of the penalised Keith Fraser. Second was Christoph Dansenburg in the V12 wailing Lola Aston Martin, but it was Steve Brooks in the whispering Peugeot diesel that took victory in the Masters Endurance Legends. So easy stuff for Ben Constanduros, only one driver per car in the top three.
It really is such a pleasure to see the Peugeot 90X on the circuit and driven at speed by Steve Brooks. Steve, firstly, thanks for bringing this, because it's just an amazing piece of kit and brings me back to my childhood. But it seems like it's hard to drive.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. It has its moments. You've got to love it. If you fight it, it doesn't like it.
And when you put your foot down on those straights, it's really a rocket ship.
Oh, it's an amazing thing. A diesel, London taxi fuel, bang.
Is it particularly easy for you to run?
We got a great team, and you've got to be detailed. But yeah, it was designed to run for 36 hours, so it keeps going.
Yeah, and you managed to get it to the end, so thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. Wonderful weekend.
Let's go and find Christoph Damsberg, who's over there. So the two golf liveried machines, the 007. So where's Christoph? There he is. Christoph, come with me. Having a quick interview with you. So want to... congratulations, Christoph. Second position, but you were being caught by your son.
I know. I didn't expect that, actually. I was fighting with the Peugeot, but then at one moment I couldn't do anything against it, so I was kind of resting. And then I saw all these lights behind me, and the team told me, you should push, and I saw these lights. I didn't know it was him, but yeah, indeed.
And another race tomorrow, Werner, that's your chance. You got held up a little bit, didn't you?
I got held up. Well, I started from afar. But yeah, we had a few issues with the car. Clutch, the downshifts weren't working, so we had to talk to the mechanics who told me what to do. But it was a great race. I was lucky with the safety car. Happy to be up the top. It's great, and especially behind my father.
Great stuff. Enjoy the podium.
Yeah, never beat the boss at golf. Don't beat your dad if he's helping you pay the bills. And there is the HGI FAP, a diesel-engined Peugeot 90X of Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks, well used to endurance. Man who has flown around the world in a Spitfire, among other things. So, yeah, 20 minutes in a Peugeot at Silverstone, possibly not the greatest feat of endurance he's ever produced. But again, to jump straight from the Lotus 91 into something like this, kind of understand exactly why he was taking it a little bit cautiously at the start of the race, just getting himself in and getting the car up to speed. As he said, you have to baby it. So there we go. That is our Masters Endurance Legends first race this afternoon. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
I'm in the fan zone right now, and I've just stopped off at the Race Against Dementia stand to find out a bit more about what they're doing here. Hannah, can you fill us in?
Absolutely. So Race Against Dementia is the charity partner of the Silverstone Festival this year. Super exciting. We are a charity founded by a motorsport legend, Sir Jackie Stewart OBE, who won the Formula One World Championship 3 times back in the 60s and 70s. So he set the charity up after his wife Helen was diagnosed with dementia, and he was so frustrated that there was nothing he could do for her. He's used to motorsport where you find solutions really fast and you work together to fix problems, and there was nothing he could do in dementia. So he set up the charity, and we combine all of that good stuff from Formula One and motorsport, the technology, the innovation, the speed, the teamwork, with medical research, so trying to speed up that search for a cure for dementia.
Having Sir Jackie Stewart OBE as the front man for this, have you found that it's brought in a lot of interest and people want to find out more?
So much interest, and he's an incredible ambassador for the charity. He speaks so passionately about it. Helen was by his side for pretty much every mile that he raced in his Formula One career, which is astonishing. And he speaks so well about it, and he just is behind us every step of the way. He would have loved to have been here this weekend, but sadly couldn't make it.
What an ambassador to have.
Incredible, as they say. And like, everyone knows him and everyone is such a fan. He's so famous now, even still, for his tartan, and such a character on the grid. So yeah, he's an incredible ambassador, and you will always see him wearing one of our rad pin badges. So keep an eye out for that next time you see him on the telly.
Love that, and I love that you mentioned his tartan. As a Scot, I actually saw him walking around at the last F1 in his tartan outfit, and he is just an adorable man.
He absolutely is, and we've got all his racing helmets that are tartan as well.
Amazing. So if people want to get involved, they just swing by the stand?
That's right, please come along and donate to us here.
Fabulous, thanks so much.
Away from the track, plenty to see and do still here at Silverstone. If you can drag yourself away from the mouth-watering delights on track and in the car park, of course, we've got a massive number of displays from the car clubs. The iconic auction there in the wing inside. They had their competition auction yesterday, and a whole host of cars to fit almost all pockets. Other than mine, honey, don't worry, I'm not buying anything silly there in the iconic auction. And of course, we have action in our drift and sprint arena, our stunt arena. We have got stuff going on the stage, and the Foodie Fest continues. If you time it right, in 25 minutes, you can go for a tasting masterclass with the Diddley Squat Farm Shop, and then catch Claire Andrews in the kitchen live later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, master of all he surveys, and as if the Peugeot 90X was in his childhood, he wishes his late 20s. Here's Ben Constanturis.
Get the podium ceremony underway then for our latest race, the Masters Endurance Legends. We've got two podiums for you. We're going to celebrate the prototypes and then the GTs. And the prototypes, of course, our overall podium. So please welcome onto the podium, son, Werner Ansberg in the Pescarolo LMP1 car. And beating son today, father, Christoph Dansborg. Christoph, obviously, in that Lola Aston Martin DBR1. But beating them all in that stunning Peugeot, it's Steve Brooks. Nothing can compete with the 90X. Celine from the Masters Historic Racing Series will present the trophy, firstly to our third position driver, Werner Dansborg. Second to Christoph. And the winner of the prototype category of the Masters Endurance Legends, Steve Brooks. If you'd like to get on the top step of the podium for some photos, make sure you don't put that trophy in front of your face, Steve.
Just put it up.
Big smiles. Congratulations to your prototype podium of the Masters Endurance Legends. And we are going to clear you, gentlemen. There's lots of chatting going on there. Absolutely loved what they were doing the last half an hour. The podium is now clear, so we can get our second podium underway. And in third position, Kurt Euser. That Marcos that has been racing for like 25 years or something. In second position, Colin Sauter and Jake Hill. And the winners in the Bentley GT3, Whit Gamsky and Ross Wiley. There is Ross. Were you on your own, Ross? You were? Well, okay. There you go. Celine will once again present the trophies. Kurt Euser in third position. Second position for Colin and Jake. It's been a long time since I've seen Whit Gamsky. And your winner, Whit Gamsky, late and Ross Wiley. Nice little pose to our cameras. Big smiles. And there is the top 3 of the GT category of the Masters Endurance Legends. Whit, come and speak to me, because it's been about 15 years. How are you? Nice to see you. Well done. I heard you were a bit upset with how fast Ross was going in qualifying.
He forgets everything I teach him. You see, that's the problem. He's always forgetting things. I tell him so much, but no, he's doing very well.
What a beast that Bentley is.
Yeah, it's well suited round here actually, on the long circuit. So yeah, it was good fun. Just wish the race was a little bit longer, but delighted with the result.
Yeah, and just to be able to stretch your legs on the Grand Prix circuit, always such a pleasure.
I can stretch my legs in a car. That's the important.
Well done, Whit and Ross. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Great to see you. So that concludes our podium ceremonies down here at the wing. We have lots of racing coming up over the next couple of hours. So if you do want to come and check everything down in the wing complex, the international pits is also where you can find that Formula One World Champions display. Back to you, Martin and Alistair.
Thank you, young Ben. Just trying to figure out whether Ben is old enough to drive if he was a child when the Peugeot 908 was winning at Le Mans. I think the answer is no. I think he was possibly just about leaving university at that stage. So anyway, there are your winners in the first of our 2 races for Masters Endurance Legends. We're going to take a little pause. Well, I'm not, but you are. And don't forget, when you're down the wing, actually just beyond there, you can take a look at the champions calculation, starting with a car similar to that one that won the British Grand Prix, Nino Farina, the Lancia D50 run by Ferrari, cars that were championship winners with Sir Lewis Hamilton, with Nigel Mansell, with Jenson Button, Jackie Stewart, Fernando Alonso, and a whole host of others. Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, Niki Lauda, John Surtees, and tomorrow, weather permitting, and if it's like today, that's a decent enough cloud base, I would have thought, even this afternoon, for a very good display from the Army parachute display team, the Red Devils. They'll be dropping in here at Silverstone. That's not Silverstone in the picture there, obviously, but they'll be dropping in at Silverstone tomorrow afternoon. Get in amongst the car collections as well, all the way around the infield here at the circuit, from the extreme to the mundane. Well, minivan, is that mundane anymore? There's not very many of them around, are there? There's probably fewer minivans on the road than, let's say, Ferrari 430s. A couple of beautiful little Fiat Cinquecentos. I'm liking the pastel colour there, the Minticento. And lots of car clubs. Jarrett Jupiter Car Club. A number of Jarrett Jupiters racing here as well. You won't see, I don't think, any in a car club display that look like the Jarrett Jupiters that were out earlier on in the Stirling Moss Trophy and Woodcote Trophy race. Those were very, very different from their production cars. Just across the road, of course, from Aramco Aston Martin's headquarters, at the former home of Jordan and Force India. So this is a place steeped in Formula One history, right from the earliest days of the championship 75 years ago. And of course, we've got the fun fair, the foodie fest, we've got the main stage, we've got the drift and stunt arena, and we have got lots and lots to eat and drink around the circuit here at Silverstone. So plenty to keep you occupied on what has turned into an absolutely beautiful August bank holiday weekend Saturday. So wherever you are around the world or around the circuit, lots more racing to come this afternoon and throughout the day tomorrow. First car's on track at 9 a.m. British summer time, which is 8 a.m. GMT, if you need to adjust your clocks. And there's an awful lot going on here. Silverstone famous as the home of the British Grand Prix. MotoGP comes here as well. Lots and lots of other racing. See Chris Harris in the background there. Hello, sir. He's racing later on this afternoon. And of course, the latest venture here at Silverstone Circuits, Kart Silverstone. Oh yes, a CAK FIA World Kart Spec Circuit has just been opened here at Silverstone Circuit.
Now, it's been 75 years since the first Formula One race here at Silverstone. It was in 1950, and since then the location has been ever evolving. Now, it's really fitting that they've added the go-kart track. Inside the main circuit, they've added Kart Silverstone, a tiny little go-kart track. And the reason it feels fitting is that so many Formula One drivers start their career out in go-karts. I certainly remember being a young fan of Formula One, tiny little boy, and I lived near a go-kart track called Rye House, which is where Lewis Hamilton trained. So I had the ambitions and the visions to be a driver. Didn't work out for me, but it worked out okay for Lewis. So we've got people here coming out to try go-karting within the same piece of tarmac that Formula One races are run. And I'm thinking about all the young people that they're going to be inspired by getting into a go-kart, and will they eventually come on to be another British world champion? Now, tomorrow, Sunday, there is going to be a demonstration here at 1:20 in the afternoon. So if you find yourself down in the middle of the track, come and check out Kart Silverstone, and maybe yourself could have ambitions to what it feels like to be a Formula One driver.
So Kart Silverstone, we may well see World Kart Championship action here in the next few years. Certainly that is the intention of the BRDC. I know Anthony Davidson, my World Endurance colleague, another BRDC member, and enthusiastic karter, to say at the very least, is there and abouts. Now then, we don't actually have a rally at the Silverstone Festival, and shame that we don't, but what you see there are two rally cars, Austin Healey and also a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus in full factory colours. Look at that, what a glorious thing that is. One of my very most favourite rally cars. Anyway, later this afternoon, coming up on track, we head back to the 60s. First of all, with the pre-66 touring cars in the Transatlantic Trophy, pre-66 Grand Prix cars from the Historic Grand Prix Car Association, and pre-66 Classic GTs racing for the International Trophy. And we round out our afternoon stroke evenings entertainment with the Masters Group C race. And at that stage, our music stage will be sorry, I'll edit that out later. At that point, our music stage will be kicking into life. The stage is in action all day long and away from the track. If you turn away from the action for a moment or two, there is still plenty to keep you entertained through the afternoon and into the evening. Don't leave early. That would be my advice. Plan to have some supper here. After all, who doesn't need a burger on a Saturday evening with a nice Hawkston beer to wash it down, and a gig from Craig David and ST5. What else is going on? Boys in the Truck, what else is going on? See, that was a cue.
As you come into the Silverstone Festival, on the right-hand side, even before you get over the first bridge, is the shift and drift zone, and it is noisy and spectacular. Colin, commentating over the next couple of days, there's so much going on here. Where are we right now?
We are in Paradise Road. This is a recreation of the film American Graffiti. We got two cars, it would be a 55 Chevy and a 32 Ford. And these cars here, they're all lined up, pointing into the road, just like the recreation from the film itself. Very, very classic film. It's definitely worth checking out.
If you love hot rods, this is the place to be, and some beautifully recreated vehicles. These two, as you mentioned, at the head of the field.
Yes, you've got the 32 Ford. This is a sedan. Did start life as a coupe, but the guy who owns this one, Alan, he's turned it into a sedan so that he can have his whole family in the car. So it makes life very easy for him.
and this beautiful matte black example.
Yeah, this is a 55 Chevy owned by Michael. He's owned this car since he was 19 years old. Runs it on the street, drives it on the drag strip, has a lot of fun, and it's served him very, very well over the years.
Now we've got Terry Grant doing stunts and drifts. We've got a lot of drift cars. We've got a lot of drag cars. And the two most spectacular have to be the Nitro funny car and the one that we're about to show you. The first time ever this jet funny car has been here at the Silverstone Festival.
It is indeed, yes. This is the Fire Force Jet Funny Car. It's known as Fire Force 3. This is the world's fastest jet funny car. It's been 330 plus miles an hour down the quarter mile. It is an insane machine. The engine is out of a Sikorsky Skycrane helicopter. Yes, so it's a jet turbine kicking out around about 10,000 horsepower. It's 5,500 pounds worth of thrust. As I say, this car could go into the 5.7s on the quarter mile with flames coming out of the back. It's a heck of a show, it really is.
25 gallons worth of fuel on every run. Just look where the driver sits in relation to that massive jet engine as well. And it is running here at the Silverstone Festival twice a day?
It is indeed, yes. Yeah, we're doing a flame and afterburner show down on the parade area there.
Because funny cars aren't fast enough, obviously you need a jet engine. In drag racing, I guess there is just no substitute for extra speed and extra power. So lots going on to see down at the Drift and Stunt Arena. And Harrison Ford, of course, in American Graffiti, driving the matte black 56 Chev against the 32 Deuce Coupe, the bright yellow car. And in the end, although he was winning, ended up crashing. And history, that's the front engine, rear engine revolution there. The production cars going faster and faster throughout the history of the American hot rodding 1950s. Don't forget, at the home of the British Grand Prix, the Champions Car Collection down here at the wing. It's in the paddock. It is free access for everybody. Get a great look at Formula One since 1950, progressing through a whole host of cars that relate to our 34 Formula One world champions.
The World Champions collection of 35 world champion Formula One cars, starting with 1950, and an amazing collection behind me, curated by Mark, my cousin, Constant Juris. We're going to give a little bit more detail in some of these cars because there's stories behind so many of them. And the first World Championship in 1950, the Alfa Romeo in front of you with those amazing fuel tanks to the left and right hand side of the driver, the Lancia D50, and a car actually we've seen quite a lot of, the Maserati 250F over the years, because Nick Mason and Mario Franchitti have raced it a lot. But there are cars in this collection, Mark, which we've never seen before.
There are indeed. There are some very special cars here. Obviously, we've got the Sharknose Ferrari. You know, Sharknose Ferraris, the original cars don't exist. They were all cut up by Enzo Ferrari. So this is a very, very accurate, faithful recreation of one of those amazing cars that Phil Hill drove to his championship.
And parked next door to it, Graham Hill's BRM P578, which, again, a very significant car and a significant driver and character in the world of Formula One.
Absolutely, and also it's the start of that father-son World Championship pairing, which we'll come on to.
Jim Clark, Lotus, one of my favourite sort of colours, cars. The slightly later 67 car is the one that I really like because I played computer games that had it in it. But I think this, beside it, has to be one of the really special moments of this collection. Both a Surtees car and his World Championship bike.
Yeah, and I think here it was very, very appropriate to actually honour John Surtees' championship on both 2 and 4 wheels. He's the only driver to have ever achieved that special pairing, and actually, to be honest, we don't see anybody ever being able to do that again. So here we have his championship-winning MV Augusta. We also have the Surtees TS7, which is the first car he created and raced.
And he had a lot of those cars in his own collection.
Absolutely, he has quite a collection which still remain in the family.
Brabham Repco, Australian Brabham car, with Brabham as a driver, Sir Jack Brabham, very, very significant for the Antipodean world.
And also, it's the very first and only championship where the driver and car have actually won. So
Good
Brabham
fact.
name, Brabham car as a manufacturer.
Why do we have two alongside each other? What's significant about the second 1967 car?
Well, this is Denny Hulme, who in 1967, he won that championship. And it's also the final year before Ford's DFV engine revolution. So it's a key car, and it's a lovely car. I love the pipes out the back.
It feels like we jump. It's only 3 years, but it feels like we jump to, you were saying, one of the most significant cars in your collection here, because it's Jochen Rindt's World Championship winning car, but of course, he's the only driver to win after his death.
Yeah, so Jochen Rindt is the only posthumous Formula One world champion, and this particular car is the genuine car that Jochen Rindt drove in that championship year. Obviously, it's not the car, but this is a very, very special car, rarely seen, and it's just fantastic to have it here as part of this collection.
This collection is 35 cars deep. There is a huge amount of history and a huge amount of wealth in this collection. Make sure you come down to the International Wing paddock. It's inside the paddock, and come and look for yourself. There are a few more times and a few more clips we're going to create with the rest of this insane collection of Formula One legendary cars.
Ben and Mark enjoying themselves. Not the only family involved here, because this is the Lotus Cortina of Peter Smith, whose son Guy Smith, the Le Mans winner, also racing in this race. 711 and 712. They're basically photo negatives of each other here in the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy. Let's find a little more from our man Ed Foster.
Sam, another Touring Car Challenge here at Silverstone, and you're on pole position. You do love this circuit in this car, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Won the last two in the Falcon, actually, in previous years. So this year's a new challenge for us, being the Mustang. So first time we've completed the first mission, was to be on pole. But a long 45 minutes now ahead, and anything can happen. I've got to serve a 22-second extra time penalty in the stop, which is quite a lot. It feels like a minute when you sat there. So yeah, this one's far from finished yet, and some good competition around us.
It's interesting, every single professional driver has made sure they've told me about their deficit in the pits. But look, this car, I guess you're looking after the rear tyres as the main thing.
Yeah, rear tyres, brakes, just try and manage the whole thing best we can. Engine temp should be okay. 45 minutes is a long time around here, and it takes a beating around Silverstone, long lap. So you've got to be mindful of all that. Yes, I want to push on at the start because I've got that penalty in the back of my mind, and it's that balancing act of how hard do I push versus saving the car for later in the race.
I'm sure you're going to say everyone, but who are you keeping your eyes on?
There's some quick cars around us. I think there's more or less the top 10 is all Mustang, so you definitely need a V8 to win this race now. But there's quick guys. There's the current touring car crop jumping in at the half distance. I'm sure Tom Ingram, Jake Hill, others. So they're all going to keep me honest. And if they're ahead of me when I come out the pit lane, it could be quite exciting to watch.
We'll love it. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, never not exciting to watch. The Ford Falcon Sprinter he referred to, basically a pink aircraft carrier, but wielded superbly by Sam Tondorf over the last couple of years. So he's definitely one that we have to watch. He's not the only well-known name in the paddock either, and Ed has caught up with a couple of those.
Chris, it's great to see you back out on the racetrack. Chosen a Falcon and a Corvette just to ease your way into it.
Yes. Well, I've raced with Marco before. Both of the cars are owned by Marco, and they're great fun. Yeah, we have a cracking time in them. We're kind of mid-pack, so there's always someone to race with, and the cars, they keep you concentrating, that's for sure.
And Marco, there's so many quick cars on this grid. Are you trying to get into the top 10, I guess?
Well, it'd be lovely to, but we're here for the fun of it. We just enjoy doing it, and we'll go for it. But top 10 might be a little bit optimistic.
I guess so much of these races hinges on the pit stops and the professional drivers taking longer, safety cars, and just getting that timing right.
Yeah, I think we know our pace, and we're very much mid-pack. But if you can make the most of any situation, if you can be opportunistic, and as you say, safety cars, timing the changeover well. We're we're very well drilled in the driver change, aren't we?
Mark, I guess you've been practicing all night doing the driver change.
We have. We don't like doing it, but we do it. You know.
It's what the professionals do, guys. Have a great race.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers.
So Chris Hoy, a former sports car endurance racing legend, and of course a man who's not bad on a bicycle either. He's not the only Chris in the field as well that you will probably recognise from the tele, and Ed Harris has caught up with another of them.
Chris, they say nothing drives like a rental car, and you are sort of borrowing this off Alex Brundle, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I don't have any bills to meet. So the rev limiter is when the valves start coming out of the bonnet. Sorry, Alex, I don't mean that. He's so busy driving other people's cars, he phoned me to drive his car. It's a great position to be in, really.
And you were saying that it's quite a tricky car to drive.
Yes, they've got a lot more power than I realised. So I got in it yesterday, and normally you count 1 or 2 Mississippis on the exit, don't you? Think I can go wide open now. It became 3 or 4 Mississippis, and it was still sideways. And then it was still going sideways in 4th. Then I went for 5th and realised that was the last gear. So it's a really, really exciting car to drive. It's dynamically simple, is what I'd say.
And you're up-and-coming young racing driver of a teammate. He's only won Sebring 12 Hours once. He's coming along all right, isn't he?
Oh, he's learning. It's taking him some time. He's understanding the environment. He had to learn the circuit, I gather, as well. No, he's lovely. I'm a very lucky man. I get to race with my friends.
Well then, have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, another proper fun guy. And by the way, if you haven't seen his feature with Max Verstappen driving Ford's latest Mustang hot rod, the GTD, I can't recommend it highly enough. A really, really nice piece. Max said at the end, I usually hate doing these media things, but I had a really fun day, and it showed. Fun for all the family, not just the Verstappen family, but fun for all the family. And So Chanel, having just raced in the last race, now back together once more. Hello, young men, or ladies, or whatever. Hello, kids. I probably can't say kids either, can I? Great to see so many families here. That's exactly what the festival has always been about. Not just about top flight historic racing, but about plenty for the family to see and do as well, because in the end, the younger members of the audience can have seen just about enough cars. For the parents, though, for the older members of the audience, lots and lots of exciting racing coming up. There's going to be all sorts going on here. So the Ford Mustangs, the Galaxies, we've got lots and lots of Lotus Cortinas, a phalanx of Minis who will be racing each other, well-known names and some who are possibly going to be making their mark this weekend. Rob Huff here, by the way, changed to your race card on page 20. Rob Huff is joining car 116 Mark Matheson. That's who he's talking to. So he joins Mark in that Ford Mustang, white car with the matte black bonnet. Originally, we were told it was going to be Henry Mann driving that car. He's not. Justin Law in this car with his young son Oliver. There's Oliver on the far side. Have a guess at just how young Oliver is. He is just 16 years of age. He is, I'm pretty sure, the youngest driver in the field by not much, though, because sharing with Guy Smith's dad, Peter, is another very young driver.
Yes, Harry Reynolds sharing with Peter. He shared with him at Donington earlier in the season in this sort of racing. Did a really good job. He's done a little bit of Formula 4, British Formula 4 racing, and also some Ginetta Junior, which would put his age anywhere between 14 and 17. But I think it's nearer he has to be 16 in this type of racing. I think he's nearer that 16 as well as Ollie Law as well. So 2 young drivers.
And I mean, what a great place to start racing, because if, like bringing a young family, young kids here, my grandson came for the last couple of seasons, age 3 and 4, and he's just a car nut now as a result. So it's it's a drug. We all know that, and you either, it either gets you or it doesn't. And if it gets you, it's got you for life, because once you get excited by cars and the way that they're driven, then that never leaves you. So there is one of the 2 Smith Mustangs. He's Cortina, so you see what I mean? So this is Guy's car. So 711. No, this is Peter's car. This is Guy's car. So Guy's in 711. Peter is in 712, which is blue where this car is white, and white where this car is blue. So it's basically white with the blue stripe and blue numbers. So only one of them, though, has won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and you were looking at him there, Guy Smith. Ollie Samways, another well-versed historic racer. And let's find out a little bit more about the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy.
The Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy celebrates saloon car racing with a history dating back to 1958 here in Great Britain. In the 1960s, you could have watched cars like the Austin Mini Cooper race on a Sunday and then bought one from a showroom on a Monday. Although you would have had to gone a little bit further to pick up a 5-litre Ford Falcon. Also on track today, US icon, the Ford Mustang, in a true battle of American muscle versus nimble British-built saloon cars. So sit back and enjoy the field of pre-66 touring cars.
Well, there you go. Ford's original Mustang, that in the colours of Alan Mann Racing, Byfleet Surrey, as it says on the door, as it said on everything. I don't know, they sort of stopped short of putting the telephone number on, Byfleet 3167, or whatever it would have been in period. So the Alan Mann Racing livery, red and gold, that's the number 16 Mustang, Matt Johnson, sharing with Rob Ross. And that car starts... where does that start? On the front row of the grid, actually, on the outside of the front row. Yeah, so they had a really good run in qualifying. Again, it's a massive field, 45 cars, which made qualifying a little bit of a lottery. There will be cars who have more pace than showed in qualifying because they will have had laps held up by catching slower cars. You catch a Mini in the Beckett's S's in the wrong place when you're in this aircraft carrier, you've got nowhere to go. You are just going to have to, well, lift or brake or one or the other. Tim Scott Andrews in the Ford Falcon. And again, a very distinctive livery on that car. Sam Tordoff, who we were talking to earlier with Ed, in the family red Mustang, car number 600. As he said, for the last couple of seasons, he has won this race, but not in the Mustang. The Mustang is new to him this season. He's won in a Ford Falcon Sprint, so very similar car to this, only in that same lurid Porsche red.
Ruby Stone Red.
Yeah, indeed.
Is the colour chart name. And Sam brought the Mustang out for the first time in May at Donington and won that race. So a good start for that car. Is that a Nigel Greensall looking helmet? I think it is, isn't it? So Nigel Greensall starting.
So that's his full-face Nigel Greensall helmet rather than his half-face rally-style helmet. Started with John Spears. I'm not sure that's FIA approved. Is it? Rainbow Unicorn helmets? Yeah, maybe, who knows? I just have to check my Appendix 5 of my Blue Book. And I'm looking forward to seeing somebody in the World Endurance Championship trotting one of those out in Texas next weekend. And don't forget, if you're enjoying endurance racing, we won't have saloons at the European Le Mans Series weekend in mid-September here in 3 weeks' time, but we will have the European Le Mans Series with LMP2, LMP3 and GT3 cars, and LMP3 and GT3 cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well. But first, we have to get our race underway for the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy for pre-66 cars here this afternoon at the Silverstone Classic. So Sam Tordoff starts on pole from the Johnson & Ross Mustang. He's hemmed in by Mustang. Spears and Greensall start third. Sotran Hill in fourth. Matheson and Huff in fifth. And Mustang. Till we get to the top Cortina driver, that is Guy Smith in eighth place. Top Ford Falcon, Tom Sharp in ninth. Matt Neal not driving because of a back injury, so Henry Neal will drive on his own. Chris Harris and Marino Franchitti in the Mustang built by Alex Brundle, the Brundle Mustang. See what they did there? Max Chilton back out after racing in the Zytek in the last race in another of the Cortinas. Justin Law shares Hidforce Cortina with his son, so that should be Law, Attard and Hoy in their Ford Falcon. Steve Soper in the Lotus Cortina, starting in 27th place. Ollie Samways, we saw his Mini, starts in 34th place in a clutch of the little front-wheel drive Terrors. lots and lots of minis outside the top 30. That's going to be as intense as anything else. And the one that looks like somebody's 1960s granny should be driving it, the sort of beige car, that's the Studebaker Lark. You'll see that down towards the tail of the field. I've got all sorts of starting drivers coming in now. Matt Johnson starts in, I haven't got time for that. We'll have to work it out for the timing. So you'll have to remind me as we go through. In the pole car.
Sorry, the front row car.
No, I was going to say it's not the pole car because there's only one toured off and he's not a Matt Johnson. And I haven't got a highlighter anyway. So Matt Johnson starts car number 16, the red and gold Mustang. That's a red and gold Mustang as well. Sort of vermilion. Should we call? I know it's got a Porsche actual colour, and Porsche probably don't go with vermilion, but it's vermilion. So that is car number 600, Sam Tordoff. And the one that is red, as in pillowbox red and gold, the Alan Mann coloured Mustang. That is Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. They start second. The blue Mustang in third place. Nigel Greensall starts. John Spears will take over in the second part of this two-part race. You don't have to share with somebody. You can pay all the bills yourself and have all the fun yourself if you like. Now, there is a very period livery. I'm loving that. Is that British Fighter?
Well, it's... No, I thought it was Britax. Not quite.
It is Britax.
Yeah, it's not quite the right yellow, but
yeah.
the Britax colours. And that Steve Neal, Matt's dad, used to drive. Was it the Britax car he ran?
His was black, wasn't it?
Was it?
54, Billy Nairn and Carl Nairn. Not sure which is starting that. Bound to insult whoever it is, so we'll just say that's the Nairn family car. Nairn with an I rather than Nern with an E, which would be a family Caterham.
My brain is saying Gordon Spice Britax Mini, but I might be wrong there.
You might well be right. Again, we referred to Steve Neal in a Mini. If you want the absolutely archetypal 60s Mini racing picture, Google Steve Neal Mini Brands Hatch. Ditto Lotus Cortina, Jim Clark Lotus Cortina Brands Hatch. Yeah, very different cars. Very different photographs. You'll enjoy both of them if you haven't seen them before. You'll enjoy both of them if you have seen them before. Lights off on the safety car. It will be a rolling start for this 45-minute race for our pre-66 touring cars. Will it be the Mustangs that come out on top? Will the Lotus Cortinas stand a chance here? 1600cc twin cams versus 5-litre V8s. You would think no horsepower should win, but it ain't always that way. The reds rise as we lead to the line. Red lights are on. Sam Tordoff paces the field. They've got to go through their grid markings, otherwise they might end up with a penalty. Green we go. Lights out and Sam Tordoff leads the charge down to the first corner. Nigel Greensall, the blue car, looking to go down the middle between the two front row Mustangs. Didn't do so. Goes down in third position. The darker car behind him. That is the orange and black car down to sixth position. So moving up is the dark blue car. And that is the Jake Riddell and Tom Ingram car. Thank you.
Yes, and Jack Riddell starting that one. So on to through the tight left-hander at the loop, through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight for the first time. And what a sight this is. Minis, Cortinas, Mustangs and a few Falcons as well, making their way round the left-hander onto the straight. Somebody goes very, very wide there and comes back onto the track.
Was that our lone Alfa Romeo? There is an Alfa Giulia in there somewhere, but that might well have been a white Cortina. So here we go. The colours of red and gold, Alan Mann Racing, and that is Matt Johnson giving chase to Sam Tordoff. He does not want Tordoff to get away here, and early on lap one, Sam Tordoff said these cars are worked very hard here. Well, he leaves big black stripes out of Luffield as he struggles to get the power down to make the most of the traction of the Mustang. Side by side almost as they turn into Copse Corner. Tordoff on a tighter line. That means he's not going to be able to pick up the throttle quite so early. Might be advantage here to Matt Johnson as they climb the rise up to the left-hander of Maggots, then down into the Beckett's S's. Tordoff still has his nose in front.
Just holds on there and kicks up the dust as he turns into the first element of Beckett's, and just the cars just slide sliding around, and they're driving them on the throttle as much as the steering as they come through. The right-hander at Beckett's, and I can see Nigel Greensall in third place in the blue Mustang behind, but these two have got away at the moment. Then the dark blue Mustang, which I think will be the Jack Riddell car, number 119, in fourth place, and then it's the first of the Falcons, which is that Tom Sharp in
Tom Sharp in the green car, grey and white car with the green nose. He started in ninth place, so really good start from Tom Sharp. above even the bellow of the V8, you can hear the tortured squeal of the tyres, and that is going to be possibly the deciding factor over 45 minutes of rubber punishing racing. Around and across the line already, 2:27.5, the first rolling lap of the race. They will be quicker from here on in. And it is Sam Tordoff, 600, who leads from Matt Johnson in second place. They're already over 2 seconds clear of the battle for third. And there is a big battle for third place. 119, and that is Jack Riddell, who started that car. He's got ahead of Nigel Greensall. So Greensall 179, not making the best of the start, but look at car number 10, Tom Sharp, sweeps around the outside for something that's got the girth of an aircraft carrier, the length of an aircraft carrier. That is a very fleet machine indeed. So in the Ford Falcon.
And the second of the sort of red and gold Alan Mann coloured cars, I think that will be John Davison there behind Nigel Greensall. Nigel lost a couple of places in the run from Copse Corner round to the start line, because we saw him in third at one point. But it's the first of the red and gold cars in second place, and that's the Matt Johnson car holding on to Sam Tordoff very well indeed. And was that dent there earlier on, Martin? I don't think so. So a little bit of contact between the two Mustangs in this first lap and a half. There's Guy Smith leading the Cortinas, Guy with the Dayglow yellow helmet on in the blue car. But up to Beckett's they come again, fling the car in. Sam once again kicks up the dust with that front right wheel. Perfect line through there, drifts the car through in the number 600 Rubystone red car from the red, very red and gold of Alan Mann colours. And there's that little dent in the bonnet we can see there at the front, and I'm sure that wasn't there.
Oh, now there's a dent in the bonnet that probably wasn't there right at the very beginning. So car number 2, and that is the Marco Attard Chris Hoy Ford Falcon, who started that. Looked like Marco Attard was ready to go, but I'm not going to cast nasturtiums in that direction until we know. And Phil Bullen-Brown in the Mini Cooper S. Looks okay from this side. That's the way you park it for the photographs if you're going to put it on eBay. Was it Marco who started the...
Marco Attard, yeah.
Oh, that's a real shame. That's such a great looking livery on that car. I know Chris Hoy was looking forward to it. Jake Hill there, watching the action.
Tom Ingram.
I beg your pardon, Tom Ingram watching the action. His car in second place. Downloading the data there from TSL Timing. If you are watching at home, go to tsl-timing.com. You can actually watch the live timing. So you can see who your favoured drivers are and where they might be. Again, just outside the top 10, Henry Neal, with coaching from multiple British Touring Car Championship dad, Matt Neal. There is the Chris Harris Marino Franchitti Brustang, car number 43. That pale blue Mustang, just ahead of Guy Smith, the best of the Lotus Cortinas. Why is it called the Brustang? Well, that's just a nickname built by Alex Brundle with the Pearson family preparation organisation a couple of seasons ago. So the Brundle Mustang. They then went on to build a GT40 last season together, and Alex letting Chris Harris and Marino Franchitti drive that. One of our partners here at the festival, Adrian Flux, sponsoring the car.
And Chris Harris has started that, and he's done well, because he started 13th on the grid and they are now up to 7th.
And Harris is a pretty proficient driver. He downplays it, of course he does, because that's the kind of guy he is. He's a very good pedaler, and you can see how busy he is in the cockpit of these cars. Don't forget, these cars are not lightweights by any stretch of the imagination, and they need a lot of twiddling. Overheating already in the pit lane, the Nikolai Mortensen, Jan Magnussen Ford Galaxy. and that slightly bigger car than the Ford Falcon Sprint, and that is a lot of steam coming out. I don't know if Mortensen started it or Jan. Jan was very impressive in qualifying yesterday for one of our other races in a Turner GT, and there coming through is the Studebaker Lark. It is definitely the sort of car that a retired Middle America couple would have driven in the 1950s. The sort of thing that if you loaned it to your kids, they would park around the corner from their friends who are in the slightly cooler things.
It was Nikolai Mortensen who started the steaming Ford Galaxy.
Yes, in certain hill climbs you might see a steamer. In pre-66 touring cars, you probably shouldn't. Now, Sam Tordoff seems to have just made a little break over Matt Johnson. 1.4 seconds, that gap is actually growing. That's not 1.4 that we're looking at now. That was at the beginning of the lap. So he was just a whisker quicker in the first sector and a whisker quicker in a second sector again of the last lap. And then a full half a second quicker than Matt Johnson at the end of the lap. So as that goes on, Chris Harris holding on. Oh, but Guy Smith trying to go the long way around the outside in the darker blue Cortina. Now he's got the inside line. Harris knows he's there. Smith knows that the gap is going to close. Just locks an unladen front wheel. Right behind is the 198 Jake Giddings Paul Strether Mustang in that really nice, very light sage green and cream livery. Not a kind of racing livery so much, you like, as maybe something you might have seen on a Mark I Ford Consul Popular rather than a full race Lotus Cortina. In fact, many of these cars, they're pre-airflow, as Anorax will immediately recognise, because there's none of the chrome vents on the C-pillar at the back, which help to allow the air out of the cockpit, and that means they're the A-frame car that is much desired, rather than the leaf spring car for racing, and they are, a lot of them don't say Cortina on the badge on the nose, a lot of them say Consul, because that's how the original car was. There you go. A couple of Consuls right at the very front, all pre-airflow, and that is the 1600cc or 1558 twin cam engine. Now then, Nigel Greensell under pressure for fourth place. Greensell in 179, car he shares with John Spears. If Spears gets in to drive it at the midway point, there's been a couple of cars, one race already where they're due to share a car. John Spears broke the one that Nigel was due to take over. And that's a real shame for one of the prettier colour schemes. 101, Richard Walker and Jack Walker-Tully. Their black Cortina. That was smoking in qualifying at the end of the day yesterday, wasn't it? It's smoking a lot more heavily now. That's a 40-a-day car rather than the 10-a-day car that it was yesterday, and that will be laying liberal amounts of oil, because that's not coming from the exhaust, that is coming from underneath the engine. And if he doesn't have lots of lights warning him that there's low oil pressure, he's gonna have quite soon.
Still this battle going on for third and fourth places, with the 119 dark blue Mustang of Jack Ruddle being challenged by the grey and blue Falcon number 10 of Tom Sharp, who started in 9th place. He's running in 4th at the moment.
Ooh,
Guy Smith has stopped.
Guy Smith at the side of the road, so he is no longer the best of the Cortinas. And in the gravel as well, 116. And that is Mark Matheson and Rob Huff's car.
Are the two things linked?
And are they linked to the oil that the Cortina was laying?
Oh, possibly.
I do think they very probably are. Let's see what happens to Studebaker Lark.
No, that's in a different place.
Doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't contact between them a little earlier in the lap.
Guy Smith has parked up on the bottom of the hanger straight into Stowe Corner, and the other car was off in the gravel at Beckett's.
Safety car driver stand by. I'm sensing maybe a radio message that has possibly already been uttered. Two cars, one down at Beckett's, and that's not a safe place to be leaving a car. Sam Tordoff leads now by 2.9 seconds. That might be to no avail. His last lap actually 2:28.5 to 2:30.0, so 1.5 seconds faster than Matt Johnson on that last lap. Waved yellows as he head down from Maggots into the first element of the Beckett's S's. You do need to be showing that you've slowed down a little bit from normal racing pace. You don't have to come to a crawl, but you do have to show that you're not going through as quickly as... And so sliding the car around is not necessarily a sign that you're necessarily obeying the yellow flags, as perhaps they might have hoped. Is it still yellow down here? It is for Guy Smith's car. So the Orange Army will be moving in to try and effect a rescue for that one as well. No second race for these cars, unfortunately, tomorrow, so it's one and done, and the safety car, well, as is pretty much inevitable. I actually think a black and orange flag is going to be really required for that black Cortina. It is definitely leaving a lot of oil down, and I know that race control will be watching it, and I would be very surprised if he's not told to go into the pit lane and stop making a mess. You're showing me a phone, I can't read anything. Top Mini number 7, top of the topmost. Very non-factory colour. That's a 1275 GT livery that's been dropped onto the car, isn't it? Anybody of a certain age will know that the 1275 GT was black with a gold stripe along the doors. So, in fact, it isn't a 1275 GT at all. It's Mark Burnett and Scott Kendall's Austin Mini Cooper S, which is described as blue. S-U-A-O-K. Not really. SUA0K? No, it would have to add another digit in, wouldn't it? Single digits would be 1 to 9 in a suffix registration, rather than a Suffolk registration. So cars beetling around to greet the safety car. Now, having been towed from a place of danger, if he can fire it up, can the Mustang continue? You'd rather hope that he might be able to. Guy Smith has abandoned ship, so it may not have been contact, it may have been something more in the warning light territory. Cars like this tend not to have a huge amount of telemetry, as you might imagine from the 1960s, but what they often do have is a very big, very evident orange light, where if your oil pressure drops, it comes on and alerts you to that. So let's take a look again at our safety car, built by RML, Ray Mallock Limited. Ray was racing earlier on in Formula Junior today. He'll be racing again. He has stepped down as the CEO of the company. It's now being run effectively by his son, Michael Mallock. And this is their latest bespoke supercar, hypercar, in fact, as it was described, the P39, based... I was going to say loosely, but based on a 9921 generation Porsche 911, and then extrapolated in the way that top flight engineering and racing designers can do. So pure carbon bodywork and an extensively modified 4-litre flat 6 engine. So proper mini cornering there. Rear anti-roll bar firmly connected on car number 71. That's second in the Mini category. Dan Lewis in his Austin Mini Cooper S.
Rear wheel optional on that particular corner.
They just serve to keep the exhaust off the ground, so you don't need all of them at the same time. I was never brave enough to connect the rear anti-roll bar on my Mini 7, I'm afraid. I liked it to be a little bit less tail-happy than that, because my driving talent ran out pretty much the moment I shut the driver's door. Nevertheless, they're still a lot of fun as a race car Minis, and I don't suppose they're any less fun here than they are in the Mini Challenge, which started in 1965, I think, and continues to this day. Mini 7s, Mini Millias, and a whole bunch of others. There's Nigel Greensall at the side of the track. Well, is he... Hang on a minute. Is Greensall in the pit lane? Is John Spears wearing a Nigel Greensall-ish helmet? He must be, because that was definitely Nigel.
Yes, definitely, and we were told, definitely, that Nigel was starting that car. It's normally John that starts, but...
definitely wasn't Nigel then, because I would know that lanky frame anywhere.
Yes.
That was definitely Greensall, so he wasn't at the side of the track, he's actually watching in the pit lane. Hands in pockets as we go green. Safety car is in. Sam Tordoff gets the jump again on Matt Johnson. And actually, I think he's going to start this lap or end this lap with probably a bigger margin than before the safety car. It definitely is Greensall in the pit. So although it was a blue and gold helmet without any stars on it and a full face helmet, it was John Spears. So John Spears got a sort of Nigel-ish style helmet. Anyway,
he normally wears a black helmet.
Yeah.
So
maybe he's using one of Nigel's. Here's Chris Harris, the yellow glove, showing how hard he's working on the steering, and right behind him is the lead Cortina, and that is still the Jake Giddings Paul Strother car. I think that might be Jake Giddings who started the race.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and Chris Harris, lots of dialing in of the opposite line going on there. As he said, you just keep changing gears and it's still not coming back into line. There's quite a lot of fun in driving these cars. That's a brand new build Mustang, that car that Chris Harris is driving. And more trouble, there's some contact there on the back of the Mustang of Andrew Haddon, which has knocked the rear guard in on the wheels. I know we call it a rear wing, but it's a Mustang, so it's a rear fender or a rear guard. Unfortunately, he's had contact with somebody, not sure whom. That's likely to be in a restart. He was in 9th place, and I'm not pointing any fingers. He was behind the Giddings and Strother car, and he was in front of car number 168, and that is car driven by Michael Russell. And somebody else who's been added to it since we had our updates yesterday.
It started by, I think, is it Tom Waterfield? That's a new name onto the list, who started the car, and it's a Waterfield.
Right, so 168, add that to your race card on page 20.
Guessing Tom Waterfield.
Now the second of the Alan Mann Mustangs, looking to make a move now. Towing up behind a bright blue car in front of it. So 63, the red and gold of John Davison. Can't get through there. 179 right in front and still holding line, John Spears. And John into the pit lane, so pit window is open. He's going to hand over to Nigel Greensall as soon as possible. Anybody else headed in? Yeah, not yet. And that might be the perfect time when everybody is close together behind the safety car rather than strung out around the field. When Nigel rejoins in this car, he might well find himself with a lot of empty track, or conversely actually, depending on where they come out, with an awful lot of slower traffic in front of him. One of the Cortinas has come in, not the only one. Max Chilton comes in car number 51 as well.
That doesn't look like John Spears to me.
Henry Neal came in. Well, I don't know who it is. Well, it ain't Nigel Greensall. That's for Darm Tooten.
It may well be, but he doesn't normally wear blue overalls. Anyway, Max Chilton came in as well. Did you pick that up?
Yeah, Max Chilton came in. Henry Neal came in as well. The Soter and Hill car came in as well. Car number 3, Richard Dutton, the team boss, shared this car over a number of years with his longtime friend Neil Brown, who passed away a couple of seasons ago. Damage in the door of the 170 Mitchell car behind him. So Jonathan Mitchell with a little ding in the right-hand side driver's door. Not sure where that came from. Richard Dutton, the boss of Fortec Racing over many, many seasons. And now those cars were always white with red side pods and red highlights. And he's keeping the company livery on his car. Chasing the M72 there, Max Bird and Nick Sampson, as out of the pit lane goes, that is definitely Nigel Greensall in the Mustang. So whoever started 179 rather, it is Nigel Greensall who is taking it over. So whether it was John Spears in an unusual helmet and a very 1970s pinstripe sort of linear sport race set, a set of race overalls, which can't possibly be in period if they're, or be legal if they're in a period set, but a replica of those. Sam Tordoff still leading, Matt Johnson second, and who is in third place is still Jack Riddell, waiting to hand over to Tom Ingram. And Sam Tordoff has a handy lead as into the pits goes Matt Johnson, and that moves 119, the black Mustang, up to second place. Great period livery on the car. That's when it's painted on like that. You don't want to be told by the organisers, oh, we've already got a 119, you have to change it to something else. And there's that damaged front after contact in the opening couple of laps. There was only one car in front of this car, so he must have run into the back of 600 Sam Tordoff's car. So up to second place is the Russell and Ingram car, Riddell and Ingram car rather. So Tom Ingram will take over, and again, classic Mustang cornering pose. The steering wheel is basically to try and get the nose close to the apex, and the throttle is for the rest of it. So now we're hearing from Ed Foster in the pit lane that it very probably was John Spears, because when he's driving his F1 car, he has a Ronnie Peterson style helmet and style overalls, and that's the sort of 70 pinstripe look, 1970s pinstripe look that he had. Now, there's the car that was second in the minis, car number 71, Dan Lewis, isn't it? So he's in as well. Lots and lots of cars coming in and through the pits and heading back out. Still Sam Tordoff leading. Whether you're driving on your own or with a co-driver, you must still make your pit stop. Can't just keep going and not bother just because you're driving on your own. It's been greedy enough as it is. 73, stopwatch is running for Neil Fraser-Kerr in his Austin Mini Cooper S. Has he got a radio, or is that just a recording or a little power lead for a GoPro? Not quite sure. Can't imagine too many of these cars bothering with onboard radio. I suppose it's possible to do.
We're going to get a very busy pit lane shortly, because I think the pit window closes in, what, 4.5 minutes, which here comes the leader, Sam Tordoff, into the pit lane. So I think most will call in this time. Otherwise, they risk missing the pit window.
But see, now, as the leader, you're not pitting to avoid a flurry of cars, are you? If you're sort of further back down the pack, you might think, well, most people are going to go in early, so I'll just leave it a lap or two. As the leader, nobody's going to go in front of you if you choose to pit right at the beginning. Of course, he may have passed pit entry before the timer on his stopwatch told him that the pit window is open, and that's the sort of thing you do yourself. You'll probably have a timer. Oh, and there is the Britax Racing ish liveried Mini, the Nairn family car, very firmly off in the gravel. Now, had they stopped, let's take a look. Is that an outlap or an inlap? 54. They have not stopped. So whoever started, one of them's not going to get a drive. There's Sam Tordoff. Here out of the pit lane is the car that was in second place.
Billy Nairn started. In that one, they didn't do any of qualifying, so they started at the back. Not been a great weekend for them.
No, that's very unfortunate, isn't it? Because I'm sure there's an awful lot of anticipation coming in here.
And we're seeing here in the split screen, if you're looking at the big screens, that the leader in the pit lane has a longer pit stop, because Sam Tordoff has to do an extra 22.5 seconds, as he was talking to Ed, told Ed earlier on. And here comes the other Mustang that was charging behind him. So I think we're about to get a change of lead here, with into the lead going the Robert Ross driven 16 red and gold Mustang.
Yep, he's already past the pit exit. Sam Tordoff still sitting stationary. Seated.
He's on his way out now, so he'll be appearing up the pit lane exit in the background.
That's not him though, that's the other Alan Mann Mustang. So both of them were behind car number 600, and both of them now in front of car number 600. So too is Tom Sharp in car number 10, the big green Galaxy. Falcon rather.
Max Chilton, another driver with an additional penalty to serve, so that'll shuffle him down the order in the 51.
Again?
51 Cortina.
He had a penalty in his last race. What's this one for?
No, driver penalty.
Oh, driver penalty.
Yeah,
right, okay. Longer pit stop.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, 22.5 seconds, same as Sam Tordoff.
Right. Now, so this is all on their experience outside of historic racing. How does Nigel Greensall not get longer? Well, he does. He does get longer pit stops, doesn't he? Because of his success within historic racing. So Giddings and Strother come in to the pits from the lead. Car number 198. That is such a pretty colour scheme.
7.5 seconds extra to serve for this car, the leader of the Cortinas.
It's sort of like a 1930s bathroom, as opposed to a car livery, cream and green.
The dent in the front of the leading car of Robert Ross, rather reminiscent of the front of Juan Manuel Fangio's Maserati at the French Grand Prix, where he inadvertently ran up the back of someone. Mike Hawthorne, I think it was, they were battling.
Right. Happens to the greatest of them.
Absolutely.
It really does. So this will be interesting, actually, to see how long. Robert Ross is... OK, the timing screen is going to take a moment to catch up with this, because everybody has now pitted, apart from 3 or 4 right towards the tail of the field, and they're probably coming in now. So Stu Baker-Lark probably hasn't. Sort of, if they didn't dive in right at the beginning, they might not have got round again. It's only a 5-minute pit or 10-minute pit window. Stu Baker-Lark, not the quickest of cars.
I think everybody who is still running has done their pit stop now, by the looks of it.
Justin Law been in? He hasn't. Are they still running? They're not still running. Oh, OK, well, I didn't see where they went.
No.
Missing in action. Out comes this really pretty liveried Giddings and Strother car, and there it comes out in front of the car that was leading, just in front of Sam Tordoff. And Tordoff is going to lunge up the inside, make his presence, his quite substantial presence of the car immediately felt. Taking no prisoners there. And of course, he's been driving the car all the way through the race, didn't get out of the car, just got straight back on track. And so it's a little bit of an unfair, well, not an unfair advantage, but definite advantage over the driver of the Cortina, who has just got in and just come out of the pit lane and is trying to find his feet in the first couple of corners. Then suddenly the leader's right on your inside.
Battle for 6th and 7th we're looking at here. Tom Sharp, we've seen he's solo, we've seen him up near the front throughout this race, but he's now being chased by Nigel Greensall, who's taken over from John Spears in the Mustang 179, and they're going through Copse Corner, and that's the battle for 6th and 7th places.
At the moment, it looks like, according to the timing screen on screen, it is the battle of a 2nd place. So Sharp in car number 10 ahead of Greensall, the Spears and Greensall car. Johnson and Ross should be out front in the red and gold. But Sam Tordoff coming up from behind. He's got by 198 Giddings and Strother, and we'll safety car back out again, and that really plays into the hands of Sam Tordoff. That is going to wipe out his pit stop deficit. He will close right up on these cars and be perfectly poised to pounce when they go back to green. Well, that is down at Copse Corner, isn't it? That is where the Mini flew off.
We did have a message from race control to say they were happy to leave that car there under yellow flags, but maybe that decision has been changed, or maybe there's been another incident.
I've been out wide with 2 wheels in the gravel in the Mini, but never that far off, fortunately. That happened a little further on at the Island Bends, if you remember them. The pit window is definitely closed, so all of that is done, and we now will see the safety car miss the leader. And this is where race control will get on the radio and say, driver of car number 16, please slow down and allow the safety car to take up the position. But of course they don't have radio. Yeah, that was not scrambled with quite the alacrity that might have been ideal, which means he picks up the Falcon in 2nd place, with Nigel Greensall in the blue Mustang in 3rd. And closing up behind in 4th place is the 63 Mustang of John Davison.
And as things have fallen in terms of the running order on the road, there is Sam Tordoff, and there are no slower cars between him and the leaders, so they will all close up.
Now, Robert Ross will be seeing safety car boards around the circuit, and he'll be going, where's the safety car? And so now he's thinking, so now he's in 2 minds. Now, am I supposed to slow down, or am I supposed to speed up? Because unless he knows where he is in the order, unless he knows he's the leader, then he's just seeing safety car boards. So he's driving cautiously through the yellow flag zones and then speeding up to catch the safety car queue. But he's kind of looking around, where is everybody?
There's nothing in the regulations to stop him going around and picking up the back of the queue, which will put him virtually a lap ahead of anybody else.
The problem is, from where he was, there's nobody, there's no other cars on the circuit, and then you know, okay, I'm doing something wrong, because there should be other cars on the circuit. I should be able to see somebody in front of me, I should be able to see somebody behind me. There's literally no one in sight. So that's when you start to think, okay, something's gone wrong, I'm going to slow down. And I think that's exactly what he's doing now. And he's now looking around. Does he get to see in the mirror, if his rear view mirror is good enough, does he get to see the safety car before he turns into Stowe? I mean, there is no universal sign to say slow down and wait for the safety car to catch you up, mate, because
he's not obliged
because
to.
There isn't, no. But he's never going to catch the safety car queue at this stage, and also the safety car's not going to catch him, so I think the only thing is that when he comes past, safety car's now waving past the entire field. That was sort of the only way to solve it without radio comms to the entire field. And now they've gone past the Mini stuck in the gravel at Cobbs. It's safe to do so because they'll all come back, whiz round the rest of the circuit, which is clear, and then hopefully catch Robert Ross, who is now going pretty. I mean, that's a pace at which I could probably handle a Mustang, I think. Probably quite enjoy it at that speed.
They want Robert Ross to speed up because they want him to catch the safety car as quickly as possible to get it all back running again.
Yes. But the problem is they've all got to catch him to catch the safety car as well. So whether he speeds up or not, as soon as they catch him, he's going to think, all right, okay, there's no safety car, so I need to speed up to catch him. So the case safety car basically now needs to wave the field past and then stop. That is the way that Robert Ross is going to catch it most quickly if it's not moving. So the case safety car has waved by almost everybody. There are two errant cars a long way back, which is 163, Tristan Simpson and Vance Kearney's Studebaker Lark. That's never going to catch the safety car. And beg your pardon. And car number 73, Nigel Fraser-Kerr. I don't know why the Mini Cooper that we saw in the pit lane is so far back. Coming down just in front of us, actually, into Luffield, is our race leader, Robert Ross, and the rest of the field are heading down the Wellington. They're not, they're heading down towards the Wellington Straight. So the safety car is going to have to wave by the Studebaker, but he has stopped at the start-finish line, or is stopping at the start-finish line. There goes the Stud, and there goes the errant Mini. Get on with it. Because they don't have 900 horsepower. That's the difference, you see. So off goes the Studebaker Lark, off goes the Mini, and safety car, I think, possibly not there, but possibly towards the end of the straight. Let's give everybody a fighting chance, shall we? And we'll pick up the queue. And actually, by the time, hopefully we get everybody back behind the safety car and in one united queue, apart from the Studebaker and the Mini, then we might be in a position where we're ready to go green again, because this is giving our rescue crews more time to dig the Mini out of Cops.
I think that's already been dealt with. It's very quickly pushed away, so it's we're waiting now for the and in fact the pack is catching the 16 car. We should see them in the not quite see them in the background.
Evidently not
almost.
that much, because he's actually pulling a long way away from them. So he's figured, okay, nobody's catching me. All right, what am I going to do? Right, I'm going to try and catch somebody else. These guys are going much slower. He's going much faster, so he is going to catch the safety car, which is now incidentally halfway down the Wellington Straight. Or at least it says it is on the GPS. No, it literally isn't. Yeah. So GPS says it's now the safety car is now at Luffield, whereas the Mark 1 human eyeball shows it clearly isn't yet.
So Robert Ross is now going to see the safety car.
Yeah, the safety car at least has radio comms to race control, so this is where we start to get a handle back on it. But it's been 5 minutes of sort of, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, and unfortunately, don't always get the safety car out when you need to, and in modern racing that's much more fixable. If that happens next week in the World Endurance Championship in Texas, then race control will be on the radio to all the teams and to all the drivers going, slow down, slow down, slow down, or speed up, or go by, or drop back, or whatever. But here, you sort of have to hope that everybody twigs what's going on. So the rest of the field, led by Tom Sharp, they're moving at a reasonable pace, given that the safety car is still out. I mean, what you don't want is to get penalised for going like a bat out of hell. So what are you talking about? The safety car was out, you can't be going that speed. Well, I was trying to catch him up. Yeah, but you can't be going that speed. Okay. So he's doing really what he should do. Yeah, here we go, down the Wellington straight. I mean, and the slight issue here then, maybe, for Robert Ross, is that he's got a car that's raced for 35 minutes and is now jolly hot, and is now doing 40 miles an hour behind his safety car, waiting for everybody to catch up. What often happens after safety cars? Engines overheat. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it might. Oh, who made that bodywork modification to Colin Sotrin and Jake Hill's orange and black Ford Mustang?
That was the Mini, wasn't it, that hit him. They had the coming together.
Oh, okay.
The Mini, you said that's the side to take the picture for eBay.
Oh, right, yes. There we go, yes, indeed. Okay, look at this. We have almost united the pack with the leader and the safety car. So there we go. Down under 8 minutes, we're now under 7 minutes of the race remaining.
And now they've got to get back to the pit entry for the safety car to pull off and start racing again. So hopefully we'll have everybody together by then.
Well, we have a unified queue, with the exception of the Tardy Mini and the Studebaker Lark, who are circulating nose to tail, but actually a little bit slower than this. They haven't quite caught the back of the safety car queue. So they will be on their way to the tail of the field. And as they all come past the national pit lane here, or the heritage pit lane, the original pit lane. Oh dear, bit of a ding on the front of the Falcon there as well. That's a lot of chrome bumper to be straightened out, or chucked in the skip if you find another one on eBay. The Studebaker and the Mini have joined the back of the queue. We have united all of our cars, and that means that the safety car is starting to pick up a bit of speed. Clearly there's no, you can't be more than 4 car lengths behind rule here, as Robert Ross is not quite going at the speed of the safety car. 5.5 minutes on the clock.
So would you put money on Sam Tordoff managing to make his way past 4 similar cars to win the race, or is it going to be perhaps Nigel Greensall?
I was going to say that actually this long safety car might just put the kibosh on it, but it is Sam Tordoff. He is new to the Mustang. If it was in the Ford Falcon Sprint, then I think the odds would be in favour of him. Safety car has pulled in. We go back to green flag racing for under 5 minutes at Silverstone. Robert Ross leads. Tom Sharp with the big Ford Falcon looking to go a long way around the outside. Car number 10, that's a big, bold move, and he pulls it off almost. Still almost there. There's a little bit of an overlap. It's so much car in front of the blue Mustang of Nigel Greensall that Greensall can't make a move. Sam Tordoff does, though. Jumps up to 4th place already in car number 600. The Falcon is still attacking Robert Ross in car number 16 for the lead. Greensall goes underneath the bigger Ford, but they will both have equal power on the exit. Greensall with the tighter line, the Falcon with more momentum. Greensall's gone through. Here comes Sam Tordoff. He started on pole position, led until a longer mandatory pit stop dropped him down the order. The safety car has closed them all up. They'll have this lap and maybe one more to sort it out. Greensall hanging on in 2nd place in the blue Mustang, and it is still Robert Ross who leads in the red and gold Alan Mann Racing car number 16, but Sam Tordoff is in 3rd third. Just 2 cars to pass and 3.5 minutes in which to do it.
The loser in that little battle was Tom Sharp, who was battling for the lead, but he's down into 4th place with both Nigel Greensall and Sam Tordoff getting through. Sam Tordoff pulls to the inside for Copse Corner, but Nigel will hold the line there on the outside. No room for Sam to get through. They're both chasing after Robert Ross in the red and gold car as they go through Copse, up the hill towards Maggots and then into the wonderful Beckett sweepers. But at the moment, Robert Ross looks to have the measure of the 2 Mustangs behind. Tom Sharp's coming back into the picture again. He's trying to go around the outside of Sam Tordoff. That's not going to be easy, is it?
It's a bigger, less wieldy car, number 10, Tom Sharp's Ford Falcon, but this is going to be really interesting. Devoutly to be hoped for Johnson and Ross, car number 16, that Nigel Greensall really fights off Sam Tordoff in 600 very firmly, and they then slow each other up and allow the leader to get away. That's not what they want, but it's what the crew of number 16 will want. Sam Tordoff, the winner of this race in the last 2 years, not in a Mustang but in a Ford Falcon Sprint. Can he win it for a 3rd one in a row but in a different car? New to him this season. I don't think that probably makes too much difference. He will have adapted very quickly in a very wide line. Robert Ross using all the road, half the runoff area, going from Northamptonshire to Oxfordshire on the Exeter Club corner, comes onto the straight. He's still in front, and Tordoff trying to show he's got an overlap on Nigel Greensall down the inside. Can Greensall cut back underneath him on the way down to the complex? No. Sam Tordoff up to 2nd place. Nigel Greensall under pressure from the Falcon of Tom Sharp, who's on the inside. He won't stop to allow Greensall to come round him. And Greensall still hanging on in that bright blue Mustang. Trail breaks into the tight left-hander, trying to hang on in 3rd, and the loser there, Tom Sharp. But it's now Robert Ross versus Sam Tordoff for the win, and a 5-car battle for 3rd.
Absolutely brilliant driving there from all those drivers, and they are on their last lap now as they come down into the left-hander at Brooklyn. Sam Tordoff now is lining up the red and gold car ahead of him with Robert Ross for a possible move. Could it be into Copse Corner? He'll try and get the inside line for Luffield there to get a bit of an overlap, take a slightly tighter line out. He's staying on the right-hand side of the track. He's trying to get alongside so that he can take the inside line into Copse Corner, but Robert Ross gets a great run out of Luffield, but he does go wide there. Still an opportunity for Sam Tordoff, but he's not close enough to try and outbrake into Copse Corner. He'll now try and start to build up. He won't, I don't believe he'll go for a move at the Beckett's S's, but perhaps down into Stowe Corner as they come now up through Maggots into the right, left, right.
Jake Hill in the orange and black car moved up to 3rd ahead of the bright blue car of Nigel Greensall on the last lap. Jake Hill, former British touring car driver, or British touring car driver, into 3rd place. Nigel Greensall in 4th position, and it is still Robert Ross hanging on. This is the last chance for Sam Tordoff. He's got to get a better drive out of the Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight. He's going to have to go the long way round the outside into Stowe. That's not easy, and he doesn't have the overlap. Can he cut back to the inside? He's going to look, he's going to try. No, he's not. Good defensive driving, really good stuff from Robert Ross. 3 corners from home as they exit Stowe and drop down into the Vale. He's going to stay to the left, the tighter line. Again, he's going to try and force Sam Tordoff around the outside. 2 corners to go as he turns out of the Vale and into Club Corner. Club Corner, the 3 parts, he's driving to the line, the checkered flag is out. It is going to be victory for Mustang number 16 by inches. Robert Ross ahead of Sam Tordoff by 1600ths of a second, and Jake Hill and the Sota Hill car in 3rd, Nigel Greensall 4th, Tom Ingram in 5th place, and Tom Sharp in the Falcon in the end in 6th position. Covered by the proverbial pocket handkerchief at the line. That was a great end to the race, and that safety car did give Sam Tordoff a really good shot at victory. If the safety car picked up the Johnson and Ross Mustang, car number 16, immediately, I think the result would have been very different indeed. But Tordoff gave it everything. But you've got to say that Robert Ross drove a great last couple of laps to take that win.
And I think also what might have come into the mix is reigning British Touring Car champion Jake Hill, who's got the door open and waving there, who got third place for Colin Sota's car. But I think another lap or two, Jake would have been in the mix as well, wouldn't he? Because he was coming up very quickly indeed.
A lot of shuffling about the bright blue car. John Spears and Nigel Grinsell finished 4th. The Riddell and Ingram car in 5th, and Tom Sharp in that big Falcon number 10 in 6th place. There's our top Cortina, the Giddings and Strother car. They were in the mix right from the start of the race, weren't they? Came into the pits in 2nd place, and actually briefly the leaders as they came back out of the pits after a slightly later pit stop. But they win the battle of the Lotus Cortinas. And so that is Class THC. 2nd went to car number 52, Henry Neal. So that'll be a very happy Henners, and Dad Matt will be equally thrilled. And there's our winning Mini, and that is car number 7 in 17th place. Or car number 17 rather. David Tomlin. No, it's not. Car number 17, that's Burnett and Kendall. So it is car number 7. Mark Burnett and Scott Kendall in their Mini. Scott Kendall, a late addition to that car. And they were the top Mini. So great stuff from them. And again, really entertaining race all the way through. These pre-66 touring cars always produce the goods, and no exception today. From the outside of the front row, Matt Johnson, Robert Ross take victory from our poleman Sam Tordoff in 3rd place. Car number 126, they started 4th, Colin Sota and Jake Hill. And then in 4th place, having started 3rd, John Spears and Nigel Grinsell from the Riddell and Ingram car that started in 10th position. So they had a really good start and held on for 5th place ahead of Tom Sharp. Henry Neal, 2nd in the Cortinas, and the Smith and Reynolds Cortina in 3rd position ahead of Richard Dutton, Jonathan Mitchell and Max Chilton. And our top Mini, Burnett and Kendall, rounding out the top 20 and a long way ahead of their rivals. The closest, the 2nd Mini, Dan Lewis, 2nd in that category, Ollie Sandways 3rd, 26th and 27th overall. So Stu Baker ending up 34th, and a few cars falling by the wayside there, unfortunately, in what was quite a tough and highly entertaining race. The Transatlantic Trophy for pre-66 touring cars, always an entertaining thrash. Mustangs versus Falcons versus Cortinas versus Minis, and it was the Mustangs out front in the battle of the Cortinas. Just as tight racing all the way down the field. And it was always going to be hard to pick a winner from this one. Sam Tordoff from pole led for a long way. And his undoing was a longer pit stop because of his driving ability. There was a safety car after the Mini needed rescuing. The safety car didn't pick up the leader quite quickly enough. By the time they had picked up the leader, there wasn't an awful lot of racing time left. But once we went back to green, the gloves were off, the sleeves were rolled up, and Sam Tordoff gave it everything in the number 600 Mustang to try and claim a 3rd win in a row in this race. But it was the Johnson and Ross Mustang in the colours, the famous colours of Alaman Racing, who ran those cars in period, that took victory. So let's catch up with our winners and Ben Constanduros.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations, firstly. Matt Johnson was in the car for the 2nd half of the race, and Matt, you had some serious work to do after the safety car.
I really did. We had obviously had a big lead before the safety car came out, so I think it was a just win, to be honest. But it was tough at the end. They were all over me, but I just kept it clean, kept it in the middle, made it difficult, and obviously just pipped it.
I don't know, I mean, looking at the pictures on the screen, it looked like you guys are driving on ice. It looked so slippery out there.
Oh, these cars just slide all the time, but yeah, I had an easier time of it. Matt had all the hard work to do.
You made the gap in the first part, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, we got a good start, and the race settled down in our favour, so that was good. But he had the work.
You can enjoy a happy podium.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Congratulations. Let's go and find Sam Tordoff, who will be over here talking to Andrew Jordan, I can see. See if he spins around for us. Sam, good to see you. Missed out on the win. That might be a little bit disappointing, but you did have a big old pit stop sort of punishment to get over.
Yeah, I don't think, 22 seconds versus their 0. So I don't think we can be too sad about that. The guys are quick. They kept me honest. In the second half of the race, it was quite hair raising. A good couple of laps. I think a safety car spices any race up, doesn't it? So with 3 laps to go and all carnage broke loose. So it was good. I'm obviously disappointed not to win, but with a big penalty like that, I think second pushing them over the line is a good result.
And such entertainment, seeing these cars basically sideways everywhere.
Yeah, it's good. 45 minutes is actually a good race distance for these. We can still have some tyre left at the end to race, and I'm sure I look forward to looking back at watching that on the TV, because I'm sure it looked like a good spectacle.
Awesome, congratulations. Right, let's roll back, because before we go to our podium, we can talk to Jake Hill and Colin Sauter. Who did that? Can you see that? Look at that. That was not very friendly. I haven't seen a car that has got a big hole in the front. Here are your third place drivers. We've already seen them on the podium in a class victory, but this is now the overall. Right, Jake, before you go to the podium, Jake, congratulations. There was an opportunity there at the end.
Oh, you know what? I just read the situation. I could see it was all jacking up there into the complex, and I thought, if I just pick my moment, this could be it. And sure enough, it was. I got 3 cars in that one move through the last left there, and then onto the back straight. Got a good run at Nigel, and just went for the lunge into Brooklands and got it done. But fair racing there. I didn't make any contact. The door wasn't me, I promise. So overall, fantastic race, and what a fight for the end of that transatlantic touring car race.
Yeah, thank you very much for the entertainment. Congratulations.
Always, thank you.
One of our new partners here at the Silverstone Festival is Supercar Driver. I'm with Adam, the CEO of the company. Now, what is Supercar Driver?
Supercar Driver is a community of supercar owners, and we are all about just giving them a reason to drive. So it's an annual membership fee, and we have sort of 1,500 members UK-wide. And like I say, it's just an event and media business really at the form.
And a lot of events that they can experience, one every other day?
Yes, we will do 165 events this year. That's quite unique because it's our 15th anniversary. Okay. So it wouldn't always do that many, but once you have a nationwide membership and you want to do 1 or 2 things in every region every month, that amounts very, very quickly, plus some European tours, some track days, some other bits, and yeah, there you are.
And why partnering the Silverstone Festival?
We've already do an event at Silverstone called the Secret Meet, and it's something we've done for the last couple of years. I've been coming to the festival or the Classic for many years before that, and to be asked by them to come, I think it was just a bit of a moment, and we just thought, right, we need to come. I think it's good for the members, it's good access, good opportunities.
There's a huge amount of car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival, from 22 members up to 70,000 members, from Volvos to Ferraris and all in between. What makes you guys different?
Well, I mean, I love the variety, by the way. We went past earlier, there's the Volvo Owners Club, and there's and we love all the mix. But for us, I think it is that. It's the variety of supercars that you'll get. Our criteria, even just by, you can see here, we've got Porsche, McLaren, Ferrari, and I think that's really nice. And it's access. We unlock really cool access. We've got a dedicated team.
Go and have a look at some of the cars, because they are stunning, thanks to various friends and partners, I imagine.
Yes, yeah.
Which one's your favourite here? I see Joe Macari has bought some pretty special ones.
Favourite is the Ferrari FXXK.
So getting ready to get set for our latest podium, and buy, eat or stay at the Escapade here. This big new development on the outside of the circuit, just heading down to the Beckett's S's, the Escapade at Silverstone. Great restaurant there as well, and a lot of properties that are owned but also are let. So a great place to stay at a race weekend. For the podium then, for our cars, for the Pre-66 Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy. Let's catch up with Ben Constantiouros.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get our 2 podiums underway for the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy. And we got a good crowd to show their appreciation to what was an incredibly entertaining last couple of moments. So please welcome onto the podium in 3rd position, one of the big movers and shakers of the last 2 laps, Colin Sauter and Jake Hill. In 2nd position, and your early leader, Sam Tordoff. But victory in the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy went to Robert Ross and Matt Johnson. Congratulations to all of our top 3. And Leo from the Masters Hospitality team is going to be presenting our top 3 trophies. Firstly, to Jake Hill and Colin Sauter. They've been on the podium a few times already today in the Masters Historic Racing Series. Sam Tordoff gets a trophy for 2nd position. And it's the big one to Robert Ross and Matt Johnson. So there is your top 3. If you'd like to jump on the top step as much as you can, pose for some photos, big smiley faces. Don't use the big trophy to block your face. And there you go, your over 2-litre podium for the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy.
And right on cue, the engines fire up behind for our pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Apologies, by the way, to Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. We were told that Matt Johnson started the race and Robert Ross was 2nd in the car. It turns out it was the other way around. Well, what can you do when the organisers tell you something? You tend to go with it. Let's catch up with our man in the collating area, if he can still hear himself think, Ed Foster.
Well, a few people will see the 2nd gap between you and Sam, but I think you know Sam well enough that to know that he's not going to let you disappear into the distance.
No, but unfortunately Sam's actually not running because he damaged the crown wheel and pinion in qualifying, which is a real shame because I was hoping to have a good fight with him. So it's just Rudy next to me now.
So I get, well, Rudy's your main competition then. What can go wrong at the start with this? It's a rolling start, isn't it? It's a rolling start, and Rudy's normally pretty on it at the rolling starts. The grid has just been amended, luckily, because I was a bit more worried when he was behind me than alongside me, because he seems to jump from the 3rd row and get ahead of me every time. So I'm hoping that we just have a clean start and I stay in front, obviously. Now, these cars, there are a few better circuits than Silverstone, aren't there? I actually love Silverstone. There's a lot of people who say it's flat, you can't really see where you are, you don't really know where you are, but I think it all flows together really nicely and it rewards clean, concise driving in a lot of the faster corners anyway, which I like. Talk us through the fast Vale as well, because it is very different. Yeah, you kind of think you do the same thing every lap and it's slightly different each lap, and if you touch the outside curb in the middle of it, it seems to want to pull you off. Although I was out in the sports cars this morning and there was oil everywhere, and there was people spinning into the pit wall, the new pit wall, and it was just chaos. Well, look, I'm hoping you don't have a chaotic race. Best of luck. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, there is the escapade. Some of the apartments here at Silverstone overlooking the run down through Magidson into Beckett as we get ready to see the cars head out for the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association pre-66 race for Grand Prix cars. And we have 38 cars on our grid. As you heard there from our poleman Will Nuttall, real disappointment here is that Sam Wilson, who stopped in qualifying, turns out a broken crown wheel and pinion, so it wasn't something trivial. They couldn't get it fixed. So he has Rudy Friedrichs alongside him, Tim Child and Tom Waterfield on row 2 of the grid. First of the front engine cars is Richard Wilson, starting in 12th place ahead of John Spears, last year's winner in the front engine Maserati 250F in driving rain, and then the Curtis of Geraint Owen alongside him. Alistair's trying to tell me something. Alistair, use your microphone and tell everybody.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't want to break in.
Oh, you're right, it's not.
Miles Griffiths is the first front-engine car.
Yes, he is in the Scarab. He is absolutely, and he's on row 3 of the grid, qualified 5th. So our winner last year, as I said, very much against the run of play and history, John Spears. He was as surprised as everybody else, but in the wet weather, he actually survived better than the mid-engine cars, which in theory should have been better. So it was a win for the front-engine cars. However, in bone-dry conditions, even though the Scarab qualified 5th, just saw Grant Owens, Scarab going, Curtis Roadster going through there. A few front-engine Formula 2 cars, the upright Cooper Bristols, like the car there with the bright yellow noseband. Those were not Grand Prix cars, not Formula 1 Grand Prix cars. A number of times, though, in the late 50s, early 60s, cars like the Cooper Bristols would make up the grids with Formula 2 cars, because there weren't that many racing in Formula 1, and organisers like to have a nice full grid. Organisers still do, I suppose, Alistair, don't they?
They do indeed, and we certainly have one of those here today. We were 38 cars took out for qualifying, and we've added we've lost one and added one, because Michael Gans has come in at the back. He might be worth watching, actually, during this race. Number 17, Michael Gans, in a late Cooper T79, which he didn't do a time in qualifying, but of course we lost Sam Wilson, so we're back to 38 cars. Marvellous.
And there's one car right towards the tail that eagle-eyed viewers will have spotted. It's bright blue, and it doesn't look very much like a single-seater. I mean, apart from anything else, it's got headlights. So what on earth is that doing here? Well, what on earth is it? Well, it is French. It is a Gordini 23S, and it is a sort of monoposto sports car. But again, it's not necessarily a pre-66 Grand Prix car. However, it's in the field, and undoubtedly its driver will have an entirely exciting time, Eddie Maguire. Meanwhile, we are ready to let loose the pack. Ready to go racing with the historic Grand Prix Car Association pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Red lights go off, and from pole it is Will Nuttall in the green and white Cooper T53, immediately under challenge from the lightning starting Rudy Friedrichs in a similar livery Cooper, both in works colours with those Cooper stripes up the front, and it is Rudy Friedrichs who takes the lead from poleman Will Nuttall. Will said, luckily he's alongside me, I don't want him behind me because he always makes a quick start, and the Scarab equally quick starting. Miles Griffiths from 5th on the grid in that blue front-engine Roadster is up to 3rd place. What a great start.
What a brilliant start from Miles Griffiths, and it just shows you that Scarab came too late, really, but had it raced or if front-engine cars had continued and Cooper hadn't come along with these pesky rear-engine things, it would have been very competitive in Grand Prix racing, but it was a year or two too late. But wonderful driving from Miles Griffiths. So it's Rudy Friedrichs who still leads. Will Nuttall in the pre-race interview said how quickly Rudy starts. He was absolutely right, wasn't he? Yeah. Will Nuttall right behind him in the similar car, both Cooper T53s, and then the front-engine Scarab from America of Miles Griffiths, that car funded by Lance Reventlow, who was the Woolworths family.
Yeah, so that is your top 3. 4th place, I think, was Tom Waterfield in the Cooper T53.
Mark Shaw
but
in 4th.
It is no longer, yeah. Rod Jolly as well with the orange noseband. The sort of large maroon car with the white stripe, that's Geraint Owen in his Curtis Roadster. That's another Indy 500 Roadster with an Offenhauser engine. The Offenhauser engine also powering the Scarab, built in America. And a Curtis, a very large and comfortable car, but surprisingly good here because of the long straights at Silverstone. Even with its spool differential, it's a pretty quick car. Rudiger Friedrichs, car number 12, leads from the identical car of Will Nuttall, both in Cooper T53s of the same vintage. And Rudy clearly has better traction control on his car, made the best of the start there.
And if you were stood on the spectator banking in 1960, you would have seen precisely this scenario, because number 12 was driven by Jack Brabham in 1960 to win the World Championship, and second in the World Championship, the car number 10, driven by Bruce McLaren. So I'm sure that many of you, if you were there, will say, yes, we remember these two running nose to tail like this for many hours in Grand Prix racing in 1960.
So they cut their Formula One teeth with John Cooper's car company, and then both went on to form their own companies. McLaren and Brabham, big names throughout the 60s, 70s and into the 80s.
And both went on to form their own teams, of course. They were both driving for Cooper at this time, but Brabham created the Brabham team, and surprisingly, McLaren created the McLaren team.
So these two
continues.
Really jumping away now, and still it's Miles Griffiths from 5th on the grid in the Scarab, a long way clear of anybody else. Now, what he needs is either for the cars in front to have a mechanical let down, or to have a bit of a downpour. That's less likely to happen. There's Rod Jolly in the garage. Now, he made a very good start in his T53 Cooper, but obviously he has run into issues. So dropped out from the lead group. Dropping down the order as well, Tom Dark. Out of the top 10, Tom Dark, the Bentley, vintage Bentley preparation specialist, and he has dropped down the order, so he's had a bit of a problem. Not sure what will catch up with him, but at the moment, all eyes on the battle for the lead. Rudiger Friedrichs and Will Nuttall. Miles Griffiths in 3rd place. Miles is 1.7 seconds behind this, and 4.7 seconds ahead of the car that's in 4th place, which is Mark Shaw, up from 7th on the grid in his Lotus in its traditional green and yellow. And now the Coopers go side by side down the straight. And this is what Miles Griffiths needs, is for them to start arguing the toss amongst each other. Rudy Friedrichs on the outside, Will Nuttall on the inside goes through. And so he resumes, or takes up the lead for the first time since they crossed the start-finish line, actually. He didn't have the lead even in turn 1.
And into club corner once again, and around to complete another lap, and this time, as you say, it will show Will Nuttall as the leader for the first time in this race. Rudy Friedrichs in 2nd place. Brilliant drive from Miles Griffiths in 3rd place in the front engine Scarab, some way ahead of the next front engine car, which I think will be John Spears.
Now, just seen Michael Gans dropped down the order. Tim Child is in the garage, so his Brabham's had problems. Tom Dark appears to be in 6th place, not plunging down the order, so he has gone up the order after car number 121 had an issue, and that is James Denty's green Lotus 21. A more cigar-shaped car, or a sort of squarer, but a slightly more modern car than these. There is the Scarab in 3rd place. Look at the lap times. Will Nuttall, last lap round where he took the lead, fastest lap, 2:18.99. 2:19.33 is the fastest lap for Rudiger Friedrichs. 2:19.87, just half a second slower on the last lap. His fastest lap was Miles Griffiths, and here is the Curtis taking over a position after a little problem. That is a change for 7th place, 8th place. So little half spin for Justin Mayers in his Cooper T53. And car number 77, the big maroon Curtis Roadster of Grant Owen, running on methanol, has moved up a spot.
He's moved up to 11th, so yeah, the front engine cars, despite it being a dry circuit, are actually really showing very well indeed, aren't they?
Well, here's Tom Dark in his Cooper, pale green with the bright red nose, and a slightly distinctive body shape as well. Tom Dark's car is a Cooper T51, so slightly earlier version of the cars that are out front. There's the Cooper low line, car number 53, and that is Justin Mears. That's a T53 Cooper, but with, again, a different nose. And that's the Scarab. What is going on in this race? We've still got just under 14, or just over 13 minutes to go, and the Scarab has retired from 3rd place. So Miles Griffiths has pulled over, found a gap, and is out of the race. totally unnoticed by almost everybody walking past. There's a glorious racing car being pushed up beside them. So, timing screen having a lot of trouble sorting this one out. It says it's Rudy Friedrichs leading. Has he just retaken the lead from Will Nuttall? Okay, we're struggling to find that battle. A little further back, you see Tom Dark at the top of the screen. And so...
No, Will Nuttall back into the lead. I think he must have a transponder issue, because
I think lots of them have, because Tom Dark has been up and down the order like the Assyrian Empire. 153 here though. This is Tom Waterfield, started fourth, in third in his Cooper T53, sliding the car around. So he is in third position, started fourth. And what happened to Tim Child at the start? He just dropped down the order. We saw him in the garage, didn't we? So very short race for him.
Yes, he was slowing even on the first lap, unfortunately.
Yeah. Will Nuttall and Rudy Friedrichs, that is your lead duo. There's Will Nuttall, comes past our window now. Rudy Friedrichs follows him less than a second behind. It says 1.6 at the beginning of the lap. Didn't sound like much more than a second as they came past us. But it's a big gap back now to Tom Waterfield. He's 16 seconds behind second place, 17 seconds behind leader Will Nuttall in third place. And he's a second and a half ahead of the car in fourth place, which is 99 Mark Shaw in the green and yellow Lotus 21. And you can see even at this stage with the Coopers, rather perhaps than the Lotus 18 or Lotus 21, the familiar 1960s cigar shape very much taking form. Engine behind the driver, opening at the front for the cooling system. Driver essentially sitting in the fuel tank. It would have been moulded around him in these cars.
And the white car on the screen there is coming through the field from 38th on the grid. It's Michael Gans in the Cooper T79. Michael wasn't able to take part in qualifying, had to start right at the back. And the white car with the black nose coming through currently in...
Well, he's just gone by Geraint Owen, hasn't
so he's up to 11th, isn't he?
Yeah, Geraint Owen.
38th to 11th. Not a bad start to the race.
Not bad at all. And again, look at the difference between a Grand Prix car and an Indy Roadster, which is what the Curtis is. A very different car. So Tom Dark with that pale blue car, number 101, with the bright red nose. His Cooper just in front of 59. So Tom with a slightly older Cooper with that sort of snorkel air intake that runs around the driver to the rear of the car. And Mark Shaw behind him in 99, the Lotus. So Tom Dark, car number 10, it looks like it is actually 101. He's had to add a gaffer tape 1 onto his number. Who hasn't had to do that over the years? It's not 99, it's 59 behind him, isn't it? Jeff Underwood in his Cooper T53.
Well, the Cooper T51, the light green with the red nose, was Jack Brabham's car, not this car, but the type of car Jack Brabham drove to the very first World Championship for a rear-engined car. So it was that type of car, this one run by the British Racing Partnership, BRP team, but a car like that was the one that changed everything for Formula One Grand Prix racing.
Yeah, it's one thing with them winning the odd race here, one thing with them sort of being quicker, but when a rear-engine car wins the World Championship, then the writing is not only on the wall, but it's on everything that you pick up, every single sheet of paper. And so evidenced very much by the fact that by 1960, even Ferrari had moved the engine from the front to the back of the car. And I think that possibly pained Enzo a little bit more than he would ever have liked to have admitted. Well, talking of which, front-engine Ferraris, car number 38, the red car of Richard Wilson, 246 Dino. That was the second fastest car in qualifying, but he has dropped a long way down the order. John Spears in his red Maserati 250F, last year's race winner in the rain, he's dropped a long way down the order as well. And so with the retirement of the Scarab, it is Geraint Owen in the not Grand Prix car Curtis that is currently the lead front engine car, and he's in 12th place. Oh, Spears is 9th, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I didn't spot him. John Daniel, we haven't seen much of him.
No, well, hopefully we will shortly, because we're looking for him for our big screens, the red Ferrari and the red Maserati that we've got out there. And John Spears, as you mentioned earlier, the winner last year in the rain, and an absolutely fabulous looking car that John, one of his many that we've seen him out in.
To his very great surprise, and everybody else's, you have to say. Not that it's not well driven, as you can see, this is the 250F. And again, you'll see another one of those in the Champions collection. 250F by Sterling Moss's reckoning the most nicely balanced car he ever drove. And coming up behind Spears is Michael Gans, and that is the difference between the driver in a front-engine car and a couple of years later the driver in a rear-engine car. Michael Gans' head is barely at the shoulder height. That is 38, so
that's our leading front-engine car. Okay. My apologies, I misidentified John Spears
well,
off
Richard
the timing
Wilson
screens.
keeps appearing and disappearing from the timing, unfortunately.
Yes,
so looking at the timing screen, in 1 minute he's not there, and in another he is.
Yes, and it was one of his disappearing moments when you asked me who was leading front-engined. It's actually Richard Wilson in the gorgeous 246 Dino Ferrari, the type of car which took 1960 was still racing even after Jack Brabham had won the 59 World Championship in a rear-engine car. Ferrari persisted with this car. Phil Hill took the last World Championship win in a front-engine car at Monza in 1960 in a car like that.
And then Phil Hill went on to win the World Championship the following year in the rear-engined Ferrari Sharknose. Again, you can see one of those cars down in the collection, although none of the originals existed. They were all scrapped by Enzo Ferrari. A number of replicas have been built. Will Nuttall, our race leader, 6 minutes on the clock. Rudy Friedrich still in second, and in third place 153 the blue and orange Cooper T53 of Tom Waterfield. Fourth place, we've not seen much of Mark Shaw. His Lotus, number 21, and that is in the traditional Lotus green with the yellow stripe, and he's got a very similar helmet, a sort of lighter blue but with a white peak on it to the driver that drove that car in period, Jim Clark. And Rudy Friedrichs dropping away now from Will Nuttall. They're coming up behind one of the Cooper Bristols, the very upright front-engine Formula 2 car that the Cooper Car Company built at the same time as they were building cars like this. It must have been a strange time for John Cooper and the Cooper Works, where they were building sort of front-engine dinosaurs and cars that conquered the world with the rear engine. There's Mark Shaw in the Lotus. Jim Clark with a much darker Scottish Saltire blue on his helmet, but with the white peak. So very much kind of emulating the style of the great man who drove the car in period. And he's in fourth place. Tom Dark with a growing group of cars behind him, just behind Mark Shaw.
A spin there for the number 7 car.
Yeah,
Nick Topless in the Cooper T53, another Cooper T53.
Yep.
Just a quick spin there, coming out of Village into the loop.
Fairly harmless, just carrying a little bit of speed. I'm sure he's trying to catch the cars in front. And the particular car in front, in fact, was John Spears' Maserati 250F. So he's lost a bit more ground to that, but Grant Turn behind him, not too far away. Here comes our race leader into traffic. Oh, Grant Ern's lost a wheel. It's not the day for the front-engine cars, is it? And that is in a really awkward position. And that might, with 4 minutes, possibly bring out red flags. You're not going to move that car. It's lost a rear wheel. It is sitting on its tank, on its backside. And well, either that's a rocket launcher, a mortar tube, or that's part of Grant Ern's car as well, I suspect. That might be where he lost the wheel. So the red flags are out. I don't think there was any option there. We were never going to get the car cleared up. And there is his wheel. So unlike what happened to who lost a spinner and lost their front wheel in qualifying?
That was Nigel Greensall in John Spears'
That was
Cobra.
John Spears, wasn't it, in the Cobra, yeah, and lost a front wheel.
John actually was in the car,
He
wasn't
was,
he?
yeah, he was.
And funnily enough, John Spears, I think, lost a front wheel, did he, in his front engine car about 3 years ago.
Might well have done, might well have done. But that's come off, the hub has sheared, so the wheel and the brake disc and the spinner have all come off together. So that's definitely not going back on a hurry. That's a real shame for Grant Owen. And for everybody else, they lose the final couple of laps of what was a highly entertaining race. And again, the timing and scoring is falling over itself. Will Nuttall was the man who was leading, and he will be, I think, declared as our winner from Rudy Friedrichs. And in third place was kind of 153 Tom Waterfield. Now, timing and scoring is sort of has changed back now, so Waterfield in third place. So let's go with 10, 12 and 153 as our top three. And that means that just about the only surviving front engine car is John Spears in 11th place.
And Richard Wilson in 8th. It's the leading,
yes, there we go, yes.
The leading front engine car.
Yeah, there you go, sorry.
246 Dino Ferrari.
We kept missing him, didn't we? So John Spears doesn't even win his class this time, having won the race outright. And there is Richard Wilson in that red Ferrari. So the 246 Dino, 2.4 litre V6. Front-engined Ferrari.
It's actually got the overall winner and the front engine winner running around together, which is handy for Ben.
Nicely done. So Will Nuttall, our winner from Rudy Friedrichs, and Tom Waterfield taking third. Number 38, Richard Wilson. It's a glorious looking thing, it really is. Some dinosaurs were handsome, weren't they?
You notice they've got like a number plate on the back, which starts with PROVA, Prova, which was meant that they could run these cars on the public roads in Italy. It was a test car.
To be honest, with or without the number plate, if any Italian policeman saw a Ferrari racing car, he would be pulling alongside on his motorbike, encouraging the driver to go quicker.
Absolutely.
Then and now, I think nothing has changed. So here is the result then of our pre-66 Grand Prix car race. Will Nuttall in the Cooper T53. It was an all-Cooper top three, as Will held off fast-starting Rudy Friedrichs once he'd retaken the lead, and Tom Waterfield completed the all-Cooper podium. Mark Shaw, the best Lotus, in fourth place, ahead of Tom Dark and Jeff Underwood, and the fastest of the front engine cars, Richard Wilson, who kept appearing and disappearing for the timing screens, but he finished in 8th place, firmly up in the top 10 on a day which was not necessarily the best for the front engine cars. Last year's race winner in the rain, John Spears, in 11th place. From last to 12th, Michael Gans might have got another couple of places. The man who brought out the red flag, ironically, as the race was counted back to the last complete lap, Grant Owen, does get classed with a finish. But it was a surprisingly punishing race for a number of our cars, half a dozen of which did not make it through to the end of the race. Well, there you go. There is the shattered hub of the Curtis Roadster. I have to say, I'm not entirely surprised. Perhaps it does have a lot of work to do. We will catch up with a long way back to go as well, wheeling that, the poor Marshall. Catch up with our winners in a moment or two. Don't forget, you can see these cars down in their garages at the wing, and you can see our champions display as well. But our pre-66 Grand Prix cars, as entertaining as ever. Really strong race from the front engine Scarab. Qualified in 5th, leapt up at the start. Rudy Friedrichs was the fastest starter from the front row, took the lead early on. Will Nuttall got back at him. Little bit of rally crossing. I'm not sure that Coopers were designed for that. And a little bit of a waltz there from a pair of Cooper Bristols. Will Nuttall, once in front, was not challenged. And the Curtis Roadster of Grant Owen lost a wheel, bringing out the red flags, leaving Will Nuttall, who was the clear leader, as the race winner of our shortened event. And to chat to him, to Rudy Friedrichs, to Tom Waterfield, and hopefully as well to Richard Wilson, Ben Constantiouris is down in the collecting area with our drivers.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, what a pleasure to see these vehicles out on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And Will taking the victory. A shortened race, so a bit frustrating, but what a pleasure to be out on one of these cars.
You don't mind if it's shortened when you're in the lead, I'll tell you that for free. But definitely, we were giving it our all most of the time, and he always gets me the jump on me on the start. I said to Ed before, but luckily I just had just enough to get past him that one time, and then I pull a bit of a gap. Luckily, nobody was hurt over there. Geraint's wheel just fell off by the look of it, so that's the main thing. I'm happy to win, of course.
We're going to carry on, but thank you for talking to us, Will. Rudy ignored me, and so he's gone into the garage. But Will was very good at listening and stopping.
Rudy's out in the next race. So.
Rudy might not even make it to the podium. Thank you, Will. Let's talk then to Tom Waterfield. Tom, come in front of your car. It's a bit of a squeeze. My parking attendant skills are not very good. But a beautiful machine and a podium for you. Get gifted it after the red flag comes out.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a shame that we didn't finish the race, but it was a good race. Very lonely for me. I think we'd gone the wrong way on the brake bias, so when I came to the first corner, I nearly ended up facing backwards with the rest of the grid. So it took a couple of corners to realise what was going on there. By which point I'd lost all the space to the front to him. By the time I got back there, I thought, well, I'll just stick here and finish it out.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. We're going to do a podium over there. I'm not sure how many people will be there, but we'll head back up to the commentators. The Silverstone Festival for 2025 has a brand new timing partner. We welcome Ola Magatu and Shami. It must be a great pleasure for you to be here.
As a fan, yes. First race I ever came to was Silverstone when I was a young kid. Now that our names and the headlines are on the podium and we're now official partners, the young kid can't quite believe that I'm here. So it's an honour. It's a real honour.
But your logo, your O, has been in so many different major motorsports across the last couple of years. You've really created such a brand with it.
Well, yes, and I'm surrounded by some wonderful people who've helped me do that. Every time you see our logo, it's not just a logo that I've paid money for. It signifies a friendship, a partnership. We're working together and we're working to create more for motorsport.
And of course, you couldn't possibly come to an event like this and not create a brand new watch.
Well, no point in coming to Silverstone without the Silverstone watch, right? So we worked really hard when we signed the deal with Silverstone. We worked really hard to get these watches done. They've told so well. The fans have been amazing. All on social media, the comments have been wonderful. We're selling. We have a few for sale this weekend. But without sounding like a salesman, they have nearly all sold out. So if you want one, come and see us sooner rather than later, because once they're gone, they're gone.
And there are so many other watches to take a look at as well. This beautiful Arnage watch.
This is the Arnage watch that we did Le Mans with this year. So every watch we have has a name and has a reason for the name. No point in having Arnage if you're not doing Le Mans.
Well, please come down to Garage Number 1 on the national area to celebrate a new partnership between Ola Magatu and the Silverstone Festival.
So getting towards the end of our afternoon's action here on the track at Silverstone. Don't worry, we've still got another couple of races for you to enjoy. But on our main stage, the entertainment continues. Live music starting at 6 o'clock. Cars will still be on track at that stage. Sapphire takes over at 6:45. And then this evening, it will be Craig David presenting TS5, who will be bringing the music to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So that will round out the action on the main stage, or round out the entertainment on the main stage. We've still got 2 more races to go here this evening. So we have our pre-66 Grand Prix cars done, rushing off to get into the international trophy. Rudy Friedrichs among others, but the remaining podium finishers are with Ben.
Thank you very much, Martin. We are going to get our podium quickly done so that our drivers can go out into the next race. So please welcome onto the podium. We're going to start with the rear engine cars because, of course, they were in the top 3. In 3rd position for the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars was Tom Waterfield, sorry. In 2nd position, Rudy Friedrichs. And your winner, Will Nuttall. Will Nuttall and kids. Wonderful. So please welcome to the podium Paul Denman, who is from the event sponsor Trinity Bridge, to present the trophies to our top 3. Tom Waterfield, to Rudy Fredericks, and to your winner, Will Nuttall. A hard-working man this weekend is Will Nuttall. If you can jump on the top step of the podium for me so we can get a nice tight photo. Photographers over there, big smiles. Very good. And there is your top 3 from the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Now we are going to have a second podium here locally.
So heading now fast towards our penultimate race of the day, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. Again, pre-66 sports car racing. There'll be lots and lots of big bang of muscle at the front of the field, as we've just seen in the touring cars a short while ago before the Grand Prix cars were out. And to catch up with some of the drivers in the collecting area, let's see if we can find out what Ed Foster's been up to, other than reading some very nice comments from the fans on the internet.
Jazz, I love an underdog, and I love seeing a Lotus up here with all the big bangers. What a lap!
It was actually 3/10 up going into the last corner when I got traffic, so there was still more in it. The car's just been absolutely fantastic all weekend, and I'm hoping I can stick it to these big boys with their extra bits in the pit stop, and we'll see where we are after the stops and drive a wide car after that.
I was going to say, it's not the biggest of cars, and it's very tough to hold these things up on the straight, isn't it?
It is, and we've got the short diff in, which I think nobody else had quite twigged. So it's going to be 50 minutes of, defending against other Alans. I'm hoping I can break the toe, just get away. And from there on, hopefully they'll pull me along. We'll see.
So short diff, for those that don't know, to tell me if I'm getting this wrong, you get more punch out of the corners but a lower top speed.
Correct. We're 8 mile an hour down with the slowest Alan down Hanger Straight. But we're also 6/10 quicker than any other Elan. So it's just the way we deliver the lap time. We're just all about getting it through the twiddly bits, which is where an Elan excels. But in the race, that might leave us a little bit short. We'll see. At the end of the day, as soon as we get out of the pits, we'll work it out from there.
Well, you're not wrong now because you haven't raced yet, so we'll see. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Charles Dawson, whose dad, Andy Dawson, a famous car preparation exponent, DAD. Charles Dawson, what did I say? Whose dad, Andy Dawson, is a famous... Let's catch up with Ed before we get too confused in the booth.
Julian, you never quite know what's going to happen in a race, but I think it's going to be pretty close. What is it, 0.05 of a second between you and the second place man?
0.056, actually. Yeah, really, really close. Yeah, John set that time right at the start of the session, and I spent the whole session just chipping away at it. So he's got some real good natural pace there, I think.
I know these cars are obviously very quick. You're about to tuck into a banana just before you go out. It is pretty tiring, like a long distance race in one of these, isn't it?
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you. You have to make sure you've got plenty of food in you beforehand, even though I always get really nervous. It's difficult to eat. But I've got an isotonic drink, I've got a NASCAR helmet cooler, I've got a fan, I've got water. So yeah, let's see.
And look, who else have you got to worry about? I guess to anyone in the top 5, because you don't know what's going to happen in the pit stops.
Absolutely, yeah. Olivier Hart, super quick. We had a great battle last year. There's lots of very fast drivers here, so you just got to keep my eyes on the mirrors and hopefully keep them all at bay.
Julian, we can't wait. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
It is going to be a real thriller, and these are big beasts, a lot of these cars. The Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupes, which you'll see a lot of. Obviously, Lotus Elan is a much lighter, smaller car, but the TVR Griffiths as well, they're going to be an absolute brute. Lots of V8 power at the front of the car, and a wheelbase about as long as it is wide. Mike Whitaker in his familiar pale blue car was bubbling after qualifying yesterday, full of the joys of spring with this car, although clearly he doesn't mind being terrified. I can't imagine what being a passenger in one of these would be like. Well, let's catch up with Ed for a little bit more from our drivers in the assembly area.
Martin, thank you very much. Now, I can tell you from grim experience, the waiting in the assembly area is the worst bit. Your heart rate's going up. You don't want to be interrupted by someone like me, so let's go do that. We've got a Lotus Elan here, quite near the front of the Elans, a cracking effort to get up here. Was it yourself that set the pole time?
It was, yes. Yeah, well, it wasn't pole. It was we're second in class, but yeah.
Well, what a lap. I mean, I guess it's the battle here really is between all the Elans.
Yeah, I'm just deliberately going out second so my brother and I don't fight on the circuit.
Busy man, busy man. Now, we've got cars starting up. Why don't we walk down the middle of them? I wouldn't mind being hit by any of these cars, to be honest. They're all quite nice. So we got the E-Types here as well. The problem with the E-Types, if it was a wet race, then these would be a lot closer to the front. They've got independent rear suspension, faster in the wet than some of the big banger cars, the V8s. But look out for these, because these will last pretty well throughout the race. We've got more Elans. Here we go. We've got the Cobra here in the dry, should be faster than the E-Type, but we ain't going to get any rain, so look out for those. They'll be quite quick. We've got a JRT Elan back here, so that's John Tordoff, Sam's father, who's in that. He's very quick in the Elan, loves racing that. Speaking to him yesterday, and he is absolutely loving this circuit. We'll keep going, why not? And who else have we got? Yes, we're now back in. We've got Healey's here, lots of power, quite a handful, more Cobras, and then as we look further back, we've even got some MGBs, and I obviously have a soft spot for those, so I'll be keeping an eye on those as they trundle past me. I think it's probably time to hand on, because we're going to run out of cars in the assembly area.
Yeah, back to the traffic. Never a great idea. For those who aren't aware, Ed Foster has raced the family MGB for a number of years and has been a race winner at the Goodwood Revival meeting as well in such a car in the front of a field of MGBs. So, penultimate race of the day, day one of racing action at the Silverstone Festival 2025, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars pre-1966. And I suppose at some stage we won't have a David versus Goliath battle, but we have others here going on as well. The big V8 cars, the Cobra Coupes, the TVR Griffiths versus the light, nimbler and much less powerful Lotus Elan 26Rs. One of 26R, it's the racing version of the Lotus Elan. Ginetta G4 in the mix as well with the Jaguar E-Types. Again, 3.8E, the straight six car, nicely balanced, but a little bit lacking in horsepower to the big V8 cars and a little bit heavier than the Lotuses, so sort of between those two steps. Further back, more Cobras, Griffiths and Elans with the E-Types mingling in there as well. The Austin Healeys, as we saw with Ed just a moment or two ago. And further back, the Morgan Plus 4 SLR. If you see a car that you have no idea what it is, and it definitely does not look like a Morgan, that's the Morgan SLR. It doesn't look like a Morgan, but it is. And a Porsche 2-litre Porsche 911 and the 1.8-litre B-Series MGs. Following on with the Mark II Corvette Stingray, the C2 Corvette, and the little green Triumph TR38 with the yellow nose, and finally Mark Bates' Porsche 911, which also didn't manage to set a time in qualifying. So it is going to be a 50-minute race. It is a two-driver race, and again, as is always the case, you can be selfish and drive the whole thing on your own, and actually that might be something that we need to look at for the pale green with yellow highlights Cobra Daytona Coupe of the Hart family. It was down to be driven by David Hart. It's now down to be driven by David and Olivier Hart, and it's probably well, it's going to be driven by one of them, may not be driven by both of them, so we're going to have to try and look at whose helmet is in the cockpit when we get a shot of the car to see who's in it, because they do have a habit, Father David and son Olivier, of changing their mind at the very last minute about what they're going to do, Alistair.
Today that Sam Tordoff would be taking over from Father John in the 600 Elan that Ed referred to in the lineup there, but we'll wait and see.
So sharing with or driving instead of?
No, sharing with. Yeah,
okay.
John, I have to say, John normally does these races solo, but there's not to say that Sam won't jump in with him.
Well, does that mean everybody from the last 2 podiums is in this race? I mean, that's one of the things about the festival, is a lot of the car owners have more than one car, as you would if you could, and it didn't end in divorce or bankruptcy. And so they tend to have cars that will run in a lot of categories at the same race meeting, and then you get more bang for your buck. What you do get is run ragged from a car straight into a car in the next race, which is going out in 5 minutes time. So there's very little time to rest, and I think actually that's a little bit what Julian was referring to earlier on, Julian Thomas. The rolling start and a slightly chaotic run to the grid from our cars in the International Trophy. The pre-66 GTs are underway, and from the outside the front row, the dark TVR Griffith, car number 88, John Davison, takes the lead very early from Julian Thomas in the dark blue the Cobra Daytona Coupe, and the Hart family car, the pale green car, coming around the outside, 3 wide. It's all the big V8s, and then the Lotus 26R, that is 95, Giles Dawson, the dark car with the sort of silver roof and a yellow screen band, that is up to 3rd place already. So into the Titan, Swisty stuff early in the lap really favours the Lotuses. Of course, as soon as they go onto the straight, 1600cc versus 5 litres, they're going to lose out in a hurry. Julian Thomas looking down the inside of John Davison's TVR, doesn't make the move. The Hart family car, 41, the green car in 3rd place, another one of the Cobra's Daytona Coupes, and in 4th place is car number 14. That's the Spears and Greensall TVR Griffith, snapping at his heels, Giles Dawson. He was trying to make the move early on in the car run by Dawson Auto Developments, Dad Andy's company, and that's on the yellow windscreen of his car.
Up to Copse Corner for the first time, and it looks to me as though it's a mainly white helmet driving the green Daytona Cobra, which would mean it's Olivier Hart has started that, but we'll keep an eye at the pit stop whether a blue helmet gets in. That's David as they come into Beckett's for the first time, and still leading from the front row, John Davison, but not from pole position. That was Julian Thomas, and you heard in an interview before the race, Julian said, I spent the whole session in qualifying trying to beat John Davison's time. He did manage it, but only by a fraction, and now he's following him down the Hanger Straight, and Olivier Hart right behind. I think you checked the helmet. I think it's a white coloured helmet, and then in 4th place is the Spears and Greensall car, which we're told Nigel Greensall has started, but usually John Spears starts his cars, but given that he's just jumped out of a front-engined Grand Prix car, he may well have chosen to go 2nd in this race.
Yeah, we'll take a little look inside the TVR. 41 is definitely Olivier Hart. That's the white, predominantly white helmet. He's got hearts all the way around the chin piece, so that is Olivier Hart. His dad's got more of the Dutch blue on the car, and so it is from the outside of the front row, John Davison, who completes the first lap in the lead ahead of 192 Julian Thomas in the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe, a name as long as the car itself, and Olivier Hart in 3rd place. Lunge for the lead, Julian Thomas down the inside. Is that banana having an effect other than for scale? He is around the outside, but the Griffith with a very much shorter wheelbase and a shorter run around the corner, and again, look at that. That's the problem with the Griffiths, is if you've got all that power and a wheelbase that is as twitchy as that, it can be a real handful. So our lead quartet still pulling away. Did we think it was Nigel Greensall or John Spears? We haven't quite seen yet. Let's take a look at the car that's 4th there, car number 14. We're looking through the driver's window. I think that's Nigel Greensall. It hasn't got a full face helmet, and it's usually Nigel in that case.
Yes,
so it is Nigel
definitely.
Greensall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there he is, having started that car again. John has just got out of the 250F Maserati, probably needs a wee and a cup of tea and a banana or something before taking over the car midway through this 50-minute Enduro. So again, it's going to be a potentially two-driver race for a lot of these cars. Lead quartet really starting to pull away. In 5th place and jumping up the order, Mike Whitaker in the pale blue, sort of light metallic TVR Griffith. Hold. Oh, he's a long way further back, isn't he? He's 3 seconds behind 4th place at the moment. You'll just see him coming into shot at the top. There is Mike Whitaker. Heard from him yesterday during qualifying, very enthusiastic about what's going on with his car and always competitive. And Paul Pochkiol and James Hansen's car in 6th position. That's car number 144. And they've come up from 10th place on the grid in another of the Daytona Coupes.
Down into Stowe Corner once again. And it's still the Griffith of John Davison who leads, and I'm surprised that Mike Whitaker isn't in the mix in this group, because Mike's one of the fastest Griffith drivers. There's 2 ahead of him this time, which is unusual for Mike, so maybe he had a little problem at the start, maybe got bunched in with some of those slower cars that were the Elans that made such a good start. But over the following couple of laps, as you said would happen, the long straights really favours these big V8 engine cars. And the Elan has dropped back to 7th place. And as the leaders come in, is Julian Thomas going to make a little effort there to get through on the approach to Village? John Davison thinks he was, because he went very defensive there. That might give Julian a chance to take a slightly better line through Village and then cut in on the inside of the loop. But it's actually Olivier Hart that has a little go at Julian Thomas as they came through the loop and now through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, all running rather wide there onto the curbing. But no change in the order as they come down and hard on the brakes. Now you'll see the fronts of the cars dip as they hit the brakes, turn into Brooklands.
Well, at the back of the shot, you can see the pale blue TVR Griffith of Mike Whitaker, and he has got the Paul Pochkiol James Hansen Daytona Coupe, the white car right behind him. And behind them is the Lotus 26R of Giles Dawson, and then another of the front engine cars, Ginetta G4 of Sharon Edelman and George McDonnell. That's come up from 9th on the grid into 8th position, so they've made a decent start as well. And the Ginetta G4, the bright blue car, there it is behind the slightly darker Elan. And then the first of the E-types, the turquoise car behind them. And so that is the Sota Newell car, number 52 in 9th place. And 173, Connor Kay is in 10th position. Connor driving, was due to drive with Dominic Mooney. We're seeing him alone in the entry list in the white and blue Lotus Elan that's in 10th place.
Still a great battle for the lead, these 4 cars. Julian Thomas just pulling out of the slipstream, going down into Stowe Corner, and maybe looking for a cut to the inside, get a tighter line through Stowe, which might set up a move down into Club Corner. But no, there's not really any room there. He's still trying for the inside, but that's going to become the outside for Club. It's not as tight as the Grand Prix Circuit Club. This is the historic Vale, it's called, which leads a less tight line into Club Corner and up onto the Hamilton Straight once again, where Julian Thomas just making sure that John Davison knows he's there. I think he might be aware of that, Julian. And then through the right and left of Abbey and Farm, and Julian, he's quite sideways, isn't he, compared to Olivier Hart? So he's got that car set up quite differently, and Olivier Hart goes round the outside, which becomes the inside for the loop, so he will take 2nd place. Yep. And now it'll be Olivier Hart challenging John Davison for the lead.
Well, he saw Thomas sliding wide, and that loses momentum, of course. They're now catching the first of the back markers, which looks like a mini Moke, but it is in fact the TR3. So that's the green car with the yellow noseband, and in full sort of race and rally form. But Olivier Hart up to 2nd place. It's still John Davison who leads the race in the TVR Griffith. And again, Julian Thomas being very ambitious, pushing on hard in second place as it was, but just sliding a little bit wide, and that left the door open for Olivier Hart, and you don't need to give him two chances, I'm afraid. Olivier Hart through like a rat up a drain pipe and up into second spot. So now he's starting to look around, John Davison in the TVR, and immediately turns into Copse Corner. He's got the run on the inside, got a really good drive out to Luffield and goes through into the lead. So 2 places in half a lap, and Olivier Hart's gone from third to first, and that leaves Davison still trying to battle with the Daytona Coupe behind him of Julian Thomas, who has temporarily disappeared from the timing screen, and Nigel Greensall in the TVR Griffith, the dark car with the white stripe, in 4th place.
So Nigel Greensall has been at the back of this group the whole way through, and probably really enjoying himself there, watching what's going on ahead. But he's very much in the mix, and is he going to try and go down the inside of Julian Thomas into Stowe Corner? I don't think he's got the overlap, so Julian will be able to turn in ahead of him. Yes, he does. So the order unchanged there, but now John Davison is having another go at Olivier Hart as they come down into Club Corner. He switched from the right-hand side of the track to the left to try and get up the inside, but Hart able to work his way through into the tighter element of Club, the right-handed bit, onto the Hamilton straight, and now it's hard on the power, and Julian Thomas looking for a possible opportunity up the inside. But these cars, the same engine essentially underneath the bonnet at the front, but very different bodywork, and I should imagine the TVR somewhat lighter than the Daytona Coupe.
Well, you sort of saw that, didn't you? Julian Thomas having a lunge down the inside again, and that sort of, I don't know whether him drifting wide leads him to try and make a move down the inside, or whether he's trying to make a move down the inside and uses the drift wide to do it, but whatever, it doesn't quite work out for him. What we saw on the straight the last time, coming down the Hangar Straight, was how much John Davison's TVR pulled up alongside the Daytona Cobra Coupe, and yet if you look at it head on, it doesn't actually look more aerodynamic than the Daytona. So again, yeah, similar power output, much shorter wheelbase, probably a little nimbler in the twisty stuff, probably also a little fightier and bitier in the twisty stuff than the slightly longer wheelbase Daytona Coupe. Of course, the Shelby American built the Daytona Coupe for exactly that, to race on the high-speed oval at Daytona in the 24 hours and high-speed tracks like that, rather than slightly tighter, twistier stuff that the TVR Griffith would have been built for British Club Racing. Julian Thomas goes through on the inside to take second place. So that looks like the weak point of John Davison's TVR is the run down the old pit straight from the exit of Luffield down into Copse Corner, because he lost a spot on the previous lap to Olivier Hart, and he's lost a spot on this lap to Julian Thomas. Julian up to second place with the chevron on the nose, and down to third goes the TVR Griffith. So it's now a TVR battle for third and fourth place, as they are being, they've gone by the car behind, haven't they? No, they haven't. Their Porsches in the middle of them. So the TVR, now that's going to work well for John Davison. He gets by the 2-litre Porsche, and Nigel Greensall did not. The Porsche drifts out very much wider. Its contact patch is about a quarter of that of the big cars coming past it. In fact, 2-litre Porsches there having their own little fun dice at the tail of the field, as a pair of Daytona Coupes and then a pair of TVR Griffiths go by.
Up onto the Hamilton straight, the four of them. It's the
puncher
TR3
for the TVR.
Yeah,
a TR rather. Yeah, too many R's and too many T's and not enough V's in that one.
And that was a little bit of contact there with the bronze E-type, which caused the TR to go off into the gravel. We saw it had a big spin at Stowe Corner yesterday and ended up beached in the gravel.
Yep.
But this time it was a little bit of contact with another car, which caused that front right puncture, unfortunately, for that car.
Look at the helmet. So this is Vasco Minori and Pierre Lafitte. Now, I said the only racing relative of Jacques Lafitte that I know of is his daughter Margot. Is Pierre? That is a very Jacques Lafitte helmet. It's the same green, it's got the Winfield logos all the way around. Is that grandson of Pierre Lafitte? Right, we're checking. There you go. Every day's a school day, especially when you're a doofus like me. Back to our race lead, Olivier Hart and And Julian Thomas, yeah, who's totally disappeared now from the timing screens, but not from the mirrors of Julian Hart. MG versus Porsche battle ahead. That's not a sentence you... grandson of Jacques Lafitte. Wow, Pierre Lafitte, there you go. And racing in a TR3.
Son of.
Son of?
Yep, son of.
Okay, right, there we go. Sister Margot Lafitte has done a lot of racing over the years. Oh, and 911 facing the wrong direction. Phone that in. What's the emergency number? 911. Giancarlo Romano in his 2-litre Porsche. A car beloved of Matt Neal. Not that particular one, but he's doing a lot of 2-litre Porsche racing in the Pisa Auto Series.
Another 2-litre Porsche for the leaders to lap. That's 3 they've lapped so far. I didn't realise there were that many in the field.
I think that's all of them, in fairness. And the first of the MGs as well. Now then, back into action comes John Davison. And those slower cars have definitely sort of upset the status quo. We now have Olivier Hart on his own. He just about gets by the E-Type there without having to let up speed, and through following him is Julian Thomas, who's appeared back again in second place on the timing screen in the 192 Daytona Cobra Coupe. 88 John Davison in third, and 14 Nigel Greensall still in fourth, and they're all still covered by a very short piece of string.
Indeed they are, as they turn into Abbey and Farm, and now a big stop at Village, and Julian Thomas drifting the car beautifully through there, trying to get some speed so that he can close in on braking to Olivier Hart as they go into Village. Now up to the loop, and again Julian just slightly later on the brakes, tries to turn in, but Olivier Hart's very wise to that, so he holds that line through there. They're starting to drop the blue and silver striped Griffith of Nigel Greensall, just very slightly.
Julian Thomas was having a run down the straight there towards Luffield. Is he going to get through? No, not quite. But he had a good run going there on Olivier Hart. Julian Thomas not the race leader. Olivier Hart fastest race lap, 2:22.111, but they're down in the 2:23s, and the C2 Corvette, or one of them, goes rally crossing, the red one. And I forget off the top of my head which that is, with over 550 cars and over 700 drivers. Quite hard to keep track of everything without your notes. Meanwhile, Olivier Hart, Julian Thomas, 1-2. Car number 41, the green Shelby American Daytona Coupe. And right behind is Julian Thomas in 192, the blue one with the chevron across the bonnet. And Julian, that banana is definitely giving him lots of get up and go. Giving away, conservatively, I'd say, without trying to be rude, at least 30 years, if not 40, perhaps, to Olivier Hart, and giving away absolutely nothing in performance and determination. He's having another run, isn't he? Had a really good run out to the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight. He's got the overlap. He's coming around the outside and just hanging on the inside. Olivier Hart takes a deep breath, avoids the brake pedal, and then goes for it late. And the two TVRs are right there as well. And John Davison in third, Nigel Greensall running out a little bit wide in car number 14 in fourth place, but still the gap covering the leaders, it said it was 2 seconds. If that's 2 seconds, my name is Hertz van Rentel. They come across the line, and the gap covering the leaders is 1.2 seconds. That's a little bit more like it. Olivier Hart, Julian Thomas, John Davison, Nigel Greensall. Game on. 33 minutes remaining in this 50-minute race, so we're heading towards the pit stop window.
Yep, pit stop opens in 3 minutes from now, so they won't be able to come in next time around. Possibly just about the time after, they'll be able to call in if they want to. And but as they come out of the loop into Aintree, Julian Thomas, this is the period of the race where he's decided, I need to put some real pressure on Olivier Hart. He was a little quiet for a couple of laps, but now every opportunity he's trying to get the overlap, and every opportunity that he has to do that, Olivier Hart has to be defensive. So he took a completely different line into Brooklands there to defend the inside line. He's now got to keep the car tight in, otherwise Julian Thomas will do exactly that. He'll come up alongside Now he'll try and stay alongside as they exit from Luffield into Woodcote Corner through the right-hander, and Julian's got it. He's taken the lead even before Woodcote. A marvellous move there from Julian Thomas, but now he's got to hold on to it because Olivier Hart will try and come back to him into copse, and all the time John Davison and Nigel Greensall are rubbing their hands together saying, you two boys keep battling and we'll stay with you and try and get through, as they go up over the rise into the left-hander at Maggots, now into the wonderful Beckett sweepers, and Julian Thomas just throws the car in, drifts it through beautifully, not too much, not too little, just keeps the car nicely balanced. That inside wheel you saw there on the curbing, perfectly lined up for the apex, and now a good run down the Hanger Straight.
10 cars under investigation for start procedures. That will mean passing before they got to the Wellington Straight. And a change for second place. Olivier Hart just displaced by John Davison. The TVR is a quick little bunny in a straight line. It absolutely flies. And Nigel Greensall's still right behind them for fourth place. So there have been a couple of cars in the pit lane already. The Anderson and Huff E-Type has been in, car number 91. The Wilmots have been in as well, car number 84. So either they're very quick pit stoppers. The good news for Lafitte, Pierre Lafitte, is that TR3 made it to the pit lane, has had a new tyre fixed, and is gone back out. So here is the Sam Dominic Jackson car, and so that E-Type is in the pit lane as well, car number 91.
That's the
Marcus Anderson and Rob Huff. Now, I don't know if they've done a driver change or whether they were in for something else.
I think they were in for problems. It's not the pit window, not yet open, and that car came in a lap or two back. I think problems, I'm afraid, for the 91 E-Type.
Didn't seem to be much work going on either, so it looks like that might be the end of it. Paul Potchgill and James Hansen in fifth place in this car number 144, and Giles Dawson behind. He's not too far behind either in that dark blue Lotus Elan with the yellow windscreen strip. Dad on the front is not a tribute to his dad. Andy Dawson, Dawson Auto Developments is DAD, being run in inverted commas by Andy Dawson and longtime friend and rally co-driver Andy Marriott. What actual work Marriott's doing on it, other than kind of looking at it and sucking air through his teeth, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that would be right. Making the tea.
Making the tea, Andrew Marriott. All right, I'll make sure, Martin, you can find somebody else to do that. And this is where we need David Addison, of course. Oh, little ding on the back of the Elan, so he's had a helping nudge there. Still, Mike Whittaker behind him in sixth position, and that's where Mike started. And as you say, not making the sort of progress that we sort of traditionally expect from Mike. And actually, looking at his qualifying times, now, you know, he may have caught traffic, but a 2:24.6 was his best lap. A 2:20.4 was the best lap by any TVR Griffith, and that was John Davidson. So 4 seconds quicker. Maybe that Whittaker's car is not quite as fast as it is habitually here at this year's Silverstone Festival.
And the pit window is now open. It will be open for 10 minutes till 30 minutes into the race. Every car up to 4 litres has to stop for 60 seconds, and cars over 4 litres have to stop for 68.5 seconds. So 8.5 seconds. So these cars, the V8 engine cars, will have to stop for 68.5. Giles Dawson, for example, only 60 seconds, because he's got a little Elan with the 1600cc twin cam engine.
So what they're suggesting is that over a 50-minute race, the Elan will lose just 8.5 seconds over 50 minutes, and that's what they're sort of trying to balance out in the pit stops. Okay, John Davison and Nigel Greensall, the two TVR Griffiths. Is Griffith the plural? I suppose it possibly might be. Anyway, Griffiths it is.
Well, Miles Griffiths, so it's the plural.
And they're passing. There you are, the leaders going by the little Marcus 1800 GT, the first of Jem Marsh's more attractive Marcuses after the wooden car that Jackie Stewart famously drove many years ago in the early days of Marcus. And of course that's the sort of progenitor of the Rainbow Marcus LM600 that Koreuser drove in an earlier race this afternoon. It sort of grew, didn't it, like Topsy, that car?
your timing screen showing Julian Thomas in 4th place. We haven't had him on screen, but I believe he's still in the lead, and we'll see now. Yes, he is. So ignore that 4th place for Julian Thomas. He's now down to 6th. It's a transponder issue. We've had confirmation, we've had a message from race control. Julian Thomas's transponder is a bit faulty. So it's not completely failed, it's just a bit faulty.
I think we're dangling out the front of the car there, unless I'm very much mistaken. So it's possibly, when it's not getting whacked on the curbs, it's working. When it is getting whacked on the curbs, it isn't. And so, unfortunately, our friends at TSL are having to do the manual timing. There goes Mike Whitaker. So he's been in and out. So he's had his, 68.5 second penalty. I mean, the half second, that's going to be one that trips everybody up, isn't it? Because you don't want to give away half a second, but you're probably going to have to make it 69 seconds on the stopwatch. So there's the TR3 in the background, as you see, still going. Julian Thomas comes in from the race lead. Does Olivier Hart follow him? And A, does Olivier Hart follow him? And B, does David Hart take over from the boy, or does he let him have fun on his own? Well, the answer, I think, is that Olivier Hart did not come into the pit lane, because he should be right up behind Julian Thomas, as he was on track. The 26R, I think Giles Dawson, did he come in? Was that the Lotus in there? The Lotus Elan, road car Lotuses, Elan, Elite, Elise, Eclat, all of those, Esprit, had names, but they also had a type number. Each Lotus got the next number out of the box, or off the card, or off the cab rank. So the Lotus Elan is actually Lotus Type 26, and a 26R, strictly speaking, is what the Lotus racing version of the Elan is. Out goes one of our Cobras. They haven't really featured in this race. Again, losing out a lot in terms of aerodynamics.
And a host of penalties now been issued by race control to cars. None of them are running in the very top of our timing screens.
No, they don't need to trouble us. It's in fact, the one that is most likely to be in the lead group is car number 173, and that is only just in the top 10. The Connor Kay and Dominic Mooney Lotus Elan 26R. There's Julian Thomas. They've stopped the start watch, and he is watching it either count up or count down, whatever. Let's hope that they were accurate. Oh! And one of the Hearts, it's Olivier who stayed in, being released by the team into the path of another car. That's very, very clumsy and very, very unfortunate for both cars involved. Didn't see which, was it the Stingray that he ran into? And already lots of tyre smoke coming from that left front corner of the number 41 car. Olivier stays in, big moment as he tries to go around the outside of the Corvette. That was really unfortunate by the team. They just waved him away without really paying attention to what was coming along the pit lane. Now, it's not modern racing, but on the other hand, I think that the race control are probably going to have to hand a penalty out for that. John Davison comes into the pit lane from the race lead. Does Nigel Greensall follow him in? How far behind was he? Only half a second, so the answer is no, because we would see him in that shot. So Greensall leads, and he may well be waiting until the pit lane is a little less full to hand over to John Spears. And even if John Spears elects not to drive the car, Nigel still has to come into the pit lane. So again, another slew of cars coming in. Greensall has not stopped. The next car that has yet to stop is the Pochol Hansen white car. That's in. Dawson is in this lap, so he didn't come in the previous lap. So lots and lots of cars in the pit lane. And there is Julian Thomas again, right back behind Olivier Hart. And that's a lot of expensive damage on the car, and it might be more costly in terms of the race result as well. Olivier Hart already starting to overdrive, and you wonder whether, having hit the other car, whether that's actually deranged the steering as well. I mean, it's pouring smoke off that left front corner down the straight at speed. That might just be the wind pushing the wheel arch back onto the tyre, but it might be tyre scrub as well. You only have to lose a couple of angles of steering or camber to really have a very adverse effect on the way the car is handling. Olivier Hart keeps his nose in front of Julian Thomas. They're down at the bottom of the top 10. Nigel Greensall, I think, likely to have to stop on this lap. The Socha Newell E-Type now up to second place, car number 52. But it's going to be very interesting to see Ria Sauter and Andrew Newell in their turquoise E-Type up to second, yet to stop. Going to be very interesting to see what race control decide about that incident. There's no question that it was not the fault of the car in the fast lane. And of course the driver in the car, in this case Olivier Hart, is waved away by the team because he can't see what's going on. Into the pits comes the leader. And how much longer on the pit stop window? 1 minute and 20 seconds, so not really enough time to do another lap for these cars. And so everybody who has yet to stop will have to come in. Sauter Newell and Sizer and Cole as well, also to stop. There's only 3 or 4 cars yet left to stop. And Julian Thomas right there. So in comes Nigel Greensall. John Spears ready to take over. So Nigel gets out, John Spears gets in, Julian Thomas on the inside, having to take to the dirt on the inside at Copse Corner as the door was closing. And Olivier Hart getting to grips with his car again, keeping the speed up. Just looking at that left front tyre, trying to see if I can imagine an extra angle of attacking it, whether it does look like it's tucking under a little bit more.
There's a drive-through
penalty for unsafe release for car number 41. It's very unfortunate for Olivier Hart, and in a very busy pit lane, these things happen. But here comes the Corvette in the fast lane, and the team not looking. That's his dad, actually, in the green sweatshirt, David. But the team member who then puts his hand to his head in the black t-shirt and shorts was not looking behind him, just saw the stopwatch run out and waved the car away. You can't do that. You've got to look upstream. Well, that is going to certainly take the race away from Olivier Hart. Now, what about Nigel Greensall and John Spears? John ready to take the car out in a much quieter pit lane. And there is the Sauter Newell E-Type, car number 52, at a halt as well. So Julian Thomas in second place in car number 192, probably yet to find out that there is a penalty for Olivier Hart. Now, I don't know. I had never, at no stage in my brief racing career, had the word pen on among the numbers for my pit board. They may be slightly better organised. They couldn't be worse organised, to be fair, than my racing career. But they're somehow going to have to convey to Olivier Hart that he has a penalty. It has been notified, and so therefore he has this lap and 2 more in which to serve it, in theory.
The message about that penalty should be on the gantry above the start line, so Olivier should have seen that as he came under the start gantry, and so, as you say, he's now got a couple of 3 laps to come in under the regulations. But
Julian Thomas right up behind Olivier Hart there as they turn into Copse. It's really hard to tell because of the round shoulders on these tyres, but when he comes into the Beckett's S's, look at the car if we get this head-on shot. It does look like that left front wheel, of course we know there's damage, so I may be imagining it. It just looks like the car's rolling onto that a little bit more than the left front of Julian Thomas's car. It's giving a bit of understeer, but Julian Thomas was right with him before the pit stops anyway, so he's certainly got the measure of Olivier Hart in terms of pace. And the bodywork no longer rubbing on the tyre, but again, it only takes a degree or 2 of misalignment of that front suspension to really have a big effect. The bigger effect, of course, is going to be the drive-through penalty. Olivier Hart is our race leader, Julian Thomas in second, and the gap back to 3rd place is growing. Davison in 3rd place, We're waiting for the timing screen to update at the end of this lap. It's growing. It's not enormous, but it is substantial. John Davison is 8.4 seconds behind Julian Thomas. And that might be first and second. Thomas lunging down the inside. This has better be clean and close, and again locking up under braking. I do think that green Daytona Cobra Coupe or Cobra Daytona Coupe is not handling well after that impact. And Olivier Hart is still going to have to come in and serve that penalty, but Julian Thomas has made a clean pass in traffic, and he is now ahead and leading the race as they come down in amongst the back markers inside the C2 Corvette that was rally crossing a little earlier in the race. They go.
A lot of traffic just ahead of them now, making their way through, and Julian Thomas still under pressure, and he may well know, of course, that Olivier Hart has the penalty.
Olivier Hart going on the inside of Louis Bracey's grey number 100 E-Type, almost had the run on Julian Thomas as they go by the Morgan that doesn't look like a Morgan. That was the Morgan SLR, car number 79, that sort of low-slung, long-nosed, flat-bodied car. Or flat-roofed car. If you didn't know it was a Morgan, you would never guess. There's the Ginetta, or is that the... No, that's the Blue Cobra. That's not the Ginetta that was going so well early on. So they're working their way through standard Cobras. Engine and running gear will be the same as those Cobras. The body, of course, very much different, closed without the aerodynamics of a brick outhouse. So cars much quicker through the air. And there is the car of Giles Dawson, 5th position. Now, a drive-through penalty is going to cost a good 25 seconds, possibly more. Not sure what the pit lane delta here is at Silverstone, but that might put Giles Dawson comfortably ahead of Olivier Hart.
30.7 seconds is the delta through the pit lane.
Okay, so uncomfortably ahead of Olivier Hart, who, when he comes out, will be absolutely fired up. 15 minutes to go of the 50-minute race.
And Olivier Hart chooses not to come in this lap either. So he is pushing it right to the regulation limit to come in on the 3rd lap.
Well, he doesn't want Julian Thomas to have more laps not under pressure than possible. And again, yeah, that left front corner, it's just tucking under. He's trying to turn the car and it's absolutely not having it. So here's John Davison in what will become 2nd place, surely. And John Spears in car number 14 will move up to 3rd place when and if Olivier Hart takes his penalty. I mean, if Olivier knows where to look, or if he is getting signals from the pit lane, all of the ifs. So there's Davison. Where is John Spears? Well, here it is. And that car now coming onto the Wellington straight, so we didn't get it in that long shot. As he comes out of Aintree. He's quite a long way further back. He is 15 seconds further behind John Davison. John Spears. Spears last lap 2:29, Davison's 2:25.
And Dawson's 2:25 as well, so unless John Spears' lap time was slowed for... has he just come out of the pits?
That wasn't his out lap, so that was a flying lap.
So Giles Dawson will be closing in if he continues at that pace.
Well, definitely so, because he was only 8 seconds behind and 4 seconds a lap quicker, or 3 even seconds a lap quicker. He has got time to catch John Spears. Of course, then he's got the perpetual Elan versus TVR problem that he'll catch him in the tight and twisty stuff, but if he doesn't pass him, then the TVR will just clear off up the straight again. It'll take him all of the braking area to try and catch him again, so he's got to have to hope that he catches the TVR in the right place for the Elan to take advantage. That's not him. There is the Morgan SLR, car number 29, the green car with the orange and silver Elan behind. There is Giles Dawson, car number 95. And he comes onto the Hanger straight, and he can see, if he knows who he's looking for, John Spears, not too far in front. John Spears was just getting onto the brakes into Stowe as Giles Dawson came onto the Hanger straight.
And remember what Giles Dawson told us before the race, he's got this car set up for the corners, not for the straights, by using a slightly shorter diff, as it's called, which means that the car has less top speed but much more bite out of the corners. So as you say, if he can get close to John Spears, he may well be able to go through and past him in the corners. He's just got to hope he can get far enough ahead.
2:21.4, new fastest lap of the race for Julian Thomas, just 1.1 seconds off his qualifying pole lap best. That's pretty impressive. Charles Dawson looking to go around the outside of the Stingray. Outside becomes inside as they come down from Village into the loop.
And Olivier Hart has done his drive-through penalty, so we'll see shortly where that puts him. Probably.
Oh, now then, that might change the complexion of the race entirely. Andrew Lawley's 26R in the gravel. Come on, gradually, and there's another one as well. Is that 66? That is Neil McFadden's Jaguar E-Type. And that looks more firmly buried. I think the Elan might get out of the gravel down at the Beckett's S's. And is that Dawson? Yes, no, it's not. That's the other Elan that we keep seeing. Yeah, the Elan did get out of the gravel, so well done indeed to Andrew Lawley. He hadn't got the car buried, but that E-Type ain't going anywhere. That is going to need help. 10 minutes to go. Safety car in a tow, we might go. Green-white checker, if we're lucky. If they have to scramble the safety car, Neil McFadden's car is a long way off and a long way in. And there again is car number 6, our TR3. So Pierre Lafitte sharing with Vasco Minori. And there's
Giles Dawson, the 95 Elan, and he's currently still showing as in 5th place.
Yeah, but Olivier Hart is showing as in 2nd on one timing screen and 3rd on the TV screen. And I'm not sure that either of those can be correct if he's dropped 30 seconds.
But what we do know
there
is
he is. Now, where is he on the track?
What we do know is that Giles Dawson has gained 3 seconds on John Spears for what will be 4th and 5th places, with the Elan closing in.
Now we've got a locator, because we're seeing Olivier Hart coming up behind the Ginetta. So that is car number 56, the Sharon Edelman and George McDonald car. So where are they shown on the timing screen? Not quite sure. They must have gone a lap down somewhere or other.
Oh yes, they are.
They started. They started well up though. They started in 8th place.
So Giles Dawson is just turning into Village and the number 14 car that he's chasing, John Spears, Nigel Greensall. John Spears at the wheel is just going down the Wellington Straight.
Right, and so Olivier Hart has just gone out to shot at the bottom of the picture. So Olivier Hart lost very little time actually. Well, he lost a standard amount of time, but actually the group behind, John Spears and Charles Dawson, were further back than we gave them credit for. So Spears 38 seconds behind the leader, Dawson 44 seconds behind the leader. So in fact that 30-odd second penalty has left Olivier Hart 29 seconds behind the leader, so he did drop back into 3rd place. There is car number 14, John Spears, and there is Giles Dawson. That gap is shrinking all the time. Was 5.3 seconds. Not sure it still is. John Spears last time round, 2:28.6. Giles Dawson, 2:28.4. So Spears has replied, brightly waved yellows all the way down into the Beckett's S's, and that means you can't pass anybody, including slower traffic safety car. And that's because we cannot get that E-Type out of the gravel. And that is very unfortunate. I think perhaps 3 or 4 minutes ago, when we saw the marshals trying to push and the car digging itself in, we knew it wasn't going to come out. I think that was the time to scramble the safety car. I think we've definitely lost at least one potential lap. Safety car has not picked up the leader either. So, looking on our tracker, Julian Thomas is behind them coming into the loop. At least it is on the GPS system. So there he is, he's the third car in that shot. So safety car giving the wave by to a couple of other back markers, picks up the race leader. But all of the hard work of Julian Thomas and much of the effects of the penalty of Olivier Hart will be erased. John Davison will close up in the queue. Now, you don't get to close right up behind the leader, but all the cars between you will still be between you, but you will be a lot closer in terms of time. He will not be what he currently is, which is 19 seconds behind, and Olivier Hart will not be what he currently is, which is a further 15 seconds behind. There will be slower cars in the way, and that actually will favour Julian Thomas, because if Julian slows them down on the last lap before the safety car comes in, then he can absolutely belt away and nobody else can pass anything else before the start-finish line, no matter how much slower they're going. So having this mixture of slower traffic, they had just hit a lot of slower traffic, and having that mixture, that will definitely help Julian Thomas. Dawson, how many cars between him and John Spears?
I think it's only one, it's the Ginetta, but unfortunately the Ginetta is not going as fast as John Spears behind the safety car, so he's not able to close up that gap.
And it won't go as fast to the restart either, because John Spears, well, unless he's held up by other slower traffic. 5.5 minutes. Starting to question whether we're going to get a green flag lap or not. The Land Rover is attached, so is the bungee strap. Not a bungee strap, but a tow strap. And hopefully, Twine
interesting if it was a bungee
fire
strap,
it
yes.
over the barriers into the grandstand there. Catch it! Yeah, it's... Oh no, okay, that's all right. It's just taking up the slack. I thought, hang on a minute, it's broken something. The Jag IRS is a very strong item. What you don't want is to pull it out of the car with the tow strap. All right, well, that actually moved out of the gravel rather more straightforwardly than I imagined. Now, whether or not he is going to rejoin is a slightly moot point. Question is, if we get a racing lap, or do we get maybe more than one racing lap? So there's Julian Thomas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then nowhere near joining up the safety car queue. I don't think they can possibly let them go at the moment. So safety car queue is currently 6 cars.
Well, there are 4 cars between Julian and the second placed car, John Davison. They've crossed the line. Next over the line should be Olivier Hart. Yes, he is. So he's nearly at the back of the queue.
And that's real trouble for John Davison then.
Yes, because I think it's the next car, isn't it?
Well, Davison's going to be held up by the Cobra, because he's going to be held up by that white Elan, who is especially going to be held up through no fault of his own by the driver of the 2-litre Porsche, which is one of the slower cars in the field. Just because it's a 2-litre Porsche, it's not as quick. So Neil McFadden pulled to a place of safety. Where is the safety car at the moment? It's coming down to intermediate 1. If the rest of them hurry up and catch up, I mean, there are cars literally all around the track in little clumps. So we're not going to get a big safety car queue. What we are going to get is our top 4 cars all in that queue. Julian Thomas, the first of them. Further back, you can see 88 just tucking back into line. That's John Davison in second. Then the damaged green car, Olivier Hart, in third. And about 4 or 5 cars, maybe 6 further back in the queue, John Spears. And behind him is Giles Dawson, but there is traffic between Spears and Dawson.
There's also a couple of cars between Davison and Hart as well, so there's an issue there for Olivier Hart. He can't pass. Safety car is coming in this lap, so they will get round. It's 2.5 minutes, and the safety car is currently going into Copse Corner.
It is the Ginetta, just one car between John Spears in 4th and Giles Dawson in 5th, and then Mike Whittaker in 6th on the back of the queue in the pale blue car. 2 minutes 28 seconds, so maybe 2 minutes by the time, 1 minute 30 by the time they get to the line, they'll get this lap.
Yes, one more lap, I think.
Yeah, there's not enough time to do 2 laps. The fastest race lap is 2 minutes 21. Even if they'd started now at the line, they wouldn't get another one in. Julian Thomas is right behind the safety car to make sure that there's no penalties for not being right behind the safety car. But he has got the benefit of the Lotus Elan and the Porsche and the Lotus Elan and the Cobra between him and John Davison. He will be in the middle distance before Davison is allowed to pass any of the 4 cars between them. And the same is going to happen exactly to Olivier Hart in that green Cobra in 3rd. He's got a 2-litre Porsche. He's got an Elan that's stuck behind the 2-litre Porsche that he can't pass, and Olivier Hart can't pass either of them until he crosses the line as well, by which time Julian Thomas will already be out of Abbey and heading through Farm towards Village, probably. So Thomas has given the safety car time to get going as we go back to green. There's just a minute on the clock as we head back to green flag racing here. The final hurrah of the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. And as they cross the line, here comes 88 John Davison. He's got by the first of the back markers. He's got by the second of the back markers. There's 2 cars now between him and the race leader. In fact, there's more than that because Julian Thomas has really jumped away. And Olivier Hart has not managed to get through, but there has been a change because Giles Dawson has got the jump on John Spears. He wasn't too far behind the TVR driver, and that short gearing, that highly accelerative setup he's got for the tight and twisty stuff of the Lotus Elan really worked well. Now, how close is he to Olivier Hart? Not close enough is the answer. His battle in that little Elan, car number 95, is just to hold off John Spears in the thundering TVR Griffith. And there is car number 41, the green Daytona Coupe. That little clutch of back markers. So Olivier Hart still in 3rd. Dawson, there he is in 4th place, the Elan with the silver roof, and still close behind him, John Spears, car number 14, the dark TVR Griffith. That's the battle for 4th. Olivier Hart in 3rd, lost ground. He's 6.6 seconds behind Julian Thomas, the leader. He's 3.8 behind John Davison's TVR in 2nd place, and he was hamstrung by those slower cars in front of him, between him and Davison, the same way that Davison was between him and Julian Thomas. In fact, John Davison has still not passed all the slower cars. There is an Elan in the way as he gets into the Beckett's S's, and that is going to help Julian Thomas. In the end, safety cars very rarely help you. They almost always penalise you. In this case, Julian Thomas had grabbed the race lead from Olivier Hart before Hart went in for his penalty, and he ended up as the beneficiary of the very late safety car. Time has run out as they head into the final corner here. Final couple of corners of the International Trophy. Julian Thomas leading away for a single lap from behind the safety car, made no mistakes at the restart, kept his nose clean. He took the lead from Olivier Hart's similar Cobra Daytona Coupe. A great drive all the way through from start to finish. Poleman Julian Thomas wins the race. 2nd place on the grid, John Davison comes home in 2nd. 3rd place on the grid, Olivier Hart comes home in 3rd. An entirely predictable and undramatic race if you look at that result. Giles Dawson 4th place from 5th on the grid, ahead of the John Spears and Nigel Greensell TVR that started just 1 spot in front of him, and Mike Whittaker, who started 6th, finishes in 6th. If you just look at the bare facts of the way they finished, then you say, well, that must have been fairly processional. Anything but. Congratulations to race winner Julian Thomas. That was a hard-fought win. Well, still great to see lots and lots of fans here, and we have not yet got to our final race of Saturday here at the Silverstone Classic. Well, good effort from John Davison as well. Gave it everything, and that lead group for the first 25 minutes of the race until the pit stop started to come into play. Alistair Douglas with Julian Thomas, John Davison, Olivier Hart and Nigel Greensall giving no quarter but lots of racing room to each other. That was absolutely edge of the seat stuff.
It was indeed, and to watch them racing so closely, no contact at all, and then the contact came at about 2 miles an hour in the pit lane. Very, very unfortunate. Not Olivier Hart's fault, of course, but sadly he was waved out into the path of another car. He wouldn't have been able to see what was coming up behind, relying on the team. But he did his drive through and dropped him one place. He may have been able to challenge Julian Thomas towards the end, but at the end of the day he finished on the podium, and I'm sure Olivier will be quite happy with that. David never did take over, did he? We were questioning, we were told he was going to, but he didn't.
Well, we saw him in civvies in the pit lane, so it was clearly never the case. I seem to remember Olivier saying that David was going to drive the 250 short wheelbase, and so he said, you can drive the Cobra. I think that's what the plan was last night. Obviously, it hadn't been changed in the entry list, so it was Olivier Hart who drove on his own to third place, behind John Davison and Julian Thomas, the front row starters. Julian with the fastest race lap as well, 2:21.4, and that would have left him 8 thousandths of a second slower than John Davison in qualifying. Julian Thomas's fastest race lap was 8 thousandths of a second slower than second place man John Davison's fastest qualifying lap. So an impressive performance all the way around. That banana certainly earned its keep. And a great drive as well from Giles Dawson to fourth place, the first of those Lotus Land 26 hours. Marco Attard and Sir Chris Hoy. Where did they end up in the end? Did that car finish? Yes, it did. It was 34th place. They were running at the flag after what looked like a little bit of trouble early on. But a great race for pre-66 Grand Touring cars. And the big banger V8s, the TVR Griffiths and the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupes, getting into it right from the start. Jumping away at the start, it was John Davison who took the lead in 88, the TVR Griffith. Olivier Hart in one lap moved by John Spears for second, and then ahead of Davison for the lead. Jack Lafitte's son getting nudged out into the gravel by a rival, and not everybody having an entirely incident-free race. A couple of Code Brown moments. The battle for the lead raged on. Olivier Hart then being passed by Julian Thomas, and then released unsafely into the path of an innocent Corvette in the pit lane. That cost him a chance to shoot for the lead. He dropped into third as Julian Thomas led after Olivier Hart took his penalty. A very late safety car to rescue an errant E-Type didn't put Julian Thomas off his stride, and he claimed victory.
Well, it felt like when Julian Thomas got out of the 192 that the breath that you took as you got out of the car was the first for about 50 minutes, Julian. Congratulations. What a fraught 50 minutes of action.
How much fun was that? Oh my God. What a privilege to be racing these guys. They're just amazing. I love it. Fantastic.
And so much to deal with pit stops and safety cars.
Yeah, I took it really cautiously in the pits. I didn't want to go super early because I knew that I could probably get it back. So I just waited a little bit longer, but it was a little bit too much. I was like, oh no. And I just had to catch him. We had a great battle again.
It felt like the cloud cover and the evening sort of temperatures has really helped these bigger cars.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the pace at the end was just as strong as it was at the beginning. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. We're going to have a podium in a bit, so we'll celebrate that. Let's go over to John Davidson. Where is John? Over here, having a quick chat. I'm afraid we have to get through all the crowd. Sorry, I'm going to wiggle my way through to talk to John. Congratulations, John. What a fraught 50 minutes. Same question to you.
It was brilliant. Absolutely fabulous race. It's always a pleasure racing with Julian. I've done it a lot. He's a fabulous driver. We were very close. Same with Olivier. and we didn't touch at all. And we were as close as you'd want to be, and then Nigel Greensill got past me, I got back past him. We were kind of swapping places with nobody taking any liberties, which is what driving should be all about.
And yet there was so much side-by-side action, so many lunges.
Yeah, it was, but you know, people, I mean, all of these drivers are very respectful of one another and give each other just enough space. I mean, we're squeezing each other, but just enough space that there's not going to be any contact.
Absolutely wonderful respect. Right, Olivier's over here, so we're going to swing our way through, make a little gap. Sorry, can I come through, David? We are live, David. Olivier, yes. I'm gutted for the nose of your car, but it's still great entertainment.
Yeah, the race was fun, but yeah, you never want to make damage, you know. I was in the pits and that was just a misjudgment from me and from the team. I got a wave by and it just suddenly, like out of nowhere, he was there. I thought I wasn't even able to drive the race anymore, but yeah, I did some corners and everything felt all right. But yeah, the battle with Julian was again very nice and very close. But yeah, I don't like to make damage, so yeah, I'm not that happy. So yeah, it is what it is, and I try to do my best next time and pay more attention.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Enjoy the podium.
Yeah, thank you.
Adrian Flux Insurance is a significant partner here at the Silverstone Festival, and it does seem as though there's a real marriage between the two philosophies that Adrian Flux Insurance do, and also the Silverstone Festival. Nick Wilkinson, to explain a little bit more, it really does seem like a great marriage between the two.
Yeah, we've sponsored the event for a few years now, and we've always been really excited to be put our name on the show, and just be present and be the insurance company for the attendees.
Car insurance comes in many different forms, including specialist insurance. Take a look at this car, because Nick said to me, yeah, this is a car we could insure. It's not road legal, and only half of it's here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when it comes to specialists, especially vehicles like this, you need to be looking at every option available. And like you say, although it may not be roadworthy, it still is a very good eye catcher when it comes to shows and events like this. And you will still need cover on vehicles like this, whether you're driving them or not.
And it is available to see down here on the stand.
Yep.
So many car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival. That must be very important for you as well.
Yeah, we've always had a really good relationship with our car clubs, and we always try our best to keep them alive and keep people interested in car clubs, because yeah, there is times where clubs lose members and the interest is going, so we try to offer services that other insurances don't provide, and to assist the clubs that we work with.
The Mini behind me is not racing this weekend, but you can see the Adrian Flux Insurance logo on the side of the car. There's a few Adrian Flux cars to look out for around on the circuit because, of course, a sponsor of Alex Brundle's team.
Yes, yeah. Again, it's something that we're very proud to sponsor Alex's team, his motorsport team as well, and yeah, it's something we're really proud of.
Make sure you come down to the stand here. We've got the Brit car as well as the Mini, and it's great to have Adrian Flux Insurance on board. Let's have our podium then for the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars pre-1966. We've got two podiums, one for our overall and over 2 litres, and then the second for our under 2 litre podium. And therefore, we'll start with our overall, and in third position, Olivier Hart. What a wonderful race. In second position, John Davidson. And your winner, Julian Thomas. In that wonderful Shelby American Cobra Daytona. It will once again be Leo from the hospitality of the Masters Historic Racing who will be presenting the trophies. Firstly to Olivier Hart. To John Davidson in second position. And the big one to Julian Thomas. of the best races that we have seen all day. If you'd like to jump onto that top step, nice and close and friendly. Be careful with that big one. Let's make sure we get the photograph. Happy days. There is your winning trophy and winning podium for the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars.
Well, 50 minutes went very, very quickly there, didn't it? And actually, I think Olivier Hart's response there, absolutely what you would expect from him. Humble and disappointed, not just for his car, but for the car that he hit. So, live entertainment continuing on the main stage. It is now 18:10, so in 35 minutes Sapphire will be on stage to start our evening's music, and Craig David from 8 p.m. If you are staying here, if you're over in the units there, or if you're camping, if you've got a motorhome or a tent here, then well worth staying before you head back to the camper. Get some evening food in you, enjoy what is really a lovely evening this August bank holiday weekend, and stay and enjoy Craig David, a great entertainer. TS5, his latest project, and you will not be disappointed if you have dinner here and head home later, even if you are heading home for the evening. So, final race of the day here at the Silverstone Festival 2025, and the Masters Group C race, a 40-minute race, and we have had a couple of changes to the grid, so we will go through those in a moment or two. On pole position is Andy Soucek, the Spanish driver in the Lancia LC2, and alongside him on the outside, Xavier Micheron in the Nissan R90. Stuart Hall starting in 4th position, and it is a 10-car grid. And the Rondeau of Jean Rondeau and Jean-Pierre Jousseau is being driven here by Thierry Boutsen. First time I've seen Thierry Boutsen actually in a racing car for over a quarter of a century. The top 2 qualifiers having a 2-spot grid penalty, so that has shifted the order. So car number, top qualifier rather, that's car number 10, Michel Campagne and Alain Kalf, and their 2-spot grid penalty. Oh! Even on the warm-up lap. Now, I'd forgotten that Alex Capaldi was driving this. We were talking earlier on in the Formula 2 race, saying that was the only car he was driving. He's in the Tom's Toyota, or should have been in the Tom's Toyota, and Alex Capaldi coming to a smoky halt at the side of the track. So the Toyota 86C, looks like that's not going to start, and it also looks like we are not going to start our race on time, because if I was the race director, I would not be starting starting any race with a car in an unsafe position.
Yeah, the fire marshal's very quickly on the scene there, and Alex actually pointing them to the back of the car. He could see underneath that it had actually a little bit of flame there, so they came in with the fire extinguishers, and as you say, that will be a delayed start now for the Group C race while they clear that car out of the way. It actually gives us more time to look at this Lancia.
Never enough time to look at the Lancia. I'm not sure we're going green now. I think, yeah, no, we're not. So we will have a rolling start behind the safety car. So Andy Soucek, who raced in single-seaters in things like Formula Super League Formula Eva, and GP2. Very successful single-seater driver. Brought down the curtain on his career a few years ago and moved to the USA, where he is now one of the men who runs and operates the Circuit of the Americas at Austin, Texas, where the World Endurance Championship will be next weekend, or in 2 weeks' time. Or is it next weekend? No, it's 2 weeks' time. So Andy Soucek returning to racing. And so actually on the front row of the grid, hello! Now that's the way to drop in. Now that is a replica of a De Havilland DH5, I think. So let's catch up with Michel Campagne and Alain Kalf, car number 10. Ed Foster caught up with them a little bit earlier about that penalty.
Alain, you just told me you were the one that set the pole time in this. What a car, what a drive.
Well, it's a lovely car. It's a 92 Spice. And I've been driving it now for 5 years, and the very first time I got in it, I thought, yeah, you're my friend. You know, She's lovely, and she's not vicious. And even yesterday, I hadn't driven it for a year. Had a bit of a problem in testing, and I got out. I did 3 laps, and I was the fastest. And the car is just such a dream to drive. It's unbelievable.
On a circuit like this, you need a car that inspires confidence, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. You want to, when you enter Copse and you enter the Beckett's complex, you want to have something that you can trust, that you can sort of chuck in, and not worry about the rear end overtaking the front. And that's what this car does. I mean, it's you got to give it to Spice when they were building these cars. They were actually very user-friendly. Whether it was in C2 or GTP like this one, or in C1 at the time, they were very user-friendly. They're easy to maintain, but also easy to drive. And for me, it's a shame that a car like this is sort of like doesn't exist anymore, really.
Well, it does, and it's on pole position. Well done. Have a good race.
We actually have to start second on the second row because we got a grid penalty. Because when my teammate left the pits to do his laps, the battery was still attached on the outside. So they've given us a grid penalty of 2 places. So I'm on the second row of the grid.
It's nice to see you giving everyone else a chance. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Allard, as always, the arch enthusiast, and that Spice Pontiac. That's not the only Spice on the grid as well. There's another Spice. This is the SE86, and this is a Spice that raced in the British Group C Championship as well, run by the BRDC. Jordan Grogor is starting it, and he shares with Stefan Johansson. The Grand Prix driver, Stefan Johansson, and it is a Spice Pontiac. And so the Listerine mouthwash on the front of that was also seen on the front of Vic Lee-run BMWs in the British Touring Car Championship over the years. So the Lancia LC2 on pole position of Andy Soucek, and the Nissan on the outside the front row, Xavier Micheron. Let's catch up with the crew of that Spice 86, and Ed spoke to them a little earlier.
Jordan, the first taste of the car yesterday, what did you learn?
Yeah, hugely positive. You look at it and it looks like, oh, quite daunting, what am I going to be in for? But it's quite benign, it's quite nice to drive, it gives a lot of positive feedback, decent amount of grip and nice power. So, first few laps, let's see what the race brings.
You're sort of mid-grid. I guess you're hoping to move up. I mean, is there more pace in the car?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a C2 car, so the C1 cars ahead are definitely a little bit quicker, but I think in terms of race pace, maybe we can pull something out the bag and surprise a few people, hopefully. Otherwise, it's great to be here and have a lot of fun driving these things.
And what advice have you been given for the race? Anything at all, or just go out and have fun?
Go out and have fun. Enjoy it. try do well.
That's the best bit of advice. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Here's the car of Dave Carrascus, and this is a Harrier, another one of the British-built C2 cars. And Harrier started out with turbocharged Ford engines, 1.7 turbo Ford engines, but this one, as you can hear, a little bit more meaty, 5.7 litre Chevrolet engine in the back of the car of Dave Carrascus. And that Spice SE86, you heard a little moment or two ago from Jordan Grogor. For a couple of years, I think, BRDC ran a Group C2 championship in the UK, British Group C2 championship. Tim Harvey won the leading lights. I think he won 1 year's championship. And again, I may be misremembering, but I seem to think it was in a Spice. Tim Harvey not here to ask. He's on holiday at the moment, sunning himself. After sunning himself at Knock Hill last week in the British Touring Car Championship. An entire weekend at Knock Hill, not one drop of rain. So anybody who's planning to go to Knock Hill in the next 25 years, you're going to get wet, because they used up their allocation of sunshine for a quarter of a century in 1 week. So Alistair Douglas, Group C, Group C2, and IMSA GTP, of course, represented by the Nissan on the front row of the grid, the Nissan R90 CP, Group C prototype. So that car also raced in the IMSA series, the Camel IMSA GTP series. The high watermark of sports car racing in the 80s, taking over from Group 5 and Group 6 of the early 80s. And of course, course, it was a fuel-regulated formula. You had a certain amount of fuel to get you through the race, and you could pretty much do whatever you liked with it.
That's right, yes. Fuel wasn't regulated in qualifying, though, was it? As Mark Blundell found out when we never really got to the bottom of the story, did we? Was it planned, or was it a mistake, or a slight mechanical problem? But Mark Blundell had a huge amount of boost in a Nissan just like that at Le Mans, and set a wild qualifying time. And there is actually a video on the internet, isn't there? It was oh, this is the Blundell car. No, it isn't the Blundell car. No, I didn't think it was. This is the CP spec car. Won the 1990 Japanese Sports Car Championship.
Yeah, that's Hasimi and Olafsson who drove that in period.
800 horsepower, twin-turbo V8.
Also, a little bit of it's that sort of thing that they always used to say with the TAC turbo engines. It's more than 550 because that's when it broke the dyno. Oh, handily. Yeah, right. But when 800 horsepower was not the sort of thing that got you an SUV engine, as it does nowadays. So 800 horsepower back in the 1980s was a whopping dollar. What did the Ferrari F40 have? Something like 240 or something horsepower. I think under 300 horsepower, if I remember correctly, which I usually don't. So the field running away behind the safety car, and unfortunately, lost what to my eyes is actually one of the prettier cars, the Tom's Toyota 86C, the car that Alex Capadia took out to the pit lane and didn't quite make rounds to the grid. So the last car that's rolling is the Rondo, the car designed, built and driven in period by Jean Rondeau, the M382, 1982 3-litre Cosworth engine car. There it is, driven in period by Jean Rondeau, the man from Le Mans who designed and built them himself, with Jean-Pierre Josset, one of the great French drivers of the 1970s, early 1980s, a real French hero. And there you can see the very familiar helmet livery, and he probably has got Louis Deporter carpets and stuff on his overalls as well, of Belgian Grand Prix ace Thierry Boutsen. I can't tell you the last time I saw Thierry Boutsen. I've seen the Boutsen Junior team racing. I've seen his sister who runs the team racing over a number of years. But Thierry Boutsen in a car, I couldn't tell you the last time I saw him racing. I can tell you the things I remember him most for, and those were his performances in the Arrows, particularly. He spent several years as a Grand Prix driver, and great to see him back in a racing suit. And actually, an interview with him, I think, in the current issue of Motorsport, where he says, and seeing the pictures, you don't doubt it, that he still fits all his old race suits. So it could have been anything, probably, from his Formula Ford days. Well, there he is in the Rondo. And that again is a Cosworth engined car. So the Lancia LC2, a V8 engine supplied by Ferrari, twin turbo V8, twin turbo V6 in the GTP Group C Nissan behind him, the R90 CP. Those will be definitely the faster cars in terms of outright pace. But the C1 version of the Spice, the SE92, one of the latest Group C cars, there it is, the Denon liveried car, which will be driven by Michel Campagne and Allard Kauf. Not sure which of them has started. And alongside car number 19, and that is Stuart Hall in a car that I think is entirely new to him, a 1986 March BMW. Now, that is very much again a Camel IMSA GTP car, rather than necessarily a car that raced much in period in Group C. Car number 70 on row 3 of the grid, Jack Fabi and Jan Magnussen, the very same, driving the Tiger Group C2 car from 1986, and Group C2 Spice alongside them, Jordan Grogor starting that car with Stephanie Johansson, due to take over midway through in the Lister Canon Car Mats liveried Spice. Dave Carrascus in the Harrier on 7th on the grid, and Eric Rickenbacker, the green machine that you may not recognise, 3.4-litre DFL engined Cheetah, will start, or should start, in 8th, but he is not on the grid. So one car didn't make it out of the pit lane, one car didn't make it to the start, but we get underway of 40 minutes of this first race, or final race of the first day of the Silverstone Classic, race 10, the Masters Group C encounter, and immediately Spaniard Andy Soucek jumps away from the start. Following through is, I think, probably Allard Kalf in car number 10, the blue and white Spice with the green airbox, and in third place, the March BMW of Stuart Hall. Not an ambitious start from Xavier Micheron in the red, white and blue Nissan, and probably wisely so, I think, on what will be fairly cold tyres. The Nissan, just like the Lancia, will have an awful lot of horsepower under the right foot if you're not judicious. Then behind, 70, Jack Fabi, I think, in the Tiger, ahead of Jordan Grogor in the Spice. And the remaining cars, Dave Carrascus and Thierry Boutsen. Carrascus in 42, the white Harrier. And Thierry Boutsen, the Rondo, not going perhaps as quickly as you might expect, but Jean Rondeau's car is very much earlier than most of these. And so the Rondo, 1982. The Lancia 1983, but a very much a factory Group C car. So nice clean start. Battles already on for third place. Stuart Hall in the March BMW with the BMW Motorenwerk factory colours across the nose, and Xavier Micheron behind him in the Nissan, building up to speed. They'll be eager to build speed and temperature into the brakes and the tyres here, Alistair, because otherwise you've got a car with wooden brakes and wooden tyres, neither of which are to be wished on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone.
Especially when you've got the sort of power that these cars have got. The Nissan, I'm sure it's the boost is not bolted open like it was for Mark Blundell. 1128 horsepower he had that day at Le Mans, which is a lot of horsepower.
That sounds like an engineer's calculation rather than anything that was empirically measured. Well, if it did that much at that much boost pressure, then it must have been that much. Big wild moment. Not sure whether that was for Jack Fabi or Jan Magnussen in car number 70.
Jack Fabi started that, yes.
Okay. So our starting drivers, for those of you that are taking note of this kind of thing, Allard Kalf started car number 10, he's up to second place. Jack Fabi started car number 17, Jordan Grogor started car number 5, and they are the only two driver lineups. So the fact that there are two drivers in some of the cars might lead you to suspect, rather correctly, that this is also a pit stop race.
Yes.
I'm going to speak a little less in this race, not just because it's the end of a long day, but because of that, because of the way these cars sound. So you've got the V8 twin turbo for the Lancia, and you've got the thundering Pontiac in the Spice behind. Two very, very different looking cars. Gordon Spice's company built these cars in the UK. They were very much the Cosworth garagists, if you like, of Group C. Started humbly in Group C2, grew and grew, and then designed their first C1 cars, which were equally as successful. But in front, the Lancia, full factory effort, led by Cesare Fiorio, funded by Fiat, for the glory of Lancia, and of course with that iconic Martini livery. Equally iconic, particularly to the US fans, both of these cars raced, they probably raced actually side by side. What's the vintage of the March BMW? 86, and the Nissan is a 90, so they may just have had a little bit of crossover. NTP, Nissan Technology in North America, run by Kaz Kastner, who in earlier days headed up Triumph's North American and racing program. He headed the Nissan program that rampaged through the Camel Insa Championship to numerous championship wins, winning races like Daytona, Sebring 12 Hours, and a whole host of others. And so that very much a factory effort as well. And now here comes Allard Kalf up behind Andy Soucek. He's got a lot of grunt in the engine in that car. But then so too is Souček in the Lancia now. What boost the Lancia is running will entirely determine how much power he has got, very much the same as with the Nissan. And that, of course, we do not know. What we do know is that Alard Kalf is very much more familiar with his steed. He goes a long way around the outside of Souček as they come past us and down the old pit straight. Takes the lead very determinedly. Now, Alard raced here a number of times in his slightly younger days, but hasn't raced on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for a long time. Neither has Andy Souček. I'm not sure how familiar Souček is with the Lancia either. And certainly in a car where you're not driving with its owner, who's encouraged you to take the whip to the horse, I think Souček might be just a little bit more circumspect. However, a racer is always a racer. Down into Stowe, Alard Kalf, the race leader, ahead of Andy Souček. And they are lapping in a different kind of territory to the cars behind. In the 1 minute 50s, mid 50s, the cars behind 2:03, 2:04, 2:05.
The livery on the Lancia is one of the iconic motorsport liveries, isn't it? Along with perhaps Golf, JPS, another one, the black and gold, gold leaf as well, the white and gold. But these Lancias in rallying as well, of course, they ran the Martini sponsorship, and great they look as well with those red and blue stripes.
It was always my intention to repaint my Mini white and have the stripes on and just take the eye out of Martini, but I never got round to it because I'm too lazy and cheap.
Martini, what's that then?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, well done. Alard Kalf creeping away. Now, of course, Andy Souček is going to drive this car, in theory, if it survives all the way through. Same with Stuart Hall, same with Xavier Micheron. What's going to happen to our race leader, Alard Kalf, is that mid-race, he will hand over to the car's owner, his co-driver, Michel Campan. Now, he will not be as fast as Alard Kalf. The question is, will he be fast enough to hold off Andy Souček? And what's going to happen here in this battle for third? Stuart Hall ahead of Xavier Micheron. There's not too much going on between them. Now then, having started with an entry list of 10 cars, we started the race with 8, and we may now be down to 7 because Jordan Grogor has brought the Group C2 Spice into the pit lane. Now, this used to happen in period. Don't forget that these cars are, 86, 30 years old, pretty much. And in comes the Rondeau as well. So this is Thierry Boutsen coming down pit lane. Now, if the car is going to withdraw with more problems, then actually what would be quite nice is to get Ed or Ben down there, can see the RF camera on its way, and actually have a chat with Thierry Boutsen and possibly with Stefan Johansson as well, to find out A, what's happening with their cars, and B, just to say hello to Thierry Boutsen and Stefan Johansson, because I'm sure everybody would like to hear from them.
We did notice that Stefan Johansson has not appeared on as a second driver on that car. He may, of course, Jordan Grogor might drive it all day today, and then Stefan Johansson all day tomorrow.
Well, Johansson was definitely there in qualifying.
He was, certainly,
we
yes.
saw him and his helmet, so he did qualify. It's entirely possible he might have had something else that he had to do today. He wouldn't be the only driver who qualified yesterday and is not racing today, but might race tomorrow. Meanwhile, Andy Souček. I didn't see Andy in the garages when we were down there on Thursday. Saw his dad wandering around, a very familiar figure from my earlier days. And I did think, oh, okay, Andy must be around somewhere. But by the time we got there, I think everybody had headed off to driver's briefing, so couldn't quite find out what he knew about the Lancia. And that, I think, is the end of that for Thierry Boutsen. He may be not quite as young as he was when he was racing in Formula One. So GP Masters set of overalls he's got, I think it is, isn't it? So that might be the last time he raced a car. But he is still whip thin. Now they're going to have a look at the Spice and see if there is something that they can do for Jordan Grogor. After all, if you can get it to run, there is definitely the potential of at least a top 6 finish. And more than anything else, these guys have come here and would like to drive the car. Stuart Hall, Xavier Michelon, nothing between these two. Last time round, Stuart Hall 203.26, Xavier Michelon 202.81, so he's closing out. In fact, that's Michelon's fastest race lap. And the car behind them as well, Jack Fabi, has just set his fastest race lap as well, 204.7, so he's dipped well down below the 205s. But this gap is getting smaller and smaller, and pulling out to make a pass for third place. Here comes Xavier Michelon, and does that herald more trouble for the March BMW? Because the Nissan made that look very straightforward. Now, has he discovered something that the team hadn't pointed out to him? Has he found the boost control knob and turned up the power to go by, as you would have done in period? Well, let's leave that for a moment or two. We'll park that thought, get down to the pit lane and catch up with Ed, find out what's going on.
Your wish is my command, Martin. I'm here with Jerry. Jerry, I'm just going to jump in. What happened?
I had a big misfire with the engine, and that's getting worse and worse. And the oil pressure was low too, so it didn't feel good, and I didn't want to break the engine, so I preferred to stop and see what the problem is.
Fair enough, but I mean, how was it being back in the car for the first time since 1982?
Well, it was good and less good because the car didn't work. So yesterday I had a problem with the gearbox, and today with the engine, so mixed feelings, I would say. But I mean, I enjoy driving it since 1982. It's a long, long time. It's still the same car, seems behaving as well, but not running very well, unfortunately.
Well, look, Thierry, I know it wasn't perfect for you, but we love seeing you back in it. So thank you for getting in the car.
Thank you very much. I like to be here, and I like to take part in this kind of events. You know, it's great events for the public, great events for the drivers as well, and for all the mechanics. I mean, I met so many people that worked with me or for me in the Formula One days, you know, in the past. So it's nice.
It's fantastic. Well, Thierry, thank you so much. Can you stay with me? I might go and pester the Carden here, Jordan's car. And here's Stefan. Stefan, sorry to just jump on you. Am I right in thinking you qualified yesterday? Is that?
I'm sorry?
Am I right in thinking you qualified yesterday? That's Jordan's car leaving. Am I right in thinking you qualified in one of the cars yesterday?
Well, I didn't really qualify. I did one lap out and then in again. I didn't even do a full lap, so.
Is there a problem with the car?
Well, I got out very late too, but we had a misfire. I think same problem we have now. Yeah.
So you're out again this weekend, or was that it?
I think that's it for us now.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. Better luck next time.
Thank you.
Well, look, I was going to go and interview the mechanics. Hang on. Let me just stay with me. I'm sure you'll tell me to shut up if... sorry, were you working on Jordan's car?
Yes.
And what was wrong with it?
Something important in the exhaust system. I just fixed it.
And so we're all good to go now?
Yeah. We will see.
We'll see. Anyway, well, there we go. I haven't got any more takers down here, so I think we'll go back to the Carbons box.
Thank you, Ed. Well, good to see and hear from both Stefan Johansson and Thierry Boutsen. A real shame, actually, for Thierry that, again, gearbox problems in qualifying and a misfire now. I have to say, I did wonder quite what was wrong with the car, because it did not reflect what Thierry Boutsen is still capable of, I think, behind the wheel. Meanwhile, let's get back to the number 5 car, Jordan Grogor. Sounded good coming past us. Sounded absolutely fine there, actually. So broken exhaust, so he obviously heard that while he was out there, and the mechanics hopefully have unbroken it. I wonder if they can go and climb under my Morris Minor and do the same. That would be quite handy. Possibly a little bit below them, quite a long way below them. But Jordan Grogor back out, so he is the last running car, and he is unfortunately 3 laps down. Thierry Boutsen's Rondo, pretty little car with lots of history, and that unfortunately not going here, but there we go. So it is still Allard Kalf who leads from Andy Soucek, and actually Allard Kalf has really started to up the pace. Last lap 155.0 to 156.2 of Andy Soucek in the Lancia, so that gap has grown now to 9 seconds first to second. As Xavier Michelon moved up to third, he's just set his fastest lap of the race in the Nissan, 2 minutes 0.595, and Stuart Hall on the last lap 2 minutes 5.1. I sense all is not well with the March BMW, but there is your race leader. Little aerial on the front there, so I imagine Allard's either listening to the commentary or Radio 2 or Test Match Special, maybe listening to a bit of the 100 here on Saturday evening at Silverstone, keeping himself occupied, Alice Stirling-Moss. Nice run at the front of the field in this Group C1 Spice, and as he said a little bit earlier, a car that he has raced over a number of years. A very much extended development of the car that Jordan Groger is driving, the earlier Group C2 car. So he started in Group C2, and the Spices then grew and grew.
And Cameron and Ian in the back office here have just come across a little bit of interesting information about the SE92 Spice, which I hadn't heard before. They attempted a suspension upgrade to improve the handling and so on of the car, but in doing so they needed to reroute the exhaust, and the airflow with the exhaust rerouted created more downforce.
Oh, excellent.
And improved the car accidentally, they said.
The first blown diffuser.
Exactly. I think that's what they're trying to say here.
Pit window is open, by the way, so everybody will need to make a stop. Whether they swap drivers or not remains to be seen. Just saw Andy Soucek in the Lancia in second. Xavier Mistral, there he is in the Nissan in third place. So in the early 90s, particularly actually, we talked about Mark Blundell's mind-blowing 1990 pole. That was not an easy sentence. Should not have embarked on that one, should I? Should have put that back in the glove box. 1990, if I correctly remember, I should be wearing my Nissan Radio Le Mans jacket, shouldn't I, with the zip right up to my neck. I think there were 5 cars entered then by Nissan in Europe and Nissan North America, NTP. I think the 5th car was possibly an all-Japanese entry as well for Nissan Nismo.
Yes, the car that Blundell drove that got pole at 1990 Le Mans you're talking about was an R90 CK, which was the Blundell car with the massive amount of horsepower in the pole position. And the R90 CP was the car that finished 5th, which was slightly different. The K apparently stands in a bit like in the Porsche cars with the K and the L. Yes, the K stands for development.
Of course.
So it was the development on the Mark Blundell car was a little switch to seal the wastegate shut on the turbo.
Okay, so this car driven in period by David Hobbs, late of Royal Leamington Spa, and John Watson. David Hobbs is not late, but no longer has a home in Royal Leamington Spa. So Hobbo had raced in North America with BMW actually since the 70s, really, since kind of finishing his top flight single-seater career in Europe, and joined by John Watson. John Watson drove an awful lot of different things in the Group C era. Drove Porsches, drove Jaguars, drove Toyotas as well. And Hobbs, a real mainstay of BMW's racing operations, right from sort of Group 5 and Group 6 cars through the Group C era, the GTP era as it was in North America. And in fact, it remains so. The IMSA WeatherTech series, their top category, which is the hypercars. They don't call it hypercar, they call it GTP, because that's a name that the audience remembers, or the audience's dad, or possibly the audience's granddad. But an awful lot of sports car racing fans have great endurance, not just in sticking with it during the races, despite the commentary quite often, but sticking with it over the years as well, the highs and lows. And of course, sports car racing very much in a high at the moment across the world, with the success of GT3, with the success of categories like LMP2 and LMP3, and of course with the growing success of hypercar. Now here's a battle, Harrier versus Spice. In earlier days, that would have been a Group C2, entirely Group C2 battle. What you're seeing here is the Group C1 Spice going by the Group C2 Harrier. So the Harrier is Harrier LR4 from 1984. So still one of the earlier Group C cars. The most recent in the field is the 1992 Spice that just went by it, so out of Allard Kalf. And 1990, the Cheetah, which didn't quite make it out the pit lane, unfortunately. Did qualify yesterday, so wasn't the slowest car on the grid. Unfortunately, didn't make it out.
The Lancia we're looking at here on screen is, you may remember, it racing in period. If you were here at Silverstone, 1983 was driven by Michele Alboreto, amongst others, and Riccardo Patrese. But 84 here at Silverstone, well remember this, it took pole position for the 1,000-kilometre race, which morphed into the 6 hours and then became the
1,000 kilometres again.
1,000 kilometres again, yes, which was about 4.5 hours by that time. But got pole for that with Riccardo Patrese, and I hadn't remembered this, Bob Wallach.
Yeah, brilliant Bob.
Yes, brilliant Bob. Yeah, didn't finish, suffered with reliability.
Put the car on pole at Le Mans in 1984. Brilliant Bob. Maybe not this exact chassis, but put a Lancia on pole at Le Mans in 1984. Because they could turn up their qualifying boost higher than the Jags, who didn't have turbos, and the Porsches, who didn't have the longevity or couldn't afford the engines or something. Xavier Michon comes in for his pit stop. We've already had stops for Stuart Hall, and Jordan Gregor's made that mechanical pit stop, but still needs to do a driver stop. And in comes Xavier Michon from third place. That particular Lancia that Andy Soucek is driving, that exact car, raced in Group C at Le Mans in 1983 with Sandro Nannini, Paolo Barilla, the pasta magnet Air, and the third driver, and this is in a Lancia, French rallyman Jean-Claude Androuet, who also had quite a nifty sideline in racing in endurance cars. So driver change here in the Lola, in the Tiger rather. And Magnussen will take over. In comes the Harrier as well. So this is the time obviously for everybody to pop into the pit lane. So Dave Carrascus comes in. The Harrier with the livery of Great Ormond Street, the Children's Hospital here in London, on the car. Now, I'm not sure whether that has been added in recent years, not quite sure what the period livery of the car was. There's the Nissan firing up. Even at idle, it's a vicious sounding thing, isn't it? And this was in the days before the current pit building at Le Mans, where the pit lane was about as wide as the working area is now. And there was a single layer of Armco, and then a space about 2 foot wide before the pit wall. It was a very, very tight working environment. So Jan Magnussen finally going to get to drive a car today, because the other one he was due to be sharing, I don't remember what it was, got parked before he got into it, didn't it?
He's due out in the Turner tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes,
but,
yes.
Today he was out in something that didn't get that far.
Yeah, I think he wasn't out in it, was it? I think he's this is the first time he's actually put his helmet on, so that's going to be fun to see. Oops. The clutch on the Harrier might be a mite bitey. So I think in the orange helmet, we might possibly suspect that's Michel Campagne, who is waiting for Allard Kalf to finally have enough fun and give the car over to him.
Slightly longer pit stop for the number 70 car because of Jan Magnussen's elite driver and Jack Fabi as well, so an additional minute for them in the pit stop, so 2 minutes. In comes the number 10 car, the lead car you just mentioned. When Allard Kalf has had enough fun, well, he's had enough fun. It's coming to hand over to Michael Campan. And
Andy Soucek comes in behind him, covering him off. He was 11.8 seconds behind Allard at the beginning of the or this in-lap. And so he will not have to do a driver change. He will have to sit in the pit lane. But Michel Campan gets in.
Unfortunately, Andy Soucek also, of course, has a driver penalty. Not quite as long as Jan Magnussen and Jack Fabi, 40 seconds additional, so they've got to stay a minute and 40 in the pit lane.
Andy Soucek now with the US flag on his helmet. I'm not sure if I shall ask him in a couple of weeks. Is he a US citizen or not? certainly born and bred in Spain. And actually through a family friend, met a businessman who's a sponsor, through whom he met another businessman who runs Cota, who, in fairly short order, offered him a job. I think he took a liking to the cut of his jib, as we would have said in the 1960s. And so, yeah, hey presto, he still does just a little bit of racing, but predominantly spends his time at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. No bad place to spend your time. And so he'll be welcoming the World Endurance Championship there in just a couple of weeks as we get through our summer break. So 15 minutes remain on the clock, and pit window closes right on the stroke of 15 minutes to go. So everybody who needed to come in has come in. Andy Soucek, if he can get the Lancia away nice and cleanly. Take up the cudgels again. This, I have to say, this takes me right back. There's Allard, looking like he's had a really tough time in the car. Not hardly smiling from ear to ear at all. This takes me right back. You know, Ben might have pretended that he was a boy when some of our earlier cars were running in the 2000s, but this is my very earliest days going to Le Mans. My first Le Mans back in 1983. So when this car was racing, 1984, when Bob Wallett put Lancia Martini on pole position. Really back to, and again watching these Group 5, Group 6 transform into Group C in the Silverstone 6 Hours back in the very early 1980s, some of my first days coming to racetracks. Just captured me then, endurance racing, and it still has that same appeal. Different looks, different sights, different sounds, very different cars coming from all sorts of different areas. And what was true in the 1930s, in the 50s and the 60s races that we've seen here in the 80s and into the 90s still remains true here 35, 45, 55, 65 years later. Well, Ben Costa just saw him lurking in the pit lane. So has he caught up with a hot and smiley Allard Kalf? Let's see.
Well, I expected to see lots of sweat and a very red-faced Allard Kalf, but to be fair, you look very fresh.
I'm so fit. I'm fitter than I've ever been before, Ben. But I mean, to be honest, the car is so nice to drive. It's a little bit warm, a little bit sweaty, but for the rest, it's not physical. It's great. You know, it shifts good. It does everything really well.
I think we can see that from your confidence on lap one. I mean, Andy Soucek is a good couple of years younger and very much more relevant in terms of being in fast cars, but you ate him up.
Yeah, and I even took time to bring in the tyres, because I thought if I really push from the beginning, I might pay the price later in the session. You know, it was good, and Andy was really good as well, because he saw me and he left space and everything. So, you know, just hope he had to stop a little bit longer. Michiel's a little bit slower than me, so it's going to be good till the end, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just happy the car is in one piece. And as I say, it's a dream to drive. I mean, you've been out in cars and everything, so you know when you get in something that gives you confidence, it's a joy. And this car gives me confidence.
Now, if you're wondering if you're going, I recognise that voice from somewhere, if you're of a certain age, you will have listened to Allard Kalf as an English commentator on Formula One, wasn't it, back in the 1980s and 90s?
Early 90s, 92, 93, 94, together with John Watson. Had a blast. I mean, it was all Andrew Marriott's fault, who's also here. I mean, and Andrew Marriott, he's given you his first job and me a good job, and lots of other people. And I got to thank him, really. But I had 3 great years in Eurosport doing Formula One. And I'm still in Formula One, but just for the Dutch team.
And as a commentator, Allard, you have spoken about Group C, and now you've got a chance to be inside some of the cars. What makes it so special?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, we've both been working on Le Mans, and I know Martin Haven's been working on Le Mans. We've all been there, and you know, I wish I was a little bit younger and maybe could have done the 24 hours of Le Mans with one of these cars, because that would have been awesome in the day. It's still awesome, but now maybe at my age, maybe no.
Not scary?
No, not scary at all. Hey, I race supercars, 250cc supercars, so I don't think it's scary at all.
Lovely to speak to you, Allard. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Dan.
He rides horses as well, so racing cars at least go where you point them, stop when you ask them, and only start when you want them to. Not necessarily true of a horse.
I think I got the impression from that interview with Allard that he quite likes this car, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it's always hard to read Allard, I think. You know, he's a very closed book, but yeah, I think he quite enjoyed himself. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the arch enthusiast, and again, as Ben said, you know, when Formula One first came onto Eurosport for the UK audience, it was Allard and Watty, and Watty has been commentating pretty much non-stop ever since, and so is Allard, just not necessarily to British-speaking audience, and has done the Dakar, I think now 25 times as journalist, I think. So yeah, he's a sucker for punishment. He knows what's uncomfortable, so he definitely knows that this car is or isn't. And as he said, if it gives you confidence as a racing driver, that's all you can ask for a car. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks of it. If it gives you confidence, then it's a good car for you. So he handed over in the lead to Michel Campan, and as he said, Andy Soucek with a longer pit stop, but Michel with lower lap time or longer lap times. Michel's last lap 2 minutes 6. Andy Soucek's a 1 minute 55, so 11 seconds quicker. Soucek has already brought the gap down to 18.8 seconds, but only 9 minutes remaining. This might be a bit of a tight one, actually.
Yes, absolutely. He should be able to catch him, but that should and will is a very different thing. Just returning to the Great Ormond Street Dave Carrasco's Harrier, we have looked that up. It is current livery that Dave has put on, but he has restored the livery. It ran Great Ormond Street, here it is now. It ran Great Ormond Street Hospital livery in period and was there to raise money for that children's hospital, and Dave decided to restore the livery, and he is now raising money for Great Ormond Street. So fabulous. If you look up Dave Carrascos on the internet, and then there's a page there where you can one of these giving pages where you can press a button and give some money to Great Ormond Street Hospital. So a very very laudable thing for Dave to do, to restore that livery, and it's lovely to see that car. It's not one we've seen. I've not seen that before racing in historic racing. It's been restored recently by Dave over the last couple of years.
And I have to say, I don't remember it racing in period either. So again, our Google correspondence, who drove it in period and in what championship? Did it race in the World Championship? Was it racing in British National Racing, or did it not race in period and it's only raced since? Anyway, back to the battle for the lead. Michel Campan was 11 seconds. That became 7.8 seconds. The gap now down to 4 seconds from the charging Andy Soucek. And Soucek's fastest lap, a 1:55.5. His last lap, a 1:55.9. So he has not lost any of his accuracy and consistency. And you can see now he's using a lot of runoff. And he is closing in on the Spice in front. The lead battle is joined. Michel Campan in the Beckett says Andy Soucek just needs to be patient here, because if he gets a good drive out of the Chapel Curve, he will go past the Spice for the lead before they get into the braking area for Stowe. Michel Campan taking the racing line. He's leaving the inside open, and Andy Soucek whistles up the inside with the Lancia Martini. The LC3 goes through into the lead. LC2, I beg your pardon, goes through into the lead, and Andy Soucek is back where he started the race, at the front of the field, with 6 minutes or just under 7 minutes to go.
The Harrier did not race in the World Sports Car Championship. It was entered for the Daytona 24 Hours, didn't arrive, and then it did 3 or 4 years in Thundersports in the UK. So a car that is eligible for this, but not one that ever really competed in period.
Okay, well, there we go. Mind you, that sort of slightly covers the Cheetah as well. The Group C Tiger of Jack Fabi and Jan Magnussen was a Group C car in period. And that car still down in 6th position, chasing Jack Carrasco's, but I don't think they're going to catch him. Xavier Micheron still in 3rd in the Nissan. Stuart Hall's still 4th in the March BMW. There is our 3rd place car, Xavier Micheron. I have to say, because these cars raced in Group C in period, saw them then, in terms of historic racing, I'm not sure I've seen an RC90 on R90 racing in historic racing. So for me, this is a long, long time since I've seen one of these cars at speed.
I've seen it at the Le Mans Classic, and there was actually one racing and one for sale, which may be this car, because Xavier Micheron bought this from Nissan Motorsports factory, and I remember at the Le Mans Classic in what year did I go? 20-something, 2020, something like that. It was on display. Nissan had got it on display and for sale.
Ooh, a little bit of a lock up there as the car bleeds off all of its downforce, but not quite enough to stop the wheels locking up as he heads down into Village, out of the loop and through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. So still in third place, lapping in just under the 2-minute mark, so lapping quicker than Michel Campan, but over a minute behind him with only under 5 minutes on the clock. There is Stuart Hall in fourth place, and again it'd be interesting to find out from Stewie. The car didn't seem to hold its pace after the first few laps of the race. He was holding Xavier Micheron at bay and then slowed, it seemed. Fastest lap of the race for this car, a 2:01.5. He's actually did 2:02.0 on the last lap, so maybe it is that Micheron just actually went quicker. In fact, Xavier Micheron's last lap was his fastest of the race, so he's finding more confidence in the Nissan, going faster and faster. Or maybe not so much confidence in the Nissan, but his own confidence around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. I'm not sure how much Xavier Micheron knows about Silverstone before this weekend. And qualifying was a fairly short session. How long did they have in qualifying? Just 30 minutes. To get the car dialed in and to get themselves dialed in. And if Xavier hadn't raced on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone before, then I'm not surprised that perhaps he was a little bit off the pace compared to where he is now. In fact, what was his qualifying time? A 1:58.51. He's just done a 1:59.9, so he's only half a second off his outright best in qualifying. That's pretty impressive at the end of a 40-minute race. The tyres definitely not giving quite what they would have done in the shorter qualifying session. Little lock up there again. Distinctive looking and sounding car, isn't it? These Group C prototypes and GTP prototypes are really quite impressive. And again, there were no distinct engine rules. You could have as much boost or as much capacity in a normally aspirated car as you could. You just had to stretch the fuel over 6 hours or 1,000 kilometers or whatever it happened to be. Current hypercar regulations go a slightly different way. There are 4 basic parameters. Lift and drag, so the aerodynamic coefficients. There's a minimum weight and there's a maximum power output, no matter how you generate it. And that's it, basically. There's a sort of box into which the car has to fit. But other than that, it can be engine in any position, any number of cylinders, normally aspirated, forced induction, hybrid, non-hybrid, road car based, non-road car based, pure racing car, whatever you like. As long as you have the car tested in the wind tunnel by the FIA and on the dynamometer, and then they will balance the performance of those cars through the course of the season. So Xavier Micheron chasing Michel Campan, and the gap is coming down a little. He's 7 seconds a lap faster, and we're only going to get another lap out of this. Andy Soucek already on his way through the Beckett S's. So what have we got? We have got a minute and 30 on the clock. I would suggest that Soucek will get to the line before we run out of time, because they're doing minute 56 laps, or he is doing a minute 56 laps. So he will get to the line, and this lap will then start the final lap. Nice to see this car back at Silverstone. It was always a fan favourite. There were lots and lots of Porsche 956s and 962s later in the Group C era, and not just the Rothmans factory cars, but people like Richard Lloyd and Reinhold Joost and Walter Brunn and the Obermeyer brothers and so many running teams. It was sort of like the Cosworth era of Formula One, but for endurance racing. If you had the money, if you had the wherewithal, you could go to Porsche, they would hand you the key and you could take your car away. And if you were good at it, like Joost and like Richard Lloyd Engineering and GTI Engineering and the others, you could beat the factory cars with the same equipment.
And John Fitzpatrick, another driver
yeah,
who
absolutely.
ran his own team with Porsche 956s and then 962s.
Yeah, and they showed exactly that. He and Derek Warwick won at Brands Hatch in a 1,000-kilometre race, head-to-head against the Mercedes and the Porsches. And of course, the Jaguars adding more interest to the mix as well. Lots and lots of manufacturers responding to the challenge of Group C. And that's, we're seeing again, echoed now in the current era. On to the final lap then of the Group C race. And whatever else, I think Andy Soucek has certainly enjoyed this outing in the Lancia. They were racing probably, I think, before he even contemplated a single-seater career. He was probably still in short trousers at school when these cars were in their pomp. But I'm sure he has responded well. I mean, it's an iconic livery, it's an iconic car. You can't be a motor racing driver and not have at least some knowledge of Group C, no matter where you've raced. Of course, now working at COTA, IMSA go there, World Endurance go there, so he's very well versed in current sports car racing as well. And a great opportunity for anybody to drive a car like this. Through the final few corners, wasn't the fastest car in qualifying, started on pole position. He hasn't been the fastest car in the race, but he is going to be first to the checkered flag. Andy Soucek claims victory at Silverstone in a Lancia LC2, something that the factory team and drivers did not do in period. They won here with the Group 5 Barchetta at the end of the Group 5, Group 6 era, just as Group C was getting underway. But that car that succeeded the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo as their endurance weapon had a brief day in the sunshine, and the LC2 unfortunately never really quite got the results that everybody in the fan base would have hoped for. Coming second to line, the Michel Campan finished and Allard Kalf started Spice as they finished in second place. That car was quickest in qualifying, and as we heard Allard say they had a starting penalty, so started in third place. Xavier Micheron from second on the grid will bring the Nissan home in third place. Again, not entirely sure whether the Nissans raced at Silverstone in period. I know the Group C cars, did they race at Donington or did they race at Silverstone? Was it only the media day at Donington Park? It was again, slightly dim and distant past. Quite forgetting all of the details. However, here he is on the podium at Silverstone. And I think coming in fourth, a car that definitely did not race at Silverstone in period, the IMSA GT P-Spec March BMW, but Xavier Micheron in the Group C Nissan finishing in third place.
You were correct in your memories. Donington 89 and 90 the Nissan raced.
Yeah.
But we don't think at Silverstone.
No, I don't think that there were Group C races here in their era. So there we go. So Stuart Hall finishing in fourth place, Dave Carrascus fifth in the Harrier, and the Tiger in sixth position. Jordan Grogor actually bringing that Spice to the line. So the only one of the cars that took the start, the Rondo of Thierry Boutsen, didn't make it through. There's a happy man, Andy Soucek. I'm sure he'll be full of smiles and as genial as ever when we get to talk to him. Andy Soucek, our race winner. Allard Kalf and Michel Campan in second place, completing the podium in the Nissan. Xavier Micheron ahead of Stuart Hall, Dave Carrascus, and the Fabi and Magnussen Tiger rounding out the top half dozen. Jordan Grogor, after that enforced halt to have the exhaust system fixed in the Spice, ending up in seventh place. And unfortunately, Thierry Boutsen having to retire the Rondo long before the midway point of the race. So rounding out the day's action in a busy Silverstone Festival 2025, our Group C cars bringing a taste of the mid-80s and early 90s back to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Alain Kalf from third on the grid, the fastest man in qualifying, taking the lead from Andy Soucek in the Lancia. A good early run for Jordan Grogor in the car that he was due to share with Stefan Johansson, ended with a broken exhaust. The Fabian Magnussen Tiger ended in 6th position. Stuart Hall's March BMW GTP car in 4th. Third place went to the Nissan of Xavier Micheron. Second to Alain Kalf and Michel Campagne, who finished the race in the Spice C1 car. But victory from pole position went to Andy Soucek in the Lancia Martini LC2.
Correct in your memories. Donington 89 and 90, the Nissan raced.
So that is the final race of day one of action here at Silverstone Festival. And don't forget, if you're coming back tomorrow, no matter what age the fans are, lots to see around the circuit as well as on the track. Not sure Luke's father is quite in the business of being around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, but you never know. Lots to see and do for all the family of all ages, plenty to eat and drink, and of course, once the track eventually goes quiet, the stage kicks into life once more with our music entertainment for the evening. That started at 6:45. It is already 7:10, and Craig David and TS5 will be on stage from 8. So for those of you, I'm sure an awful lot of the Orange Army, the marshals who have been working here all weekend, are staying here, and lots of the fans as well. So get over to see Craig David. Meanwhile, let's get down for the final time today to hear from Ben Constantiouris with our top 3.
Thank you very much, Martin. Great job in the commentary box today. Big job in the commentary box today. Let's get the reaction from Andy Soucek, who's just getting his helmet off. Let him get himself a little bit undressed. And right, sorry, Andy, we are live.
That's fine.
That's okay. Describe your learning experience over the last 40 minutes, because it felt like there was progression on every lap with this amazing beast.
First of all, good to see you.
And you?
Amazing to drive this car, actually. I have no words. I mean, I've driven a lot of cars, as you know, in my career, single-seaters, GTs, but I only drove 2 Group Cs, and this was the first time yesterday. So this Lancia LC2 is absolutely incredible to drive, especially around a track like Silverstone, so fast. And I mean, look at my face. I'm really tired. It wasn't easy to finish. The last laps, when I saw the gap, I was kind of managing, because I was like, oh my God, this is tiring. You know, I need a teammate next time. But no, it was amazing. Thank you, GPX and Masters, for giving me the opportunity. It was amazing. And the crowd is just, I mean, look what the time, and people are still in the grandstand. I felt emotional just to see the culture here in the UK. So thank you.
Can you imagine doing Le Mans in something like this?
Yes, I would love to. When we're doing to sign, it would be amazing.
Andy, we're going to do a podium, so we'll see you there. Let's go and find Michael. We spoke lots to Allard during the race and before, but we haven't had a chance to speak to Michael. Second position, a joy to get on the podium, but just talk us through the experience of owning and being able to run in something like this.
No, I'm happy that we came on the finish line. So on Thursday we did some testing, and we had a hole and water leak in the engine. So we put some glue and everything on it, and the whole weekend it was okay. So I'm quite happy that we came to the finish, and then the second prize is a bonus.
And this is the challenge of these Group C cars, isn't it?
Yeah, engine-wise, yes, it definitely is.
Right, thank you very much, Michael. Congratulations. Where is Xavier? Should be down here somewhere. Yes, there he is. Xavier, third position, and a joy to be in an iconic Nissan Group C car.
Yes, it's very emotional, because you know this car stayed in a Nissan Museum in Tokyo for more than 30 years, and we bought it, restored it, and you can see the bodywork is completely original, but all the mechanic components are restored, and it's really fantastic to drive this car, especially in Silverstone. I love this track. I love racing in England, and especially yes, in Group C. So it was a great experience.
Well done, congratulations, and yeah, lovely to have this here.
Thank you so much. See you.
And great for guys like Michel Campan and again for Xavier Micheron for finding these cars and persevering, bringing them back to life, restoring them and bringing them out and racing them, because for those of us of a certain age, great to see these cars again. For lots and lots and lots of fans, possibly great to see these cars for the very first time. And although we only had a handful of cars here on the grid, it certainly gives you a good feel for what some of them looked and sounded like. And there are few better liveries than the Martini colours on the Lancia LC2. And that is it then for track action here. Don't forget that Craig David will be on stage in just over 45 minutes, so plenty to eat and drink still on site. And if you are coming back tomorrow, or if you're planning to come for the first day tomorrow, then it will be cars on track from 9 a.m. until comfortably after 6 p.m. And then from Ed, from Ben, from Alistair and me, Martin Haven, thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Bye for now.